In a world of flickering light and curated scenes, Lee Seonghyeon, a master of words, found his own script about to be drastically rewritten. Beneath the calm facade of cafe mystery, an intense, unseen current flowed between the celebrated actress Min Seo and the enigmatic writer, Lee Seonghyeon. Actress Min Seo's words cut through the air, sharp and accusatory, warning against hidden truths she claimed to possess. The fragile chime of ice against glass reverberated, a tiny tremor betraying the writer's carefully constructed calm. A single, drawn-out syllable escaped Seonghyeon, a raw, involuntary denial of the burgeoning confrontation. Then, his gaze locked, Seonghyeon delivered a chilling counter, a veiled warning against assuming knowledge of his carefully guarded world. Suddenly, the illusion shattered with a violent, jarring cry, cut. Tearing through the manufactured reality. A sharp, decisive click echoed as the camera's interface revealed the stark truth: the intense drama was merely a meticulously staged performance on a bustling set. As the lens shifted, Seonghyeon's expression transformed, a calculating, almost predatory glint now chillingly directed straight at the unseen viewer. The director's voice boomed through the megaphone, demanding more restraint from his actors for the next take. Seonghyeon muttered to himself, his thoughts lingering on the recent scene as actress Min Seo remained poised in the background. He continued to murmur to himself, repeating a phrase about thinking and tapping his script, lost in the rhythm of the words. With a sudden gasp of realization, Seonghyeon's eyes widened, recognizing he had unconsciously vocalized his internal musings. A deep exhale escaped him as he rubbed his chin, a silent admission of frustration or an unshakable inner conflict. Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted back to a personal conviction: he truly believed he had abandoned his dreams of acting long ago. Actress Min Seo approached him with a bright smile, her cheerful greeting echoing through the set. Seonghyeon awkwardly addressed her as Actor Min Seo, prompting her playful request for a more familiar title, a light-hearted disagreement that brought a chuckle from him. Actress Min Seo pressed on, confessing her desire to grow closer to him, acknowledging the challenge it presented. Seonghyeon deflected her efforts, suggesting she socialize with other actors, only to be met with her firm, instant refusal. Actress Min Seo dramatically declared his absolute power in the drama, revealing her manager's directive to forge a closer relationship, leaving Seonghyeon utterly bewildered. Her internal monologue painted him as a regal monarch of television, praising his consistent success and high viewer ratings, while Seonghyeon questioned her flattering perception. Seonghyeon, slightly embarrassed, asked if her manager had prompted her effusive praise. Min Seo's own internal narrative unfolded, depicting her remarkable journey from a chart-topping idol to her current determined pursuit of becoming a top actress. A shared, hearty laugh erupted between them, breaking the tension as they found humor in her self-deprecating comment. Min Seo humbly admitted her perceived shortcomings as an actress, but Seonghyeon immediately interjected, confessing he had admired her acting from her very first performance. The memory unfolded like a spotlight on a dark stage, highlighting a pivotal moment in actress Min Seo's acting journey. Seonghyeon recalled the sheer impressiveness of a top idol like Min Seo choosing to audition, marveling at her audacity. He then revealed her acting truly captured his attention, and she expressed heartfelt gratitude for his role in the success of her previous work. With a modest laugh, Min Seo credited the hit to Seonghyeon's exceptional scriptwriting. Min Seo expressed her delight at being able to make a cameo in his latest work, eliciting a warm chuckle from Seonghyeon. Playfully, Min Seo insisted on getting closer, but Seonghyeon laughed it off, suggesting their frequent contact meant they were already close enough. A moment of doubt made Seonghyeon question their supposed frequent contact, prompting Min Seo to reveal his sparse text message history, showcasing his poor communication skills to her playful annoyance. A loud cut signaled a welcome break for the film crew. The director approached, greeting Seonghyeon before acknowledging actress Min Seo, who politely returned his salutation. The director cheerfully inquired about actress Min Seo's well-being. Min Seo confidently declared she was in top form, and the director, equally enthusiastic, returned her thumbs-up gesture, praising her unchanging beauty. Crew members offered enthusiastic encouragement to Min Seo, as another confirmed the readiness of a vehicle for an upcoming scene. Seonghyeon remained lost in silent contemplation, while Min Seo stood beside him with a pleasant demeanor. Min Seo abruptly questioned Seonghyeon's troubled demeanor, catching him completely off guard. Seonghyeon remained silent, a knowing smile playing on Min Seo's lips as a car honked loudly in the background. Startled, Seonghyeon attempted to dismiss her concern, but Min Seo confidently asserted that his troubled expression clearly betrayed his inner turmoil. Seonghyeon began to reveal a deeply personal truth to Min Seo. He explained his initial ambition was to act, even though he started in music, prompting Min Seo to express her enduring gratitude. Seonghyeon offered something to Min Seo, whose surprised reaction hinted at a moment of profound significance. Min Seo expressed deep gratitude to Seonghyeon for believing in her and insisting on her casting, a decision that allowed her to fulfill her dream of becoming an actress. Her face radiant with joy, Min Seo declared that achieving her dream made every day a source of happiness. Seonghyeon humbly downplayed his role, suggesting Min Seo's success was simply a perfect alignment of character and actress. Despite her happiness, a lingering, but echoed in Minseo's thoughts. Minseo observed Seonghyeon, a growing realization dawning on her that the man who had ignited her dream seemed deeply unhappy himself. Seonghyeon's hands clenched, a silent manifestation of his inner struggle or reluctance to fully articulate his feelings. He offered a sad smile and claimed to have achieved sufficient success, a bleak facade he maintained for her sake. Minseo thoughtfully observed Seonghyeon, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. Minseo playfully exposed his lie, smirking as she teased him about his bad acting skills. Seonghyeon's surprise registered when Minseo revealed her college major in theater, implying her trained eye for authenticity. Seonghyeon recounted his past as a struggling acting student, acknowledging that his early failure led him to discover his true writing talent, a wry smile softening the memory. Minseo mused that perhaps his past struggles with acting had, in a strange way, been a fortunate turn of events. The director's call for Minseo's readiness jolted her, and she swiftly responded with bright enthusiasm. The director announced the imminent start of filming, just 5 minutes away. Minseo acknowledged the instruction, moving to prepare herself for the upcoming scene, leaving Seonghyeon seated. The sharp click-clack of Minseo's heels paused mid-stride, a flicker of hesitation in her otherwise determined departure. Minseo glanced back, a ripple of concern crossing her face as she saw Seonghyeon still sitting, head bowed in quiet dejection. With a renewed resolve, Minseo mentally urged herself to persevere, her heels echoing as she walked away, leaving Seonghyeon in his quiet solitude. Seonghyeon silently disagreed with her sentiment, convinced that his decision to abandon acting had been the correct one. In his heart, acting remained an elusive, unattainable dream, forever out of reach. Crew members bustled with urgent preparations, confirming vehicle controls as a complex stunt or driving sequence loomed. Seonghyeon watched from a distance as Minseo conversed with another actor, Prosecutor Han, on the bustling set. The director's voice cut through the air, signaling the imminent start of filming, calling for everyone to be ready. A commanding voice cried, "Action," initiating the scene. Minseo called out to Prosecutor Han, their footsteps echoing as they walked side by side, captured through the camera's lens. Distracted, Prosecutor Han apologized and asked Minseo to repeat her words. Minseo asked Prosecutor Han about his preferred coffee, to which he replied with a common choice, Americano. Minseo enthusiastically shared her own love for coffee, remarking on the subtle differences even in the same Americano, while Prosecutor Han listened intently. Their footsteps continued along the street, a rhythmic sound of an ordinary day. Suddenly, Minseo's body slumped slightly, her posture betraying a sudden shift in energy or a reaction to an unseen event. A terrifying roar of an engine ripped through the air, prompting Minseo to gasp in shock and fear, questioning the source of the horrific sound. A cataclysmic crash reverberated, sending debris flying and scattering terrified onlookers in every direction. Frantic screams filled the air as people fell and scrambled, voices desperately trying to halt the unfolding disaster. Minseo's face was a mask of pure terror, her wide eyes reflecting the unimaginable horror unfolding before her. As Minseo stared in frozen terror, a hand suddenly reached into the frame, a gesture of intervention or protection. In a swift, protective motion, Seonghyeon embraced Minseo, shielding her from the imminent danger. Minseo clung to Seonghyeon, her face etched with profound fear, as he sheltered her from the falling debris. Seonghyeon's face hardened with grim determination, his unwavering resolve focused on protecting Minseo. The camera captured Seonghyeon's intense, protective gaze, immortalizing his courageous act. A peculiar, buzzing sound filled the air as a young Lee Seonghyeon walked with his mother down a dimly lit, eerie rural road. His mother gently inquired if her young son felt scared. Young Seonghyeon, with a forced grin and fidgeting body, vehemently denied any fear. His mother playfully teased him, pointing out his transparent lie, which he continued to stubbornly deny. Young Seonghyeon was cut short mid-sentence as he tried to declare his bravery. Suddenly, actress Minseo appeared, a knowing smile gracing her lips, as if privy to the young boy's unspoken fear. With an amused laugh, Minseo repeated her earlier words, playfully calling out Seonghyeon's bad acting. Young Seonghyeon's wide eyes reflected confusion and surprise at Minseo's unexpected appearance and words. The chilling, prolonged flatline of a medical monitor filled the dimly lit hospital room, where Seonghyeon lay, barely alive, with an oxygen mask covering his face. The heart monitor flatlined, a stark, silent signal of the end. Short, urgent beeps filled the air as paramedics frantically attended to Seonghyeon, a blood bag reflecting the critical situation. In his fading thoughts, Seonghyeon admitted the truth, his earlier claim of a successful life had been a bitter lie, revealing a profound sense of failure. He longed for a different path, regretting the dream of acting he had abandoned, visualizing his younger self dejected on a stage. His internal thoughts echoed Minseo's earlier observation, the writer who enabled others' dreams felt deeply unhappy himself. The stark realization brought tears to Seonghyeon's eyes, acknowledging the hollow truth that his claims of success and a life without regrets were nothing but profound sorrow. He realized, with a piercing clarity that felt tragically late, a profound truth about his life. His very existence had begun with the fervent desire to act. And so, Seonghyeon concluded, his life should have culminated in the very passion that ignited it, acting. With a raw, grinding sound and a powerful whoosh, he fervently wished for another chance, proclaiming he would seize the opportunity to truly act. A disembodied voice pierced the silence, startling young Seonghyeon as it called out, asking for an applicant. Young Seonghyeon cried out in shock, finding himself inexplicably in a classroom surrounded by other students. The university theater classroom, filled with students and a teacher at the front, indicated a formal setting. Young Seonghyeon's thoughts whirled in confusion. He recognized the theater room yet couldn't comprehend how he had arrived there. He trembled, his mind grappling with the memory of the truck accident, a stark contrast to his current bewildering surroundings. A phone dropped with a soft thud onto the floor. Young Seonghyeon, noticing the fallen device, reached down and picked it up. A gasp of shock escaped young Seonghyeon as he stared at the phone in his hand. The smartphone screen clearly displayed the date, May 31, 2022. His wide eyes fixated on the date, young Seonghyeon realized it was not the 2023 he remembered, nor the 2035 date on the clapboard, deepening his shock. His heart pounding with desperate confusion and the murmuring of unfamiliar voices, young Seonghyeon cried out, demanding to know what had happened to him. Seonghyeon's mind fractured as he stared at the impossible date, questioning the very fabric of his reality. A voice tore through Seonghyeon's disorientation, demanding to know his purpose in the classroom, leaving him utterly bewildered. Seonghyeon wondered if he should be the one questioning this bizarre displacement, a profound irritation simmering beneath his confusion. This was Professor Lee Hyun-kyun, the very man who, despite his esteemed position, had once shattered Seonghyeon's acting dreams. He stumbled over his words, the usual eloquence of the writer lost in the sheer disbelief of his predicament. A collective sigh rippled through the classroom as the professor's admonishment echoed, questioning the value of Seonghyeon's presence if he wouldn't focus. With a fierce resolve, Seonghyeon gripped his phone, an oath forming in his mind that this humiliation would never again define his path. Unaware of the internal turmoil he had just ignited, the professor smoothly transitioned, ushering the class to the next topic. Seonghyeon's confusion deepened at a soft chuckle beside him, a familiar, irritating sound. The blonde student, Choi Ye-chan, questioned Seonghyeon's surprise, his smirk a familiar affront from a past Seonghyeon knew all too well. This was the prodigy who had debuted to immediate stardom, effortlessly charismatic on screen, yet off-screen, he remained unchanged. Born with every advantage, his sheer good looks and silver spoon ensured every project he touched turned to glittering success. Yet, despite the initial glamour, his career had ultimately crumbled under the weight of scandals involving drugs, assault, and even drunk driving. Choi Ye-chan's question hung in the air, laced with the casual condescension Seonghyeon remembered so vividly. Seonghyeon felt the familiar chill of those eyes, still looking down on everyone, even after all this time, even in this impossible return. The professor outlined a new challenge, a group play presentation that would rely on team leaders and randomly assigned members. Seonghyeon scoffed internally at the high school bullshit of the professor's method, knowing such a system ignored the delicate balance required for true collaboration. His objective was clear, navigate this unexpected second chance and meticulously avoid the inevitable dead weight that would ignore his potential. The blonde student clicked his tongue, a small, petulant sound of annoyance. Seonghyeon acknowledged the painful truth that in his current, unrefined state, he was still the same pariah, unwelcome anywhere. Fear flashed in Seonghyeon's eyes, a stark, red-tinged vision of his past self. Isolated amidst the murmuring students, Seonghyeon understood the raw reason for his ostracization, his inability to act. The professor opened the floor, seeking volunteers to step forward and lead their teams. A hand shot up, a solitary sign of courage or perhaps naivety, volunteering to lead. Seonghyeon knew that if he dared to raise his own hand, every eye would pierce him with judgment, questioning his audacity. Then, a crashing sound, followed by a visceral moan, reverberated through his mind, a distorted echo of impact and anguish. A timer flickered across his vision as he affirmed an unshakable decision, his eyes burning with renewed purpose. The narrative declared his new mission, to triumph as an actor, even if it meant grasping at a bloody, tattered legacy. The professor's gaze was intense, a probing question about Seonghyeon's true capability. A subtle smirk played on Seonghyeon's lips, a silent promise to himself. Seonghyeon's declaration was firm and unwavering, he would truly give his absolute best. A wave of surprise and appreciation rippled through the class as the professor officially declared Seonghyeon the leader of Group 1. His hand clenched, a visceral resolve hardening in his grip as he vowed to try once more. This time, he promised himself, he would do it properly, without compromise. Seonghyeon's confident smirk solidified his resolve, his fist clenching with fierce determination. But before he could fully immerse himself in this new path, a nagging question lingered. As the soft rustling of his bedsheets accompanied the thought, Seonghyeon pondered if this inexplicable return was truly a regression, a second chance. The situation defied all logic and explanation, yet Seonghyeon lay there, acknowledging its perplexing reality. The relentless tick-tock of a clock hammered the truth of his current existence. This was, at the very least, his new reality. He realized then, with a sharp clarity, that he was no longer foolish. A decisive step confirmed his conviction: he would not squander this improbable second chance. Papers rustled softly as Seonghyeon prepared for the daunting task ahead. 8 scripts lay before him, a formidable mountain to conquer in just 2 days before the class deadline. The limited time, a mere 2 days, felt like an impossible constraint for analysis, yet a faint glow emanated from his reaching hand. With a furious scribbling, Seonghyeon asserted his identity as a seasoned drama writer with a decade of hits, his pen a blur across the pages. He knew the secret: understanding the writer's intent and delving into context made even the most complex narratives fall into place. Seonghyeon sought a play that transcended mere words, one capable of stimulating the viewer's deepest emotions with sensual power. Among the stack, the title, Pierrot's Tears, emerged, a story waiting to be dissected. The title, framed in opulent gold, promised a tale of heightened drama and exquisite sorrow. It recounted the tragic devotion between Pierrot, a sincere farmer, and his pure, beautiful Leona, a love destined for heartbreak. Yet, Seonghyeon declared, his intense gaze fixed on the script, he would not embody the protagonist Pierrot. Instead, his chosen path was James, the protagonist's steadfast friend, whose name resonated with a quiet sorrow. James, always on the periphery, carried the burden of an unrequited love, watching the narrative unfold from the shadows. His silent devotion was for Leona, Pierrot's wife, a childhood friend forever out of reach. James stood a poignant distance away, forever observing the embrace of the couple he could never join, his love an agonizing, unfulfilled truth. Seonghyeon saw his own past in James, the desperate yearning to act, forced to hover at the fringes, never fully able to claim his passion. What words did James speak, Seonghyeon wondered, feeling the faint brush of imagination as he pondered the character's internal world. Seonghyeon delved deeper, seeking to unravel the intricate tapestry of James's hidden emotions, glimpsing the character's blurred form behind his thoughts. He resolved to try, just this once, tapping into his memory to embody the role of James. Seonghyeon's voice echoed with confusion in the vast emptiness as he questioned his bewildering new surroundings. He stared with wide eyes, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of the mysterious object. Why had this phenomenon manifested so abruptly, Seonghyeon wondered, gazing up at the strangely glowing book. Seonghyeon's hand reached out, identifying the radiant tome, Pierrot's Tears, James, he murmured, touching the source of this otherworldly glow. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping him as he confronted something unexpected within the glowing book. Seonghyeon's hand turned a blank page, realizing with a jolt that there was nothing written, only void. With a whoosh and a shimmer, a grand, golden door materialized before Seonghyeon, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. Seonghyeon's curiosity piqued: was this ethereal gateway beckoning him to step through? The ornate handle clicked, and with a flash of brilliant light, the golden door swung open. Seonghyeon winced, raising an arm to shield himself from the sudden, overwhelming radiance. An unseen force violently propelled Seonghyeon backward, a raw cry of distress torn from him as a blinding light enveloped his form. He stirred beneath a dappled tree, his body aching, his mind reeling as he realized he was now James, wondering at this impossible transition. A concerned voice broke through the haze, asking what troubled him. 2 figures loomed over him, their faces etched with concern, asking if he, James, was all right. The first sensation that pierced his consciousness was an unfamiliar pang. A profound realization dawned on him, the cruel irony of desiring something utterly unattainable. And that profound feeling, blossoming with the gentle fall of yellow petals, was pity. A burning sensation raged within his heart. "James, are you okay?" a woman cried, her voice piercing the vision as Seonghyeon, in the body of James, reeled in shock. But what calmed that burning sensation in his heart was something even more profound. Seonghyeon, embodying James, managed a slight smile from the ground, assuring them he was fine, adding playfully, "It's not like you can have your wedding without me." The other man chuckled with relief, cautioning James not to push himself too hard. It was a feeling that completely engulfed his deepest desires and emotions. Seonghyeon, as James, looked on, his expression shifting to concern. As he wished for his precious friend's everlasting happiness, the woman asked again, "Are you all right?" A soft, melancholic expression graced the woman's face as her hand nestled in his. An ethereal glow surrounded Seonghyeon as he softly declared he was fine, while in his heart, he knew it was true love. Wedding bells chimed as the radiant couple, filled with an impossible happiness, waved to the crowd. Cheers erupted and applause echoed as the man watched the festive celebration unfold. The hard, rough ground beneath his boots jolted him back to a different kind of reality. His fist slammed against the tree trunk, the impact jarring through his very being. He leaned against the tree, head bowed, the golden light of the forest unable to dispel his internal turmoil. A sharp gasp escaped him as his jaw clenched, the residual emotion of the vision a visceral ache. Seonghyeon cried out, suddenly thrown back into his own reality, startling himself. He collapsed to the floor, panting heavily, whispering, "That was crazy." His true goal, his obsession, was to be fully immersed in a role. A burning heat pulsed from his bruised and reddened hand, a testament to his dedication. Only then could he display what he considered perfect acting. He gazed at the ceiling, lost in thought, contemplating his very method. This wasn't any normal regression, Seonghyeon mused from a cafe, the thought echoing through snippets of film sets and cafe mysteries. He spoke, sweat beading slightly, wondering, isn't this? With a confident grin and a clench of his jaw, Seonghyeon finished, amazing? He didn't remember all the details, but his mind clung to the important incidents, a dramatic scene, a golden Oscar trophy, and a photo of victorious men. He felt an immense power, like watching a stock price soar, realizing he could now do whatever he wanted. But even with that power, he thought, doing whatever he wanted wouldn't truly make him feel satisfied, even as he pictured the prestigious KEU building with its distant applause. A speaker at the podium addressed the students, asking if they had all read the script, to which a chorus of, yes, responded. I knew it. Seonghyeon thought, glancing knowingly to the side. AAA. A distressed student cried, the script rustling in his hands as he realized he had a long way to go before figuring everything out. The speaker pressed a button, the remote beeping softly, and reassured them, there's no need to rush, because we'll look into it together. The speaker announced, the script we'll analyze today is from Gelato. Ah, that's right. Seonghyeon exclaimed mentally, a sudden realization hitting him. Come to think of it. He pondered. As the spotlight shone on the empty stage, Seonghyeon wondered if this test wasn't slightly different. This was the crucial moment where they would search for truly capable students. This test was an opportunity, a spotlighted stage to be recognized for one's talent. Actress Minseo shyly accepted the flowers, declaring them delicious, as the man thanked her. Minseo, already thinking of her imminent debut, smiled as Seonghyeon subtly observed the surprised man with flowers. A business card, shimmering with promise, was exchanged between two hands. This is easier than I thought, Seonghyeon mused, allowing a confident grin to spread across his face. The speaker concluded the explanation, instructing everyone to gather in groups and prepare their best. A dramatic thump of realization echoed in Seonghyeon's mind, the pressure was no joke. Each student reacted differently to the daunting group assignment, some worried, some serious, some surprised. Seonghyeon sat, looking annoyed, while another man's thoughts wandered, and aside from that. A blonde-haired man glared at his phone, internally fuming, why am I in the same group as this guy of all people? But. With a wide smile, Seonghyeon began, first. Seonghyeon confidently stated his present self was vastly different from the one 13 years ago, then asked the group, what script are we going to do? A chilly silence fell as the other students seemingly ignored him, making Seonghyeon think, they're ignoring me? Huh. A knowing grin spread across the man's face, a hint of mischief in his eyes. The blonde-haired man challenged the room, have you all seen the script? Hey, whatever, will there be anyone here who still hasn't read the script yet? Seonghyeon hummed, tapping the book thoughtfully. A hand smoothly slid a striking purple book across the surface. The blonde-haired man, now identified as Choi Yechan, presented the book, Pierrot's Tears, proclaiming, I think this will do. Seonghyeon's eyes widened slightly, it's not like he isn't skilled, he conceded internally. Yechan then explained to the other students, well, to make it popular, looking at the scenario is important. Seonghyeon, smiling, thought, thanks to that, I didn't have any problems convincing them. Then asked, what do you all think? 3 chibi students quickly voiced their approval, I approve, the characters are charming so it's okay, and, sure. I think this will be fun. Even the serious student, represented as a chibi, agreed, I'm okay with it too. Student 1 admitted, to be honest, I have no idea, the only one left, but since Yechan says so. Student 3, now revealed to be infatuated with Yechan, enthusiastically exclaimed, I'll do it too. Seonghyeon, tapping on his laptop, then asked the group, then, is there any role you want? Student 3 enthusiastically declared, I want Pierrot, while Student 4 chose Leona, Student 2 desired the Countess, and Student 1 wished to try the role of Jane. As expected, no one chose the role of James, and Seonghyeon realized, the problem was. His hands flew across the laptop keyboard, preparing for the inevitable. A tapping noise punctuated the air as Seonghyeon anticipated Choi Yechan's decision. Even in the cutthroat field of professionals, roles could be taken away in an instant. A chilling laugh echoed as the grinning figure loomed over a defeated one, a stark reminder of why this was a group project. "This is gonna be easy," a voice of confidence echoed in his mind. A hand decisively slapped the table, signaling a shift. Student 3, startled, asked Yechan, "Are you really gonna take the role of Pierrot?" Huh. Yechan leaned in smoothly, a confident smile on his face, asserting, "I wanted to play him." Just like that, the roles were decided. A flicker of intense determination ignited in Seonghyeon's eye as his own plan began to coalesce. The air turned chilly as a group of students gathered around a table for a group project, with Seonghyeon intently working on his laptop. The blonde-haired student then declared his decision with a slight smirk. The blonde-haired student announced he would be Mark, prompting another student to apologetically admit his strong desire to play Pierrot, as Seonghyeon observed impassively. The other student conceded with embarrassment, acknowledging the blonde-haired student's apparent superiority with a reluctant scratch of his head. Seonghyeon's eyes widened, intently observing the unfolding dynamics. Then, Seonghyeon announced with a wide smile that he would be taking James's role, asking if that was acceptable. The blonde-haired student dismissively responded that it didn't matter, and the roles were considered settled. Seonghyeon thought deeply, aware that Choi Yechan's influence was undeniably significant in their group. Student 1 tried to console Student 2, urging him to cheer up and understand it was a group assignment, though Student 2 sighed, finding it a pity. Yet, the narration hinted that the true moment for action had not yet arrived. Seonghyeon's fingers flew across his laptop, swiftly typing out the project details including himself as leader, Pierrot's Tears, as the title, and Choi Yechan assigned to Pierrot. With a wide, energetic smile, Seonghyeon extended his hand, asking if they should finally begin. A door slowly opened with a faint creak, revealing a new space. Seonghyeon entered the room with a thoughtful hue, realizing it had been a considerable time since his last visit. He surveyed the empty rehearsal space, noting that no one else had yet arrived. Deciding to make use of the time, Seonghyeon reached into his bag, determined to read the script first. Settling onto the wooden floor, Seonghyeon opened the script, a faint glow surrounding him as he began to read with a pensive Lost in thought, Seonghyeon idly twirled a pen between his fingers. He pointed at a specific passage, unable to grasp the author's intention behind James sincerely congratulating Pierrot and Leona's wedding, a detail that baffled him deeply. In his mind's eye, James appeared, singing joyously in a fantastical, theatrical setting. The grand vision unfolded, showing James singing at a bright, idealized outdoor wedding beneath a flower arch, celebrating Pierrot and Leona. Suddenly, the idyllic wedding scene shattered like glass in Seonghyeon's mind, making him consider that while following the script might earn him a good score, it just didn't feel right. With a determined expression and a slight smirk, Seonghyeon resolved to change the script's direction. His hand moved across the paper, writing new words, driven by the profound importance of this performance, not merely as a school project, but as the first he desperately hoped for. As he analyzed Act 3 Chapter 4, Seonghyeon found James's actions entirely unreasonable, believing his emotions should be far from sincere happiness. He envisioned James consumed by a pensive, sad, and regretful love instead. A single tear streamed down James's face in Seonghyeon's mind, highlighting a poignant hint of guilt amidst the blurry, glowing circles of his vision. Seonghyeon stood in the rehearsal room, accepting his revised interpretation with a decisive, "Okay, then." He closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh, holding the book in profound concentration. Seonghyeon's eyes shifted, suddenly noticing something amiss. His eyes snapped wide open, fixed intently on the object of his sudden focus. Seonghyeon stared in surprise at the book he held, questioning if it was truly becoming thicker beneath his fingers. As pages rustled and fluttered, Seonghyeon wondered aloud what could have possibly changed within the script. He examined the book with a confused his curiosity piqued by the strange phenomenon. Inside the book, a sticky note now appeared, containing Seonghyeon's exact analysis, analyzing James' character in Act 3 Chapter 4, his actions are unreasonable. Surrounded by a strange, patterned yellow background, Seonghyeon exclaimed in utter confusion, wondering what this impossible development could be. His hand tentatively touched the sticky note, a dawning realization that this was indeed his own memo. Seonghyeon rubbed his eye in bewilderment, questioning if the script was somehow revising itself before his very eyes. In his mind's eye, a chibi Seonghyeon pondered the bizarre situation, hand on chin. The chibi Seonghyeon continued to think deeply, surrounded by floating question marks against a light orange background. Dismissing the inexplicable, Seonghyeon decided to set the ornate script down and focus on practicing for now. Compared to the mind-bending reality of regressing 13 years into the past, this peculiar surprise felt truly minor as Seonghyeon, glowing faintly, resolutely strode towards a bright, rectangular portal. Suddenly, in a bright, sunlit forest, James appeared, hidden behind a tree, observing something unseen. James burst through the forest, calling out to someone and panting from exertion. He peeked from behind a tree, a look of surprise on his face. Bending over in the forest, James panted, exhausted, exclaiming that he was dying. James questioned the other man, demanding to know why he was there and had left the bride alone, before trailing off in concern. He relayed the news that Sean had tragically fallen off his horse en route to the wedding. James reacted with shock, asking about the wedding song before hesitantly suggesting an alternative. He froze in surprise as he was asked if he could be the one to sing the wedding song. James, looking hopeful and excited, clarified the request, asking if they were truly asking him to sing the wedding song. Still bewildered, James questioned if they wanted him to sing at their wedding. James's mouth hung open in visible shock and disbelief. His head quickly turned in surprise, catching sight of the other pleased-looking character. Seonghyeon cried out, covering his eyes as a sudden, glaring light overwhelmed him. Two visceral, huff sounds escaped him as he gasped for air. The blonde-haired student stared down at him, confused and concerned, asking what he was doing. The blonde-haired student confronted Seonghyeon, who sat on the floor of the empty rehearsal room. With an awkward smile and a scratch of his head, Seonghyeon explained that he was just practicing his acting, determined to do it right. The blonde-haired student, confident and with arms crossed, questioned Seonghyeon's need for practice. He then pressed Seonghyeon on how long he planned to practice, causing Seonghyeon to hesitate. Seonghyeon thoughtfully tilted his head, estimating his practice time would be about an hour or two. The blonde-haired student remarked that it would be too late by then, leaving Seonghyeon confused as he glanced at his phone, showing 7:54 p.m. The blonde-haired student, with a confident smile, offered to wait if Seonghyeon only needed 30 minutes. Seonghyeon, looking intently and suspiciously, asked if the blonde-haired student actually wanted him to leave so he could practice instead. With a self-assured smile, the blonde-haired student confidently challenged Seonghyeon to consider who the best actor in their class truly was. Seonghyeon, turning away with a slight frown, guessed that the blonde-haired student believed he was the best. The blonde-haired student, looking surprised, quickly complimented Seonghyeon as exceptional among college students, prompting Seonghyeon to demand what he truly wanted. Seonghyeon began to counter the compliment, his feet subtly shifting. His face contorted with anger and intensity as he dismissed the blonde-haired student's words, asserting that in the eyes of someone who had reached the peak of the professional world, his compliments meant nothing. With fierce intensity in his eyes, Seonghyeon declared the blonde-haired student's skills to be third class, asserting he would no longer tolerate his unrestrained behavior. The blonde-haired man, Choi Ye-chan, challenged Seonghyeon's apparent lack of conscience, finding humor in a serious matter. Seonghyeon reacted with a flicker of confusion, offering a non-committal response to the accusation. Choi Ye-chan poked Seonghyeon's chest assertively, deriding him as a burden he was forced to carry. Seonghyeon shot back, defiantly rejecting any suggestion of needing help. Seonghyeon's voice cut through the air, his resolve hardening as he asserted that he was the one truly bearing their weight. A tremor of anger and disbelief twitched across Choi Ye-chan's face as he registered Seonghyeon's words. Choi Ye-chan, brimming with self-importance, animatedly recounted a professor's words, implying his brilliance would shine brighter despite his team. Choi Ye-chan angrily beat his chest, proclaiming himself the sole reason for any potential success of their play. A new student, smiling broadly, expressed surprise upon discovering others already present in the room. A sudden, almost imperceptible shift in the room's energy drew all eyes to the newcomer. The newcomer sighed, a soft exhalation that seemed to acknowledge the unexpected tension. The new student extended a friendly invitation, curious if the others were also there for practice. With an expansive gesture and a wide smile, the new student insisted they should all practice together in their shared space. While Seonghyeon seemed to welcome the idea, Choi Ye-chan seethed internally at the newcomer's self-assured manner. Choi Ye-chan's fury simmered beneath the surface, his gaze burning with unspoken resentment. A smug, confident smirk played across Seonghyeon's lips, a silent challenge in the charged atmosphere. Choi Ye-chan voiced his surprise, the planned practice with Seonghyeon now seemingly interrupted. Seonghyeon, with a hint of challenge in his voice, asked if they could extend their practice session. The newcomer exclaimed with elated enthusiasm, while other students buzzed with curious anticipation at the unexpected pairing. Seonghyeon's thoughts, tinged with a slight smirk, registered the other's probable attempt to humiliate him. Choi Ye-chan's thoughts echoed his wide grin, finding the escalating tension utterly intriguing. Beneath a subtle smirk, Seonghyeon's expression hardened with quiet, unwavering resolve. With purposeful steps, Seonghyeon moved forward, embodying the profound truth that writers speak through the worlds they craft. The narrative continued, weaving the idea that students find their voice and purpose through the intensity of their studies. Finally, the ultimate truth resonated, actors communicate their very souls through the transformative power of their acts, as Seonghyeon decisively faced his opponent. Choi Ye-chan's confident smirk underscored his challenging question, probing Seonghyeon's readiness for the performance. Seonghyeon's eyes, pools of unwavering focus, held an intense, silent defiance. Choi Ye-chan's thoughts dripped with smug satisfaction, anticipating the painful revelation of Seonghyeon's perceived inadequacy. The script revealed their current juncture, Act 1, Chapter 5, the stage set for the unfolding drama. Choi Ye-chan proposed they begin with the wedding scene, and Seonghyeon readily agreed to embark on the performance. Observing from the sidelines, fellow students exchanged knowing glances, recognizing the underlying challenge Choi Ye-chan had presented to Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's cutting remark about personality in acting was met by Choi Ye-chan's dismissive challenge to quit if fear held him back. Seonghyeon's firm rebuttal made it clear he had no intention of backing down. With a confident, determined smile, Seonghyeon declared his readiness, inviting the contest to begin. Seonghyeon's gaze sharpened, a subtle but undeniable shift into profound focus. A single, resonant step echoed in the encroaching darkness as Seonghyeon grasped the formidable, ancient book. He advanced with unwavering purpose, the mystical glow of an unseen light drawing him deeper into its enchanting embrace. Behind closed lids, Seonghyeon's mind prepared for the performance, entering a realm of focused imagination. The newcomer, observing the strange scene, internally questioned Choi Ye-chan's odd behavior. He attempted to speak, a word catching in his throat before it could fully form. Choi Ye-chan burst into character with a sudden, energetic greeting, extending a welcoming hand to James. Seonghyeon's intense gaze subtly shifted, fully immersed in his role. Seonghyeon, fully embodying the character of James, offered heartfelt congratulations to Pierrot on his long-awaited marriage. A jolt of shock coursed through Choi Ye-chan as he flinched, completely taken aback by Seonghyeon's performance. Choi Ye-chan's mind reeled, questioning the unexpected stability and power in Seonghyeon's voice. He glanced away, a wave of disbelieving shock washing over him at Seonghyeon's uncanny portrayal of James. Stumbling through his lines, Choi Ye-chan awkwardly thanked James, urging him to find his own marital bliss. A forced smirk played on Choi Ye-chan's lips as he desperately clung to the illusion of his own superior talent, refusing to acknowledge Seonghyeon's skill. But then, Seonghyeon's voice cut through the scene, an abrupt, in-character interruption. Choi Ye-chan tried to pick up his line, beginning to express his happiness. He finished, delivering his character's sentiment of joy. Then, with a gentle, yearning smile that shimmered in the fantastical setting, Seonghyeon's character articulated his deepest desire for marital happiness. A silent gulp passed between the observing students, their expressions etched with a growing sense of worry. Choi Ye-chan, with a sudden, sharp flourish, jabbed at Seonghyeon, questioning his prospects for finding a wife. A flicker of a forced smile betrayed Choi Ye-chan's internal panic, his mind refusing to accept being overshadowed in his craft. Seonghyeon simply shrugged off the comment with a perfectly neutral, almost unconcerned, response. Still immersed in his character, Seonghyeon spoke with a gentle, hopeful smile, wishing for a kind soul to enter his life. A silent wave of irritation washed over Choi Ye-chan, his jaw clenching in suppressed frustration. A roaring wave of applause erupted, students marveling at a performance that soared far beyond all expectations. One student, eyes alight with eagerness, implored Seonghyeon for guidance, even offering a coffee as a plea. Choi Ye-chan's composure shattered, his expression a mask of utter shock and profound concern. Choi Ye-chan's teeth ground together with a visceral crunch, his anger now raw and unrestrained. His fist clenched into a trembling knot of pure fury, a silent testament to his explosive rage. The bright, open skies of KEU University marked a definitive beginning. The class concluded, the speaker's words echoing through the academic hall. As Seonghyeon confirmed his plan to head straight to the practice room, the question lingered, what awaited him there? Then a voice cut through the hum of dismissal, calling Seonghyeon's name, drawing his attention with a flicker of mild surprise. The speaker's firm invitation to his office suggested an unexpected and perhaps important conversation ahead. A subtle ripple of concern crossed Seonghyeon's face, the instruction unsettling his routine. The speaker's unchanging, serious expression only amplified the weight of the impending discussion. Seonghyeon knocked, and the quick invitation to come in drew him further into the bright hallways unknown. As the door clicked open, Seonghyeon peered into the brightly lit room, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Seonghyeon stepped into the speaker's professional domain, instructed to take a seat, the formal meeting now truly beginning. The speaker's unexpected inquiry about the play's progress caught Seonghyeon off guard, drawing a confused "sorry" from him. Internally, Seonghyeon wondered if Choi Ye-chan had lodged a complaint, a mental growl from the blonde-haired man echoing his suspicion. The speaker's words, accompanied by a precise tapping on the desk, delicately addressed the conflict with Choi Ye-chan, offering help with a nuanced hint of distrust. As his fist clenched tight, Seonghyeon's unspoken thought echoed the core of his frustration, do you not trust me? With a determined smile, Seonghyeon expressed his gratitude, then asserted his unwavering desire to give his utmost as the team leader. The speaker listened, hand to chin, as Seonghyeon articulated his fervent wish to shape the performance in his own distinctive way. His internal monologue confirmed it, Seonghyeon truly desired to shape the performance with his unique vision. But beyond that immediate justification, Seonghyeon knew there was a deeper, unstated motivation driving his ambition. This, he realized, was an unmissable opportunity to truly showcase his abilities. The speaker paused, then asked with a weighty if he could speak to Seonghyeon with complete honesty. With a deliberate gesture, the speaker affirmed he had observed Seonghyeon's consistent, best efforts. Then came the blunt assessment: Seonghyeon's lack of acting talent was, to the speaker, a shame. Seonghyeon listened solemnly as the speaker explained his past harsh criticisms, born from that perceived lack of acting ability. The speaker acknowledged Choi Ye-chan's talent, but the qualifier hung heavy in the air. The speaker then revealed Choi Ye-chan's crucial weakness, his inability to effectively unite team members. And in stark comparison, the speaker's finger pointed directly at Seonghyeon, who glowed faintly, his qualities highlighted. With a cynical smile, Seonghyeon grasped the implication: he was valued not for his acting, but for his ability to unite, an ironic consolation. The speaker, now smiling, clearly placed his expectations on the team led by Seonghyeon, anticipating its success. Seonghyeon bowed deeply, promising the professor he would do his utmost, a new resolve set in his heart. A smirk played on Seonghyeon's lips as he thought, "I'll meet you in a different direction," hinting at an unconventional path. The dimly lit auditorium, filled with the soft murmur of unseen crowds, awaited its impending transformation. Backstage, Student 2's panic about the vast audience was gently soothed by Student 3, who calmly reminded her of their practiced readiness. Student 3 asked if he was nervous, and Seonghyeon paused, pondering the true nature of his racing heart. Excited, Seonghyeon declared, as the man with glasses, oblivious to the backstage fervor, remained absorbed in his tablet. His grip on his shirt tightened as Seonghyeon mentally prepared for this proper performance, his first before a real audience. His heart thumping a unique rhythm, Seonghyeon smirked, knowing his excitement stemmed from a very different, hidden reason. Backstage, Student 2 asked if Student 3 was looking for his parents, who confirmed they weren't coming to avoid further nerves. With a subtle sideways glance, Seonghyeon clarified his true target: not his parents, but a very specific individual. For Seonghyeon, the man with glasses was the fundamental aim of this entire task. This man with glasses possessed the industry's Midas touch, turning everything he encountered into a resounding hit. Found him, Seonghyeon thought with a smirk, his target now within his sights. The speaker announced the next act, Pierrot's Tears, praising their exceptional preparation even in a short time frame, as applause erupted. Student 2 cried out in a panic as their team was announced, but Student 3 calmly reassured her there was no need for nerves. With eyes closed and a soft rustle of movement, Seonghyeon's thoughts declared, "It's showtime." Under a dramatic spotlight, Seonghyeon stood in costume, deeply absorbed in a book, poised to begin his performance. His hand clasped a script meticulously filled with handwritten notes, a testament to his thorough preparation. A slight, confident smile graced Seonghyeon's face, betraying no hint of the intensity within. With a definitive click, Seonghyeon's hand turned the golden door handle, revealing the threshold to his grand entrance. Then, with a bright whoosh of light, Seonghyeon stepped into the ethereal glow of the stage, ready for his moment. The man with blonde hair reacted with stunned surprise to Seonghyeon's request that he sing a congratulatory song. "Please grant me this one favor," the blonde-haired man desperately pleaded, emphasizing that Seonghyeon alone possessed the ability. As his fist clenched with a visceral crunch, Seonghyeon felt the internal pain of being stabbed in the heart, while the blonde-haired man's smiling face blurred in the background. "But I still have to put up with it," Seonghyeon conceded with a wry nod and a sigh, accepting the situation despite his inner turmoil. Bathed in ethereal light, the woman in the wedding dress stood at the altar, her presence embodying this one momentous choice. A worried expression etched on her face, the woman in the wedding dress glanced back, her gaze filled with unspoken anxiety. "James," the woman whispered, a single, pivotal choice that would irrevocably change the ending of their story. And Seonghyeon, as James, offered a gentle smile, a quiet affirmation of his presence at this narrative's turning point. A few days prior, a man enthusiastically outlined the script's next steps, explaining how Leona would. Actress Minseo, holding the script, interjected, "Tell James that she loves him, right?" The man confirmed, explaining that James and Leona secretly loved each other since they were young, which was the setup. Actress Minseo, overwhelmed, exclaimed, "Ah, this is hard. This isn't love and war. Then why did Leona choose Pierrot?" The contemplative mood settled as it was revealed Leona and James's relationship was quite complicated. Across a dreamlike field of ethereal flowers, their youthful affection had blossomed since they were very young. Yet James, plagued by somber regret, lacked the courage to take that crucial step forward. The melancholic tension grew as Leona, sick and tired of eternally waiting for James, began to turn away. With a final, emotional glance back, she regretfully left him. In a joyful and romantic swirl of light and flowers, Leona chose to be with Pierrot instead. An empathetic, thoughtful question arose: how profoundly must he have felt? It was a reflective, melancholic moment, witnessing his first love's wedding unfold before him. A profound somberness and introspection settled over James as he looked down, lost in thought. Then, a focused melody began to unfurl from James's hands on the piano keys. James's voice, imbued with dramatic emotion, carried his bittersweet farewell, hail. And farewell. James, with intense and meaningful conviction, declared this was no simple song selection. His words, emotional and symbolic, described letting go of an unfulfilled love to welcome another. The narration clarified, in a contemplative tone, that the scene was not truly about Pierrot's blissful marriage. Instead, the audience was poised for a revelation as the scene was truly where. With emotional and impactful sincerity, James finally expressed his true feelings to Leona for the very first time. In an emotional and climactic address, James conceded, "Since you'll now be together forever." His deeply emotional plea, "Be happy," resonated profoundly through the audience. The reflective older man listened intently as James cautioned them not to be anxious like us in the past. With a poignant and sorrowful gesture, James offered his final, heart-wrenching, goodbye. His hand reached out, an emotional gesture filled with longing, as he whispered a final, lingering, goodbye. Leona's deeply sorrowful tears welled up, a testament to the profound impact of his words. A single melancholic tear traced a path down James's cheek as he looked away. A gentle applause echoed through the hall, marking the finality of the emotional performance as James bowed. An appreciative speaker praised all the performances, specifically mentioning how much he enjoyed. The speaker offered a formal appraisal, declaring the final piece, Pierrot's Tears, had gone beyond his expectations. Two chibi students, filled with enthusiastic admiration, exclaimed, "You were amazing," and wondered, "What did you do?" The speaker's voice boomed, officially concluding the test and commending all teams for a job well done. As students casually conversed in the hallway, one remarked, "That was really amazing, right? I almost cried when James sang." Student 2 agreed, even calling it, James Tears, while a chibi Seonghyeon astutely realized they had definitely got their eyes on that. In that reflective moment, Seonghyeon remembered the raw desperation he felt on stage. With a determined and hopeful internal resolve, his fist clenched, wishing to feel that intensity again someday. Suddenly, an unexpected impact jolted the tense, confrontational atmosphere. The intense, blonde-haired man seated, demanding, "How did you?" The man, radiating mysterious confidence, simply retorted, "Who knows?" The blonde-haired man suggested with a conversational smile, "Maybe it was because I was watching intently." Internal tension coiled within him, evident in his tightly clenched jaw. With a chaotic urgency, the blonde-haired man pushed past, shouting, "Move." A voice, filled with surprise and urgency, called out, "Actor Nim." With a formal yet eager demeanor, the blonde-haired man asked for his name, to which Seonghyeon replied, "I'm Lee Seonghyeon." As Seonghyeon analytically wondered why a section chief was there, the blonde-haired man speculated that their agency might be quite small. Before young Sequel from LD Entertainment could even finish his eager introduction, a chaotic shove pushed him aside. The older man, speaking with formal business directness, assumed his company was well known, while Seonghyeon internally noted that LD Entertainment was indeed a large company. The younger man, indignant, accused the older one of selling off his manners, insisting he had asked first in this competitive, underhanded chase. With aggressive, cutthroat cynicism, the older man challenged, "Does order exist in this field? Couldn't you see the disorder on the way here?" A smug, chibi Seonghyeon, observing the competitive fray, thought they had come sooner than expected with just one performance, proving how truly impressive he was. Yet, an intense, contemplative discernment told Seonghyeon that these were not the people he was truly looking for. As a new man smoothly approached with a question, an atmosphere of anticipation hung in the air. "The one I'm looking for is actor Lee Seonghyeon." Bae Youngjun from JK Entertainment burst forth with an energetic, eager introduction, a flashy reveal of his business card, asking, "Can we talk for a bit?" A cunning, triumphant grin spread across his face as he thought, "He's here." With polite professionalism, Seonghyeon accepted the business card, agreeing, "Of course." With a confident and amiable air, Lee Seonghyeon introduced himself, ready for what lay ahead. Bae Youngjun, the general manager of JK Entertainment's actor team, emerged as if summoned by fate, his formidable reputation preceding him. Under his guidance, every actor achieved stellar results from their debut dramas, a testament to his uncanny ability to polish nascent stars. Their ascent was swift, their breakout moments arriving with a striking, almost magical predictability. Every rookie managed by Bae Youngjun introduced themselves with this same eager, almost radiant, hope for a sparkling future. Yet, behind the scenes, there were always those who questioned the true depth of the talent, unsure if it was good enough. Within the pristine formality of the conference room, unseen tensions and unspoken judgments hung in the air as futures were quietly assessed. Even if a star's light flickered for a mere moment, their path was already written in the cosmic tapestry. A sense of eager anticipation hung in the bright room as one young man stood in startled surprise, observed by unseen judges. For those under his wing, success wasn't merely a goal, but a glittering destiny, culminating in golden accolades. On a grand stage bathed in the glow of triumph, a grateful actor passionately credited manager Bae Yongjun, whose unwavering trust illuminated his path to the end. With sparkling tears of pure joy, he offered a heartfelt, profound thanks that echoed the magnitude of his journey. Through these triumphs, Bae Yongjun solidified his place as a true legend in the fiercely competitive management world, gazing upon the glittering city like a king surveying his empire. Yet, even for a legend like him, the cosmic currents had to align perfectly for that one fated, immaculate moment. A sudden, deep sigh escaped him, a sound filled with the abrupt shock of an unexpected revelation. As he walked, his mind gnawed at the frustrating truth that true gems rarely lay exposed, questioning how many times his arduous labors had been for naught. A business card slid smoothly from one hand to another, a silent, swift exchange that sealed a potential future. Despite past frustrations, the present Bae Yongjun harbored an unshakable determination to unearth and cast a groundbreaking rookie. As he sat in the darkened auditorium, the perceived impossibility of finding genuine talent in such a mundane setting stung at his core, a sharp, internal throb of doubt. Then, his eyes snapped wide, a sudden, sparkling focal point in the darkness, as if a long-awaited vision had finally manifested. On the brightly illuminated stage, two figures commanded the spotlights, their performance a focal point of captivating wonder before the hushed audience. A sharp intake of breath marked his sudden, profound realization, the sheer excitement sparkling visibly around him. As a young man spoke on stage, Bae Yongjun's internal world erupted with a triumphant, undeniable declaration: he had found him. He rushed through the bright hallway, his swift, determined movement creating a flurry of urgent energy. With a crisp click, the phone was against his ear, and he barked, "Team leader. I found a great gem," he exclaimed, his joy sparkling, only to be met by a disbelieving voice on the phone questioning if he'd been drinking during the day. He quickly clarified, affirming his sober mind, explaining that among the student actors he'd seen today, one stood out as a remarkably gifted performer, sparkling with potential. Holding a small white card, Seonghyeon, the young man, contemplatively echoed the word actor, as if questioning the very essence of the title. With unwavering resolve, he insisted on an A-class contract, dismissing the furious pushback from the voice on the phone who deemed such terms insane for a rookie, affirming his belief that this talent was a true gem. While the voice on the phone still balked at the A-class contract, Bae Yongjun dropped a name that shattered their composure: "Young Sikwoo is on it too," eliciting a disbelieving gasp. With sparkling conviction, he confirmed the actor's identity and vowed to personally take full responsibility, marching forward with an unstoppable resolve. With each deliberate step, a quiet, internal voice mused, "Really?" Amidst the furious shouts of older men, a tense argument erupted over whether to truly test the unknown talent, leaving the younger observers wide-eyed in shocked silence. Seonghyeon repeated the name, actor Lee Seonghyeon, his expression serious, as if measuring the weight of the words. With a smooth, almost magnetic gesture, Bae Yongjun approached Seonghyeon, his smile hinting at an unexpected, pleasant turn of fate. With a wide, sparkling smile, Bae Yongjun of JK Entertainment extended his business card, inviting a fateful conversation. Seonghyeon held the card, his thoughts forming a quiet, reflective hum as he weighed the unexpected proposition. In a playful, stylized vision, a chibi Bae Yongjun enthusiastically outlined the immense support an LD debut would offer, leaving a chibi Seonghyeon utterly bewildered. A woman's words underscored the stark reality of the competition, highlighting how LD could instantly propel someone into a miniseries, leaving Bae Yongjun visibly shocked. With effervescent cheer, two women envisioned Seonghyeon's future as a flower path of success, joyfully demanding a celebratory, flower sirloin, to mark the occasion. In a whimsical, cartoonish dream, a chibi woman's surprised question left a chibi Bae Yongjun awkwardly stammering, his chibi counterpart squirming with embarrassment. The sight of a JK Entertainment business card brought forth a sharp question, highlighting the daunting dilemma of abandoning the formidable LD for a new, uncertain path. Seonghyeon smiled tentatively, his gaze distant as he considered the unfolding events, while Bae Yongjun offered a silent, reassuring presence. A clear, internal voice affirmed that no compelling reason remained to refuse. A few days later, fate's currents had shifted, leading them to a new urban landscape and a cafe simply named Mystery. In the cafe's muted hum, Bae Yongjun observed the contract's intricate clauses, remarking on its complexity before Seonghyeon offered to unravel it from the very beginning. Seonghyeon took a calm sip from his mug, silently signaling his comprehension before offering a quiet prompt for further discussion. His grip on the mug was firm as he asserted his decade of experience in the demanding field, a declaration rooted in profound personal history. His focused gaze reflected on his past, acknowledging that his time spent as a writer imbued him with unexpected foresight. His past as a writer meant he was no stranger to actors' contracts, the vast stacks of documents before him merely a familiar, if complex, landscape. Even with a brief glance at the exclusive contract for pop culture artist, he recognized its terms were dramatically, ridiculously advantageous for a mere rookie. With a focused sip, Bae Yongjun's discerning gaze immediately grasped the profound implications within the document. With a direct, concerned gaze, Bae Yongjun stated the undeniable truth: this was unequivocally not a contract for a rookie. Seonghyeon explained that while the contract offered exceptionally good terms for a rookie, the real challenge lay in matching the unparalleled level of support offered by LD. A wave of deep frustration washed over Bae Yongjun, the realization hitting hard that they simply could not match LD's overwhelming support. However, with a fierce clench of his fist, an unyielding resolve hardened within him, he would ensure the actor could play any role he desired. In a dramatic, almost theatrical flourish, Bae Yongjun suddenly bolted upright and bowed deeply, loudly declaring his absolute best, leaving Seonghyeon utterly startled. In a playful chibi moment, a blushing Bae Yongjun awkwardly scratched his head, realizing his exaggerated display, as Seonghyeon kindly urged him to simply take a seat. The touch of Seonghyeon's hand on the document, a recognition from the future Midas himself, solidified his calm assertion that the contract's terms were undeniably excellent, leaving a chibi Bae Yongjun utterly surprised. With a resolute smile and a sparkling aura, Seonghyeon declared his intention to sign the contract, embracing the path laid before him. A dazed, soft gasp escaped Bae Yongjun, utterly bewildered by the unexpected ease of the moment. An overwhelming wave of joyous relief surged through him, erupting in a wide, sparkling smile. As Seonghyeon signed the document, he secured not only the legendary guidance of Bae Yongjun but also the most exceptional contract terms imaginable, a perfect alignment for his journey. With the signed contract, all lingering concerns became an extravagant, unnecessary luxury, banished by the tangible reality of a new future. With an enthusiastic flourish, Bae Yongjun declared a formal request to take good care of Mr. Actor Lee Seonghyeon, a sentiment Seonghyeon found himself equally prepared to voice. Their hands met in a firm, sparkling clasp, sealing the agreement as Seonghyeon formally requested, "Please take good care of me, manager Bae Yongjun." The man with glasses announced his departure with a soft rustle, signaling the start of a new phase. With a sudden upright movement, the man with glasses eagerly asked Seonghyeon if he wanted to tour the company, catching him completely by surprise. Seonghyeon's simple query, the company, belied the sudden turn of events now unfolding before him. The formidable, contemporary structure of the company building loomed, a testament to the scope of Seonghyeon's new world. The man with glasses proudly hailed the building as one of the finest, and Seonghyeon, subtly surveying his new environment, readily conceded its sheer scale. Seonghyeon inwardly mused that the building structure remained unchanged from his memories 13 years hence, reassuring him he wouldn't get lost, a curious glance masking his anachronistic knowledge. He pressed the elevator button for the 4th floor with a decisive click, informing Seonghyeon that the actor's practice room awaited him, likely for his exclusive use for some time. "By the way," the man with glasses inquired, "are there any genres you prefer to pursue?" as a faint vibrating sound punctuated the casual question. The man with glasses, citing Seonghyeon's youth and looks, suggested a romantic comedy, and Seonghyeon, with a subtle shift, conceded that a rom-com seemed acceptable. While the man with glasses mused over the rom-com idea, Seonghyeon, with a thoughtful hum, began to articulate a deeper, unspoken request. With a confident smile, Seonghyeon boldly asked if he could review every available script for any role. The man with glasses could only manage a startled, "huh," in response to the unexpected demand. Seonghyeon explained his simple enjoyment of reading scripts, emphasizing with a clear burst that this would be his very first acting role. The man with glasses, wide-eyed, expressed concern about the sheer volume of scripts Seonghyeon was proposing to read. With a confident nod and sparkling resolve, Seonghyeon insisted he must meticulously select the project that would truly make him shine. Seonghyeon, with a casual smile, then added another question to his list of unusual requests: "Is there an audiovisual room?" For Seonghyeon, watching and analyzing others' performances was more than a pastime, it was a deeply contemplative study. He revealed this intense analytical process was simply one of his fundamental hobbies. He believed that such observation could impart invaluable lessons for an actor's craft. "Audiovisual room?" "Ah, this way," the man with glasses responded, a soft click perhaps indicating their next step into the somewhat mysterious space. Just then, a door burst open, revealing an actress who seemed as surprised by their presence as they were by hers. Her long, brown hair seemed to shimmer, emphasizing a presence that felt almost dreamlike. Her eye, wide with surprise, sparkled with an almost otherworldly glow. Seonghyeon's own features registered a clear, soft surprise. In a flash of recognition, Seonghyeon uttered her name in disbelief, "Bae Minseo." Her surprise lingered, framed by sparkling light and an almost ethereal grace. A chibi man with glasses chirped his surprise at her presence, to which Minseo playfully admitted she had believed herself alone in the bright corridor. The man with glasses, observing her smile, mused that Minseo, despite her youth, was already the same person she would become in the future. Minseo, noting his quick recognition, playfully wondered if he was perhaps a fan. Seonghyeon readily affirmed his fandom, having listened to all her songs from the first single, eliciting a delighted, "whoa," from Minseo, while the man with glasses internally noted her newfound, charming Egyo. Minseo bowed deeply amidst sparkling light, radiating pure happiness as she thanked him, while a chibi man with glasses silently acknowledged her visible joy. Seonghyeon warmly praised Minseo's acting in her music video, expressing a genuine desire to learn from her craft. "Oh, are you perhaps, in the acting team?" Minseo asked, her surprise mirrored by Seonghyeon's quiet confirmation that this was indeed his very first contract. Minseo then revealed her own original dream of acting, lamenting with soft regret that her perceived inability forced her to become a singer instead. A flustered chibi man with glasses attempted to deny her words, only for Minseo's chibi to playfully declare, "I'm just kidding." The narrator revealed a profound truth, minor details, meticulously woven, ultimately combined to form the essence of a character. A deeper question lingered: what did she truly mean by claiming she couldn't act? Seonghyeon, with a charming smile, assured her, "Your acting is great, even now," reflecting on his past inability to truly shape a character. But now, a profound clarity had settled, allowing him to truly read a character's deepest emotions. Minseo recoiled in shock, as if he had voiced a truth she desperately concealed, that within a seemingly happy person, a profound darkness often lay hidden. The man with glasses flusteredly tried to reassure Minseo not to be discouraged, insisting she would act soon, and that any troubles could always be confided in her manager. Minseo, to everyone's relief, burst into bright laughter. Minseo playfully assured him she knew to tell her manager about serious matters, and with a subtle shift, he smiled, telling her not to worry too much. With an alluring wink and a subtle movement, Minseo began to hint at her next, unexpected request. "Can you lend me your phone?" she asked, her subtle movement anticipating his surprised agreement. Seonghyeon simply handed his phone over. Amidst the excellent unfolding events, Seonghyeon remained deep in thought. "Ah, right," the man with glasses exclaimed, nodding repeatedly with a cheerful understanding. With a truly charming smile, Minseo returned his phone, then playfully asked if she could call him Appa. Seonghyeon, with a soft, warm smile, readily agreed. Minseo cheerfully bid them goodbye with light footsteps, promising to meet again, and Seonghyeon echoed her parting sentiment. The man with glasses could only utter a single, amazed word. He gasped in utter shock, realizing that Minseo's personal number was typically reserved only for her manager and their CEO. With a sudden insight, the man with glasses inwardly praised Seonghyeon's undeniable charm, a subtle smile playing on the actor's lips. A chibi man with glasses playfully queried Seonghyeon, sensing his pensive expression. Seonghyeon offered a gentle smile, a quiet prelude to his inner thoughts. With a radiant sparkle, Seonghyeon affirmed he, too, was eagerly anticipating the future. A few calm days later, the future began to unfold. The door squeaked open as the man with glasses urgently announced his arrival to the team leader. The older man welcomed them in, and manager Bae announced that Seonghyeon was also present. Park Juno formally introduced himself, shaking Seonghyeon's hand, who noted internally that the man hadn't changed at all. Park Juno then questioned if Seonghyeon had indeed wished to review every possible scenario. Park Juno smoothly presented a script, urging Seonghyeon to pick one, prompting a curious inquiry from the writer. Manager Bae, feeling sharply overlooked, awkwardly questioned his own role in the decision. Seonghyeon's desire to personally select the scenario stemmed from a deeper purpose. He assured them his intentions held no ulterior motive, expressing genuine gratitude. Park Juno gave a quick, pointed glance, wondering if Seonghyeon had subtly questioned the company's capabilities. While Park Juno dismissed it as routine, Seonghyeon declared that despite the unpleasant first meeting, he simply needed his abilities acknowledged. Park Juno then recommended a specific scenario, explaining that other scripts were still being prepared. Reading The Prince Lives in the Semi-Basement, Seonghyeon conceded the character was not bad and the scene charming, but an underlying concern lingered. With a sudden, resolute declaration, Seonghyeon stated he could not do the work, leaving the team leader in utter shock. The startling truth was revealed: the work was undeniably a plagiarized creation. The ghost of plagiarism hung heavy over The Prince Lives in the Semi-Basement. Accused of plagiarizing from a new writers' contest, Seonghyeon, in character as James, solemnly admitted he had nothing to say. A sudden plagiarism controversy erupted, a writer's greatest fear, with rookie writer Ms. A claiming her contest work was stolen and evidence suggesting star writer B covered it up with money. The phone rang relentlessly as Park Juno angrily distanced himself, yet officially, the controversy concluded without legal penalty. Students openly expressed their disappointment and confusion, lamenting the actor's potential knowledge and the messy copyright issue. Seonghyeon firmly reiterated his refusal to ever begin a project tainted in such a way. Park Juno insisted it was a good opportunity even if the role was disappointing, completely unaware that manager Bae was internally noting how natural his ignorance was given the script's quality. Manager Bae playfully dismissed the annoyed chibi team leader, already anticipating the controversy once the work aired in a few months. A subtle, knowing smile played upon his lips, hinting at deeper machinations. Seonghyeon sparkled with renewed confidence, certain that a far better opportunity awaited him. He knew, with quiet conviction, that his choice would eventually be understood. Manager Bae intently absorbed the contents of a document. Seonghyeon, too, thoughtfully examined the document held within his grasp. Park Juno expressed his profound disappointment, deeming the situation an utter waste. Manager Bae eagerly presented a new work, asking Seonghyeon for his thoughts on it. A sudden gasp of realization escaped Seonghyeon's lips. The bold, intense title, Checkmaker, declared itself. A grim backstory unfolded, revealing an orphanage rife with unimaginable corruption. A young boy huddled in the desolate darkness, a symbol of profound vulnerability. Two young souls, bound by the same harrowing ordeal in that dark place, now stood together. Their hands clasped, a silent testament to a shared past and an enduring struggle. Yet, their shared history would propel them down starkly different paths. Years later, a shocking discovery fueled their rage. Go Tae-sik, their childhood abuser and orphanage director, was now running for president. Scarred and determined, the two men seized Go Tae-sik, resolved to drag him to the justice he deserved. Seonghyeon affirmed the work's captivating nature, praising its well-crafted scenarios and fascinating characters. He then singled out the character Choi Jin-seong, whose confident demeanor and scar hinted at a compelling story. A gentle, satisfied smile played on Seonghyeon's face, bathed in a soft, approving sparkle. With fierce resolve, a man vowed to personally handle the villain Go Tae-sik, instructing another to remain silent. A challenging voice cut through the air, questioning if one was truly the best among them. A man offered to shoulder the burden of the past, urging the other to live brightly, claiming it would ultimately be his own aid. With a triumphant surge of excitement, Seonghyeon declared, "This is it." Seonghyeon eagerly requested details about the work, and Manager Bae, though hesitant about his memory, recalled a cumulative viewership of 2.8 million. Manager Bae continued, estimating the production cost at approximately 3 billion won, and revealing that open auditions were underway for 2 vacant supporting roles. Seonghyeon smiled subtly, approving of the firm's impressive track record. Seonghyeon eagerly asked if the role of Choi Jin-seong was among the vacant parts, and Manager Bae enthusiastically confirmed its availability. With a determined smile, Seonghyeon addressed Manager Bae Youngjun. He declared his fierce desire to secure the role of Choi Jin-seong. A soft gasp escaped Manager Bae's lips, as he resignedly accepted that the decision was made. With a click of the door, the frustrated Park Juno announced his departure. Park Juno cleared his throat, then with unexpected determination, declared he would immediately apply for the open audition. Seonghyeon, concerned, asked if Manager Bae was alright, whose hand paused abruptly in shock. Manager Bae slyly confessed he, too, had been against the previous work, and explained that the team leader had suspected him of coercion. No one had foreseen the looming plagiarism controversy until the very day the work was aired, causing widespread shock. Manager Bae acknowledged the team leader's anger over passing on a hit, but expressed astonishment at Seonghyeon's intuitive recognition of the plagiarized work. Manager Bae playfully reminded him that he had also chosen this new work, urging him to focus intensely on his role as an actor. Seonghyeon smiled with knowing confidence, reflecting on his innate ability to perceive people and recognize truly exceptional work. As his unique senses steadily built, shaping their future, Seonghyeon offered a grateful, "Yes, thank you." Seonghyeon's hand clenched the script, a desperate resolve echoing within him to truly understand the character. He peered into the script, a quiet contemplation settling over his features. He wondered why Choi Jin-seong uttered those lines, knowing that some emotions had to be drawn from the depths of his own interpretation, beyond what the scenario explicitly stated. This was the crucible, the forging of unique qualities that would set him apart from every other aspiring actor. He meticulously crafted, each stroke of his pen bringing the character closer to a complete existence. A frown creased Seonghyeon's brow as he mused, while interpretation was key, there was something subtly different about this Choi Jin-seong. He shot a sharp glance over his shoulder, an instinct born of keen observation. The Choi Jin-seong he would manifest would transcend all others. And so, he vowed to conquer roles, one by one, shaping his destiny. Outside, a car's brakes squealed sharply, bringing it to a halt. Actor Seonghyeon, the man with glasses announced, "We've arrived." With a resolute, "Okay," Seonghyeon's hand clicked the door open, a silent promise to change everything. He stepped out, a determined smile on his face, ready to revolutionize the Korean entertainment industry. The corridor ahead buzzed with an indistinct clamor. Seonghyeon entered a busy waiting area, a low hum of voices filling the air. He thought there were more people than he had anticipated, as an eager voice from the crowd called out, "Actor Nim. You're confident, right?" the man with glasses asked, a supportive smile on his face. Of course, Seonghyeon affirmed, a surge of inner resolve confirming he could always do better than before. Number 17, please come in, an older man called out, and Seonghyeon subtly drew a sharp breath in anticipation. As Seonghyeon walked away, the man with glasses cheered, good luck, actor Nim. With measured, confident footsteps, Seonghyeon advanced down the hallway, the distant cheer of fighting echoing in his ears. The door gave a long, drawn-out creak as his hand pushed it open. Yes, welcome, the older man with glasses greeted as Seonghyeon stepped into the bright, professional audition room. Seonghyeon introduced himself, stating he would perform the role of Choi Jin-seong, and the older man offered him the flexibility to perform impromptu or act out a specific scene. Then I will do the 17th scene. Seonghyeon declared with a confident smile, amusing the older man who remarked on the number's coincidence. As Seonghyeon closed his eyes, his mind's eye projected scene 17, the school days of Choi Jin-seong and Park Kong-soo. The rooftop fight. In a vivid flash, the two characters tumbled from the rooftop, engulfed in a dramatic burst of light. The narrative delved into Choi Jin-seong's unresolved resentment, questioning whether his feelings were rage, relief, or even affection, before emphasizing that the Choi Jin-seong of Seonghyeon's acting would be distinct. The disheveled actor, embodying Choi Jin-seong, gasped, "Did I win?" The other, portraying Park Kong-soo, retorted confidently, "What are you talking about? I won, your hair is a mess right now." Choi Jin-seong, though disheveled, playfully shot back, "What do you mean? You look like quite a mess too." A shared laugh erupted from both actors as they jokingly questioned the point of their fight. Exhausted, one declared he couldn't continue, while the other insisted they fight again to decide the true winner. An unexpected warmth settled between them as one man looked upon the other with a gentle smile. Let's do that, the man agreed reflectively, sealing their future encounter. Seonghyeon stood before the panel, the bright room now charged with expectant silence. "That was amazing," the older man exclaimed to the woman next to him, who, though impressed, noted the portrayal differed from the screenplay. The woman, Shin Joo-hee, gasped in confusion, declaring, "It's different from the Choi Jin-seong that I know." She paused, her brow furrowed in thought, struggling to articulate her unexpected reaction. A wave of anxiety washed over Seonghyeon as he wondered if his carefully crafted Choi Jin-seong had failed. The possibility lingered, an unseen hand reaching out for clarity. "Could you act out the scene again?" Shin Joo-hee urgently requested, her expression earnest. The woman was Shin Joo-hee, the renowned writer leading the noir genre, yet Seonghyeon remained impassive. Her fingers clattered across the keyboard, an incessant rhythm fueled by an insatiable drive for more. She poured herself into her work, relentlessly striving to overcome her creative limits. It was through this tireless dedication that her masterpiece, Checkmaker, was born. The character she had devoted the most thought and effort to. It was not the main character, Park Kong-soo, but his enigmatic friend, Choi Jin-seong. He was merely a supporting character of little significance, usually overlooked by established actors. "Yes, thank you," Shin Joo-hee replied, her surprise evident, as the narration described a character too complex. Too complex for even seasoned rookies to fully express within Checkmaker. "I'm Lee Seonghyeon, and I did Choi Jin-seong's role," he stated, a knowing glance cast towards the panel. But as Seonghyeon stood, facing Shin Joo-hee, the air grew thick with anticipation. "Choi Jin-seong," she uttered, a profound gasp escaping her lips as her eyes widened in astonishment. A dramatic drum beat underscored her disbelief, he actually appeared. The celebratory facade of Go Tae-sik's political ascent was meticulously observed by Park Kong-soo. Driven by an unseen purpose, Park Kong-soo set out to locate Choi Jin-seong amidst an air of growing tension. Park Kong-soo leaned in, confessing that a secret burden, one he could entrust only to Choi Jin-seong, now weighed upon him. With unwavering resolve, Park Kong-soo declared that the malevolent influence of Go Tae-sik must be contained before it could corrupt the world. Having once sacrificed his freedom for loyalty, Choi Jin-seong now entered a profound moment of decision. Choi Jin-seong acknowledged the indelible marks his past choices had left upon him. With a definitive clench of his hand, he accepted that his past was beyond absolution. Choi Jin-seong declared with energetic confidence that they would pursue Go Tae-sik, certain their combined strength surpassed any rival. Park Kong-soo issued a direct challenge, daring any stronger adversaries to reveal themselves. Choi Jin-seong spoke of a coming feast, a celebration for their inevitable capture of Go Tae-sik. As they walked under the bright city sky, Choi Jin-seong affirmed their unwavering purpose, for the sake of the country itself. An unexpected gasp escaped the man with the ponytail as he was utterly awestruck. The man with the ponytail marveled that the performance, initially confined to the audition, had effortlessly translated into a vivid, living reality. With deliberate steps, Seonghyeon advanced through the hushed room, his presence commanding attention. The man with the ponytail addressed the director, his voice signaling an important interjection. The woman in the hoodie declared her absolute condition, she would only proceed with the movie if Seonghyeon took the lead. Seonghyeon, caught in a sparkling shimmer of thought, pondered if the book's power had allowed him to truly embody Choi Jin-seong. An ethereal book, its pages glowing with an inner light, held untold secrets of enchantment. The man with the ponytail readily agreed, a sentiment echoed by the writer in the hoodie. He expressed a hopeful wish to see Seonghyeon embody Choi Jin-seong again, even if the role was not yet fully confirmed. Seonghyeon remained poised before the seated panel, the weight of their collective gaze an unseen force. Seonghyeon bowed deeply, a heartfelt "thank you," reflecting his profound appreciation. The woman in the hoodie shifted subtly, a quiet adjustment to the changing dynamic in the room. Seonghyeon offered his business card, extending an invitation for collaboration or discussion about the drama. Internally noting her unwavering conviction in her scripts, Seonghyeon then voiced his sincere thanks to the writer. The man with the ponytail, a knowing smile playing on his lips, speculated that the writer held a particularly high regard for Seonghyeon. Shin Joo-hee's name, emblazoned on a sparkling business card, brought to mind a past professional distance due to their differing fields. What was once an inconsequential name had now transformed, holding a new and vital significance. Seonghyeon, holding the business card with a confident smile, envisioned the profound impact Shin Joo-hee's compelling stories would have on his burgeoning career. A voice echoed through the empty space, calling out Seonghyeon's name with an eager cadence. The man with glasses clicked his tongue eagerly, pressing Seonghyeon for details on the audition's outcome and the general mood. Seonghyeon offered a vaguely positive assessment, prompting an immediate, curious follow-up from the man with glasses. Seonghyeon casually revealed the surprising invitation to contact the writer directly regarding her work, the implications of which slid into place. The man with glasses erupted in disbelieving laughter, while Seonghyeon internally chided himself for having already revealed too much. Seonghyeon smiled subtly, filled with a quiet resolve to showcase the depths of his abilities. The man with glasses eagerly pursued Seonghyeon down the bright hallway, demanding more details with fervent excitement. After the audition, time itself seemed to accelerate, rushing forward. A lively hum of conversation and movement filled the bustling lobby. A man carrying a megaphone swept past, an indicator of the active preparations underway. Two observers wondered about the unfamiliar figure who moved with such confident familiarity through the bustling set. Seonghyeon flinched internally, sensing the silent question of whether he was just another rookie backed by a powerful agency. Seonghyeon laughed lightly, resolving to arrive early and greet everyone, as the grand news confirmed his casting as Choi Jin-seong, Park Kang-soo's crucial friend. Seonghyeon introduced himself as a rookie actor, expressing his eager anticipation of working alongside everyone. A woman with dark, short hair laughed, praising his good looks and predicting his future success, while an older woman humorously added that he reminded her of her youth. Seonghyeon glanced around, a quiet satisfaction settling over him, confident he had made a strong first impression. The writer in the hoodie offered a warm welcome, which Seonghyeon, in a playful chibi form, returned with an enthusiastic greeting. As Seonghyeon thanked her for the casting, the writer humbly redirected his gratitude, acknowledging her own and director Jin So-won's shared stubbornness in their creative process. Seonghyeon's acting, infused with a magical resonance, had captivated the director's very soul, underscoring the unique power of film. Yet, unlike the fixed nature of dramas, the world of movies left everything open to change. The subtle yet pervasive influence of relationships could arbitrarily inflate or diminish a role's significance, a truth the serious-faced actor seemed to absorb. Song Chan-hyuk, a seasoned actor with 50 films under his belt now taking his first lead as Park Kang-soo, voiced his suspicion about a rookie being cast as Choi Jin-seong, questioning their connection to the writer. Song Chan-hyuk's hand unconsciously reached for his shoulder as a chilling thought whispered, "Be nervous, he might slowly usurp your standing." Min Hana, the musical world's Madonna making her first media appearance, analyzed the rookie's swift rise and his apparent skill, noting his unlikely connection to the writer. Min Hana, in exaggerated chibi form, sharply dismissed the notion, questioning just how good any rookie could truly be. Song Chan-hyuk's determined eyes confirmed his understanding, it was precisely why the acting world churned with such intense undercurrents. The air among actors was perpetually thick with unspoken jealousy, a constant, low thrum beneath the surface. A decade of minor roles had culminated in this hard-won moment, a testament to relentless perseverance. An abrupt engine sliced through the busy set, halting the take. Song Chan-hyuk winced as something violently struck nearby, a sudden, startling impact. The furious director berated Song Chan-hyuk for his mistake, prompting a quick, submissive apology. He reflected on the countless humiliations and crushing setbacks he had endured, all in his unyielding pursuit of a meaningful role. A cutting remark implied that Song Chan-hyuk's roles were gained through connections, before the announcement of a brief break before the script reading. The crushing reality reverberated, this world offered no easy path. Song Chan-hyuk's grim expression cast a sudden tension, drawing a surprised gaze from Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's hand clenched, his thoughts turning to a fierce determination to protect his hard-won position from any potential usurpers. Song Chan-hyuk's smirk held a dark promise of retribution, vowing to teach his rival a harsh lesson. Two men exchanged enthusiastic greetings as Seonghyeon observed them from a distance, a silent witness to their camaraderie. Kim Jae-ho, a former theater actor renowned as one of 10 million with solid skills, asserted his good standing before revealing his casting as Go Tae-sik in Checkmaker. Seonghyeon, internally acknowledging the expected but still impressive talent before him, resolved to ensure their collaboration was a success. A profound tension, one he had never perceived when observing Song Chan-hyuk, began to surface within him. This elusive feeling finally became clear, crystallized by the sheer presence of Kim Jae-ho. A chibi Seonghyeon pondered, wondering if this was the fabled power of 10 million actors, a formidable force rarely seen. Kim Jae-ho's deliberate footsteps approached, drawing closer to Seonghyeon. Kim Jae-ho's greeting, "Hello, writer," caught Seonghyeon by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. Shin Joo-hee cordially greeted Kim Jae-ho, her welcome extending to their joint work ahead. A chibi Kim Jae-ho, effusively grateful, bowed low as a chibi Shin Joo-hee playfully acknowledged his well-known acting prowess. Kim Jae-ho then turned his questioning gaze towards Seonghyeon, prompting Shin Joo-hee to begin an introduction. Seonghyeon, bowing with a nervous smile, introduced himself as a rookie actor, asking for their care. With a quick, subtle glance, Seonghyeon assessed the reaction to his introduction. Kim Jae-ho remained silent after Seonghyeon's introduction, his expression unreadable as Shin Joo-hee observed him gently. He recalled the painstaking effort to find a script that immediately captivated him amidst the constant deluge of new material. He had found himself engrossed in a script, settling into a cozy corner with its pages in hand. With animated enthusiasm, Kim Jae-ho declared over the phone his fervent desire for the role of Go Tae-sik. However, the script for Checkmaker promised to be more than just another piece. Being chosen for the role of Go Tae-sik had made the initial character analysis flow seamlessly, yet a hidden complication was on the horizon. A manager relayed writer Shin Joo-hee's concern that Kim Jae-ho's character interpretation was too strong, a criticism Kim Jae-ho defiantly dismissed, questioning if she doubted his acting skills. With defiant conviction, Kim Jae-ho challenged the writer's concern about his ability to blend into the ensemble. Shin Joo-hee expressed genuine surprise, realizing the validity of a point she had previously overlooked. Shin Joo-hee attributed the idea to Seonghyeon, suggesting that overly detailed character settings should be removed, a humble opinion Seonghyeon readily dismissed as merely his own. Kim Jae-ho praised the suggestion, agreeing it would make the characters feel alive, and humorously noted Shin Joo-hee's flattered reaction to his trust in a rookie's input over hers. With a sudden, emphatic directive, Kim Jae-ho urged everyone to do their absolute best. An eager colleague greeted Kim Jae-ho, who reciprocated the pleasantry with a smile and a wave. Seonghyeon's expression shifted, settling into a look of serious contemplation. Seonghyeon candidly expressed his weariness with someone's stubbornness, despite their acting skill, catching Shin Joo-hee by surprise. He mused that an inherent difference in interpretation always existed between writers and actors, surprised to discover the rumored animosity was even more profound than he had imagined. 29, a chibi Shin Joo-hee worried, realizing the filming ahead would be far more challenging than she had anticipated. Narration transition. Director Jin So-won introduced himself with a broad smile, conveying his enthusiasm for their months of collaboration. Shin Joo-hee, the writer of Checkmaker, then announced her commitment to work alongside the director until the very end, asking for their collective care. A round of applause filled the meeting room as everyone acknowledged the introductions. Kim Jae-ho, embodying Go Tae-sik, urged everyone to work hard and persevere until the project's completion. Song Chan-hyuk, cast as Park Kang-soo, enthusiastically declared his determination to excel in his first lead role. A hand rested with quiet tension on the armrest of a chair. Seonghyeon confidently introduced himself as the actor chosen to portray Choi Jin-seong. With a profound bow, Seonghyeon conveyed his earnest request for their cooperation and understanding. Shin Joo-hee thoughtfully observed Seonghyeon, impressed by his blend of politeness and unwavering confidence, musing that he seemed far from a mere rookie as quiet applause filled the air. With a radiant confidence, Seonghyeon braced himself as the script reading for Checkmaker was about to commence. The movie, it was clear, possessed an intrinsic destiny for success, regardless of any obstacles. At its heart lay a meticulously organized and compelling scenario. The main character, portrayed by Song Chan-hyuk, commanded both striking appearance and formidable acting skills, whose line about ending things without goodbyes underscored the undeniable chemistry between Song Chan-hyuk and Minda. Minda, embodying her character, challenged her counterpart by questioning his prior dismissal of women like her. The narration praised Song Chan-hyuk's sly acting as he flirtatiously parried Minda's challenge, expressing admiration for her attractive qualities and predicting his undeniable impact on the audience. Minda, maintaining her sly demeanor, continued her character's dialogue, questioning if he truly needed a more demure woman. His character passionately rejected the notion of needing a modest woman, instead professing his desire for a spirited girl like her to be by his side as two hands intertwined with unspoken promise. He murmured his appreciation for her compelling gaze, observing her across the dimly lit bar. Minda challenged him about her gaze, to which he playfully likened it to a thug's before proclaiming the scene's passionate climax, and then kiss. Seonghyeon, stunned by the intense reading, acknowledged that such a physical act wouldn't truly occur in a mere script reading, even as his perception of the scene shattered. After all, the very essence of the production rested within the script's pages. With a determined glint in his eye, Seonghyeon knew that the moment had arrived for him to take the stage. As Seonghyeon focused intensely on another man, an electric spark seemed to radiate from the target of his gaze, creating a palpable tension in the air. Seonghyeon delivered an intense, piercing glare, his eyes burning with an unspoken purpose. The scene introduced Park Kong-soo, a character known for his powerful connections. Park Kong-soo, upon hearing news of Go Tae-sik's presidential bid, had fallen into a heavy drink, only to be ambushed by gangsters shortly after. An assailant called out from the shadows of the alley, demanding the attention of the man before him. The man slowly turned his head, a question mark etched onto his face. The assailant confronted him as Prosecutor Park, reminding him of the imprisonment he had caused them. The man, unwavering, dismissed their grievances about sending criminals to jail, urging them to leave, which only annoyed the frustrated assailants. The angry assailant threatened violence, his arm raised, demanding a reaction from the prosecutor. A swift punch was thrown towards the man. The man deftly countered the assault with a forceful kick to the assailant's foot. The attacker cried out in pain as he fell, clutching his kicked foot, while his companions expressed their surprise and the target coolly observed. Seonghyeon, portraying Park Kong-soo, spoke with a sly smile, menacingly addressing the assailant about disrespecting a prosecutor, eliciting a shocked, "What?" from the character of Prosecutor Han. Seonghyeon, now delivering a powerful line as Choi Jin-seong, questioned if such aggressors could ever truly communicate. With a sly, knowing smile, Seonghyeon offered a profound commentary on the sheer quality of that acting. The man with purple hair registered a quiet, almost internal, surprise as if a new thought had sparked within his mind. Seonghyeon, the writer, explained that merely reading lines and analyzing characters was something anyone could achieve. He elaborated, stressing that an actor's most crucial factor was the alchemical ability to transform the role into a true extension of themselves. A silent resolve hardened in the man's gaze as he processed the implications of those words. His jaw ground with an audible crack, an internal declaration that he would not be pushed back any further, especially not by a rookie. The man with purple hair sheepishly asked Jin-sung for a little help, admitting his embarrassment. He tapped a finger to his lips, a sly smile hinting at an underlying mischievousness as he cautioned against being too loud. The man in a white shirt, with a conspiratorial smile, declared their audacious plan to capture Go Tae-sik and devour the very country. Seonghyeon reacted with a gasp, utterly awestruck by what he had just witnessed. Inside the vehicle, a man exclaimed in disbelief, while the man with purple hair reacted with an almost cartoonish jolt of surprise. A hand gripped something tightly, the sound of crumpling paper hinting at suppressed tension or anger. The man with purple hair and the young actor exchanged compliments and thanks, both acknowledging their hard work and skill. Seonghyeon stretched with a long sigh, the physical release mirroring an inner exhaustion as the session finally concluded. His eyes widened, a sudden, blinding flash of realization piercing through him. The man with purple hair fixed him with a stern, glaring look, a current of suspicion sparking around him. The man with glasses leaned in, his hushed whispers revealing that Song Chan-hyuk seemed wary of Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon was startled, realizing that Song Chan-hyuk's dislike had become so pronounced it had even reached the manager's ears. The man with glasses, jolted, quickly confirmed a request as he addressed the manager. With a slight smile, Seonghyeon expressed his desire to meet with actor Song Chan-hyuk separately before filming began. The chibi man with glasses reacted with wide-eyed surprise, his small form exaggerating the shock. A hand rested upon a script, as the narration emphasized that beyond a well-written story and superb acting, the essential chemistry between performers was paramount. As the manager cheerfully invited Seonghyeon, the writer worried internally that the lack of chemistry would inevitably compromise their work portraying best friends. A soft click echoed, signaling a door opening or closing. The young actor announced his arrival to Seonghyeon with a slight air of surprise. The man with purple hair offered a friendly greeting as a chibi representation of the young actor waved back in kind. The man with purple hair offered to order, but the young actor declined, asserting his manager would bring their drinks, swiftly changing the subject. He then provocatively challenged the young actor, telling him to admit directly if he desired friendship. The young actor's expression twisted into an awkward, faintly smiling discomfort. The man with purple hair smugly smirked, admitting he was quite high maintenance. The young actor scoffed, a single, unimpressed, "ha" escaping his lips. The man with purple hair playfully dismissed his previous remark as a joke, then smoothly suggested exchanging phone numbers. The young actor forced a laugh, his internal thoughts seething with frustration at the insincerity. The young actor smiled, as the man with purple hair offered his thanks. A hand clutched a phone, the very gesture betraying the man's attempt to feign relaxation. The man with purple hair smiled with closed eyes, his manager's inquiries about his schedule punctuated by faint taps, yet a deeper, hidden anxiety remained perceivable. Beneath the surface, his anxiety pulsed, a silent current unseen by most. The man with purple hair responded that he had no other schedules, as he was still just a rookie. The man with purple hair shook the young actor's hand, complimenting his acting and predicting a busy future. The young actor's hand rested on the table, his internal thought revealing a profound fear. The man with purple hair leaned in with a malicious smile, predicting that everyone would only notice Seonghyeon. The young actor advised the man to take it easy, his expression thoughtful and somewhat uneasy. The man with purple hair smiled smugly, offering advice as a senior. A hand pointed downwards, as narration proclaimed that the main character must always be spotlighted, questioning the confusion that arises if a friend suddenly stands out. The narrative voice concluded that such an imbalance would only leave the audience utterly bewildered. The man with purple hair condescendingly pointed out that someone who simply appeared out of nowhere was trying to usurp the main character's role. The young actor's fist clenched, his internal monologue questioning the meaning of those words. The young actor listened intently as the man with purple hair explained that the main character's friend, or even the main character itself, were all characters within the work. The man with purple hair looked thoughtful, emphasizing that sections could truly stand out depending on the specific angle and scene. An angry, impatient eye glared, demanding an explanation for someone's tardiness. The woman apologized for the long line while serving drinks, as narration proclaimed that a supporting role, while acting, must exude its own unique charm within the given moment. The man with purple hair sipped his drink with a sly smile, embodying the idea of a supporting role powerful enough to consume the main character's spotlight. He instructed the young actor not to seek individual attention, but rather to comprehend the work as a cohesive whole. The young actor smiled, acknowledging that he fully understood the man's intentions. The man with purple hair claimed to offer this guidance for Seonghyeon's own good, but Seonghyeon internally dismissed his words as powerless against his deep desperation. The young actor confidently declared his unyielding resolve not to back down. With a determined smile, the young actor stated his clear understanding of what was truly vital to the work. The man with purple hair looked on, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the young actor's pronouncement. The man with purple hair smiled slyly, as the narration spoke of a supporting role so compelling it refused to fade behind the main character. The man with purple hair gestured animatedly, promising to make that statement a reality, while the young actor avoided his intense gaze. The young actor, his resolve solidified, vowed to make that vision come true, the man with purple hair's smiling reflection shimmering ominously in his mug. The grand first day of filming for Checkmaker commenced, a bustling hum of anticipation filling the vast set. Go Tae-sik's voice cut through the quiet, calling out enthusiastically for Seonghyeon to join him. Seonghyeon's mind reeled, a tiny, chibi version of himself asking if Go Tae-sik hadn't been displeased with him, even as a woman, and Go Tae-sik himself offered warm greetings. Go Tae-sik chuckled warmly, praising Seonghyeon for his unexpected sociability, a rare trait among his peers. The older teacher reflected, astonished that Seonghyeon had utterly captivated everyone since the initial script reading. Another man spoke with admiration, certain that Seonghyeon was destined for greatness, his unique character analysis earning him the unwavering trust of writer Shin Joo-hee. Go Tae-sik confirmed it was Seonghyeon's first filming day, to which Seonghyeon replied with humble anticipation, eager to learn and collaborate despite expected mistakes. As Go Tae-sik and the dark-haired woman continued to praise his exceptional past performances, Seonghyeon, slightly embarrassed, earnestly promised to absorb all he could from his esteemed seniors. Go Tae-sik gently patted Seonghyeon's head, declaring him exceptional at his work, then playfully added that he should perhaps teach him a lesson or two. With a subtle, knowing smile, Seonghyeon uttered a single, intriguing word, and Go Tae-sik, beaming with cheerful enthusiasm, declared that Seonghyeon was to address him as Hyung from that moment forward. A tiny, chibi Seonghyeon responded with wide-eyed surprise, a simple pardon, echoing his internal confusion. Go Tae-sik enthusiastically invited Seonghyeon to a shark fin soup restaurant after filming, an offer Seonghyeon readily accepted, unaware of Park Kang-soo watching their exchange with a soft exhale of his own. Park Kang-soo subtly shifted his head, a quiet movement hinting at an unvoiced thought. Park Kang-soo's mind raced with surprise, questioning how Go Tae-sik had already grown so fond of Seonghyeon. He pondered if Go Tae-sik's affection for Seonghyeon was fueled by jealousy toward himself, before abruptly announcing the start of filming and commanding everyone to stand by. With sharp resolve, Park Kang-soo refocused his thoughts, declaring that the immediate priority was the filming itself. The director's voice boomed across the set, commanding camera roll, as a distinct thud marked the beginning of the take. The initial scene to be filmed depicted the poignant split between the characters Park Kang-soo and Go Tae-sik. It was the pivotal incident where their paths diverged, setting the stage for conflict. Park Kang-soo, his gaze defiant, rebelled against whatever words Go Tae-sik had spoken, their intense confrontation sparking with unspoken tension. His fist clenched tightly, Park Kang-soo's voice laced with betrayal as he questioned why he had been made to study for such a purpose. Distraught and angry, he demanded to know if he had been nothing more than a tool, used solely for monetary gain. Go Tae-sik's unseen voice warned against the sensitive nature of their discussion, fearing misunderstandings if their words were overheard, amidst documents hinting at an orphanage's fate. Go Tae-sik pointed out the older teacher, attempting to stir old memories within Park Kang-soo by reminding him of his childhood instructor. The older teacher greeted Kang-soo with a warm, familiar laugh, acknowledging the passage of time since they last met. Park Kang-soo's mouth gaped slightly, and he visibly trembled, a visceral reaction to the unwelcome presence and unearthed memories. With a jolt of surprise, Park Kang-soo questioned if he had been assigned to a theft lookout, his words betraying a deepening suspicion of their motives. His hand slammed down emphatically, Park Kang-soo angrily declared the entire situation a scam and flatly refused to participate. Go Tae-sik remained silently contemplative, his expression inscrutable. Go Tae-sik dismissively told Park Kang-soo he still had a long journey ahead, then smoothly turned away, his words hanging in the air. As he walked away, Go Tae-sik reminded Park Kang-soo of his past teaching, that nothing was truly impossible. Seonghyeon, with a hand to his chin, thoughtfully acknowledged the undeniable, magnetic pull of one's career. Park Kang-soo internally recoiled, shocked to find such delicate emotions surfacing, before sharply calling, "cut," and demanding they move immediately to the next scene. Bathed in a red-tinged glow, Seonghyeon smiled confidently, realizing with a surge of anticipation that his moment had finally arrived. The director's voice cut through the air once more, a definitive command for the camera to roll. With a resolute step forward, Seonghyeon declared his intention to fully embody Choi Jin-seong, radiating a palpable sense of transformation. Some time had passed, and the narrative now revealed Go Tae-sik and Park Kang-soo had since established an academy together. Approximately 2 months had unfolded, leading to a new chapter where Seonghyeon's character relaxed while Park Kang-soo's character focused intently on his laptop. The passage of time had culminated in the significant event of Park Kang-soo's departure from the orphanage. Seonghyeon, in character as Choi Jin-seong, confidently mused that his supporting role was effortless, then casually asked what was amiss. His hand lightly tapped the laptop as Seonghyeon's character dismissively insisted nothing was wrong, his words designed to deflect further inquiry. Park Kang-soo's face tightened with seriousness as he demanded the truth, pressing to know if the matter was indeed not serious. Seonghyeon's character remained silent, his mouth slightly agape, an expression of contemplation or hesitant uncertainty. 2 Polaroid photographs, juxtaposing smiling innocence with serious contemplation, offered glimpses into past memories and evolving relationships. Park Kang-soo's character informed Seonghyeon that he had successfully gained admission to a university in Seoul. Seonghyeon's character reacted with genuine surprise, asking if this news was the reason for the visitors from Seoul. Following this revelation, the narrative turned back to Park Kang-soo. Seonghyeon's character pondered if he would look back on this moment, dismissing the idea of someone coming, only to flinch slightly as a new thought took hold. Seonghyeon's character attempted to reassure Park Kang-soo, insisting the visitors were solely for the director and held no connection to him. A wave of shock washed over Seonghyeon's character as he realized with profound confusion that the unfolding events deviated entirely from the written script. Seonghyeon's character smirked slyly as a new, unsettling realization began to dawn upon him, implying a shift in his perception. Park Kang-soo confidently asserted that even the most talented rookie actor would inevitably succumb to panic in such a challenging scenario. Seonghyeon's character wore a serious, contemplative expression, processing the sudden, unexpected turns of the scene. Seonghyeon's character, seemingly speaking from experience, declared that the situation exposed the vast difference in their careers. A confident smirk played on Park Kang-soo's lips as he anticipated Seonghyeon would soon be put firmly in his place. Seonghyeon's character hesitated, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face as he admitted he had believed things would unfold differently this time. Seonghyeon's character observed cynically that the visitors were not the slick bastards favored by the old man, suggesting a different caliber of individual. Seonghyeon's character broke into a broad smile, a profound realization dawning as he declared the newcomers were precisely like him, kindred spirits in their own way. Park Kang-soo became utterly flustered, stammering a confused "who," before the director's sharp voice bellowed "cut," abruptly halting the scene. From above, the bedroom scene dissolved into the reality of a bustling film set, revealing the actors, cameras, and equipment that had shaped the illusion. The director, his face stern and amplified by the megaphone, angrily admonished Chan-hyuk SSI, warning him never to ad-lib if it didn't align with the character's essence. Park Kang-soo bowed deeply, publicly apologizing to the director amidst the surrounding crew members, his voice tinged with contrition. A jolt of electric resolve coursed through Park Kang-soo, hardening his expression with intense determination. Seonghyeon, with a faint, ambiguous smile, inwardly questioned if the other actor intended to lay blame upon him as well. Seonghyeon's eyes narrowed, his tone serious as he dismissed the previous turn of events as a silly joke, then challenged the very nature of the situation. With fierce determination, Seonghyeon declared he would apply the same profound approach to his acting, transforming his entire understanding of the craft. The actors remained poised on the bedroom set, awaiting the next cue, ready to dive back into the intricate tapestry of their roles. The director's voice boomed across the professional set, signaling the start of a new, challenging take. The shooting recommenced from the very beginning, a familiar loop for the dedicated crew. Song Chan-hyuk, now stripped of his self-esteem, delivered a performance strictly adhering to the script, his inner turmoil echoing his character's distress. Thanks to his subdued performance, the scene concluded without further difficulty. Even as the shooting continued through multiple takes, the determination on set remained palpable. Despite shooting the same scene dozens of times, it was finally deemed good enough, prompting the cameraman to exclaim, "Great job." A collective gratitude filled the air for everyone's tireless efforts. Song Chan-hyuk, however, was already turning away, his irritation barely concealed beneath the surface of the scene's successful conclusion. His sensitivity, even over a simple ad-lib, revealed a deeper vulnerability that would shatter if his acting career truly faltered. A voice cut through the air, pulling Seonghyeon from his thoughts with a surprised Seonghyeon. Go Tae-sik praised Park Kang-soo's earlier ad-lib, to which Park Kang-soo responded with a respectful, "Sunbi nim." In his mind's eye, a chibi Park Kang-soo fretted, "I was a bit flustered for a moment. It was obvious, right?" While a chibi Go Tae-sik chuckled, "Nonsense. I thought you were an established actor with experience." Park Kang-soo offered a humble thank you for the compliment, though his true feelings remained veiled. Go Tae-sik then probed, "But, did something happen with Song Chan-hyuk?" catching a chibi Park Kang-soo off guard with a bewildered, "Sorry." Go Tae-sik noted that Song Chan-hyuk had been watching him with an unusually serious expression, hinting at an underlying tension. Park Kang-soo hesitated, searching for the right words to explain away the situation. He finally stated that because Song Chan-hyuk had advised him to take it easy, he had simply wanted to do his absolute best. Go Tae-sik's surprise was evident as he blurted out, "What?" Go Tae-sik heartily laughed, playfully patting Park Kang-soo's head twice, then suggested they discuss the details over a meal. Park Kang-soo reminded Go Tae-sik of their upcoming scene together before bidding him farewell, which Go Tae-sik acknowledged. Park Kang-soo bowed deeply in respect, while Go Tae-sik cheerfully waved goodbye. The bustling energy of the backstage dressing room hummed with activity as various crew members and actors prepared for the next sequence. A red hairdryer shimmered beside an array of pristine makeup brushes, poised for transformation. Eyeshadow palettes glinted with promise, their colors a vibrant tapestry awaiting their stage. A door clicked open as a new figure entered the vibrant room. Seonghyeon, resplendent in his suit, felt a surge of confidence and wondered if this was truly the power of elegant attire. He was called over by a crew member who urged, "Actor Lee Seonghyeon. Please come over here," to which Seonghyeon calmly replied, "Yes." The frantic energy of the set, a whirlwind of controlled chaos, felt strangely familiar to Seonghyeon. He mused that time pressure was an inherent constant in both dramas and movies, acknowledging it with a simple, "like this," confirmed by a crew member. As makeup artists meticulously worked, Seonghyeon was keenly aware that every day of shooting cost hundreds to thousands of won, a stark reminder of the financial stakes involved. A voice announced, "We're finished," signaling the completion of the preparation. Seonghyeon knew he had to deliver his best performance within a tight time frame, and after his makeup was done, he declared it perfect and thanked the artist. His confident footsteps echoed as he moved towards the set, knowing the next scene would be a critical group shot. In the vast studio space, the assembled actors understood that a single mistake could force a reshoot, emphasizing the crucial importance of teamwork. The director's urgent commands cut through the tension, "Please stand by," followed by the whirring of the camera, then, "Camera roll." A deep breath caught in his throat twice, Seonghyeon's focus sharpened, ready to channel the character's intricate emotions. He moved with glittering confidence, his performance radiating an undeniable power. The warm, dim lighting fell across a lavish table, laden with an array of drinks and snacks, beckoning a shift in the evening's narrative. A full spread of bottles and glasses signaled a gathering where deeper conversations might unfold. Go Tae-sik, settling into his seat, mused aloud about his dwindling patience with age, wondering if it was due to a sense of limited time. He took a long, satisfying gulp of his drink, letting out a soft, "ah," before setting the glass down with a definitive clink. Go Tae-sik then turned to Song Chan-hyuk, asking if he had applied to S University, which the young man hesitantly confirmed. Go Tae-sik observed, I see. You did well," prompting a surprised, "Sorry," from Song Chan-hyuk. Go Tae-sik spoke of his son's future aspirations before turning his gaze on Song Chan-hyuk, asking a probing question about his parents. The mention of parents was an unscripted bombshell, a detail that clearly wasn't part of Go Tae-sik's character dialogue, leaving Song Chan-hyuk in visible shock. Song Chan-hyuk's mind reeled, questioning if Go Tae-sik could possibly be serious about such an unsettling topic. Park Kang-soo was baffled by the unexpected reaction, but Go Tae-sik simply asserted, of course, his tone firm and unwavering. Song Chan-hyuk's thoughts drifted, wondering if Go Tae-sik would finally let things go, but Go Tae-sik guzzled his drink, then loudly declared, "This is the time." "That's quite great." Go Tae-sik urged him not to be content with a small academy, but to set his sights on something far grander. Song Chan-hyuk faltered, "What do you mean?" as Go Tae-sik chillingly revealed his ambition to elevate his people to positions of immense power, ultimately to scuttle South Korea in the future. Waves of laughter erupted around the table, punctuated by cries of, "That's cool," and, as expected from the president, as they applauded the chilling ambition. Song Chan-hyuk began to tremble violently, barely managing to utter, "Everyone," his disbelief palpable. Inside, Song Chan-hyuk raged, utterly convinced that everyone present had lost their minds. Then, an abrupt realization struck Go Tae-sik. He stared, shocked to his core by the sudden understanding that his son was a formidable tiger cub. Go Tae-sik, seething with anger over Park Kang-soo's behavior, stealthily prepared to hurl his glass. The glass whistled through the air, barely missing its target in an enraged arc. The empty glass spun through the air, a fleeting projectile. With a swift, precise movement, Seonghyeon's hand extended, catching the hurled glass with an unexpected thud. Seonghyeon, sparkling with an almost supernatural calm, simply uttered a surprised, "Huh," at his own spontaneous intervention. Go Tae-sik stared, utterly speechless and shocked by the impossible turn of events. The surrounding crew members, witnesses to the chaotic scene, reacted with wide-eyed shock. Song Chan-hyuk watched, frozen in a mix of shock and profound worry. Seonghyeon's mind raced, a single thought forming with nervous clarity, "This isn't in the script, though." A dim, upscale lounge hummed with quiet conversation, but a subtle tension stretched between the gathered men. Seonghyeon's surprise was a quiet ripple across his face, a sudden realization stirring within him. Meanwhile, the older man with glasses offered a sly, knowing smile, hinting at unspoken intentions. Seonghyeon looked down, his thoughts swirling with the weight of the moment. On the set, a man with a ponytail hesitantly questioned whether they should halt production. With an intense resolve, the man with the ponytail declared they would press on. Seonghyeon, with a serious gaze, felt an almost preternatural certainty that a remarkable scene was about to unfold. The older man, clutching his drink, chillingly suggested their current path bordered on insanity. He pondered the harsh truth, Kang-soo, or anyone, could not hope to survive alone in this world. A fragmented memory of newspaper clippings about an orphan named Kang-soo flashed, highlighting an orphanage built for those alone, a concept that visibly surprised Seonghyeon. With a knowing smile, the older man emphasized that no one could truly live alone. Seonghyeon, serious and unwavering, issued a warning regarding Jinseong, who would remain behind. It became terrifyingly clear that Go Tae-sik had discovered Seonghyeon's most vulnerable point, his only friend, Choi Jinseong. A sudden, loud yell ripped through the air from Seonghyeon, startling the older man. Seonghyeon, embodying unexpected behavior, loudly demanded a drink from the father, reaching across the table. The older man with glasses, smiling widely, praised Seonghyeon's unexpected intelligence. This unscripted scene, however, pulsed with energetic authenticity thanks to the actor's enthusiastic performance. A soft creak signaled a momentary shift in the tense atmosphere as two serious men stood framed in a doorway. The men continued their animated interaction, Seonghyeon drinking as the others conversed around him. Seonghyeon maintained his serious demeanor, the presence of the two men behind him a subtle weight. The director's jubilant cry of "Good job" echoed through the lounge as the smoothly executed shooting finally concluded. Seonghyeon inquired about a reserved room under the name Kim Jae-ho, and a woman in an apron promptly directed him. A soft rattle indicated a door opening. The older man, gesturing warmly, welcomed Seonghyeon, remarking on his ability to find the famous establishment, a comment that rendered a chibi Seonghyeon speechless. Offering a drink, the older man clarified it was non-alcoholic, surprising a chibi Seonghyeon with his thoughtfulness. The narrator reminded them of the crucial need to avoid impacting tomorrow's shooting schedule. Seonghyeon, with a contented smile, concurred, taking a sip from his cup. The older man complimented Seonghyeon's impressive performance, prompting Seonghyeon to admit his own surprise at his spontaneous actions. The older man quickly clarified, stating he wasn't referring to the glass, but to the genuine belief that Seonghyeon had truly become Choi Jinseong. Seonghyeon responded with a soft exclamation of understanding. In a whimsical chibi vision, the older man smiled and declared he'd have to stay sharp, lest he be outshone by the genius rookie, prompting a chibi Seonghyeon to question the genius label. The older man acknowledged a slight exaggeration in his praise, but insisted he genuinely felt engulfed by Seonghyeon's acting, while the narrator introduced the subtly powerful Kim Jae-ho. Seonghyeon's voice echoed from beyond the frame, and the narration noted that even without an audience, he always carefully chose his words. Song Chan-hyuk raged, shouting about the director calling him outdated and blaming him for messing everything up, as Seonghyeon observed from the doorway. A sudden, sharp vibration startled Seonghyeon, as a woman and another man walked away from the volatile scene. Seonghyeon's expression grew serious, acutely aware that this location was a central gathering point for the entire industry. The older man calmly stated he was learning much from Song Chan-hyuk Sunbae, eliciting a surprised, "huh," from Seonghyeon. The woman in the apron bade Seonghyeon a good time as she departed, and he politely returned the sentiment. The narrator revealed that the shooting continued thanks to Seonghyeon's quick thinking, and his praise of Song Chan-hyuk, though not entirely true, served its purpose. The narrator explained that the acting performance was truly a result of teamwork, but Seonghyeon, from off-panel, scoffed at the idea of learning anything from Song Chan-hyuk. The older man declared Seonghyeon a better actor than Song Chan-hyuk, asking who was truly teaching whom, to which Seonghyeon humbly replied he still had much to learn and eagerly sought continued guidance. The older man chuckled, playfully chiding Seonghyeon for seeking lessons despite his evident talent. Both men erupted in hearty laughter, their mirth filling the room. The following day, Song Chan-hyuk's anger reached new heights, as he furiously demanded to know why his turn to shoot was delayed by a rookie. Two crew members, visibly concerned, expressed helplessness regarding the challenging shooting site. The narrator confessed surprise that Song Chan-hyuk would unleash his fury even upon the staff. Seonghyeon's disappointment was palpable, having hoped Song Chan-hyuk would at least take the shoot seriously. A man in a brown jacket gently suggested Seonghyeon wait in the car. The man in the brown jacket advised Seonghyeon not to worry about Song Chan-hyuk's pointless nitpicking, while the narrator emphasized the urgent need for the situation to resolve. As Seonghyeon entered the vehicle, the man in the brown jacket watched, reflecting on the unpleasantness of a main actor confronting the crew. Inside the car, the older man, with a sly grin, asked the director if there was no shoot tomorrow, prompting a chibi director to excitedly question if they should schedule one. The older man chuckled, playfully calling the director mischievous, and proposed a group dinner to boost everyone's morale. An intense realization flashed in someone's eye. Seonghyeon suddenly exclaimed that, pointing decisively, startling both the older man and the other passenger in the car. Seonghyeon's face brightened with enthusiastic approval, declaring it a truly excellent idea. Seonghyeon, with a sparkling burst of conviction, declared the idea an excellent one. The man with the ponytail, startled, turned to confirm if Seonghyeon truly shared the sentiment. As the man with the ponytail considered the implications of a company dinner, Seonghyeon secretly realized a long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The man with the ponytail enthusiastically proposed dinner for everyone, and Seonghyeon mentally seized the chance to mend strained relationships. A chibi figure pondered how a young person could embrace company dinners, finding Seonghyeon unexpectedly different. Seonghyeon responded with warm politeness, calling it an honor, though in his thoughts, he admitted he disliked company dinners before his regression. The older man with glasses, a glint of amusement in his eye, noted Seonghyeon's masterful skill at flattery. The van roared to life, speeding rapidly towards the shooting site. A voice cut through the restaurant's buzz, calling out Seonghyeon's name from across the lively space. The woman with dark, short hair waved them over, while a young man welcomed Seonghyeon, surprised by his early arrival. Seonghyeon explained his presence on the set, a revelation that surprised the young man. Seonghyeon animatedly recounted how, after seeing the director's video, he felt compelled to witness the scene with his own eyes. The woman with dark, short hair grew thoughtful, beginning to ponder the video's significance. With a mischievous smile, the woman playfully dismissed the subject. A glass tapped sharply against the table, a decisive punctuation to her words. Seonghyeon let out a soft exclamation of surprise. The woman then enthusiastically declared that she had gotten goosebumps all over her body from the experience. She passionately praised Seonghyeon's performance, saying it was on a whole new level, even as the older man with glasses loudly ordered 4 portions of meat, leaving Seonghyeon to wonder what exactly had happened. Seonghyeon politely attributed his success to Kim Jae-ho, but secretly, he knew his daily practice of method acting within books was the real reason, a truth he could not reveal. The woman with dark, short hair reacted with surprised curiosity to the mention of actor Kim Jae-ho. The older man with glasses commented on Kim Jae-ho's acting prowess, while internally fretting over the current relationship dynamics and recalling his own initial worries. The woman with dark, short hair observed that Kim Jae-ho was gradually embodying the character of Go Tae-sik from within himself. The older man with glasses reflected on Go Tae-sik's unique atmosphere and relaxed appearance, remarking how sometimes the portrayal exceeded expectations, proving a true professional's distinct quality. The narration conveyed that for the sake of the movie, personal feelings could be easily set aside. The woman mused, agreeing that this was the mark of a true professional. Turning to Seonghyeon, the woman asked for his thoughts, an expectant atmosphere hanging between them. She then prompted him, asking if he, too, considered himself a professional. Seonghyeon paused, lost in thought as he considered her question. He then modestly responded that he always tried his best to be one. The sliding door rattled open, and the woman with dark, short hair complained that finding the place was difficult due to the outside traffic. Song Chan-hyuk, with a serious demeanor, entered the restaurant, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere. A silent, charged moment passed between Seonghyeon and Song Chan-hyuk upon his entrance, as if stars themselves held their breath. Song Chan-hyuk offered an apologetic nod for his lateness, prompting a surprised exclamation from the woman with dark, short hair. As he took his seat, Song Chan-hyuk expressed surprise, wondering if Seonghyeon was also present at the dinner. Song Chan-hyuk commented on being the last to arrive, while internally finding the situation childish. The older man with glasses greeted writer Shin, and Seonghyeon politely inquired about his well-being. Chibi figures comically discussed the director's absence, explaining he couldn't attend due to his busy schedule, while a chibi man with a ponytail tearfully thought he was still at the shooting site. Seonghyeon offered a choice between soju or beer, his smile inviting. The older man with glasses expressed his preference for beer, offering Seonghyeon his glass and insisting he drink comfortably, overriding Seonghyeon's offer to pour. When the older man offered writer Shin a drink, she firmly declined. Seonghyeon's eyes widened in shock at her refusal, while the older man smiled knowingly. The woman then playfully revealed her true preference was to drink straight from the bottle, which made her feel less intoxicated, delighting in the older man's surprised reaction and admitting she'd withheld the information just to see his expression. Seonghyeon let out a flustered laugh, musing that even Choi Jinseong's bewildered look was already fading into a blurry memory, wondering aloud about writer Nim. The woman with dark, short hair burst into laughter, remarking that someone was still thinking about the movie despite the casual setting, while the older man praised Seonghyeon, asserting he'd found a diamond at the audition. The older man playfully inquired about Seonghyeon's actions that day, to which Seonghyeon modestly replied that writer Shin simply thought highly of him, both men sharing a laugh. The woman with dark, short hair asserted with bright enthusiasm that Seonghyeon would undeniably be a scene stealer in the movie. The three men across the table listened, their expressions ranging from bored to neutral. The older man then playfully questioned writer Shin about her singular adoration for Seonghyeon. The woman with dark, short hair reacted with a blush and playful indignation, reminding him that she too was one of his characters. The older man, flustered, covered his face, while Seonghyeon watched, surprised by the humorous exchange. With a boisterous exclamation, the older man wished he were 20 years younger as he drank vigorously, prompting Seonghyeon to gently advise him to drink slowly. Seonghyeon observed the pleasant atmosphere as everyone enjoyed themselves. But then, the narration shifted to Song Chan-hyuk, who sat drinking calmly. He was far calmer than Seonghyeon had anticipated. Song Chan-hyuk's thoughts revealed a strategic intent, to end the dinner quickly to avoid discomfort on set. The older man praised Seonghyeon's acting, marveling that he didn't seem like a rookie, while Song Chan-hyuk candidly expressed his anticipation of working with him. Song Chan-hyuk then spoke of the unique catharsis he felt when they were together. He forced a strained laugh, proclaiming it a totally different feeling than when he was with others. With a decisive clink, Song Chan-hyuk firmly grabbed a glass. The woman with dark, short hair then turned to address Seonghyeon. Song Chan-hyuk, with a mischievous smirk, commented on Seonghyeon's cheeky side. The quiet of the traditional restaurant enveloped the group, hinting at unspoken currents beneath the surface. Seonghyeon maintained a calm exterior, though his internal world churned with subtle observations. Jae-ho, the man with purple-tinged hair, asserted with a smirk that a rookie must always be polite to their senior, his words laced with something sharp. His complaints continued, accusing someone of an arrogant gaze during filming, his words casting a somber shadow over the table. Seonghyeon silently mused, recalling an earlier, more peaceful impression of the person being discussed. Another man intervened reassuringly, suggesting the perceived arrogance was merely Seonghyeon's powerful portrayal of a character. Jae-ho challenged him, his gaze intense, asking if even the senior hadn't felt the sting of that arrogance. A colleague expressed confusion, gesturing in the awkward atmosphere as Seonghyeon looked away, sensing trouble. Seonghyeon lowered his gaze, offering a humble apology to Sunbi Nim for any discomfort caused, though he hadn't anticipated such a reaction. Jae-ho inwardly saw his chance, while Seonghyeon attributed his supposed rudeness to first movie jitters. As Seonghyeon continued to apologize and promise future caution, a strange tension permeated the air, rustling unseen between them. Jae-ho then feigned surprise, questioning why Seonghyeon was suddenly making the atmosphere so awkward. He scoffed internally, mocking the empty apology that had just been offered, a sinister smirk twisting his lips. Jae-ho then outright refuted the apology, stating it wasn't about his feelings at all. Suddenly, Jae-ho erupted in a furious shout, accusing the other man of truly arrogant behavior. Murmurs rippled through the restaurant as other patrons turned, wondering what sudden commotion had erupted. A concerned colleague attempted to de-escalate, telling Jae-ho to stop and suggesting he was simply too drunk. Jae-ho struggled fiercely, pulling his hands away and angrily demanding to know what right his sunbae had to interfere. The colleague reacted with profound shock and disbelief as Jae-ho continued his aggressive outburst. Seonghyeon watched, a dawning realization spreading across his features. Jae-ho continued to rage, challenging his unseen opponent, while his colleague, now named actor Jae-ho, desperately tried to calm the chaotic scene. Jae-ho then pointedly yelled at everyone to stop interfering before his anger fully exploded. Seonghyeon sighed with resignation, acknowledging that the situation had truly devolved into an utter mess. Jae-ho roared, accusing the others of defending Seonghyeon and questioning if they had forgotten he was the main character of the movie. Another man questioned Jae-ho's logic, confused by his definition of fault. A different man rose, shouting back that one should express their existence through acting, not by creating such a dramatic scene. The woman with dark, short hair thought to herself, lamenting Jae-ho's terrible temper and his apparent amnesia regarding his own rookie days. Seonghyeon felt a drip of anxiety about the situation, which had now spiraled completely out of control. With a subtle rustle of his clothing, Seonghyeon reluctantly decided that an unorthodox method was required to bring this to an end. Seonghyeon bowed deeply, a dazzling aura surrounding his sincere apology, taking full blame for the escalating situation. Jae-ho reacted with utter confusion, surprised by the unexpected humility. Seonghyeon continued, reminding Jae-ho of his earlier offer to take it easy during their acting. Seonghyeon maintained his excessively humble act, shimmering with artificial modesty, claiming he was still greatly lacking in skill. Jae-ho flinched, bewildered and speechless by Seonghyeon's sudden, extreme display of deference. Seonghyeon then declared his intention to learn from Jae-ho, while Jae-ho internally twisted Seonghyeon's words, seeing them as a manipulative ploy born from his overwhelming acting skills. Jae-ho watched, surprised, as Seonghyeon subtly turned away, a strategic retreat. A knowing, almost invisible smile played on Seonghyeon's lips. Seonghyeon, with eyes closed and an innocent, sparkling demeanor, meekly asked to be taught. Jae-ho stared in utter shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape at the unexpected turn of events. Internally, Jae-ho raged, cursing Seonghyeon for his infuriating display. The scene abruptly shifted to a bright room where Jae-ho stood surprised as Song Chan-hyuk cowered on the floor, seemingly distressed. Jae-ho then exploded in a furious rant, calling someone a psychopathic bastard and demanding Song Chan-hyuk's manager be brought forth immediately. The woman with dark, short hair yelled in disbelief and anger, furious that someone would hit a face during filming. Amidst the frantic atmosphere, a man in a brown jacket burst through a door, startling Jae-ho as he called out for Chan-hyuk. A concerned colleague rushed to Seonghyeon, asking if he was alright and if he could see his face, as others watched with worry. Seonghyeon offered profuse apologies, revealing a bloody injury on his cheek, a clear sign of the pain he endured. Jae-ho stood motionless, a wave of shock and potential regret washing over him. Seonghyeon's hand clenched, his rings glinting with a mix of pain and nascent anger as he called out for his manager. The woman with dark, short hair urgently called for Lee Seongyeon's manager, while several figures rushed past in the background, amplifying the chaos. A man with a ponytail, barely visible, questioned with concern if Seonghyeon had indeed hurt his face. The man with a ponytail erupted in frustration, yelling about the delayed news, as the narration emphasized the crucial role of skills in the entertainment industry. The man with a ponytail whispered worriedly about actor Chon-kyuk to another man, a secret concern passing between them. He then revealed that the unfolding situation was far more complex than it appeared, leaving an unsettling air of gravity. Jae-ho worriedly speculated about the injured person's severe bleeding, calculating the long recovery time needed with a click of his finger. With a cold, calculating resolve, Jae-ho mused that the injured person, having an unimportant character, could easily be replaced rather than waited for. Jae-ho grinned sinisterly, admitting he hadn't aimed for the face intentionally but was delighted with the outcome. Jae-ho greeted someone cheerfully, claiming all his actions were solely for the benefit of the movie, his words belying an underlying tension. Jae-ho's surprise was evident as another man reacted to seeing Seonghyeon, his mouth falling open. An unseen person's voice rang out, expressing deep concern and inquiring about Seonghyeon's severe bleeding. Jae-ho confidently dismissed the concern, suggesting the injury looked like natural makeup, to which another man hesitantly agreed. Seonghyeon's eyes widened in utter shock at the unexpected turn of events. Jae-ho's mind reeled in disbelief, questioning how that punk could possibly be present. A tense silence filled the industrial room as Jae-ho sat, staring at Seonghyeon, who stood silently before him. Jae-ho broke the silence with a taunting smirk, asking if Seonghyeon now intended to hit him too. Seonghyeon met his gaze, a subtle smirk playing on his own lips, and defiantly challenged Jae-ho to strike him. With a subtle, deliberate movement, Seonghyeon adjusted his stance, signaling his readiness. Jae-ho leaned in provocatively, stating that a narrative of a two-way fight would ultimately benefit him more. Seonghyeon's arm shot out, delivering a sudden, decisive punch. Jae-ho winced, groaning in pain as the blow connected, his jaw clenching. Seonghyeon then delivered a light tap to Jae-ho's neck or shoulder, a controlled gesture. Holding Jae-ho's shoulder, Seonghyeon declared his resolute intention to fight only through the art of acting. With a gentle, serene smile and a glint of light around him, Seonghyeon calmly addressed Jae-ho as Sunbinim. Jae-ho stared back, utterly shocked and bewildered by Seonghyeon's actions and unexpected declaration. Amidst the tense confrontation, Seonghyeon stood resolute, an inner declaration resonating that he was fundamentally different from his silent rival. As Seonghyeon smoothly walked away, the young man with maroon hair inwardly seethed, dismissing him as a pretentious punk. With a powerful internal declaration, Seonghyeon vowed he would triumph solely through his acting, even as his rival cast a challenging smirk over his shoulder. The young man with maroon hair's jaw tightened as he erupted in fury, challenging the audacity of anyone speaking of acting skills in his presence. A crew member loudly commanded the start of the shoot, urging everyone to their positions with an energetic gesture. With a decisive step, Seonghyeon moved forward, embracing the challenge with unflinching determination. The scene number for segment 52 swept into view, signaling a new chapter in the unfolding drama. The narrative spun into the past, revealing Park Kong-soo, who, after graduating from law school, had attempted to sever ties with Go Tae-sik, only to be caught in the prosecution's investigation of the Go Tae-sik Foundation. The young man with maroon hair's face contorted in shock, bearing fresh wounds as the stark reality of being exposed as an internal spy crashed down upon him. A painful impact echoed through the room, sending a visceral jolt through the young man with maroon hair's body, leaving him writhing in agony. The man in a green jacket barked a stern command for the struggling young man with maroon hair to stay still, as two others held him firmly in place. With a vicious grab of hair, the man in a green jacket snarled, revealing his long-standing animosity towards the struggling young man with maroon hair. The man in a green jacket's face contorted with accusation, vehemently pointing out the favored treatment the young man with maroon hair received from his Hyungnim. The man in a green jacket's hand lashed out, delivering a stinging slap as he furiously condemned the young man with maroon hair for being just like them. The young man with maroon hair collapsed to the ground with a soft thud, held down by his captors, his defiance momentarily broken. Amidst his pain, the young man with maroon hair began to laugh unsettlingly, startling the man in a green jacket, who questioned if he had lost his mind. With a manic grin and an injured face, the young man with maroon hair intensely demanded to know if Jinseong had already been dealt with. The man in a green jacket taunted the young man with maroon hair with a cruel grin, mocking his affection for Jinseong and his hopes of rescue. With a sudden snap, the man in a green jacket roughly pulled on the young man with maroon hair's tie, escalating the tension. The man in a green jacket revealed that Choi Jinseong was fully aware of the father's impending abandonment. The man in a green jacket shrieked, his face contorted in anger, accusing Choi Jinseong of knowing everything yet still betraying the young man with maroon hair. Despite his pain, the young man with maroon hair managed a subtle, knowing smirk as he cunningly asked if Jinseong now knew his location, catching the man in a green jacket off guard. The man in a green jacket hurled an insult at the young man with maroon hair, who, despite being held by his tie, defiantly questioned the wisdom of publicizing his presence. Seonghyeon, with a commanding intensity in his eyes, uttered a single word, signaling the pivotal moment of his performance. As Seonghyeon, playing Choi Jinseong, reached for the doorknob, a soft click echoed, marking the beginning of scene 53. The doorknob paused with a sudden jolt, as the man in a green jacket's voice boomed, furiously questioning why his location had been revealed. Seonghyeon, still in character, questioned if this was indeed the moment Choi Jinseong was meant to enter. A young man with short brown hair expressed concern over a possible script mistake, sighing with worry as he sought guidance from the man with a ponytail. The man with a ponytail decisively stopped the young man, firmly rejecting the idea of stopping, his resolve unshaken. With unwavering determination, the man with a ponytail declared that the moment was not yet, maintaining his stance. Seonghyeon smiled confidently, asserting that the others were just like him, and would perform exactly as they had before. A flicker of worry crossed Seonghyeon's bruised face as he remained in character, lost in the unfolding scene. Seonghyeon's gaze hardened, his grim determination intensifying as he prepared for the next beat of his dramatic performance. The young man with maroon hair, kneeling and defiant, told the man in a green jacket that his rescuer would never come unless he knew where he was. A desperate clang resounded as the young man with maroon hair shouted a frantic instruction to find Go Tae-sik. The man in a green jacket muttered about the hardship of the situation as Seonghyeon dramatically kicked open the door, making a forceful entrance into the scene. With a wide, confident grin and sparkling energy, Seonghyeon, as Choi Jinseong, theatrically entered, questioning if the other character was still alive according to scene 53's script. The man in a green jacket, aghast, wondered if his flow had been broken, as the injured young man with maroon hair remained in the shocked grasp of two men. With a desperate cry, the young man with maroon hair shouted "No," his bruised eye wide with a mixture of fear and defiance. The man with a ponytail smirked knowingly, understanding this dramatic turn as a brilliant move to seize the initiative. The injured young man with maroon hair, with a twisted, manic smile, defiantly questioned Choi Jinseong's foolish arrival and intentions. Seonghyeon, with a wide, confident smirk, challenged the situation, asking, "You're doing fine." The man in a green jacket furiously commanded his men to attack, but their shouts of pain suggested a swift and brutal counterattack from Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon delivered a powerful punch, landing a forceful blow on the man in a green jacket's face. With a loud clatter, the man in a green jacket fell backward in pain, while another man holding a metal pipe looked on in surprise. A man in a maroon shirt raised a metal pipe with a menacing whoosh, poised to strike Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's eye narrowed to a predatory slit, focusing intensely on the impending danger. With swift precision, Seonghyeon blocked the incoming impact, his body tensing against the force of the blow as the man in the green jacket watched, enraged. The man in a green jacket recoiled with a shudder of pure terror, his eyes wide with profound shock and dread. Stumbling backward in sheer terror, the man in a green jacket pleaded with Seonghyeon not to approach, but Seonghyeon advanced calmly, his presence intimidating. The man in a green jacket, now brandishing a knife, desperately screamed at Seonghyeon to stay away, his fear reaching a fever pitch. With a confident smirk, Seonghyeon taunted the armed man, questioning if he had ever seen him heed such warnings. Seonghyeon tapped the knife, musing aloud that the weapon's trajectory wasn't dictated by the wielder's will. With a firm grab, Seonghyeon seized control of the knife, his grip resolute as the man in a green jacket struggled in terror. The man in a green jacket gasped in pain and fear, his hand trembling uncontrollably as Seonghyeon asserted his dominance over the knife. With a menacing smirk, Seonghyeon declared that the knife's path was dictated only by the will of the powerful, asserting his dominance over the terrified man. The man with a ponytail observed the scene, expressing surprise at the punk's actions, while the young man with maroon hair watched from the ground, equally astonished. The young man with maroon hair, bruised and wide-eyed, whispered the fearful realization that he was witnessing a monster. Seonghyeon calmly dismissed the individual, instructing them to now go their own way. As Seonghyeon drove through the night, he thoughtfully told the young man with maroon hair that dark places simply didn't suit him. The young man with maroon hair, surprised by Seonghyeon's words, questioned Seonghyeon about his own path. Seonghyeon gazed out the car window with a gentle, reflective smile, deep in his own thoughts. Against the expansive backdrop of the glittering cityscape, Seonghyeon reflected that he, too, would find his own unique path. A few weeks later, the man with a ponytail joyfully announced, "Cut," and "Okay," celebrating the successful completion of the shoot. The man with a ponytail, arms outstretched, gratefully thanked and congratulated the entire cast and crew for their excellent work. Seonghyeon exhaled a soft sigh of relief, the tension of the long shoot finally dissipating. Seonghyeon smiled faintly as the narration announced the conclusion of the arduous filming. The long and demanding shoot finally came to its much-anticipated end. Seonghyeon winked playfully, gently batting away an unseen hand, and teased, "Don't flatter yourself." The young man with maroon hair expressed his annoyance, a chibi version of himself comically mirroring his surprise in the background. Despite the many changes, the narration noted that some things, fundamentally, had not changed. A concerned man pointed toward Song Chan-hyuk, asking what was wrong, as another young man looked on in shock. Song Chan-hyuk, with resolute determination, declared that he would only film the movie if actor Lee Seonghyeon was involved. The older man with glasses admitted, with a humble smile, that he needed to stay sharp to avoid being outshone by such a genius rookie, feeling completely absorbed by the acting. Actress Min Seo confidently stated her certainty that Seonghyeon would undeniably steal every scene in the movie. As actor Lee Seonghyeon, Seonghyeon humbly stated that all he could truly do was his absolute best. Seonghyeon turned in surprise as someone called out his name, Seonghyeon SSI. The man with a ponytail smiled and nodded, giving a friendly and encouraging signal. The man with a ponytail inquired if Seonghyeon's shoot was finally over, to which Seonghyeon replied that it wasn't truly over until the crank-up ceremony. The man with a ponytail encouraged Seonghyeon not to worry about additional shoots, to rest well, and to make sure to check the gift he had sent. Seonghyeon looked surprised, an internal thought confirming that such an honor was well-deserved. Seonghyeon questioned aloud about the mysterious gift, as the scene transitioned to a sparkling night sky over a modern building, hinting at something significant. As the director had promised, Seonghyeon sat focused at his desk late at night, bathed in the glow of his computer screen. Seonghyeon's hand went to his chin as he looked at his computer screen, his face etched with profound astonishment as sparkling effects surrounded the display. An unbelievable gift, beyond all expectations, had miraculously arrived for him. A profound weariness stretched through Seonghyeon, a deep internal yawn escaping before a moment of quiet. Seonghyeon, caught off guard, heard the man with glasses call out his professional title in stark surprise, Team Leader Park. The man with glasses rushed excitedly towards Seonghyeon, tablet in hand, demanding, "Look at this," which prompted Seonghyeon to inquire, "What is it?" The man with glasses breathlessly explained director Jin So-won had sent an email, a name Seonghyeon immediately recognized as the director of his recent movie. The man with glasses tapped the sticky note, emphasizing the director's identity, sealing the importance of the message. Both men leaned in, their expressions a mix of focus and apprehension as they stared at the unknown content. In the vision playing out before them, a man with purple-tinged hair sneered, questioning if mere men could comprehend a prosecutor's words. The ambitious man with purple-tinged hair then proposed a grand scheme, to capture Go Tae-sik and seize control of the country. With a chilling confidence, the man with purple-tinged hair declared the knife followed not the holder's will, but the will of the powerful, leaving his listener utterly shocked. A wave of disbelief washed over Seonghyeon, forcing a stunned "no way" from his lips. The man with glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips, expressed his surprise at the sheer magnitude of what they had just witnessed. The city hummed with activity as the prediction of Checkmaker's box office success was confirmed, a murmuring crowd validating its hit status. People reacted with unbridled excitement, convinced the movie would be a massive hit, its trailer having already gone viral across social media channels. The view count for the trailer surged exponentially, stunning everyone with its rapid ascent. Outside a movie theater, a man prepared to capture two women posing enthusiastically in front of the film's poster, a testament to its rising fame. While most of the initial public attention gravitated towards actors Kim Jae-ho and Song Chan-hyuk, the sounds of cameras clicking captured their enduring popularity. Seonghyeon, seeing the staggering views on his own video, humbly acknowledged his rookie status, noting that despite the others' popularity, his character introduction video had the most impact. Seonghyeon confidently asserted that with the main character's video garnering such high viewership, the movie's success was practically guaranteed. The man with glasses, a bead of sweat forming, ardently wished for the video to reach every corner of the world, convinced of its universal appeal. The man with glasses burst into wild laughter at Seonghyeon's algorithm-pleading antics, convinced the video's addictive quality would ensnare anyone who saw it. An elevator chime signaled the arrival of the floor as the man with glasses continued his thought, "Of course, that'd be nice, but..." He then resolved to work even harder, his determination echoing in the elevator's confined space. Seonghyeon, a confident smile gracing his face, affirmed that this was truly just the beginning. The man with glasses watched Seonghyeon, who stood calmly inside the elevator, awaiting his ascent. The man with glasses reiterated, a determined smile on his face, that this was, indeed, just the beginning. As the elevator doors began to close, the man with glasses waved enthusiastically, promising to call with the schedule and urging Seonghyeon to rest well. Seonghyeon offered a subtle smile as the elevator door closed, the narrator confirming this quiet moment marked the beginning. Despite the optimistic declaration, Seonghyeon looked downwards, his clenched fist betraying an inner resolve. He couldn't contain the excitement surging within him, his tightly clenched fist emphasizing the overwhelming desire for more. A bright smile illuminated Seonghyeon's face, revealing his ambition to ascend to even greater heights. The elevator buttons illuminated with a soft click, as a quiet wish for a definite opportunity drifted through Seonghyeon's mind. Seonghyeon's gaze fell, lost in contemplation as he wondered, where? A sudden movement caused a woman's face to emerge partially from behind a doorframe, hinting at an unexpected encounter. Seonghyeon, with a hopeful yet questioning expression, wondered if the goddess of luck would ever appear, a faint rustle hinting at a presence. Seonghyeon flinched with surprise as he stumbled upon the woman with dark, short hair. The woman with dark, short hair let out a delighted gasp of recognition. Actress Min-seo, surrounded by a fantastical swirl of roses, cheerfully asked Seonghyeon why he was there, her voice like a soft rustle of leaves. Seonghyeon, caught off guard, began to explain his presence, his finger pointing upwards in a gesture of explanation. Seonghyeon told actress Min-seo he had come to watch a movie, to which she responded with a thoughtful hum. In a whimsical vision, chibi versions of actress Min-seo and Seonghyeon discussed watching the movie together, Min-seo eagerly proposing, "Then can I watch it with you?" and Seonghyeon calmly assenting, "I don't have any problem with that. Is the time alright with you?" Seonghyeon, scratching his head in confusion, remembered actress Min-seo's previous messages about being too busy with comeback preparations, wondering why she was now suddenly available. Actress Min-seo ecstatically announced the perfect completion of her comeback preparations, to which Seonghyeon calmly replied, "I see." Actress Min-seo asked Seonghyeon which movie he intended to watch, and he replied, "Perry Hotter." Seonghyeon mused that another person's company would have been a nuisance. Yet, Min-seo possessed a unique ability to make anyone in her presence feel utterly at ease. The 2 hours and 30 minutes of the movie passed by quickly, a testament to their relaxed enjoyment. Actress Min-seo stretched contentedly, expressing her thorough enjoyment of the film, while Seonghyeon observed her with interest. Seonghyeon nodded in agreement, a sparkling affirmation that true masterpieces were always worth watching. Actress Min-seo, her hand subtly reaching out, eagerly suggested, "Shall we watch one more?" Seonghyeon demurred, noting the evening hour would turn to night with another film, prompting actress Minseo to pout in playful disappointment. Seonghyeon offered a gentle smile, reassuring her that they would watch movies together again later. Actress Minseo sprung up in excitement, eagerly proclaiming, "That's a promise," to Seonghyeon's calm, "Okay." Actress Minseo paused, her hand hovering over the door handle. Actress Minseo stopped him with a question, catching Seonghyeon off guard, "But OPPA, I have a question." She then asked Seonghyeon how he had known something about her when they first met, recalling her initial impression. Seonghyeon inwardly reflected on how difficult it had been to hide his true feelings during that first encounter. Actress Minseo, with confident self-assurance, wondered how Seonghyeon had immediately perceived her inner state when no one else ever had. Actress Minseo, her eyes wide with sudden clarity, stated simply, "I just saw it." Actress Minseo confessed a wistful desire to have been an actress herself, then revealed Seonghyeon's expression had given everything away. Seonghyeon gently placed his hand on actress Minseo's shoulder as he continued, then. With a warm smile and a small device in hand, Seonghyeon told actress Minseo to get home safely, a soft click marking their parting. Actress Minseo paused her step, a momentary hesitation. Actress Minseo suddenly proposed, "Shall we take a picture," which surprised Seonghyeon. With sparkling eyes and a joyous smile, actress Minseo suggested the picture would commemorate their growing closeness. Seonghyeon, in hindsight, realized the gravity of that moment as actress Minseo playfully urged him to come closer for the picture, making him awkwardly question, "L like this?" With a decisive click, the picture was taken, a moment Seonghyeon later realized would cause an unforeseen stir. In the dim light of his bedroom, Seonghyeon slept soundly as his phone vibrated insistently on the nightstand. Seonghyeon's hand fumbled blindly in the dark for the ceaselessly vibrating phone. A frantic voice on the other end of the line jolted Seonghyeon awake, demanding to know, "Emma, Seonghyeon, what the hell did you do?" and urging him to go online and check it out. Seonghyeon, still half asleep and confused, questioned the urgent instruction, "Online?" Utterly perplexed, Seonghyeon scratched his head, still clutching the phone. A profound shock washed over Seonghyeon's face as he stared wide-eyed at his phone, asking, "What is this?" The phone screen dramatically revealed Seonghyeon's name at the very top of the trending search topics, a sudden and undeniable sensation. Seonghyeon, in a surge of internal chaos, questioned the surreal reality unfolding before his eyes as he stared at his phone. On the screen, a blurred image hinted at the scandal that had shattered his quiet life, its visual distortion mirroring the chaos in his mind. The digital landscape screamed his name, as a news article demanded, "Who is Lee Seonghyeon, Minseo's man?" An unexpected scandal ahead of singer Minseo's comeback. The report described how Minseo had uploaded, then quickly deleted, a photo on her social media, and Seonghyeon, with a jolt of recognition, realized it was that picture. Across the digital realm, comments cascaded, some defending Minseo's inexplicable actions, while others suspected a calculated cover-up, all swirling around the post that once read, "Movie date with the handsome Seonghyeon Appa Heartsuit." A cold dread settled in, and Seonghyeon knew, with an inescapable certainty, that he was utterly, irrevocably, in trouble. Even as the online storm raged with no sign of abating, news snippets declared Minseo's complete denial of the love scandal, inadvertently drawing more attention to the "Checkmaker" character video. Yet, amidst the pervasive hum of the city and its oblivious passers-by, there was no time to linger on personal anxieties. On the set of Movie Talk, the vibrant host, Jae-hee, enthusiastically introduced the main characters from Checkmaker, their premiere just around the corner. Her smile was a beacon of professional cheer, gesturing with a prop that promised lively discussion. Jae-hee exclaimed about her packed schedule, playfully nudging the older actor with a sharp, effervescent charm. With a smooth shift in demeanor, Jae-hee clasped her hands, signaling the beginning of their discussion about the movie. Her gaze fell upon Song Chan-hyuk, asking about his experience stepping into a lead actor role for the very first time. Song Chan-hyuk admitted his unusual nervousness, prompting the older actor, Kim Jae-ho, to affectionately pat his shoulder and affirm his tireless dedication. Kim Jae-ho commended Song Chan-hyuk's unwavering diligence, impressive for someone already 9 years into his career. Song Chan-hyuk, a blush rising, laughed off the compliment, asking his senior to cease his good-natured teasing. Jae-hee then declared that another charming actor on the panel deserved a special spotlight. Her voice brimming with eager anticipation, Jae-hee theatrically announced, "Actor Lee Seonghyeon." Seonghyeon, with a confident smile that belied his earlier turmoil, introduced himself as Lee Seonghyeon, the actor portraying Choi Jin-seong. The host praised him as a precious treasure of an acting genius, a rumor floating through the industry, and Seonghyeon humbly accepted the heightened compliment. Jae-hee, with an almost too smooth transition, then asked if his humility was how he had captured that woman's heart, catching Seonghyeon completely off guard. With a curious, eager glint in her eye, Jae-hee pressed on, questioning Seonghyeon's close, almost mysterious, connection to Minseo. Seonghyeon offered a placid explanation of agency acquaintances, but internally, a deep lament echoed. He couldn't believe this scandal had tainted even his movie interview, a stark reminder that even actors were not immune to public scrutiny. A mischievous, chibi Minseo playfully interjected into Seonghyeon's thoughts, suggesting she had called their outing a DAT. A chibi Seonghyeon, in his mental defense, adamantly denied it, clarifying that the picture had been taken during an accidental meeting at the agency. Kim Jae-ho, the older actor, then jovially suggested that Seonghyeon and Minseo simply should date, a playful remark. Seonghyeon reacted with wide-eyed shock, questioning Kim Jae-ho's unexpected jest, prompting Jae-hee to quickly address the older actor by his full name. Jae-hee laughed, pointing out that Kim Jae-ho had sounded like an ajusi just then, remarking on his playful nature despite his character, Go Tae-sik. As Kim Jae-ho's jovial laughter filled the air, Seonghyeon realized, with a flicker of internal understanding, that his senior had deliberately tried to change the awkward subject. A wave of internal gratitude washed over Seonghyeon, resolving to thank Kim Jae-ho later for his timely intervention. Kim Jae-ho continued to laugh, completely unaware of Song Chan-hyuk's intense silence beside him. Then, with a thoughtful shift, Jae-hee announced that she would save the official question for last, instead turning her attention to Seonghyeon first. She warned Seonghyeon that he needed to answer carefully, as this particular question often caused disputes among actors, and he confidently agreed. Jae-hee then dropped the unexpected query, "Who is Song Chan-hyuk?" to Seonghyeon, eliciting a surprised gasp from Seonghyeon. Kim Jae-ho smiled knowingly, while Song Chan-hyuk remained stonily serious, both waiting for Seonghyeon's response. The question echoed in Seonghyeon's mind, two internal figures reflecting his exaggerated shock as he repeated, "Who is Song Chan-hyuk to me?" Internally, Seonghyeon questioned the sheer audacity and pointlessness of the inquiry. Song Chan-hyuk looked on with a strained seriousness, his hand clenched tightly in unspoken tension. A visceral clenching underscored the intensity of the moment. Seonghyeon, with a subtle reaction that hinted at deeper meaning, simply stated that Song Chan-hyuk was a good sunbeam. He elaborated on how Song Chan-hyuk had meticulously taught him everything during filming, including the delicate art of working in harmony with others. With profound sincerity, Seonghyeon expressed his deep gratitude for the immense knowledge he had gained from Song Chan-hyuk. Jae-hee joyfully praised Song Chan-hyuk as a kind and cool senior, to which he modestly laughed, dismissing it as nothing. A narrative interlude highlighted a famous line from the character Go Tae-sik in Checkmaker, hinting at deeper truths. The narration reminded them that whatever tumultuous events transpired behind the scenes, a certain rule of their world must always prevail. The ultimate rule of this world, a stage where everyone performed, dictated that one must always smile, no matter what, in front of the audience. Kim Jae-ho stretched, groaning about his aging body and advising Seonghyeon to prioritize his health. He then extended an invitation for Seonghyeon to join him at action school, but Seonghyeon politely declined, citing his uncertain future as a rookie actor. Kim Jae-ho, with a supportive smile and a hand on Seonghyeon's shoulder, acknowledged his hard work for the day. Seonghyeon called out, respectfully addressing Kim Jae-ho as Kyungnim. With a genuine, grateful smile, Seonghyeon thanked Kim Jae-ho for his earlier help during the interview. Jae-hee again laughed, playfully reminding Kim Jae-ho that he had sounded like an ajusi, and remarking on his inherent playfulness despite his stern character in the film. A warm, almost dreamlike glow surrounded Kim Jae-ho's subtle smile, a silent acknowledgement of the moment. Kim Jae-ho bid farewell, bowing slightly and urging Seonghyeon to take care, a departure underscoring the narrative truth that for any rookie, every flicker of attention was incredibly precious. The man in the green jacket suggested they should also leave, and Seonghyeon readily agreed. Yet, in the silent depths of his mind, Seonghyeon pondered the perilous duality of attention, realizing its potential to be poisonous, and began to consider another, more effective method. Seonghyeon turned his head, politely murmuring an apology as he addressed someone behind him. A woman introduced herself as reporter Song Jae-hyun from CCA, and Seonghyeon's internal echo of her name signaled immediate recognition and surprise. The sensational headlines about Minseo's man and the unexpected scandal, specifically mentioning CCA reporter Song Jae-hyun, flashed through Seonghyeon's mind, his face contorting in extreme shock. As reporter Song Jae-hyun presented her business card with a smooth, knowing smile, Seonghyeon's realization solidified, this was the very reporter who had penned the scandalous article about Minseo. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, the very journalist who penned the infamous dating scandal with Minseo, presented her business card with a smooth smile, hinting at an elegant yet mysterious agenda. However, their meeting in the brightly lit studio set the stage for an unexpected confrontation. The article, authored by CCA reporter Song Jae-hyun, detailed Seonghyeon's acclaimed performance as Choi Jin-seong in Checkmaker, yet Seonghyeon himself mused that it seemed to celebrate actor Lee Seonghyeon more than the scandal. Seonghyeon, with a wide smile, politely introduced himself. Reporter Song Jae-hyun declared her intent to conduct an interview, a possibility that surprised Seonghyeon. Meanwhile, Seonghyeon's manager, a man with glasses, cheerfully affirmed that his schedule was clear for the time being. Seonghyeon, maintaining a polite demeanor, suggested the reporter contact his manager for scheduling, while his manager inwardly hoped for more favorable articles. Reporter Song Jae-hyun then complimented her decision to speak with him in person, a statement that left Seonghyeon puzzled. Her expression turned slightly ominous as she recited circulating rumors, painting Seonghyeon as someone who acts proudly and has no manners. Seonghyeon gasped, his eyes wide with shock as she continued, labeling him a stone that shines once and then disappears quickly. He echoed her words in disbelief, as reporter Song Jae-hyun confirmed these were the rumors currently spreading among reporters. She then revealed that Song Chan-hyek's team had actively written to reporters and was preemptively blocking his interview opportunities. A sweat drop formed on Seonghyeon's face as the realization of his situation hit him. The reporter continued, recalling the recent scandal with Bae Min-seo, which solidified public opinion that Seonghyeon was manipulating media rather than showcasing his acting skills. Visibly frustrated, Seonghyeon began to question her intentions. He stared intently, demanding to know why she would want to interview him despite the negative press. Reporter Song Jae-hyun simply maintained her composed and enigmatic expression. With bright, ethereal confidence, reporter Song Jae-hyun declared her journalistic integrity, stating her intention to seek the truth over rumors and trust her own judgment. She confidently asserted that her judgment was as accurate as always, proclaiming her certainty that Seonghyeon would achieve immense success as an actor, a declaration that visibly surprised him. She then challenged Seonghyeon, asking if he would allow himself to keep getting hurt by these narratives. Reporter Song Jae-hyun offered an unexpected alliance, proposing to write a good article together. An outstretched hand, shimmering with bright hope, symbolized her earnest offer. Seonghyeon, though, expressed concern that helping him might put the reporter in an unfavorable position. Reporter Song Jae-hyun confidently reaffirmed her identity and purpose, stating it was her job to uncover what was hidden. Seonghyeon's eyes, now sparking with desperate determination, reflected his resolve. He turned his head with a subtle smirk, acknowledging the shift in their dynamic. His manager, offering a wide, encouraging smile and a thumbs up, celebrated the vital spirit of newcomers and rookies. Seonghyeon, his mouth slightly open, finally agreed. Then, the narrative declared, it was time for a fight. Seonghyeon sat thoughtfully in the car, his hand on his chin, contemplating the recent conversation. His manager, wide-eyed in the rearview mirror, reiterated the shocking news that Song Chan-hyek's team was blocking interviews, questioning Seonghyeon's prior unawareness. Seonghyeon acknowledged the tactic as characteristic of an agency notorious for media manipulation. His manager informed him that Song Chan-hyek had become even more active since the release of his last work. Seonghyeon thoughtfully acknowledged the information. His manager unexpectedly apologized, which surprised Seonghyeon. The manager's hand clenched the steering wheel as he expressed regret for failing to protect his actor, leading Seonghyeon to ask for clarification. Seonghyeon firmly reassured his manager, insisting the fault lay squarely with Song Chan-hyek, not him. As his manager remained silent, Seonghyeon abruptly shifted the topic, inquiring about the movie's release date. His manager replied that the release was early next month, less than a month away, as the car's tires screeched to a halt. Seonghyeon looked curiously at his manager, awaiting further details. The manager's hand clicked a button in the car. With renewed determination, Seonghyeon declared that they would simply do what they could, smiling as he looked out the window. The manager observed Seonghyeon, perhaps surprised by his calm resolve. The manager, awestruck, began to voice his thoughts on Seonghyeon's surprising demeanor. He praised Seonghyeon's incredible composure for a rookie, remarking that he seemed like someone living life for a second time, and asked if he had always been so relaxed, causing Seonghyeon to flinch. Seonghyeon deflected the astute observation with a nervous laugh, acknowledging his manager's sharp wit. His foot tapped lightly as he clarified that he wasn't indifferent, merely seeing no need for haste. The narration declared that the truth of who the main character was would be revealed upon the movie's release. The scene transitioned to a brightly lit room, seen through sheer curtains. Seonghyeon's feet, one still in a shoe, indicated he was taking a break. He decided to check the incoming scripts, moving through them with a rustle of papers. Seonghyeon thoughtfully placed scripts on his kitchen counter, contemplating his next move. Reading a script titled War of Wolves, Seonghyeon observed that the checkmaker's impact had resulted in an influx of similar scenarios. He rubbed his eye, yearning for something distinct rather than roles that replicated his current image. Suddenly, Seonghyeon's eye twitched with a dawning realization. His hand slid through a stack of papers, pulling out a specific script. The script was titled Flying, by writer Yoo Ah-rum. The synopsis described Yoo Ji-an, a young woman running desperately through a dark forest each night to escape debt collectors, constantly facing death. Her foot landed firmly on the ground as she fled. She stumbled abruptly at the edge of a perilous cliff, her eyes widening in surprise at the danger. Her terrified eyes and heavy, desperate gasps underscored her panic. From a dimly lit room, another woman observed the distant figure at the cliff's edge, having caught Shin Jae-hyun's eyes by chance. The story then transitioned to the grand, academic setting of Korea's top arts high school, Leeds High. The narration introduced a sub-male lead, currently going through a slump, his feet walking a muted path. This sub-male lead was Ji Woo-hyun, a national swimmer, depicted both heroically saving someone and melancholically surrounded by flowers. The main male lead was then introduced as Shin Jae-hyun's grandson and Leeds High's bad boy, shown intensely reaching out to help a young woman climb a cliff. This main male lead was Han Se-oh, emphasizing the critical importance of whose hand was being held. Seonghyeon, holding the script, noted its impressive 9% viewership rating upon airing. The narration highlighted the massive viral popularity of the story, featuring its 3 central characters. Seonghyeon pointed at the flying script, noting it was the only romance genre among all the scenarios he had received. His phone vibrated loudly, surprising Seonghyeon as he wondered who was calling so late. The incoming call displayed #1 fan, and Seonghyeon immediately recognized it as Minseo. The incoming call from his #1 fan flashed brightly, signaling an urgent message. A shocking news headline concerning Minseo's comeback left Seonghyeon dismayed, triggering an immediate, pained exclamation. Anxious thoughts about Minseo's confusion over the scandal spurred Seonghyeon to call her, his voice urgent with concern. Before Seonghyeon could reassure her about the scandal, Minseo interrupted him with breathless excitement, announcing her new song's imminent release. Minseo then revealed the 5th track was dedicated entirely to him, insisting he listen to its message. Seonghyeon's only response was a series of bewildered interjections, struggling to comprehend the revelation. He questioned why he was the subject of a song, but Minseo playfully dodged his inquiry, urging him to listen quickly before time ran out. A sudden jolt of surprise hit Seonghyeon, leaving him in a state of utter disbelief. The digital display confirmed Minseo had abruptly ended their call, leaving him with an unanswered question. Lying on his bed, Seonghyeon wrestled with the implications of their conversation, questioning Minseo's apparent indifference to the spreading scandal. Yet, a romantic and nostalgic vision surfaced, Minseo's very first song, Night Sea, which became her breakthrough. This single song propelled Bae Minseo into an undeniable position as a top star. He then wondered if this new song, the 5th track, had already been released to the public. A quiet curiosity nudged him to give the track a listen. Seonghyeon marveled at her immediate dominance as the #1 search topic, acknowledging her undeniable talent even as a rookie. With a soft tap, he initiated the search. His eyes scanned the playlist, searching for the 5th track Minseo had mentioned. As the song began, its ethereal lyrics spoke of a profound human need for support and the vulnerable beauty of unadulterated selfhood, resonating deeply within him. The melody continued, articulating a sudden realization of one's own immaturity, yet embracing the boundless curiosity of youth. Seonghyeon acknowledged the song's undeniable quality, sensing the profound thought Minseo had poured into its creation. A visual metaphor unfolded, the song's narrative of enduring hardship, depicted through a solitary figure amidst glowing musical notes. Then, a comforting hand appeared, symbolizing the singular beacon of encouragement in moments of despair. The vision concluded with a tender embrace, affirming that such simple, heartfelt support was more than enough. A soft, radiant light enveloped the embracing figures, prompting Seonghyeon to utter a soft, confused exclamation. A blush crept across Seonghyeon's face as a startling thought formed, could Minseo truly harbor such tender feelings for him? Following the energetic release of Minseo's mini-album, the world braced for her confident resurgence. Despite initial concerns, the storm of scandal and criticism that had threatened her comeback swiftly subsided into a professional calm. Minseo, radiating cheerfulness, greeted her audience with an open, friendly wave. Seonghyeon noted with relief that the fervor surrounding the scandal had finally settled into a quiet hum. Amidst sparkling media attention, news broke of Kim Jae-ho's potential first drama project, hinting at fresh industry movements. He observed the cascade of fresh news detailing Song Chan-hyuk's aspirations for a historical romance, and his status as the #1 male actor, sensing a new wave of ambition in the industry. With a powerful clench of his fist, Seonghyeon declared his readiness. Feeling a surge of purpose, he resolved to finally begin his own important work. His focus sharpened on the 2 scenarios he possessed, detailing only the initial episodes. Confident that these few pages were ample for character analysis, Seonghyeon began to write, his pen scratching rhythmically across the paper. With a precise tap, he highlighted the role that now seized his attention above all others. In his mind's eye, a dramatic vision of Han Se-oh emerged, Leeds High's notorious ranking troublemaker, shrouded in a dark, reflective aura. While sharing Choi Jin-seong's bad boy mystique, Han Se-oh's core difference lay in his motivations, diverging sharply from Jin-seong's rigid sense of right. For Han Co, every action, every decision, was solely orchestrated for the sake of his beloved Yu Ji-on, an ethereal ideal shining brightly in his distorted world. With a soft rattle, a hand reached for the ornate, golden doorknob, preparing to enter a new realm. As he stepped through the brightly glowing, ornate golden doorway, a new narrative unfolded before him, shimmering with possibility. Scene 5 of the script opened with Yu Ji-on's dramatic rescue by Woo Hyun, Leeds High's national swimming representative, on a picturesque seashore. Following her rescue, Ji-on received an unprecedented offer of admission from Shin Jae-hyun, the formidable chairman of Leeds High. Her journey into the elite institution, however, hinged on a crucial test, as quick footsteps marked her path. A definitive click marked the precise time, 56.72 seconds, an intense moment in Ji-on's trial. Seonghyeon's confusion echoed into a "huh," while Minseo's surprised "what?" created a moment of awkward misunderstanding between them. He pressed on, questioning why he was the subject of her song, but Minseo, with playful urgency, insisted he listen to discover the truth before time ran out. A sudden jolt of surprise and realization caused Seonghyeon to pull the phone away, his mind reeling. He then observed the screen, confirming Minseo had abruptly ended the call. Lying back on his bed, Seonghyeon remained deeply confused, grappling with the meaning of their exchange and Minseo's seemingly detached reaction to the scandal. Yet, the soft, ethereal memory of Minseo's artistic beginnings resurfaced, the creation of Night Sea, her very first composition. That iconic song had solidified Bae Minseo's triumph, catapulting her to the pinnacle of stardom. Lost in thought, he pondered once more if the significant song had already found its way to the public. The quiet ticking of the clock accompanied his internal debate, should he finally listen to the track? Seonghyeon couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration that, despite being a rookie, she had instantly become the #1 search topic, proving her undeniable talent. With a soft, anticipatory tap, he prepared to search. His gaze scanned the list, wondering if this specific fifth track was indeed the one Minseo had spoken of. Once again, the song's tender, introspective lyrics resonated profoundly, articulating the deep human yearning for support and the courageous embrace of one's true self. The melody continued to echo his own journey, sparking a reflective realization of youthful immaturity intertwined with an insatiable curiosity for the world. He concluded, with thoughtful appreciation, that the song was undeniably good, clearly bearing the deep thought and care Minseo had poured into it. A bottle cap smoothly turned, preparing for what was to come. The woman with dark hair offered a soft, bright smile, gratefully accepting the water. On the outdoor university campus, the man sternly told her to cool down and go straight home, eliciting her immediate surprise. Emotionally questioning, the woman turned away, frustrated by the intense effort demanded by this place. She lamented the grueling entrance exam that reduced people to frantically running until their dirty purple and white sneakers bore the toil. Under a bright sky, the man and woman sat on a ledge overlooking a sports field, a quiet moment settling between them. The woman's mind wandered, pondering what made them so exceptionally special. Elsewhere, a man with purple-tinged hair walked with a slight smile, carrying a black case through a bright urban street, hinting at other paths. Back on the stone stairs, the man, eyes closed in weariness, explained to the concerned woman that this place was vastly different from her past. His distressed gaze drifted upward as he confessed the suffocating weight he felt. The two sat tiredly on the broad stone steps, dappled sunlight filtering through the trees as they rested in a shared, quiet moment. The man pressed her, asking if she truly did not remember, noting her other memories were intact, causing her to wince uncomfortably. With the water bottle in his hands, the man found it strange that she couldn't recall the person who had saved her. A slight smile on his face, the man encouraged her to try and remember bit by bit, then casually dismissed the personal implication. He instructed her to simply tell the chairwoman that he had saved her, leaving her expression unseen. He asked if she remembered him saving her from falling into the sea, but she sprang up, dismissively asserting she did not remember. In a tense confrontation, the man appealed for her to think carefully, but she angrily shouted for him to stop asking, for she remembered nothing. She continued her statement as she walked away, leaving the outdoor campus bathed in soft, natural light. With a fierce intensity, the woman declared that he wouldn't last an hour in the place where she had been. The man called out her name, reaching out in concern as she rapidly ran down the outdoor staircase with determined footsteps. He shouted her name, Yu Ji-on, as she continued to run, emphasized by motion lines against a bright background. Concerned, the man worried aloud that she might fall, still standing on the stairs under the bright, clear sky. In a dark, mysterious flashback, she ran through a dappled forest, her delicate body seeming to teeter on the edge of breaking apart. The narration shifted, revealing a glowing hand reaching out in a dramatic, dreamlike gesture as he acted without conscious thought. In that lush, verdant memory, he found himself holding Yu Ji-on in his arms, a moment of rescue captured in dappled light. His concerned gaze met her surprised one, a vivid memory sparkling in the background. A foot in a sneaker stumbled on the dark, uneven ground, a sudden, jarring movement. A figure tumbled through a dark, star-filled cosmic scene, accompanied by whooshing and splashing sounds, as narration spoke of beautiful emotions, monsters, and the feeling of divine abandonment, ending on a glimpse of text about intense characters. Back in his modern apartment, Seonghyeon lay on his couch, reading a script and narrating his concern about portraying characters after his long hiatus from high school. His smartphone loudly vibrated on the wooden table, a sudden interruption. Seonghyeon, smiling, spoke on the phone, asking his manager to confirm the audition date for the project, Flying. A door opened with a ringing sound, bright light spilling into the room. Seonghyeon looked ahead with slight surprise, calling out, "Here." In the restaurant, reporter Song Jae-hyun sat at a table with warm lighting, waving a greeting. Seonghyeon greeted reporter Song Jae-hyun in the elegant restaurant, thanking her for meeting him on such short notice. He replied modestly that he had merely been analyzing a script at home, a slight smile on his face. Though inwardly concerned about this private meeting, Seonghyeon replied he was still looking for his next project when reporter Song Jae-hyun asked if he had chosen one. Reporter Song Jae-hyun expressed her relief, prompting a confused "sorry" from a chibi Seonghyeon. Dismissing her previous comment, reporter Song Jae-hyun suggested they order, her cheerful demeanor and a subtle gulp hinting at her appetite as she asked about his food preferences. Seonghyeon brightly stated he wasn't picky, just as a polite waiter approached to take their order. Reporter Song Jae-hyun began to state her order. Reporter Song Jae-hyun enthusiastically ordered a copious amount of pasta, pizza, and salad, shocking Seonghyeon into an attempt to interrupt her. Seonghyeon, looking shocked and concerned, questioned if the order was too much for just two people, to which reporter Song Jae-hyun reacted with a sound of realization. Reporter Song Jae-hyun cheerfully waved to someone off-panel, while Seonghyeon watched on, a bit perplexed by her enthusiasm. A woman with dark, short hair arrived, apologizing for her lateness, then reacted with surprise in the warmly lit, flower-decorated restaurant aisle. The woman with dark, short hair walked towards the table where Seonghyeon, reporter Song Jae-hyun, and the waiter were seated. Her expression shifting into dawning realization, the woman with dark, short hair began to speculate about someone's identity. Seonghyeon uttered a sound of flustered surprise in response. Seonghyeon bowed deeply, introducing himself to the surprised woman with dark, short hair in the elegant restaurant. The woman gasped in a sudden burst of excited realization, pointing her finger with wide eyes. With enthusiastic chibi illustrations of her delight, the woman animatedly declared how much she enjoyed Seonghyeon's character intro video for Check Makery, expressing her unexpected joy at meeting him, to which a flustered Seonghyeon humbly thanked her. Reporter Song Jae-hyun stood gracefully, observing with a soft smile. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, smiling warmly, introduced the woman with dark, short hair as her cherished, Dongseon, Yuarum. Seonghyeon's mind echoed, Yuarum, peeking in surprise between the two women. His eye widened in profound shock as he suddenly realized the connection, a document clearly named, Yuarum, as the writer for Flying. Yuarum smiled knowingly, recognizing Seonghyeon's realization about flying. Seonghyeon's internal thoughts lamented the terrifying unpredictability of the world and this unexpected meeting, but outwardly he offered a strained, polite greeting. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, with a shrewd, knowing smile, began to explain the true purpose of their meeting. She revealed her intention to recommend Seonghyeon for Flying, surprising both him and Yuarum. Both Seonghyeon and Yuarum reacted with profound, wide-eyed shock, their mouths agape at reporter Song Jae-hyun's declaration. Reporter Song Jae-hyun began to explain that since Seonghyeon knew Arum, it would be easier to disclose that Arum was a skilled writer, despite the off-panel woman's bewildered interjection. Reporter Song Jae-hyun elaborated that Yuarum's high standards meant she rarely approved of actors, but Yuarum immediately denied it as a server placed a pizza on their table. Yuarum vehemently clarified that her issue lay solely with the casting director's unsuitable choices, not with actors generally. With a knowing smile, reporter Song Jae-hyun then dropped the bombshell, revealing her true reason for recommending Seonghyeon, which clearly took Yuarum by surprise. Reporter Song Jae-hyun then turned her attention to Seonghyeon, suggesting he consider the project if he hadn't committed to his next work, much to his flustered dismay during their meal. Reporter Song Jae-hyun gently reminded Yuarum of her previous complaints about needing a decent actor, to which Yuarum hesitantly agreed. Yuarum acknowledged the rarity and significance of the opportunity, but deep within Seonghyeon's mind, a complex calculation began, weighing the audition chance against the harsh reality of a rookie actor's limited influence. Yuarum then plainly articulated the fundamental disadvantage: rookie actors remained merely rookies, a truth often overlooked. Reporter Song Jae-hyun revealed the production company's preference for well-known actors, prompting a surprised question from Yuarum, while Seonghyeon listened gravely. Yuarum's hand fidgeted with a spoon as she expressed deep concern that the casting director had only considered established actors, a particularly daunting challenge for her debut work, Flying. Reporter Song Jae-hyun listened in thoughtful silence, allowing the weight of the situation to settle. Seonghyeon, with a somber expression, voiced his concern that under such circumstances, collaboration might prove too difficult. Yoo-rum, however, responded with a cheerful, almost too bright smile, suggesting they simply look forward to a next time. But Seonghyeon, radiating an almost magical confidence, declared that they need not let this rare opportunity slip away now. His fervent declaration, that he truly desired to collaborate and would win the role solely through his acting, left Yoo-rum utterly taken aback, a flurry of fantastical flowers blooming around her in her astonishment. A single bead of sweat formed, betraying Yoo-rum's unspoken surprise at his unexpected resolve. Reporter Seonghyeon then leaned in conspiratorially, a sly whisper confirming her earlier assertion that meeting Seonghyeon would indeed be worthwhile. With a soft smile and closed eyes, Yoo-rum quietly conceded the point. Reporter Seonghyeon then declared her full support, proposing a celebratory glass of champagne for good luck. As their wine glasses chimed with a clear, sparkling resonance against a vibrant pink backdrop, their comfortable meal flowed onward, marking a new, hopeful turn. The moment dissolved into a dreamy gradient of pink and purple, shimmering with impossible golden light. As the scene shifted to an elegant, dimly lit room, an unseen voice remarked on the perplexing societal norm that made dating seem impossible. Yoo-rum, glass in hand, loudly vented her exasperation at the inescapable demand for romance to be woven into every story, regardless of the plot. Her complaints, centered on the unwanted obligation to inject high school romance into a drama about youth's growth, continued unabated, met only by reporter Seonghyeon's patient, understanding nods. The atmosphere quickly escalated into a joyous, messy chaos, with Yoo-rum excitedly urging more drinks as Seonghyeon, panicking, reached out to prevent a spill while reporter Seonghyeon dissolved into tipsy laughter. The night unfolded a new chapter, a tranquil crescent moon hanging over silent city streets like a promise of quiet revelations. Reporter Seonghyeon gazed upward, a pensive expression on her face, pondering the heavy truth that the viewer's judgment was always paramount. She then posed a rhetorical question to Seonghyeon, hinting at the difficult concessions required when viewers relentlessly demanded romance. With a cheerful tilt of his head, Seonghyeon readily agreed, acknowledging their responsibility as commercial artists to heed the public's desires. Reporter Seonghyeon turned to him, a flicker of surprise passing over her face as she absorbed his words. She confessed that speaking with Seonghyeon always felt like conversing with a senior writer, a compliment he bashfully brushed off with a laugh. But reporter Seonghyeon insisted, her words hinting at an elusive quality she sensed within him. Then Yoo-rum, bubbling with enthusiastic energy, excitedly declared it was Seonghyeon's calm aura, his remarkable composure as a rookie, and his brilliant, instantaneous retort to actor Song Chan-hyuk's ill-intended ad-lib. Seonghyeon, caught off guard, echoed the phrase, ill-intended ad-lib, with palpable confusion. Reporter Seonghyeon's voice carried a note of gentle reprimand, reminding Yoo-rum that the detail was meant to remain a secret. Yoo-rum, cheekily defiant, exclaimed that it was incredibly difficult for a rookie to avoid even a single mistake in such a challenging situation. With a swift, exasperated motion, reporter Seonghyeon physically silenced Yoo-rum, while Seonghyeon watched the hurried exchange in surprise. A sudden, sparkling clarity washed over Seonghyeon, as he wondered if they were referring to that specific incident. He then pressed them, curious how they could have known, given their infrequent presence on set. Reporter Seonghyeon confessed her secret, prolonged visits to the set, driven by troubling rumors that Song Chan-hyuk harbored animosity towards Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon, surrounded by a gentle, sparkling halo of flowers, offered a warm, appreciative smile, reassuring her that her concern was enough. Reporter Seonghyeon wished him good luck with his audition, her gaze intense as she inwardly resolved to prove her instincts about him were correct. With a wide, cheerful smile, Seonghyeon waved them off, wishing them a safe journey home. Deep down, an unquenchable ambition began to surge within him, a hunger he hadn't fully recognized until now. As they walked down the brightly lit street, reporter Seonghyeon proposed continuing their evening with more drinks at Yoo-rum's place, who promptly refused, citing her discomfort with being left alone. Seonghyeon, with unwavering confidence, declared they were all going to her home for a party, affirming this journey as a compelling story of growth, forged by those who cherish small joys and bravely move forward. The vast, star-dusted canopy of the night sky above him framed the realization that their narrative also held the sweet, intoxicating essence of youth and romance, a moment he desperately wished to inhabit. Days later, amidst the bustling cityscape, an unseen voice remarked that most of the new arrivals were, indeed, rookies. An eager man, gesturing expansively, declared Seonghyeon's unparalleled impact even before the screening, a compliment Seonghyeon calmly dismissed. A door, a sliver ajar, teased the bright, unknown world just beyond. Seonghyeon, framed by a shimmering, golden aura, declared his absolute resolve to give his utmost, regardless of the challenge or opponent. A man in a blue shirt observed the unexpectedly large turnout of candidates, noting a last-minute surge of applicants. The man with glasses, a sweat drop betraying his unease, nervously questioned Seonghyeon's confidence amidst the growing competition. A wave of genuine surprise, complete with a tiny, bewildered chibi of himself, washed over Seonghyeon at something he had just perceived. Across the expansive, modern hall, Seonghyeon's gaze landed on another man engrossed in his phone by the window. The narrative dramatically introduced Park Seong-tae, a master of melodrama and the secondary male lead in the hugely popular drama That Night, radiating with an almost ethereal glow. A profound question echoed in Seonghyeon's mind: what was actor Park Seong-tae doing here? Fantastical chibis laughed with carefree abandonment, one reassuring the other not to worry too much. Seonghyeon stepped forward, greeting the senior actor Park Seong-tae, who regarded him with a serious, almost suspicious gaze. With a confident, sparkling smile, Seonghyeon introduced himself as rookie actor Lee Seonghyeon, extending his hand. Park Seong-tae returned the handshake, acknowledging with a smile that he had heard much about Seonghyeon, particularly rumors of his acting prowess. Seonghyeon politely thanked him, but a storm of internal indignation, barely veiled by his closed-eyed smile, raged at the senior's informal address during their very first meeting. Park Seong-tae, however, casually added a cutting remark about rumors regarding Seonghyeon's less-than-stellar personality. Park Seong-tae then, with a smug smile, elaborated that Song Chan-hyuk Sunbi had painted a picture of Seonghyeon as an arrogant actor, despite his skill. A dark, patterned understanding settled over Seonghyeon's face as he finally comprehended the insidious source of Park Seong-tae's negativity. A stylized social media post, bursting with cheerful lemon and orange patterns, publicly declared actor Song Chan-hyuk's unwavering support for Park Seong-tae. Park Seong-tae, with a hand to his chest, declared Song Chan-hyuk his best friend of the same kind, before abruptly shifting the subject to Seonghyeon's audition role. Seonghyeon calmly declared his intention to audition for the captivating role of Han Se-oh, causing Park Seong-tae to visibly flinch. Seonghyeon, with a thoughtful, serious expression, acknowledged the newfound complexity of the situation. But Park Seong-tae, bathed in a confident, dark sparkle, smugly declared the role of Han Se-oh his own, regardless. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, hands clasped in apology, reiterated the production company's desire for a well-known actor, her words hanging heavy with unspoken tension among the three. A determined, almost angry realization dawned upon Seonghyeon, connecting the present predicament to a cryptic warning from the past, as if fate itself had delivered a dramatic prophecy. Park Seong-tae casually told Seonghyeon not to work too hard, a thinly veiled jab Seonghyeon met with a confident retort that failure would be his alone to bear. A ripple of surprise crossed Seonghyeon's focus as Song Chan-hyuk's voice boomed, summoning Park Seong-tae into the audition room. As footsteps receded, Seonghyeon's manager urged him to move to another waiting area, emphasizing the strategic advantage of avoiding Park Seong-tae. Seonghyeon conceded, acknowledging that his manager's advice to avoid Park Seong-tae was indeed the wisest course. The unexpected length and intensity of the audition process drew comment from an unseen observer, noting the emotional toll it seemed to be taking. His manager speculated that the audition involved more than just script reading, perhaps free acting, as Seonghyeon listened intently. Even to Seonghyeon, the audition's duration seemed unusual, a thought that intensified as a door clicked open and a voice thanked the previous participant. Footsteps announced Park Seong-tae's departure from the audition room. A fleeting expression of surprise, or perhaps calculated insight, registered on Park Seong-tae's face. A sly smirk spread across Park Seong-tae's features as he cynically mused that the decision for the role had already been predetermined. The call for actor Lee Seonghyeon shattered the quiet, prompting Seonghyeon to steel his resolve before entering the fray. Declaring his intent to do his best and return swiftly, Seonghyeon was met with an encouraging cheer from his manager, all while reaffirming to himself that he could not give up. Seonghyeon introduced himself as rookie actor Lee Seonghyeon, bowing politely to the unseen panel, asking them to take good care of him. A panelist welcomed Seonghyeon, acknowledging his recent work on checkmakery. Seonghyeon confirmed the completion of his recent project as the panel reviewed his credentials. A panelist questioned Seonghyeon's confidence for the new role, noting its vastly different atmosphere from his previous work. Seonghyeon confidently proclaimed his belief that a true actor should possess the versatility to embody any role. The female panelist praised his wise answer but internally whispered reservations about his public recognition compared to Park Seong-tae. The hushed internal doubts continued among the panelists, acknowledging a rookie actor might be a challenging choice. Seonghyeon passionately requested a chance, quoting the script itself to affirm his intention to win the role through his acting alone. With a grateful smile, Seonghyeon acknowledged the opportunity, understanding that a certain writer had kept her promise to him. As an unseen panelist gave him the cue to begin, Seonghyeon resolved that it was now his turn to uphold his end of the unspoken bargain. The narration highlighted the daunting context of the audition, where the consensus overwhelmingly favored Park Seong-tae. The narrator's hand clenched in fierce resolve, signaling a determination to overturn the prevailing expectations. The scene for the audition, from Flying, Act 2, Scene 9, was announced, Han Se-oh proposing a movie date to Yoo Ji-an. Yoo Ji-an, surprised, immediately questioned the logic of watching a movie with him. Han Se-oh earnestly suggested a movie date might help her memories return, a notion Yoo Ji-yeon inwardly dismissed as an old fixation. Yoo Ji-yeon expressed her profound indifference, stating she did not care who saved her as long as she was alive. Han Se-oh's foot tapped in agitation as he passionately demanded to know why she wasn't even a little curious about the one who saved her life. Han Se-oh warned that her memory loss could impact her daily life, but Yoo Ji-yeon remained unconvinced, dismissing the notion. Abruptly, Han Se-oh declared their movie date was set for Saturday at 11 o'clock, catching Yoo Ji-yeon completely off guard. With unwavering resolve, Han Se-oh threatened to relentlessly pursue and badger her, utilizing all his wealth and riches, if she dared not show up. Chibi versions of the characters comically debated the redundancy of wealth and riches, with the male chibi shrugging that it was all he possessed. Yoo Ji-yeon jumped back in surprise as the young man suddenly stood. Yoo Ji-yeon chuckled, a reluctant surrender, as she agreed to the date, deciding just one day would be acceptable. Han Se-oh, flustered, suddenly took off, but not before shouting back a firm reminder for Yoo Ji-yeon not to be late on Saturday. Yoo Ji-yeon called out to Han Se-oh as he hastily departed. A whoosh of air followed Han Se-oh's swift departure, leaving Yoo Ji-yeon with a subtle smile. Seonghyeon stood frozen, his fists clenched, utterly consumed by the raw emotional aftermath of his performance. His wide, blushing eyes betrayed the intense emotional state still lingering from the scene. The narration revealed that the panel had initially held low expectations for Seonghyeon's performance. Despite low expectations, the male panelist found himself flustered, questioning his own unexpected reaction to the actor's charm and innocence. Even then, the narration continued, he was still primarily regarded as just a rookie. However, the female panelist registered a growing surprise at the depth of the scene Seonghyeon had chosen to perform on his own. The selected scene was not a simple romance, but a complex emotional journey, exemplified by Seonghyeon's heartfelt cry for grandmother, showcasing a character's multifaceted nature. The narration underscored the inherent difficulty of enacting such a deeply challenging scene. The next scene, number 10, introduced Han Se-oh descending from the rooftop, only to encounter Shin Jae-hyun. Shin Jae-hyun sternly admonished Han Se-oh for his rooftop habit, quoting a proverb about mighty people viewing from high places. Han Se-oh pondered her words as Shin Jae-hyun quickly clarified that her meaning was not so literal. Shin Jae-hyun stoically told the young man to persist in his current course. She then warned him of the immense difficulty he would face in climbing back up if he were to fully understand her words and then fall to rock bottom. The young man angrily challenged Shin Jae-hyun, demanding to know what she would do if he truly failed. Shin Jae-hyun began a philosophical observation, stating that, if someone goes up. The young man finished her thought with a cynical smirk, declaring that someone else inevitably had to go down in their world. Both panelists reacted with wide-eyed shock to Seonghyeon's performance. Seonghyeon announced the confident completion of his audition. The male panelist muttered in utter disbelief, his shock palpable, as he called the performance insane. Seonghyeon, with a slight smirk, subtly challenged the panelist, hinting at the powerful emotional resonance of his acting. The female panelist, ecstatic, praised the work, declaring it truly excellent. Chibi characters humorously conversed, with the male chibi complimenting the female chibi's writing, a praise she playfully denied. The chibi male panelist internally conceded that acting indeed elevated the script, admitting Seonghyeon's skills surpassed his initial expectations and even outshone Park Song-tae. An unseen panelist concluded the audition by praising Seonghyeon's acting, stating they would review and provide an update soon. Seonghyeon, smiling confidently, accepted their remarks as a positive sign, expressing gratitude and anticipating good news. An unseen character offered a polite farewell. The click of the door marked Seonghyeon's exit from the audition room. Park Song-tae's voice startled Seonghyeon, calling out to him unexpectedly. Park Song-tae confronted Seonghyeon, commenting on his surprisingly good expression and asking if the audition went well, prompting Seonghyeon to acknowledge his presence. Internally, Park Song-tae scoffed, criticizing the director for foolishly raising a rookie actor's expectations. Park Song-tae patronizingly advised Seonghyeon not to be discouraged by failure, asserting that a leading role was not easily attained. Seonghyeon internally judged Park Song-tae, finding his ego inflated by a modicum of fame. A subtle smirk played on Seonghyeon's face as he resolved to simply await the official audition results. Park Song-tae, fuming inwardly, questioned how long Seonghyeon could maintain such an arrogant demeanor. Park Song-tae delivered a final, loaded statement to Seonghyeon, expressing his excitement for the outcome. Set against a bright, clear sky, the day commenced for Seonghyeon's interview with reporter Song Jae-hyun. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, posed a question that seemed to question the very fabric of his resilience. What do you think? Are you going to keep on getting hurt? Another man enthusiastically urged a young man in a green jacket to embark on writing a truly good article. As Seonghyeon stood amidst a radiant, dreamlike glow, he pondered if this interview could truly be the turning point, an opportunity to finally halt Song Chan-hyuk's trajectory. Seonghyeon sat calmly, a quiet moment of introspection before the storm of the interview. A soft tapping sound heralded an imminent arrival, echoing the bustling city outside. Reporter Song Jae-hyun apologized for her slight delay, blaming traffic, but Seonghyeon waved it off, claiming he hadn't waited long at all. With a warm gesture, Seonghyeon offered reporter Song Jae-hyun a drink, which she graciously accepted. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, in a sudden, cartoonish gulp, downed her drink with such speed it startled Seonghyeon and a chibi man with glasses, her energy momentarily jolting the calm. Reporter Song Jae-hyun decisively tapped the table, asking if they should finally begin. Seonghyeon simply affirmed, his readiness palpable. With a clear gaze, reporter Song Jae-hyun posed her first question: why did Mr. Seonghyeon start acting? Seonghyeon began, stating that he didn't believe there was any single, particularly large reason, yet but hung in the air. In a soft, sparkling memory, a younger Seonghyeon simply knew he had always held an intensely strong, unwavering desire to act. From a tender age, his love for movies and dramas had swirled into a natural, almost fated desire to transform himself into an actor. Reporter Song Jae-hyun nodded understandingly as Seonghyeon plainly stated the simple, undeniable truth: he just liked acting. He reflected, finding pleasure in the transformative act of becoming someone else within a play, capturing attention, and losing himself in new identities. Reporter Song Jae-hyun observed with a knowing smile that Seonghyeon seemed truly, deeply fond of acting. Seonghyeon questioned if that was truly the case, prompting reporter Song Jae-hyun to explain that many usually claim not to know when asked such a direct question. She speculated that others might be afraid to admit a desire for attention, unlike Seonghyeon, who embraced the truth of his passion. Seonghyeon quietly acknowledged her insight, a pensive understanding dawning. Reporter Song Jae-hyun briskly moved to the next question, inquiring if he had a favorite actor or a role model. He named actor Oh Hyung-sik among Koreans, and after a momentary pause, added Robert Juniver from foreign actors, his words carrying a slight glitch of reflection. Reporter Song Jae-hyun sprang forward excitedly, recognizing actor Oh Hyung-sik and exclaiming about his trending role as a detective in The Love of Evil. Glowing with admiration, reporter Song Jae-hyun mentally recounted Oh Hyung-sik's incredible career, noting his starring roles in 3 of Korea's top 10 movies of all time, a dazzling accomplishment. In a charming chibi moment, reporter Song Jae-hyun observed Seonghyeon's evident fondness for the actor, to which he blushingly confessed his enduring dream of one day acting alongside his son Binim. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, with a hopeful laugh, expressed a strong feeling that his dream was somehow not far off at all. Seonghyeon's eye, a window to his soul, silently contemplated the weight of her encouraging words. With a soft laugh, Seonghyeon gratefully thanked her for her encouraging statement. Reporter Song Jae-hyun announced their transition to the next question. Seonghyeon readily agreed, eager for what was next. Reporter Song Jae-hyun noted his recent completion of filming for Checkmaker, a dramatic tableau asking, who will be the winner of this game, and then inquired about the most difficult part of the shoot. Seonghyeon paused, recognizing the true weight of her question about the most difficult part, a pivotal point in their conversation. His mind drifted to muted, pensive memories of past difficulties, moments when a voice had dismissively declared, "This is the gap in our career, kid." Song Chan-hyuk, with a sneer, scorned Seonghyeon's cheeky side and accused him of media manipulation over skill, asserting the public's opinion was not favorable. In the tense atmosphere of the bar, Song Chan-hyuk continued his scathing monologue about Seonghyeon to his captive audience. A man with blonde hair calmly delivered Song Chan-hyuk's damning assessment: Seonghyeon's acting wasn't bad, but his arrogance was undeniable. The animosity Seonghyeon faced stemmed entirely from sources beyond his actual acting. But his true thoughts, poised for release, prepared to reveal the raw reality. Reporter Song Jae-hyun, with an empathetic gaze, shared her own ordinary struggles as a rookie, citing moments of debilitating nervousness. She elaborated on the common anxieties, like worrying about how the camera would capture her, all the small fears that gnawed at actors. Seonghyeon gasped in surprise as reporter Song Jae-hyun reached across the table, gently taking his hand in hers. Holding his hand, reporter Song Jae-hyun gently reminded him, "Did you forget our promise?" She firmly declared her allegiance to Seonghyeon, reassuring him that there was no need to hide anything from her. She evoked their shared promise to demonstrate the undeniable power of rookies together, a determined glint in her eye. Seonghyeon's mouth, slightly agape, betrayed a silent surge of emotion at her steadfast declaration. With a relieved laugh, Seonghyeon playfully conceded, acknowledging he simply couldn't win against her. He mused internally that there had been a moment, he supposed, where his relentless hard work had finally become visible to others. In a dramatic, glowing vision, Song Chan-hyuk's menacing voice echoed, telling Seonghyeon to stop trying so hard, not to dare outshine the main character. With fierce conviction, Seonghyeon declared that his efforts had never once betrayed him, and he would relentlessly continue working hard. With a radiant confidence, Seonghyeon declared his unwavering resolve: when it came to acting, he would not back down anymore. Reporter Seonghyeon, bathed in a soft glow, simply stated her approving, "That's good." Chibi Seonghyeon cheekily asked her to write it well, prompting a chibi reporter Seonghyeon to humorously exclaim about the difficulty of such a request. She vowed to try her best, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the keyboard as she announced the final question. Anticipating his future fame, reporter Seonghyeon asked what, specifically, he hoped to hear from his legions of fans once the movie was released. Humble and contemplative, Seonghyeon confessed he still struggled to imagine such a future, but a deeper thought lingered. He revealed his heartfelt wish, to hear the simple, powerful words, "I'm rooting for you." Reporter Seonghyeon, with soft understanding, agreed that such words would indeed provide immense strength. Reporter Seonghyeon concluded their interview, and both exchanged polite thanks, Seonghyeon expressing his hope for a well-written article. She confidently affirmed, "Of course." As Seonghyeon prepared to depart, reporter Seonghyeon called out to him, prompting a surprised, "Yes?" With a sincere smile, reporter Seonghyeon uttered the very words he longed to hear, "I'm rooting for you." A soft, surprised sound escaped Seonghyeon, his eyes wide with unexpected emotion. In a serene, sparkling moment, Seonghyeon realized he had never truly been able to clearly perceive the reality of having people who genuinely supported him as an actor. But a profound shift was occurring within his pensive thoughts. As a joyful blush spread across his face, Seonghyeon wholeheartedly agreed, "Yes. Thank you," realizing that reality, in its radiant beauty, truly always surpassed imagination. A celebratory flourish announced the grand news: Seonghyeon had been cast as the male lead, Han Se-oh, in Flying. Seonghyeon looked utterly bewildered, a question mark sparkling above his head as if his mind couldn't quite process the moment. Seonghyeon asked his manager, "What in the world is that?" To which the man jubilantly declared it was his first lead role in a drama. The manager beamed, his eyes crinkling shut in sincere congratulations for Seonghyeon's achievement. Seonghyeon, slightly embarrassed by the grand display, wondered if it might be a little excessive. "Not at all," the manager exclaimed, insisting Seonghyeon's casting was purely due to his skills, though Seonghyeon humbly dismissed it as mere luck. Even in chibi form, the manager emphatically pointed out that sustained luck was impossible without genuine skill. "That guy is a good example of that," the manager stated, immediately piquing Seonghyeon's curiosity. A searing memory flashed, a man's furious voice echoing, "How does it make sense that I failed? You said that you already talked about it." His anguished cries echoed, a broken promise of a role just for showing up, leaving only a heartbroken, "Why me?" The manager recounted a piece of industry gossip, revealing that actor Park Song-tae's manager had been his junior in school. Seonghyeon chuckled, easily imagining the fuss someone with such a personality would have made. "That's why Mr. Seonghyeon should be more confident and enjoy it," the manager advised, his words carrying earnest encouragement. "Yes, thank you," Seonghyeon responded just as the car came to a gentle halt. With a friendly smile, the manager informed Seonghyeon they had arrived early and offered the option of waiting in the car. Following his manager's advice, Seonghyeon's hand instinctively reached for the door handle, deciding he should embrace the moment. A genuine smile lit his face, Seonghyeon realizing he truly was at his happiest whenever he was on a set. On the bustling film set, two crew members greeted Seonghyeon, remarking on his early arrival. The dark-haired woman explained her early arrival was due to lack of traffic, adding that Joo-hyun had insisted she be there for the first day of shooting. She gratefully acknowledged Seonghyeon for the smooth completion of the story, though he modestly insisted the credit belonged to the writer. She pondered the impact of a scene from his audition, stating it had genuinely inspired her. Seonghyeon promised to show her the finished script and asked for her continued care, to which she playfully retorted that she should be saying the same. A serious young man introduced himself formally as Min Yoon from Moonlight. The dark-haired woman, puzzled, recognized him with a silent thought, while Seonghyeon watched with a subtle, knowing smile. With sparkling determination, Min Yoon vowed to give his absolute best in his acting. Min Yoon, it turned out, was an actor Seonghyeon had greatly admired even in his previous life. A man in a cap discussed the nuanced emotions of a character, seeking Seonghyeon's input on his approach, to which Seonghyeon thoughtfully hummed. Seonghyeon turned, offering a bright hello to someone nearby. As Min Yoon walked across the vast, busy set, Seonghyeon watched, an impressed wow, escaping his thoughts. His eyes, gleaming with a pure and incandescent desire for acting, revealed a soul not driven by mere fame. Seonghyeon's internal monologue dismissed Min Yoon's presence as mere sightseeing, a cynical assessment of an idol not yet well known. He scoffed internally, believing Min Yoon would be fortunate to land even a single role. When prosecutor Han offered to remove someone perceived as getting in the way, Seonghyeon demurred, suggesting that even their presence could be beneficial. He hadn't anticipated crossing paths with Min Yoon here, a thoughtful admission lingering in his mind. A quiet approach caused Min Yunj to turn his head in surprise, uttering a soft, "Oh." Seonghyeon extended his hand with a polite smile, introducing himself as Lee Seonghyeon, playing the role of Han Se-oh. Min Yunj responded with an enthusiastic, wide smile, declaring he looked forward to working together. Thank you." Seonghyeon exclaimed, his reciprocal excitement palpable as they shook hands. "And this is writer Yuarum," Seonghyeon introduced, prompting a surprised and enthusiastic exclamation from the dark-haired woman. With sparkling intensity, Yuarum vowed to do her absolute best, though Seonghyeon noted she seemed quite nervous. Yuarum admitted her nervousness, attributing it to her desire to do well, and Seonghyeon, with a playful touch to Min Yunj's head, jokingly shifted the blame for the tension, prompting Min Yunj to ask if they should go in. "Yes, yeah." Min Yunj exclaimed, his entire being radiating enthusiasm as he declared his intent to give his all. "Your all is a little." Seonghyeon began, perplexed by Min Yunj's fiery aura of intense energy, thinking it felt a little excessive, but... "Everyone's gathered here," Seonghyeon noted, looking down at the many feet awaiting their next move. A vision of soft elegance, Young So-hyun arrived, offering a faint, apologetic smile for her tardiness. From off-panel, the dark-haired woman reassuringly stated that Young So-hyun wasn't late, others were simply early. "Yes, but still, I'll be more careful next time," Young So-hyun replied, though a flicker of unease crossed her mind as she wondered what was happening. Seonghyeon, surprised, observed Young So-hyun, noticing an uncharacteristic insecurity he hadn't seen in her before. If one had to articulate the shift, it was this profound sense of worry that now clung to Young So-hyun. The lively spirit she usually embodied had mysteriously receded, replaced by a sudden, bewildering timidity. As a man cheerfully strode past, Young So-hyun flinched, startled by the sudden movement. "Ah!" Seonghyeon gasped, a sudden burst of realization striking him. A dawning concern clouded Seonghyeon's face as he uttered, "Don't tell me." Leaning in, Seonghyeon whispered conspiratorially, "Ms. So-hyun, are you perhaps, acting right now?" Young So-hyun's eyes widened, a sudden, caught-off guard "oh," escaping her lips. With a slight, embarrassed smile, Young So-hyun admitted, "Ah, you're right," explaining she unconsciously slipped into character before filming. At the drama's onset, the character Yu Ji-an, burdened by financial struggles, found herself heavily intimidated by the adults around her. Yet, within that vulnerability, lay the seeds of a character with unexpected charm, reaching out to grasp her destiny. Her initial intimidation would harden, her personality evolving to become more spiteful as time wore on. Right now, Young So-hyun had fully assimilated the early version of Yu Ji-an, declaring with fierce determination that she would work hard not to be a weak link. Seonghyeon laughed, humbly admitting he wasn't very good at it either. The vibrant confluence of charming characters and unique actors felt like a harmonious symphony, adorned with soft, sparkling beauty. It was no wonder, then, that this particular work felt like it would be an incredibly fun adventure. The director energetically declared the start of shooting, calling for actress So-hyun to begin this new creative journey. Young So-hyun's surprise was tinged with a quiet nervousness as she realized she would be the first to face the camera. A fractured thought echoed in Young So-hyun's mind, questioning her readiness for the impending scene. Seonghyeon offered a calming reassurance, urging her not to worry, yet Young So-hyun's reply remained laced with hesitation. While Min Yunj's energetic, fighting, tried to boost morale, Young So-hyun's palpable nervousness felt distinct from the usual pre-performance jitters. A production assistant informed Seonghyeon of a 2-hour delay, offering a more comfortable wait in the car. The narrative shifted, drawing a connection to Ji-an, the character Young So-hyun would embody, and the profound anxiety that gripped her when facing the unknown. Seonghyeon, unwavering in his resolve, asserted that this was a scene he simply could not miss, eliciting a surprised query from the man. Footsteps fell with perfect synchronization, a rhythmic beat marking an unseen but precise movement. From the actors' subtle expressions to their very breathing, Seonghyeon felt an intense longing to comprehend the entirety of their emotional landscape. With a deliberate click, Seonghyeon engaged the camera, ready to capture the magic unfolding before him. As Seonghyeon commanded action, a profound realization struck him: these moments of observation were invaluable tools for his own journey. The scene erupted into a frantic chase as Yu Ji-an, burdened by her father's unpaid debts, sprinted down a hotel corridor, her breathless gasps echoing her desperate flight. A thunderous crash erupted behind her, forcing Young So-hyun to glance back with a face contorted by sheer terror. The furious shouts of an older man, demanding to know where the little thief was fleeing, spurred Young So-hyun into a more desperate run. A hand lashed out, brutally seizing Young So-hyun's sleeve and abruptly halting her desperate escape. With a desperate thud, Young So-hyun collapsed to the ground, her voice a fractured plea for mercy. The older man's chilling words promised a long life, albeit with a menacing undertone about intact limbs, before he tersely ordered another to bring something forth. A document appeared with a soft thud, as the older man's voice echoed off-panel, casually reminding her that explanations were no longer necessary. A wave of fresh horror washed over young Seonghyeon as she whispered a distressing question about yet another loan to her father. A desperate shout of frustration erupted from young Seonghyeon, questioning how he could continue lending money when repayment was already impossible. The older man, smug and unbothered, calmly explained that debt collection was simply their job, noting the efficient system within her family. His voice reverberated with a chilling chuckle, asserting that she, not the borrower, was solely responsible for repayment, leaving her utterly terrified. A soft sob escaped young Seonghyeon as a fractured thought surfaced. The only escape was to simply disappear. The older man's sharp "what" cut through the tension, a response to her unspoken, desperate thoughts. A dark, defiant question formed in young Seonghyeon's mind: if the one responsible for repayment simply vanished, would the debt also cease to exist? Seonghyeon, impressed, observed her excellent immersion, noting the profound concentration and raw emotion pouring from her expressions from the very start. Her eyes, wide with unadulterated terror, reflected a horrifying intensity that gripped her entire being. Seonghyeon felt a potent empathy, as though he himself would be swept away by the raw emotions emanating from her performance. A profound tremor shook young Seonghyeon, the aftershocks of the intense scene still clinging to her as a production assistant offered to retrieve her clothes. Her gaze lifted, still clouded by the lingering anxiety of the character she had just embodied. As a production assistant thanked young Seonghyeon for her hard work, Seonghyeon's surprise was piqued by an unfolding situation. A pained "ugh" escaped young Seonghyeon as the man gently inquired if she had sustained any injury. The production assistant urgently called for help, as young Seonghyeon remained gripped by an overwhelming distress. Seonghyeon uttered a bewildered watching as young Seonghyeon continued to hide her face, still lost in the character's lingering emotions. Young Seonghyeon, with an embarrassed, faint smile, apologized for her intense display, explaining that such a profound aftershock was a common occurrence for her after acting. She confessed to such deep immersion that severing the connection to her character, even after a scene concluded, proved an arduous and often painful process. A vulnerable question escaped her lips, wondering if her post-performance state had made her appear foolish. Seonghyeon emphatically reassured her that her performance was impressively helpful, a comment that caused a chibi young Seonghyeon to internally question, helpful? In this dreamlike state, young Seonghyeon's method acting, a rare synchronization with reality itself, was described not as a weakness, but as an extraordinary, worry-free talent. Seonghyeon mused that greater control might benefit her, yet young Seonghyeon, off-panel, humbly dismissed her intense performance as utterly unhelpful. Seonghyeon bowed respectfully, thanking her as Sunbi-nim, a title young Seonghyeon vehemently protested against, overcome with embarrassment. Young Seonghyeon called out to Seonghyeon, who turned to face her with an unexpectedly serious expression. A production assistant cheerfully announced to Seonghyeon that he had a guest. Seonghyeon questioned the unexpected arrival as a rustle of movement suggested the guest's imminent appearance. With a flourish and a cheerful "tada," actress Minseo made a grand, sparkling entrance. A surprised Seonghyeon questioned Minseo's presence, to which she cheerfully explained her involvement with the OST for "Flying," wondering if he hadn't heard. Minseo playfully accused him of disinterest, claiming surprise, but Seonghyeon quickly clarified that he simply hadn't been informed. A quiet, unspoken warmth passed between Seonghyeon and Minseo, subtly noted by young Seonghyeon in the background. Young Seonghyeon, with a bright smile, remarked on the apparent closeness between Seonghyeon and Minseo. Minseo enthusiastically affirmed their close bond, only for Seonghyeon to immediately, and playfully, deny it. Minseo feigned shock and hurt, dramatically questioning Seonghyeon if his denial meant they weren't close at all. As Seonghyeon tried to placate Minseo, young Seonghyeon observed the exchange with a knowing, amused smirk. Seonghyeon, shifting the subject, sincerely expressed his pride in Minseo's accomplishments. Minseo, slightly confused, questioned his proud reaction, reminding him she wasn't his sister, which only deepened Seonghyeon's bewilderment. When Seonghyeon asked her to repeat herself, Minseo playfully dismissed it, suggesting they simply proceed from that point. Minseo called out to him, prompting a surprised "yeah" from Seonghyeon. With an ethereal glow, Minseo extended a simple yet significant invitation, to go to the movies with her. Minseo smiled sweetly, a silent anticipation blossoming within her as she awaited his answer. Seonghyeon, lost in the quiet anticipation of the theater, wondered where everyone could be. Then, a sudden discovery startled Seonghyeon as he called out. A female colleague, beaming with excitement, waved enthusiastically to acknowledge him. Seonghyeon, surprised, asked if they were all watching together, to which the female colleague playfully suggested he'd been too busy to notice. Seonghyeon explained the unexpected gathering, acknowledging that while he usually just left, this change felt surprisingly pleasant, as the veteran actor offered a greeting. The female colleague teased the veteran actor about his next detective role, lightly patting his arm, provoking a dramatic complaint about the effort required and a playful accusation of hatred. Seonghyeon exaggerated his delight at the veteran actor's image transformation, earning a burst of laughter from the female colleague. In a moment of dim introspection, Seonghyeon mused that the gathering would have been even more delightful if Minseo had joined them. A few days prior, amidst a lively city street and the buzz of Checkmaker's impending release, the female colleague enthusiastically suggested they attend the premiere together. Seonghyeon recoiled in sudden, visceral shock, vehemently refusing the proposition. The female colleague subtly hinted at her desire for a more intimate viewing, feigning exhaustion from her busy schedule and crowded places, but her true intention was clear: she longed for a private screening with just the two of them. Oblivious, Seonghyeon nodded thoughtfully, suggesting Minseo also needed rest, while the female colleague stifled a chagrined ahem, mentally branding him an idiot for his complete misunderstanding. On a brightly lit stage, the director began a formal speech, extending heartfelt thanks to those who had gathered. The director announced the event's start with a sudden, jovial exclamation, humorously remarking on how much he had aged during the movie's demanding production. From the audience's perspective, the director reflected on the profound difficulty of creating a film. The female colleague voiced her deep gratitude, acknowledging that without the dedicated staff and the captivating story crafted by writer Shin Joo-hee, they might never have achieved such success. The veteran actor lauded his fellow cast members, praising actor Kim Jae-ho for his leadership, actor Song Chan-hyuk for his outstanding portrayal of Park Kong-soo, and then poised to introduce the most impressive performance of all. The director dramatically announced actor Lee Seonghyeon, a name that visibly surprised and flushed Seonghyeon with unexpected recognition. News articles and critiques exploded across screens, hailing rookie actor Lee Seonghyeon as the hidden star of Checkmaker, and a talent poised to astound the industry. The director, beaming with pride on stage, expressed his profound honor in collaborating with such an exceptional team, as applause echoed through the venue. Seonghyeon clapped with sparkling enthusiasm, a genuine admiration for the director, who in turn wished the audience a delightful viewing experience. The premiere culminated in a grand success, its golden glow reflecting on the silhouetted audience members, marking a triumphant celebration. The veteran actor, fully immersed in his character, chillingly delivered a line revealing the orphanage's true purpose for those fated to be eternally alone. The young actor, shrouded in dramatic shadows, intensified the scene with a stern, impactful line from his character. Flanked by stoic figures, the young actor delivered a piercing line, asserting the futility of self-preservation when others remained in peril. Seonghyeon, portraying his character with palpable distress, strained a question about Jinseong, encapsulating an irresistible clash of raw emotion. The narrative extolled the masterful directing and an unyieldingly captivating screenplay that commanded unwavering attention. With a determined smile despite a visible wound, Seonghyeon, embodying Choi Jinseong, asked a question imbued with hope, signaling his character's ultimate sacrifice for friendship. Seonghyeon, radiating an intense ambition, declared their powerful intention to apprehend Go Taesik and claim the country. Reaching out, Seonghyeon, in character, declared his resolve to take on the past, beckoning the audience to surrender their struggles. The narrative culminated in a triumphant scene, where Seonghyeon stood in a dazzling display, embodying a redemption arc steeped in passionate male friendship and a future full of light. The audience, utterly engrossed, reacted with wide-eyed surprise and awe to the unfolding drama on screen. Seonghyeon was left blushing and wide-eyed, completely caught off guard by the profound impact of the movie. 3 beer mugs clinked together in a golden toast, celebrating the resounding box office success of Checkmaker. The veteran actor asked Seonghyeon, who seemed momentarily distant, for his thoughts on his very first movie. Blushing, Seonghyeon finally managed to articulate that it was truly magnificent. The veteran actor praised the film's enhanced quality through the director's creativity and the audience's reception, then wistfully confessed that he now focused on other things, a sentiment that chibi Seonghyeon questioned. As beer poured into a glass, the veteran actor revealed his current focus was on the movie's commercial performance. Seonghyeon thoughtfully expressed his profound wish to approach acting with the same pure dedication he perceived in the veteran actor. The veteran actor offered a wry smile, admitting that these days, he was simply chasing money. The veteran actor's voice lingered over a close-up of a beer glass, pressing Seonghyeon on his genuine appreciation for the movie. Seonghyeon remained silent, contemplating the veteran actor's candid confession. The female colleague, with a sudden exclamation, playfully taunted the veteran actor about his perpetually pitiful roles, sparking his indignant denial and questioning if his upcoming detective part would continue the trend. The veteran actor lamented becoming a boring old man, prompting the female colleague to jump up and vehemently deny it. The narration asserted that an actor should not merely chase money, and should also offer wisdom to their juniors. Seonghyeon expressed his deep gratitude to the veteran actor, feeling fortunate for their encounter. The veteran actor, his eyes narrowed in profound thought, replied that Seonghyeon reminded him of an old adage. The veteran actor imparted sagely advice to Seonghyeon: when encountering a genius, one should not chase them, but allow them to forge their own path. The veteran actor, beaming with confident assurance and surrounded by sparkling light, emphatically declared Seonghyeon's certain success, willing to bet on it. Seonghyeon absorbed the veteran actor's words intently, a contemplative silence settling over him. Seonghyeon offered a slight bow, thanking the veteran actor, while the narration subtly noted that what seemed a mere drunken remark would soon prove to be a powerful prediction. The narration dramatically revealed that the veteran actor's bold prediction was proven astonishingly accurate in short order. An insistent ring filled the silent office, emanating from an old-fashioned landline phone. A man on the phone, looking slightly worried, rapidly rattled off actor Seonghyeon's packed schedule. In a chaotic office filled with ringing phones and frantic activity, a man stood utterly surprised, questioning the escalating situation. Bae Youngjun, the man with glasses, dashed through the bustling office, a surprised office worker looking on. A voice called out urgently, demanding Bae Youngjun stop in his tracks. An unseen voice expressed growing concern over an event involving Lee Seonghyeon from the previous night, fearing the implications for the rookie. Gesturing emphatically, an office worker confirmed Seonghyeon had experienced a huge explosion, prompting a shocked and confused reaction from another. Hands clutched a newspaper whose sparkling headline proclaimed the astonishing arrival of a major new rookie. Seonghyeon, holding a document, expressed his surprise at the disproportionate attention given to him, noting that his articles appeared faster than those of the established lead actors Song Chan-hyuk and Kim Jae-ho, as Bae Youngjun added that the internet was similarly ablaze. Seonghyeon, looking concerned, declared that the situation had completely escalated, as Bae Youngjun held a tablet. A tablet displayed an overwhelming cascade of positive public comments and analyses celebrating Choi Jin-seong's character in Checkmaker, affirming his acting prowess and the movie's atmospheric impact. Narration reflected on the consistent core of public opinion, noting that despite any minor negativity, everyone ultimately agreed on the movie's success, as Seonghyeon looked on thoughtfully. Seonghyeon reflected on his initial underestimation, admitting he once considered someone an ignorant kid for refusing his suggestion, but now recognized them as a talent to be closely watched. Seonghyeon, shouting in disbelief, asked why someone would refuse a potentially career-making opportunity, even if the role was somewhat disappointing for a rookie. With sparkling confidence, Seonghyeon declared his unwavering belief that superior opportunities awaited him. News headlines scrolled across a phone screen, detailing plagiarism accusations against a popular romance drama, as chibi versions of Seonghyeon and Minseo reacted with shock, hinting at a new, unexpected development. With a hand covering his mouth, Seonghyeon admitted, with a profound sense of regret, that he had been mistaken. Seonghyeon mused on someone's acting skill and their uncanny luck in avoiding plagiarism, prompting the veteran actor to inquire about his thoughts. The veteran actor, pointing with confident assertion, declared decisively that luck itself was a vital skill within the industry. Seonghyeon instructed the veteran actor to continue nurturing him as he had done, implying that this relationship, much like Seonghyeon's potential, was truly worth investing in. A continuous success washed over the city like a golden tide. A grand game had begun, echoing phrases of generational conflict and questioning who would truly emerge victorious. The newly released blockbuster, Checkmaker, had already drawn an astounding 800,000 viewers in its first week. This trajectory promised to effortlessly surpass the previous record of 2.8 million cumulative viewers. Yet, some thought it was still too early to declare absolute success, even as one woman eagerly remarked on Seonghyeon's striking handsomeness, much to her friend's confusion. Seonghyeon subtly clasped his hands, a quiet sign of inner contentment. A wide, satisfied grin broke across Seonghyeon's face as he exclaimed how refreshing it all felt. He realized that through Checkmaker, he was undeniably one step closer to his true ambition. Seonghyeon found himself slightly flustered, realizing far more people than anticipated were now surrounding him. A woman's voice cut through the street, asking if he was actor Lee Seonghyeon, to which he hesitantly confirmed. The excited fan swiftly requested an autograph, practically demanding it with a fervent plea. Seonghyeon's eyes widened, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his face at the unexpected intensity. With a pen in hand, Seonghyeon politely asked where he should sign, ready to fulfill his newfound role. His pen glided across the page, inscribing a personalized message for Miss Kim Yi-eun, promising to work hard in the future. The fan gasped, flustered and shocked that he knew her name, a cascade of surprised giggles escaping her. A tiny chibi version of Seonghyeon cheekily explained that the secret lay in the name written on her pen. Her face, a canvas of pure astonishment, reflected the profound delight of seeing her personalized autograph. The fan, her chibi self ecstatically floating, thanked him profusely, thinking she could now die without regrets, while promising her continued support. A man excitedly pointed, confirming to his companion, "See? I told you it's Choi Jin-seong." A wave of realization washed over them, as they recognized the actor they had just seen on screen moments before. A roar of excited requests surged as Seonghyeon was rapidly engulfed by a clamoring crowd of fans seeking autographs and declaring their unwavering support. The clicking of cameras and shouts of "celebrity" and "picture" fractured Seonghyeon's perception, overwhelming his senses. Seonghyeon nervously chuckled, reflecting that while the movie was undoubtedly a hit, he never anticipated such a dizzying scale of reaction. A frantic hum filled his ears as Seonghyeon panicked, wondering how he could possibly escape the suddenly dense crowd. Then, a sudden escaped him as his phone vibrated, displaying an incoming call from manager Bae Youngjun. Seonghyeon waved goodbye to the grateful fans, expressing thanks and promising to see them again later. Manager Bae Youngjun's voice held a note of concern, asking if Seonghyeon had ventured out that day. Social media was abuzz with posts about meeting Mr. Seonghyeon, though for now, all responses were overwhelmingly positive. Bae Youngjun's concern was palpable, asking if anything strange was afoot and offering to immediately pick him up. Seonghyeon confidently declined the offer, reassuring his manager that he was fine. He explained that he had successfully extricated himself and just arrived at his destination, to which his manager offered continued assistance if needed. Then, a soft escaped Seonghyeon as a thought suddenly clicked into place. Minseo cheerfully waved as she ended her call, her energy palpable. Seonghyeon questioned Minseo about their change of plans, asking why they weren't watching a movie, to which she explained a sudden inspiration had brought them here instead. As he pressed if anything had happened, Minseo hesitated, admitting she merely had a favor to ask. Amidst the waiter taking their order for 2 chickens and 2 draft beers, Minseo playfully suggested she would reveal her favor while they were drinking. The waiter swiftly presented Seonghyeon with his beer, surprising him. Minseo, with a sparkling smile, invited Seonghyeon to begin their evening with a drink. Seonghyeon cheerfully agreed, letting out a relaxed laugh. Their beer mugs clinked together with a festive flourish, signaling a toast. Minseo gagged, declaring beer tasteless and wondering its appeal, while Seonghyeon chuckled, insisting she simply hadn't acquired the taste yet. Seonghyeon, growing curious, pressed Minseo to finally reveal the favor she had been teasing. Minseo gently offered him an earbud, explaining it was a demo version of an OST for checking, requesting he listen with that in mind. Seonghyeon agreed, carefully placing the earbud into his ear, preparing to immerse himself. As he listened, ethereal words drifted through his mind, even if the world changes, even if I am not me, I don't want to forget you, who remains in my heart. The next line echoed in his thoughts, I will love you, forever, resonating with a profound sincerity. Each pondered the lyrics, that's the reason for my existence. I think I was born for you, the words sparkling with romantic intensity. He perceived a melody that flowed with such ease, utterly devoid of flashy techniques, yet profoundly moving. Seonghyeon felt a surge of surprise, wondering how such a simple singing style could yield such an impossibly rich sound. He mused that it already sounded like a complete song, but a nagging thought lingered, blurring his perception of its true form. Seonghyeon voiced his observation, questioning if it was truly a song meant to be sung alone. Minseo, her expression knowing, confirmed his swift perception, stating it was indeed a duet. She explained the song's structure, the beginning from a woman's perspective, the part they just heard from a man's, as a dreamy, tender vision unfolded before them. With a hopeful, expectant smile, Minseo directly asked if he, Appa, would sing this song with her. Seonghyeon, with a flush of embarrassment, apologized, admitting his singing would be difficult, even for Minseo's request. Minseo emphatically stated she would never ask him to sing, adding that she didn't just ask anyone for favors. Seonghyeon, still confused, pressed her on what exactly she was asking him to do. Minseo, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, hesitated, on the verge of revealing her true request. He expressed surprise, learning she wanted his acting narration for the male part in the middle of the song. He mused, feeling a surge of relief and confidence, that since it was merely acting, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Seonghyeon agreed, and Minseo, triumphant and flushed with excitement, declared she would seal the deal immediately. As their mugs clinked in a sparkling toast, Minseo declared there was no going back, while Seonghyeon, at the time, barely considered the true weight of his agreement. Seonghyeon smiled, blissfully unaware of the profound consequences this choice would bring. Minseo, eyes closed, savored the joyful, celebratory moment. The empty glasses on the table seemed to murmur the unspoken question of what monumental impact this single choice would ultimately bring. The delightful respite with Minseo provided a welcome, explosive break Seonghyeon had not experienced in far too long. He watched Minseo, her form intensely focused on the target, as the brief escapade offered a rare moment of peace. Her shot struck true, hitting the bullseye, as if the rising scores were a challenge to all past limitations. Minseo ecstatically claimed victory, her cheerful cries of, wow, echoing with the applause from the 2 men, who reacted with genuine surprise. One man, captivated by her unexpected skill, gave a resounding thumbs up, acknowledging her remarkable talent. While a healthy balance of work and rest was crucial, the time had come to return from their prize-winning fun to the looming stage of his career. Back in the office, Seonghyeon registered a genuine surprise upon learning the CEO had requested a meeting with him. The older man, his manager, nervously reassured Seonghyeon that the meeting was likely good news, though his trembling hand suggested otherwise. Seonghyeon quietly pondered the manager's anxious demeanor, his gaze drifting thoughtfully to the side. He gently observed that his manager seemed more nervous than he was, prompting the older man to comically overstate the CEO's charisma and power. Seonghyeon simply smiled, seemingly unfazed by the CEO's reputation, maintaining his composed facade. The momentous occasion of meeting the CEO of JK Entertainment for the first time was upon them, announced by manager Bae Youngjun's formal introduction as they were invited inside. With a soft click, the door opened, revealing a spacious, modern office as Seonghyeon stepped inside to face the company's leader. Seonghyeon humbly introduced himself as an actor under the CEO's company, while the CEO silently acknowledged the rumors he had heard about him. Jo Jae-hyuk, the CEO of JK Entertainment and a formidable figure in the industry, warmly welcomed Seonghyeon into his presence. The CEO, with a subtle smile, praised Seonghyeon's widely acknowledged skills, prompting Seonghyeon to respond with flattered modesty. The CEO then confidently affirmed his agreement with the high praise, leaving Seonghyeon momentarily confused by his directness. The CEO's next question cut through the pleasantries, asking if Seonghyeon had indeed chosen checkmaker on his own initiative. Seonghyeon's mind raced, questioning the CEO's intent behind the query and wondering if his unconventional choice for his first project had caused displeasure. Sensing Seonghyeon's internal turmoil, the CEO reassuringly clarified that his inquiry was mere curiosity, not an accusation. Seonghyeon affirmed his decision, his conviction clear. He confidently articulated his conviction that the script for Checkmaker held the undeniable promise of success, a truth he couldn't deny when it came to his passion for acting. A knowing smirk played on the CEO's lips, signaling his approval of Seonghyeon's unwavering sincerity. The CEO then highlighted the continued immense popularity of Checkmaker, its potential for growth seemingly boundless. He further commended Seonghyeon for his excellent judgment and outstanding acting, which had culminated in a successful debut. The CEO expressed his own satisfaction that a rookie in a supporting role had garnered as much attention as the lead, signifying a profound impact. Seonghyeon expressed his shock and happiness at the project's unexpected magnitude, prompting the CEO to offer him anything he desired. Seonghyeon reacted with genuine surprise to the CEO's generous offer. The CEO elaborated, emphasizing Seonghyeon's pivotal role as the company's emerging face, offering him anything he wished, which Seonghyeon politely declined. The CEO's direct address to manager Bae Youngjun caused the older man to jolt, startled by the sudden recognition. The CEO then dismissed the visibly nervous manager, suggesting he take a smoke break. Seonghyeon contemplated the CEO's implied message to manager Bae Youngjun, his thoughts subtly shifting as he processed the situation. Seonghyeon internally questioned the CEO's abrupt decision to send his manager away, while the CEO's subtle smile suggested a hidden agenda. The CEO, still smiling, proposed a significant change, assigning team leader Park to personally manage Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon weighed the notion of switching managers, as the CEO explained that team leader Park's superior experience would be more beneficial, despite manager Bae Youngjun being a good person. The CEO continued to dissect manager Bae Youngjun's shortcomings, particularly his lack of experience and marketing skills compared to others. He emphasized the critical importance of marketing for rookies, a factor that could make or break a new career. The CEO then gravely concluded that inadequate marketing could prove fatal to a rookie's burgeoning career. Seonghyeon, lost in thought, conceded that the CEO's proposal, though harsh, was not entirely wrong and appeared to stem from good intentions. He realized the profound implication: assigning a team leader meant the company intended to invest heavily in making him its future public face. Observing Seonghyeon's prolonged contemplation, the CEO playfully questioned if his hesitation indicated a cautious nature. Seonghyeon, despite his gratitude for the proposal, found himself hesitating. He confidently declined the offer, stating his satisfaction with the current arrangement, his words imbued with conviction. The CEO, shrewd and observant, inquired if Seonghyeon's refusal stemmed from concern for manager Bae Youngjun. The CEO attempted to alleviate any potential guilt by mentioning a possible raise for manager Bae Youngjun, but Seonghyeon countered, asserting his decision was not based on foolish sentimentality. Seonghyeon then began to articulate the true, deeper reason behind his refusal, his hands clasped with earnestness. He declared his unwavering trust in manager Bae Youngjun's capabilities, his gaze direct and resolute. Seonghyeon vividly recounted the memory of manager Bae Youngjun discovering him as a college student, emphasizing the manager's unparalleled ability to discern both promising projects and talented individuals. He then turned to the CEO, challenging him to confirm if he shared the same profound opinion of manager Bae Youngjun's discernment. The CEO responded with a quiet, contemplative "really," his narrowed eyes signaling deep consideration of Seonghyeon's conviction. The CEO broke into laughter, acknowledging Seonghyeon's fierce loyalty and trust in manager Bae Youngjun. The CEO, accepting Seonghyeon's choice, laid down a condition: this trust could not be a fleeting thing. He challenged Seonghyeon to continually demonstrate the capabilities of both himself and his chosen manager through his performances. The CEO, with an intense gaze, reiterated his demand, urging Seonghyeon to prove himself once more. Seonghyeon, brimming with determination, began to express his readiness to meet the challenge. The CEO extended his hand for a handshake, a silent gesture solidifying their unspoken agreement and the formidable challenge ahead. Seonghyeon responded with a resolute yes, extending his hand to meet the CEO's. Their hands clasped, solidifying the agreement as Seonghyeon promised to work with unyielding effort. As Seonghyeon walked past manager Bae Youngjun in the hallway, the manager reacted with a startled, huh, as he noticed the door click open. Seonghyeon, a knowing smile on his face, greeted his manager, asking if the meeting had gone well. Manager Bae Youngjun, startled, took a hesitant step back as Seonghyeon confidently stepped forward. Seonghyeon declared their shared, urgent need to succeed, inspiring a sense of unwavering purpose. Manager Bae Youngjun's face lit up with an of excited comprehension, a spark of renewed determination in his eyes. Seonghyeon's confident gaze affirmed his resolve to achieve such success that no one could ever look down upon them. Their hands came together in a decisive clap, a shared promise that no one would ever be able to question their capabilities again. With enthusiastic yes, and a shared vow, manager Bae Youngjun and Seonghyeon reached out, committing to an undeniable path to success. The fundamental truth of gaining recognition unfolded before him, a concept with many paths. The path to recognition often began by simply drawing closer to those one sought to impress. A sharp accusation cut through the room, a dismissive touch underlining the speaker's intention to diminish his rival and assert his own superiority. Yet, an undeniable truth began to surface. As a clear vision swept through, the single, unyielding path for an actor's recognition became evident. It was, unequivocally, through acting alone. Seonghyeon exchanged morning greetings with Min Yoonj as he arrived on set. Min Yoonj, trembling with anxiety, confessed his extreme nervousness about the day's filming, admitting he had even resorted to calming pills. The conflict scene with Han Se-oh was today, Min Yoonj explained, and the mere thought of acting opposite Seonghyeon made his body tremble as if drenched in a sudden downpour. Seonghyeon reassured him, noting that a healthy amount of nervousness was beneficial, and confessed that he too felt nervous acting alongside Min Yoonj. Seonghyeon lightened the mood with a joke about looking old next to an idol, but Min Yoonj remained too distraught to find any humor in it. Despite his distress, Min Yoonj gathered his resolve. He declared with unwavering conviction that he would still do his absolute best. Seonghyeon registered Min Yoonj's sudden surge of determination with a flash of surprise. Seonghyeon, noting Min Yoonj's distinctly different determination today, agreed they both had to do their best. The director's call for shooting echoed across the set, and Seonghyeon reflected on Min Yoonj's earlier nervousness. The clapperboard snapped shut with a decisive sound, signaling the beginning of a scene not of intense action, but of raw emotional collision between two characters. Through their voices and expressions alone, they needed to draw the audience into complete immersion. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, confronted Ji Woo-hyun, accusing him of faking an injury and pretending to be someone he was not. His measured steps echoed his internal thought that perhaps, instead of chasing an impossible dream, another path awaited. With a dismissive gesture, Seonghyeon, embodying Han Se-oh, leaned in, suggesting Ji Woo-hyun should abandon his fear of water and become an actor, implying it would lead to greater success. The young man's hand clenched in silent response to what was presented as a worried friend's advice. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, provocatively held Ji Woo-hyun's chin, questioning the source of his confidence. Han Se-oh's gaze sharpened, his eye reflecting a distant, shrinking figure as he pressed his inquiry about confidence. A chilling whisper swept through the air as Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, verbally assaulted Ji Woo-hyun, grabbing his collar and mercilessly questioning his audacity, reducing him to a horrified, wide-eyed silence. A sharp impact resonated through the air as Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, continued his brutal verbal assault, claiming Ji Woo-hyun's incompetence prevented him from protecting anyone or making sacrifices. The stark warning hung in the air, advising against any interference. Leaning in dangerously close, Han Se-oh issued a chilling threat: refrain from meddling, or risk losing Yu Ji-yeon entirely. The director's booming cut sliced through the tension, and Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, requested everyone stand by while he reviewed the scene. Seonghyeon sighed, already feeling the exhaustion of even a short but intense scene. Seonghyeon reflected with genuine surprise on Min Yoonj's acting performance. A crew member offered to fix Seonghyeon's makeup, as he inwardly continued to process Min Yoonj's performance, noting how previous mistakes often stemmed from ingrained habits. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, reiterated his dismissive questions about Ji Woo-hyun's confidence, labeling him as lacking friends, passion, and talent, terrifying Ji Woo-hyun once more. The crew member expressed surprise, confirming Seonghyeon's makeup remained perfectly intact. Seonghyeon then smiled, curiously asking if his makeup truly needed no adjustment, all while a powerful thought acknowledged Min Yoon's ability to command the atmosphere with his eyes alone. Seonghyeon's face flushed with a quiet determination, reflecting on the arduous work required to transcend an obstructed reality. Seonghyeon smiled confidently, inwardly assessing the challenge of mastering minor details for a novice actor, and wondered if such a performance should genuinely make him nervous. A profound drive ignited within Seonghyeon, unwilling to be overshadowed now that he had found such a formidable competitor, his passion for acting burning brighter than ever as a crew member cheered them on. The man with purple-tinged hair cheerfully inquired if everyone would attend the team dinner. Seonghyeon expressed surprise about the dinner, while Min Yoon enthusiastically confirmed his attendance, echoed by the man with purple-tinged hair. Min Yoon vibrated with anticipation for what he called the most awaited event, prompting a confused question from Seonghyeon. Promotional text, sparkling with excitement, dramatically announced the premiere of Flying tonight at 9 p.m. Seonghyeon, the writer, realized with a start that it was the premiere of the first episode, a fact he had completely forgotten in the recent hectic pace. Seonghyeon looked up, startled, as someone called his name. Young Sohyun approached Seonghyeon, smiling, and asked if the seat beside him was available. Seonghyeon invited Young Sohyun to sit, and she politely requested he speak to her informally, as she was unaccustomed to being addressed with such deference. Seonghyeon, extending his hand with an eager smile, asked if he, too, could address her casually, expressing his desire for friendship. Seonghyeon made a surprised sound. Seonghyeon and Young Sohyun shook hands, eagerly agreeing to be good friends, while a chibi Min Yoon excitedly declared his own wish to be friends with Seonghyeon. A lively conversation ensued around the restaurant table, with chibi figures expressing surprise at the unexpected camaraderie, and Seonghyeon explaining his desire to watch the premiere with others rather than alone. The man in the brown jacket offered to treat them to something special, prompting a laugh from Young Sohyun and a grateful remark from Seonghyeon about being so well known. Glasses clinked with a celebratory ring as the man with purple-tinged hair called for everyone's attention. The man with purple-tinged hair announced the imminent broadcast of the first episode and rallied everyone to follow his lead for a toast. A glass of beer was raised in anticipation of a toast. The word success boomed forth triumphantly. Amidst the bustling restaurant, patrons collectively raised their glasses in a joyous toast. Finally, the digital clock shimmered, marking the significant moment of 2100 hours. His very first television debut was about to begin. Seonghyeon looked up in surprise, caught off guard by a tap. Min Yoon questioned Seonghyeon about the height of his bet, prompting a confused chibi Seonghyeon to ask for clarification, which a chibi Young Sohyun provided, explaining it referred to the highest ratings. Seonghyeon made a sound of dawning realization as Min Yoon confidently declared his 7% bet on the series' success, while a chibi Young Sohyun one-upped him with a 7.5% prediction. A chibi Seonghyeon nervously commented on the audacity of their high bets, while a chibi Young Sohyun confidently asserted her stronger trust in their team, playfully dismissing any negative intent. Seonghyeon felt a playful teasing in their words, though Young Sohyun quickly clarified her intentions, leaving Seonghyeon to ponder the implications for the ratings. Historically, the highest ratings had only ever touched 9%. Seonghyeon mused that despite its popularity, the show had never quite reached double-digit ratings. Seonghyeon's expression shifted, a decision forming as he began to declare his own wager. With a determined gaze, Seonghyeon declared his audacious bet, above 10%. Seonghyeon smiled, holding his glass confidently, asserting that true betting required absolute confidence. Min Yoon enthusiastically shared the exciting news that their first episode achieved a 4.2% rating, its success echoing like a triumphant bell. Seonghyeon, with a hopeful smile, mused internally that a 4.2% premiere meant even greater success was undoubtedly on the horizon. As actress Min Seo, with sparkling curiosity, inquired about his evident joy, Seonghyeon revealed he was immersed in the Flying Team group chat, where they had all placed wagers on the show's ratings. Seonghyeon boldly declared his ambitious bet of 10%, prompting a chibi Min Seo to playfully question if he would then win the wager, given the current 4.2% rating. Actress Min Seo confidently declared the show would reach over 10% ratings, fueled by the upcoming release of her OST, a claim Seonghyeon found increasingly shameless. A subtle, knowing chuckle escaped Seonghyeon, his amusement barely contained. With a warm smile that softened the air, Seonghyeon affectionately dismissed the idea of disliking her. Across the studio, their soft gazes met, a silent understanding passing between them amidst the gentle, shimmering light. A faint blush spread across actress Min Seo's cheek as she shyly looked away, flattered by his warmth. Abruptly, Seonghyeon sprang up, a touch of flustered surprise in his expression as he decided to halt their playful banter. He then swiftly suggested they redirect their energy and begin recording. Inside the vocal booth, Seonghyeon surveyed his new surroundings with a curious eye, while actress Min Seo observed him from the control room, equally intrigued. Seonghyeon adjusted his headphones with focused intent, his voice carrying through to ask if he could be heard. Actress Min Seo instructed him to fully embrace the emotion as she prepared to play the song, and Seonghyeon acknowledged her words, closing his eyes in focus. The audio editing software sprang to life, its waveforms dancing as the music began to play. Actress Min Seo's voice resonated through the studio, pouring raw emotion into lyrics about a world transforming and a self-changing, leaving Seonghyeon to ponder how the song's power had intensified, yet paradoxically, felt less burdened than before. As actress Min Seo continued to sing, her eyes closed in blissful emotion, Seonghyeon internally noted a new lightness permeating the powerful melody. Though physically close yet emotionally distant, their relationship remained a patient, unwavering connection as they met each other's gaze through the glass, and Seonghyeon sought her immediate feedback. Seonghyeon, still wearing his headphones, smiled broadly as he confirmed his immediate understanding and declared this version of the song far superior to the first. Actress Min Seo, with a teasing air, assured him that she was far from finished and urged him to anticipate what was yet to come. She then crisply instructed him to read the first line precisely after her count of 1, 2, 3. Internally questioning how the song could possibly improve further, Seonghyeon nonetheless agreed to the instruction. Seonghyeon mused to himself that actress Min Seo was undeniably a talent worth watching, brimming with future promise. With a faint smile, Seonghyeon expressed his deep familiarity with only her back, admitting he found himself unable to speak freely in front of her. Actress Min Seo, finding something amiss, suggested another take, which left a puzzled Seonghyeon internally questioning his performance and resolving to push through for one final, perfect attempt. After a pensive pause, Seonghyeon cheekily repeated his earlier sentiment about only knowing her back, then declared he was ready to try again. With a determined gesture, Seonghyeon signaled his readiness to try again, the musical notes swirling around him. Seonghyeon, with a hint of exasperation, called out again, surrounded by the persistent musical notes. Actress Min Seo, a shadow of frustration crossing her face, internally conceded that the take wasn't right, while Seonghyeon anxiously watched her reaction. Suddenly, actress Min Seo exclaimed, instructing Seonghyeon to approach the song not as a singer, but as an actor, which visibly surprised him. Actress Min Seo clarified her direction, urging him to embody Han Seo speaking those very words to himself. Seonghyeon, after a moment of contemplative thought, agreed to the acting approach, and actress Min Seo immediately began the count for their next attempt. He loved Yu Ji-yeon, but a chasm of unspoken emotions kept them apart, two souls destined to remain ever close, yet eternally distant. Han Seo's world revolved around the sight of Yu Ji-yeon's back, a poignant symbol of his unrequited devotion. Han Seo, the young man whose story was just beginning to unfold. His longing was palpable, he knew only the silhouette of her back, a constant, beautiful ache. As sparkling lights enveloped him, Seonghyeon sang, embodying the unspoken words of a character unable to voice his true feelings in the presence of his beloved. Actress Min Seo gasped in amazement, utterly dumbfounded by his sudden, profound transformation, which Seonghyeon humbly attributed to her guidance and his immersion into the role of Han Seo. He hoped, with a quiet resignation, that she might one day remember him, but if her happiness was the cost, he would pay it willingly. With a melancholic acceptance, he would be content to revisit their past in solitude, alone with his memories. Actress Min Seo gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment at the powerful performance. Actress Min Seo, pleased with herself, stated she was glad for her suggestion, to which Seonghyeon playfully retorted that she was too much. As Seonghyeon suggested they move on, actress Min Seo swiftly cut him off with a frantic gesture and a loud, "Hold on." Seonghyeon looked utterly bewildered, wondering what had prompted her sudden interruption. With a triumphant click, actress Min Seo revealed a revised last line, a flash of inspiration born from Seonghyeon's performance, and instructed him to sing it. Seonghyeon questioned the new lyrics, acknowledging the profound thought in the previous version, while a chibi Min Seo's internal monologue asserted the perfection of her ever-evolving lyrical brilliance. Actress Min Seo's eyes narrowed, her internal thoughts justifying the change with the conviction that her newest inspiration was inherently superior. Seonghyeon, eyes closed in pure delight, beamed happily as actress Min Seo showered him with praise, calling him, "so cool." Though Min Seo could sometimes be childish, her approach to her craft was undeniably sharp and professional. This was a song crafted together, a shared endeavor that demanded his utmost effort, for this particular line was far more than simple longing. It intricately unveiled the convoluted inner world of the male lead, Han Seo, his complex emotions now laid bare. He had once carried Yu Ji-yeon's fragile form, a silent testament to his protective devotion. Han Seo, with a resolute determination, was seen carrying Yu Ji-yeon, a powerful symbol of his unwavering commitment to protect her. Han Seo, consumed by anger, confronted Yu Ji-yeon, demanding how she could possibly forget him, her savior. With an intense gaze, Han Seo insisted he remembered every detail with crystal clarity. Yet, Yu Ji-yeon mistakenly believed Ji Woo-hyun was her rescuer, having completely erased Han Seo from her memories. A gray-haired woman, radiating serious intent, offered an unseen individual a platform to thrive, but in exchange, demanded their voice. Her command was unequivocal: silence about the events of that fateful day. Yu Ji-yeon reacted with a surprised intake of breath, her concern evident. Han Se-oh, with a serious gaze, questioned if this daunting condition was a prerequisite for entering the school. The devastating truth emerged: Han Se-oh discovered his own grandmother was the orchestrator behind Yu Ji-yeon's memory loss. Love, denial, anger, compromise, and acceptance, every single one of these complex emotions had been meticulously orchestrated by that formidable woman. Han Se-oh clutched his chest in profound anguish, struggling to contain the overwhelming torrent of feelings for her. With intense focus, Seonghyeon declared he was ready to begin recording. The monitor glowed, displaying, on air, as the narration revealed the unexpected difficulty of crafting the narrative, surpassing even the song's lyrics. Actress Min Seo, clutching papers and deep in thought, wrestled with the challenge of portraying Han Se-oh's complex and direct affection for Yu Ji-yeon. Actress Min Seo's keen eye held a subtle doubt, questioning whether he could truly convey such intricate emotions with authenticity. Seonghyeon sighed, a deep breath settling him before his performance. With closed eyes and head tilted back, Seonghyeon sang, his voice imbued with the poignant question, "If you are happy now." Seonghyeon, embodying the tortured Han Se-oh, revealed a raw, melancholic pain that twisted his features. A gentle smile graced Seonghyeon's face as he sang the powerful final line, "I'll be the one who meets you alone in the past." Actress Min Seo exhaled a soft, "ah," her expression conveying a deeply moved reaction to his performance. Speechless, actress Min Seo's hand rested on the keyboard, utterly overwhelmed by the emotional depth she had just witnessed. With a flustered smile, actress Min Seo playfully begged him to stop continually astounding her. In her memories, Min Seo loved acting, embracing the spotlight as golden particles shimmered through her dream of the stage. Despite knowing it was an impossible dream, Min Seo poured her every effort into it, a confident smile masking the immense struggle of her journey. Yet, a somber shift brought her to a recording studio, implying a new path even amidst the faint sparkle of lingering ambition. Her downcast eye betrayed a deep sense of inadequacy, as another's perfection threatened to render all her arduous efforts meaningless. But instead, that perceived perfection sparked encouragement within her, igniting a new, thoughtful determination. Seonghyeon's powerful line, "I'll be the one who meets you alone in the past," ignited a potent curiosity within her, swirling with fantastical particles of emotion. Min Seo found herself contemplating what it truly felt like to witness the Han Se-oh that Seonghyeon had brought to life, blurring the lines between creator and creation. As the heartbeat of realization thumped within her, Min Seo found herself transformed into Yu Ji-yeon, utterly flustered by Han Se-oh's gaze. A flustered smile touched Min Seo's lips as Seonghyeon, sensing her sudden emotional shift, asked if she was all right. With an embarrassed laugh, Min Seo confessed the overwhelming effect of his perfection, closing her eyes in adoration amidst a soft, sparkling haze. The OST recording concluded seamlessly, surging to the top of the charts immediately upon its release, its success echoing through the bustling cityscape. The remarkable acting, the unique script, and Min Seo's trusted OST fused into a powerful combination, propelling the project to new heights. News headlines chimed with excitement, announcing "Flying" as #1 in its slot, praising the rookie actor's power and Min Yoon's rise as an acting dole, with ratings soaring among young audiences. The show's ratings surged dramatically, a jagged line climbing ever higher. This immense success even brought an overshadowed group, the legends known as Moonlight, back into the spotlight. On a brightly lit stage, chibi versions of Moonlight's members cheered and waved, announcing their triumphant return. One enthusiastic member of Moonlight appeared on a phone screen, promising they would continue to do their best in the future. A sharp thought of determination crossed Seonghyeon's mind as he wondered just how much further the now serious young man, who had already given his all, would go. Seonghyeon smiled with a knowing grin, looking forward to what was to come. A young man enthusiastically praised Seonghyeon's OST, speculating about his close relationship with Min Seo amidst the low murmur of onlookers. Min Yoon humbly stated his satisfaction at being a help to the series, clarifying that he simply seized a good opportunity. Min Yoon looked over his shoulder in surprise as someone called out to him. The young man greeted him cheerfully, a chibi version of himself waving and adding a bright, "Good morning." The young man excitedly congratulated Moonlight on re-entering the charts, vividly describing the chaotic, tearful celebration in their dorm. A chibi version of the young man expressed disbelief about their comeback, asking if it was a dream, while Min Yoon playfully offered to pinch his cheeks to prove it was real. The chibi man suddenly blurted out, "Thank you," confusing his companion. The young man explained that listening to Seonghyeon's OST had made him deeply consider the story from Ji Woo-hyun's perspective, even though Han Se-oh and Yu Ji-yeon were the primary focus. Min Yoon, lost in thought, recalled Ji Woo-hyun's own agonizing, one-sided crush on Yu Ji-yeon. He pictured Ji Woo-hyun's pensive, agonized expression, wondering where the affections of the girl he loved were truly directed as she walked away. A sharp, impactful realization struck the young man, his clenched fist emphasizing his newfound understanding of Ji Woo-hyun's emotions after hearing the song. The young man confidently declared that his portrayal of Ji Woo-hyun today would be vastly different and warned Min Yoonj to stay on guard. A sense of playful competition arose as the young man smiled and blushed, met by Min Yoonj's mischievous grin. A sharp, decisive gesture solidified the challenge. Min Yoonj, with a confident grin, accepted the challenge, declaring he wouldn't go easy on the surprised young man. The young man's face glowed with enthusiasm, revealing his innate joy in embracing any challenge in acting. Their hands clasped together, sealing a mutual anticipation as they both eagerly declared their readiness to start the shoot. The narration set the stage for a pivotal scene following a conflict between Han Se-oh and Ji Woo-hyun, where the latter was destined to discover and hone his hidden talents. Min Yoonj, embodying Ji Woo-hyun, remained suspended underwater, eyes closed, surrounded by a serene world of bubbles. A sudden movement startled Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, a sharp shock forcing a surprised gasp as he struggled underwater. As actress Min Se-oh, as Yoo Ji-an, stood by the pool, soft splashes echoed, hinting at Ji Woo-hyun's emerging talent for swimming. Actress Min Se-oh, as Yoo Ji-an, confronted Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, with a surprised, "What are you doing?" prompting an annoyed apology from him. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, looked surprised and wet in the pool, questioning why Yoo Ji-an was looking for someone else after she had mistakenly thought he was Woo-ryun. As Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, responded evasively, asking what she would do if he told her, the narration highlighted this moment as the cog creating tension in their relationship. A gentle tap lifted actress Min Se-oh's, as Yoo Ji-an, chin, startling her into looking up. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, smirked, confidently stating that even if he knew her true intentions, he wouldn't interfere. Actress Min Se-oh, as Yoo Ji-an, expressed her annoyance at Seonghyeon's, as Han Se-oh, unexpected effort and overconfidence, dismissing his question about looking cool by telling him to save it for when he earned a medal. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, challenged actress Min Se-oh, as Yoo Ji-an, asking if she would grant him a wish for a medal, to which she dismissively replied, "Then go try getting one." Actress Min Se-oh, as Yoo Ji-an, reminded Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, of their promise, urging him not to forget again, to which he confidently declared his superior memory. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, playfully poked actress Min Se-oh's, as Yoo Ji-an, forehead, promising to remember everything for her, much to her annoyed surprise. Min Yoonj remained shrouded in shadow, his partially obscured face hinting at a deeper, hidden contemplation. An unseen director's authoritative shout of "cut" sliced through the scene. The director, now brimming with enthusiasm, praised their great performance and urged them to continue with the same energy. Young So-hyun thanked the director, announcing her departure for other schedules, surprising Min Yoonj as others also thanked her for her hard work. Min Yoonj expressed deep concern for Young So-hyun's increasingly busy schedule, fearing she might collapse under the strain. The young man mischievously speculated about Min Yoonj's immersion in his love role, drawing a sly parallel to actors who genuinely fall in love during filming. Min Yoonj vehemently denied any such immersion, his face flushing with shock and embarrassment. The young man exaggeratedly expressed his worry for Min Yoonj, warning him to avoid a love scandal until the end of the drama, which drew a choking gasp and an amused chuckle from others. Min Yoonj, exasperated, declared his return to unfinished tasks, sighing as he realized even the director was teasing him about hiding his feelings. Min Yoonj's face grew serious as the narration questioned the blurred lines between drama and reality, pondering if the male lead could be different in fiction and life, a phenomenon observed many times before. A sudden murmur and the call of Seonghyeon SSI broke Min Yoonj's contemplation, startling him. Seonghyeon arrived at the film set, greeted by a young woman and a young man, explaining his purpose was to discuss something important with the director. Seonghyeon appeared troubled, prompting the young man to ask if everything was alright. Seonghyeon then dropped a shocking proposal, asking if they should change the main couple in the series finale from Yoo Ji-an and Han Se-oh to Yoo Ji-an and Ji Woo-hyun. Min Yoonj looked utterly surprised and worried, as if a profound disturbance was about to ripple through the calm lake of their lives. As ripples spread across the water, metaphorically signifying a monumental disruption, the young man voiced the shocking question, "Are you talking about changing male leads?" A sudden, sharp realization struck the young man as he questioned if they were seriously discussing changing the male leads. Though nothing was finalized, the young man conceded that altering the script, which originally featured Han Se-oh as the male lead, presented an immediate challenge. Seonghyeon voiced his grave concern, warning that a rash alteration to the story risked unraveling the entire drama. Min Yoonj hesitated, but the young colleague urged him to speak his mind freely, dispelling the need for cautious words. The young colleague paused, a moment of deep reflection before continuing his thought. With an energetic flourish, the young colleague reasoned that Min Yoonj's idol background made him a strategically perfect fit for a drama targeting a teenage audience. Seonghyeon, emphasizing agency, stated firmly that the drama was ultimately the staffer's creation. He calmly encouraged the staffer to determine the drama's ultimate direction, empowering him to make the choice. Min Yoonj asserted with conviction that Han Se-oh held no exclusive claim to the male lead role. The staffer reacted with genuine shock, exclaiming his belief that Han Se-oh had been the predetermined male lead, but Seonghyeon calmly countered that viewer preference for Ji Woo-hyun's character might necessitate a shift. Seonghyeon concluded that altering the male leads could be the correct strategic move, a statement that caused Min Yoonj to flinch in surprise as he gently touched his shoulder. He then articulated his belief that a drama's fundamental purpose was to deliver precisely what its viewers desired. Seonghyeon declared his playful intent to fiercely protect his male lead role, which Min Yoonj met with an exaggerated, chibi display of admiration before Seonghyeon teasingly dismissed him as a punk. The staffer remarked on Seonghyeon's consistently carefree demeanor, acknowledging that he had possessed a seasoned confidence far beyond that of a rookie from the very beginning. Min Yoonj's casual question about whether Seonghyeon was living a second life caused him to freeze, a jolt of profound surprise coursing through him. Seonghyeon stammered a confused "pardon," before Min Yoonj, with a playful tone, dismissed it as a joke, prompting Seonghyeon's awkward, forced laugh. Seonghyeon, with a thoughtful air, announced the plan to adhere to the original script until episode 10, deferring further decisions until he could gauge the viewer's desires. Min Yoonj eagerly proposed a captivating viewer vote for the male lead, an idea Seonghyeon immediately recognized as brilliant, foreseeing its power to deeply immerse the audience in the drama. With spirited determination, Seonghyeon declared his full support for letting the viewers cast their vote to decide the male lead. The consensus was enthusiastic, with both Seonghyeon and Min Yoonj wholeheartedly agreeing to the plan for Flying's male lead. An undeniable tension hung heavy in the air on the filming set that day, far more palpable than usual. A crew member voiced her surprise at the unexpected rise in ratings, while an eager colleague hinted at a significant event that transpired the day Seonghyeon SSI departed early. The curious crew member pressed for details, to which her eager colleague responded with a tantalizing disclaimer that nothing was finalized. The eager colleague then revealed that a discussion was underway to change the male lead and commented on the unexpected strategic purpose of winning over the female lead. A dramatic spark ignited in the crew member's mind as she realized this pivotal decision marked the true onset of a fierce competition between the male actors. Seonghyeon, in character, posed a playfully seductive question to Yoo Ji-on, wondering why he couldn't be the one for her. The eager colleague expressed amused recognition, feeling represented by the playful prop, and confessed his genuine enjoyment of the unfolding drama. The overarching question of who would ultimately capture the viewers' hearts hung in the air, while the crew member reflected on the writer's enigmatic persona. Commands echoed across the busy set, signaling the imminent start of filming for episode 7, scene number 11, as Seonghyeon moved into his position. A crisp command of "camera roll" officially initiated the scene. In scene 11, set during lead's High's field trip, Han Se-oh, played by Seonghyeon, discovered Yoo Ji-on's distinctively jingling keychain, recognizing it as uniquely hers with a confident smirk. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, pondered his next move, strategically aiming to portray a playful, comical, and utterly likable character. Seonghyeon internally reflected on his meticulous study, ensuring that Han Se-oh's seemingly foolish attempts to capture Yoo Ji-on's attention would be charmingly and cutely expressed. With a decisive clap, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, suddenly exclaimed his brilliant new idea. The camera clicked, capturing an image Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, proudly deemed professional grade, sparking a moment of self-congratulatory wonder about his photographic talent. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, sent a teasing message, instructing Yoo Ji-on to quickly meet him by the fountain to retrieve her keychain. Though his actions seemed childish, Seonghyeon, embodying Han Se-oh's internal thoughts, also wondered why Yoo Ji-on had been actively avoiding him. With a mischievous grin, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, proposed a walk together, anticipating her arrival. A sudden grip seized Han Se-oh's hands, causing the keychain to clatter as a shocked exclamation escaped him. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, uttered Ji Woo-hyun's name in surprised confusion, an unexpected and awkward turn hinting at a sudden shift in the narrative. Ji Woo-hyun, with a serious and commanding tone, demanded the keychain, stating his intention to return it personally to Yoo Ji-on. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, expressed his profound confusion and disbelief at Ji Woo-hyun's uncharacteristic behavior, questioning the sudden, unexpected shift. With a defiant smirk, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, asserted that the keychain perfectly suited him, intensifying the challenging atmosphere. Ji Woo-hyun, his anger evident, challenged Han Se-oh on his self-serving actions, eliciting a surprised question in return. Ji Woo-hyun's frustration boiled over, as he aggressively questioned Han Se-oh's sanity and vehemently ordered him to retreat. With a sigh of resignation, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, yielded the keychain to Ji Woo-hyun. Ji Woo-hyun seethed with anger, his words laced with frustration over Han Se-oh's incomprehensible remarks. With a serious and accusatory tone, Ji Woo-hyun declared that Han Se-oh already possessed everything. Bathed in a soft, melancholic glow, Ji Woo-hyun poured out his desperate heart, questioning if Han Se-oh still sought to seize what was his, and proclaiming Yoo Ji-on as his entire world. The question echoed if this dramatic outpouring was even in the script as Seonghyeon, in character as Han Se-oh, reacted with confused suspicion to the sudden, unscripted intensity of Ji Woo-hyun's words. The script, now laid bare, revealed that Ji Woo-hyun's character was meant to ramble, caught in his own world, a stark contrast to his current impassioned outburst. The eager colleague voiced the sudden, dramatic realization that Ji Woo-hyun's lines might be an unexpected ad-lib. Seonghyeon, in character, found the unexpected challenge exhilarating, resolving to meet Ji Woo-hyun's intensity, who angrily retorted, denying any notion of possessing everything. Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, coolly implied Ji Woo-hyun's lack of understanding, prompting Ji Woo-hyun to declare his singular, all-consuming desire for Yu Ji-an. The sparkling fountain shimmered, a symbolic focal point reflecting the raw desire in the air. With a possessive grip on his chest, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, declared his complete contentment with Yu Ji-an alone, his smirk conveying unwavering confidence. As the filming crew observed intently, Han Se-oh and Ji Woo-hyun stood locked in a tense confrontation by the fountain, their gazes unwavering. The eager colleague nervously addressed the director, sensing the rising tension and uncertainty on set. With a mischievous smirk, the eager colleague concluded that they were about to witness a truly terrifying and unexpected fight unfold. The man declared with pained conviction that Yu Ji-an alone defined him, his words echoing under a sky of faint stars and mystical blue rings. He probed, his voice laced with concern, wondering if such devotion meant abandoning all else. The man in the brown jacket challenged him to prove his sole devotion, only for the other to sharply question his need for such approval. Another man's voice, full of simmering frustration, lamented that he could never achieve what the other effortlessly possessed, and he refused to witness such nonchalance any longer. The man reacted with an abrupt, stark surprise to the unheard words. This was no mere ad-lib designed to make a character shine, this was something deeper. Amidst a dark, sparkling void, the man, distressed and clenching his fist, proclaimed that for him, for his very essence, there was truly nothing else but this singular devotion. This was the raw intensity of emotions, an unyielding striving for a dream. A pained, shaking cry escaped the man, a guttural declaration that Yu Ji-an was his everything, as reality seemed to twist around him. The narration framed his profound feelings as an encompassing love and obsession towards Yu Ji-an, while the other man stood in silent contemplation. Furthermore, a palpable anger ignited towards Han Se-oh, the unseen threat. The source of this rising fury was clear, Han Se-oh was attempting to snatch away Yu Ji-an, twisting the man's expression into pained distress. Then, with a sudden realization, the man halted, a quiet gasp escaping his lips. The director's shouts cut through the air, bringing the intense scene to an abrupt halt and calling for a much-needed break. The man in the brown jacket, seeing Min Yoon's sweat-drenched distress, exhaled his concern, checking if he was all right after such a grueling performance. Writer Lee Seonghyeon, overwhelmed and covered in goosebumps, confessed that he genuinely believed the actors were embroiled in a real fight, to which the eager man asked if he was satisfied. Writer Lee Seonghyeon mused on the recent scene, finding it less dangerous and more profoundly unsettling. Writer Lee Seonghyeon discussed the fine line between an actor's superb immersion and the potential for intense scenes to go too far, especially when characters clash so fiercely. He expressed a concern that such intense immersion could have a reverse effect if overdone, though he quickly reassured them it wouldn't happen to these two. The man with dark hair offered a faint, confident smile, asserting the value of competitive acting. He continued, stating that such competition proved especially helpful in confrontational scenes, while Min Yoon, now feeling better, expressed his desire to act alongside him for a long time. A genuine smile of relief crossed Seonghyeon's face as he recognized the critical need to prevent the emotions of acting from bleeding into reality. The eager man playfully teased Seonghyeon, suggesting he was too tense and robotic, to which Seonghyeon immediately and firmly asserted his readiness. The eager man, giving a cheerful thumbs up, reminded Seonghyeon it was his very first fan signing event, even confessing to taking calming pills himself. The eager man then playfully called Seonghyeon a real robot for his apparent calm, prompting Seonghyeon to admit his own underlying nervousness. Despite his nerves, Seonghyeon's wide smile radiated true excitement, a joyful glow in a sparkling, hopeful background. The narrative celebrated the unprecedented success of Checkmaker, which had surpassed 5 million viewers, a feat even seasoned actors couldn't achieve with their debut works. Yet, this remarkable achievement was merely the prologue, a promise of even greater things to come. From off-panel, a cheerful voice, Seonghyeon's, greeted everyone warmly. The director, smiling widely, welcomed the arrival, acknowledging their busy schedule and unwavering diligence. From off-panel, Seonghyeon confessed that nerves for his first fan signing event had kept him awake all night. The director, noticing Seonghyeon's weight loss, asked if filming had wrapped, to which Seonghyeon lightly remarked that losing weight was always easier than gaining it. The director praised the two men's enduring camaraderie, playfully questioning if something valuable had been missed in earlier footage, before the man in the brown jacket greeted him with an enthusiastic laugh. The director's voice from off-panel warmly greeted Seonghyeon. Song Chan-hyuk offered a curt, stoic greeting, eliciting a warm, surprised response from the off-panel director. The director playfully ruffled Song Chan-hyuk's hair while asking about his new drama, much to Song Chan-hyuk's visible annoyance. The director jokingly chastised Song Chan-hyuk's growing arrogance, while Seonghyeon observed how much more relaxed everyone seemed away from the cameras. Seonghyeon watched as the director affectionately draped an arm around Song Chan-hyuk, a scene far removed from their on-screen intensity. Despite the relaxed facade, a close-up of Song Chan-hyuk's glaring, wide eyes, against a dark red backdrop, revealed an intense, suppressed anger, making Seonghyeon think he still didn't seem relaxed at all. From off-panel, the director announced the grand welcome for the actors. The director and Song Chan-hyuk stood poised, ready to make their anticipated appearance. A hand dramatically pulled back a dark stage curtain, unleashing a flood of bright, golden light that promised spectacle. As the actors appeared, the audience erupted in a frenzied symphony of cheers and declarations of love, an electric wave washing over the brightly lit stage. Amidst the excited shouts for Jae-ho Appa and Chan-hyuk Young, the director playfully questioned if some cheers were for him, while the narration reminded that even impactful supporting roles couldn't be underestimated. Seonghyeon subtly smiled, his wide eyes betraying his thoughts. These supporting actors were incredibly popular, their dedicated fanbases not to be underestimated. A distressed woman, her eyes obscured, breathed heavily, her anxiety palpable in the tense, red-hued scene. Seonghyeon, visibly surprised, heard the passionate shouts from the audience. Genius actor Lee Seonghyeon. We support you. A young man with maroon hair expressed surprise, recognizing the voice as singer Minseo's, while Minseo herself worried if her identity had been given away. Seonghyeon, in a state of shock, wondered how Minseo had managed to be there. Minseo, smiling and waving from the audience amidst sparkling lights, affirmed she was his #1 fan and would quietly cheer him on. A genuine, heartfelt smile touched Seonghyeon's lips as he quietly whispered his thanks. From off-panel, the director formally announced the commencement of the fan signing event, urging everyone to move slowly and calmly. The fan signing event was in full swing, with Seonghyeon, the director, and Song Chan-hyuk seated at a long table, signing for a steady stream of fans. An excited fan, blushing profusely, gushed her admiration for Seonghyeon and her love for flying, to which he graciously thanked her. Another enthusiastic young man praised Seonghyeon's acting, promising future support as they shook hands, to which Seonghyeon readily agreed. Seonghyeon offered a warm, welcoming smile to the next fan approaching the table. A young boy, eyes wide with innocent excitement, loudly exclaimed his recognition of Choi Jin-sung, then humorously pondered how he'd seen what must have been a rated R teaser, concluding he must have watched it with an adult. The man with dark hair warmly thanked the young boy and the accompanying woman for their interested viewership. Seonghyeon reacted with a startled, huh, to a sudden, piercing scream that tore through the air. A man, enraged and gripping a knife, warned everyone to stay away as he held a distressed woman hostage. Seonghyeon's eye widened in pure shock, partially recognizing the terrifying scene unfolding before him. The enraged man, holding actress Minseo at knife point, revealed her identity to the horrified crowd and fiercely demanded their absolute silence. As the man held a trembling actress Minseo hostage, fear rippled through the actors seated at the table, their shock palpable. Seonghyeon, advancing cautiously, tried to calmly de-escalate the situation, despite desperate off-panel warnings from his eager colleague not to approach the danger. Seonghyeon, with a determined resolve, declared his intention to handle the situation, extending a hand forward, much to his eager colleague's worried dismay. Seonghyeon, oblivious to the situation's full scope, attempted to negotiate, urging the assailant to drop the knife so they could talk, but a sudden flash of the blade near Minseo's neck made him gasp. The assailant angrily rejected Seonghyeon's approach, questioning his trustworthiness, prompting Seonghyeon to calmly offer compliance while probing the reason for such a desperate act. The enraged assailant, his eyes wide and mouth agape, screamed Song Chan-hyuk's name. The panel focused on the assailant's eye, constricted by extreme rage and surrounded by red, as he cursed Song Chan-hyuk. An enraged Song Chan-hyuk, standing over the table, fiercely demanded the assailant be brought to him immediately, startling a surprised and concerned Seonghyeon. In a cheerful, sparkling scene, 3 chibi characters in traditional attire with bunny ears celebrated the new year 2023, the year of the rabbit. An unseen assailant's enraged declarations echoed with chilling finality, threatening murder before surrendering to incarceration. Seonghyeon uttered his own name, a startled question hanging in the tense air as confusion clouded his mind. Seonghyeon's mind raced, desperate to untangle the unexpected connection between the assailant's rage and the actor Song Chan-hyuk. A terrifying command from the assailant ripped through the moment, causing Seonghyeon to flinch in sheer panic as his world narrowed to immediate danger. The assailant lunged, a knife flashing downwards as Seonghyeon recoiled, ducking the brutal strike amidst the shocking chaos. Seonghyeon stared, gasping as unspeakable horror unfolded just beyond his sight, the scene blurring into a nightmarish canvas. In the blur of the struggle, Seonghyeon's mind seized on a fleeting opportunity, recognizing a critical gap in the assailant's defense. Seonghyeon strained, his muscles burning as he exerted every ounce of physical force, pushing back against the unseen resistance. Seonghyeon yelled out, punching back as the chaotic, violent struggle intensified. The assailant's knife clanged, landing on the dark red floor, its threat now neutralized. As Seonghyeon held the assailant down, the man thrashed and yelled, struggling desperately while a murmuring crowd observed the chaotic scene. Actress Min-seo, her face etched with terror, whispered a plea for someone to go to the police station, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Seonghyeon kept the assailant pinned, demanding an explanation while the man grunted in pain, the tension palpable in the room. Tears streamed down the assailant's face as he openly wept, his desperate apologies echoing in the somber space. The police arrived, swiftly arresting the assailant and escorting him away, bringing an orderly resolution to the chaotic incident. Mercifully, no one was hurt, and the actor Song Chan-hyuk, the initial cause of the disturbance, was quickly sent home. A worried colleague fretted over Seonghyeon, asking if he was alright and expressing deep concern for his safety after the dangerous encounter. Seonghyeon offered a confident smile, reassuring his colleague that he was more than fine, his composure belying the recent danger. An event staffer announced the signing session's conclusion, directing attendees to social media for future updates, leaving Seonghyeon to ponder what still lay ahead. Seonghyeon stood silently, his arms crossed, his thoughts swirling in the quiet aftermath of the event. A sudden realization sparked surprise in Seonghyeon's eyes, someone had been patiently waiting for him all this time. Seonghyeon asked about Min-seo's well-being, and she replied with immense relief, crediting him for her safety before eagerly asking if the signing was over. Seonghyeon spoke gently, reminding Min-seo that her celebrity status didn't negate her humanity, and that no prying eyes were present as she adjusted her cap, a tremor of emotion stirring beneath her composure. Min-seo's eyes widened, a sudden silence falling over her as she processed Seonghyeon's words, her expression turning pensive. A quiet sob escaped Min-seo as tears finally began to stream down her face, a raw emotional release. Min-seo wept, confessing her profound fear of the knife and the real threat of death, lamenting her unreleased album and all her tireless hard work. Even in the throes of terror, Min-seo had maintained a chilling composure, crying softly as Seonghyeon watched her, understanding the immense strength beneath her surface. Seonghyeon gently patted Min-seo's shoulder, commending her resilience and expressing his profound relief that she was safe. Min-seo continued to sob in Seonghyeon's embrace, yet despite her desperate efforts to contain the incident, the narration foretold its inevitable exposure. The suppressed incident exploded online, its buzz impossible to hide, as anonymous comments and wild speculation spread like wildfire across the forums. Inexplicably, the name of the actor Song Chan-hyuk, the central figure in the incident, vanished from all public records, an unsettling void. A few days later, Seonghyeon arrived, formally stating his purpose, to participate in a witness investigation. A brown-haired police officer greeted Seonghyeon, inviting him to take a seat for the interview, the station's functional lighting reflecting off his cap. The officer formally requested Seonghyeon recount the events, and he readily agreed, ready to unravel the tense narrative. Seonghyeon began his chilling account, recalling the sudden scream and the terrifying glint of a weapon drawn from the assailant's inner pocket. The officer confirmed the assailant's target was the actor Song Chan-hyuk, a detail Seonghyeon gravely acknowledged. Seonghyeon explained how, upon identifying the actor Song Chan-hyuk, the assailant had abruptly shifted the blade's lethal trajectory. The officer acknowledged Seonghyeon's brave act of subduing the criminal, to which Seonghyeon responded that despite the immense risk, he felt he had no other choice. The officer extended his gratitude to Seonghyeon for his courageous intervention, emphasizing that his actions had miraculously resolved the tense situation without a single injury. The officer then explained that the actor Song Chan-hyuk would need to be present as well, thanking Seonghyeon for his continued cooperation. But Seonghyeon interjected, requesting a moment with that person, a query that met with a surprised reaction from the police officer. Seonghyeon's closed-eye smile held a hint of enigma as he admitted to a lingering concern. Seonghyeon listened silently as the officer explained that due to the capture's sensitive nature, he could only see the person briefly, then gestured toward their location. Seonghyeon expressed his thanks, the words radiating sincere gratitude. The assailant continued to sob, his apologies steeped not only in anger but also in an immense, crushing wave of sadness and despair. Seonghyeon stood by the cold bars, a tap of his foot marking the rhythm of his thoughts, wondering to whom the man inside offered such heart-wrenching apologies. Hyun-ju-chan squinted, looking up with a surprised and questioning gaze. Seonghyeon, standing opposite the bars, asked Hyun-ju-chan his name, suggesting they begin their conversation with something simple. Hyun-ju-chan introduced himself, his voice laced with regret as he apologized for the events that had transpired. Seonghyeon accepted the apology, but his expression remained firm as he revealed he still had a crucial question to ask. Seonghyeon cut to the core of the issue, asking why Hyun-ju-chan had been seeking out the actor Song Chan-hyuk, prompting the man's fist to clench with immediate tension. Hyun Ji-chan's clenched fist trembled violently, a physical manifestation of the intense emotional turmoil raging within him. A chilling thought echoed in Hyun Ji-chan's mind, a murderous vow to eliminate that bastard. His thoughts spiraled, revealing a motive steeped in anguish, all because of that devil-like bastard and the suffering inflicted upon his beloved Sejong. Sejong, a truly wonderful writer, excitedly burst into the living room, exclaiming she got in as her father Hyun Ji-chan, surprised, asked about her jubilation. She had waited with bated breath, pouring her heart into her work, eagerly anticipating its long-awaited release. With a radiant smile, Sejong joyfully announced that her one-act play had triumphantly passed the first round. Hyun Ji-chan's face lit up with a wide smile, filled with disbelief and overflowing happiness for his daughter's success. Hyun Ji-chan embraced Sejong, his congratulations a heartfelt outpouring of love, believing only happy moments lay ahead, unaware of the looming shadow. Then, one day, Sejong uttered words that would irrevocably alter their lives. The dark-haired man suggested a drink, and Sejong, with a subtle gesture, acknowledged it as part of their professional trade, a delicate balance of ambition and compromise. Sejong tried to maintain a facade of professionalism, suggesting they build teamwork and find new inspiration together, her tone polite yet subtly strained. An actor, backed by a powerful agency, had shown significant interest in her work, a development that promised both opportunity and unseen perils. The dark-haired man, his hand on her arm, explained his liking for her work with a wide smile that made Sejong offer only a faint, uneasy smile in return. His voice dripping with sinister intent, the dark-haired man promised to help her all night, and Sejong, paralyzed by terror, understood she couldn't refuse, lest she jeopardize her dreams. Despite everything, Sejong resolved that the ordeal was finally over, deciding to confront that bastard one last time. Two hands clinked a shot glass, a silent prelude to a momentous confrontation. Sejong, her voice rising in anger, revealed her phone, announcing she had recorded their entire conversation. Her face contorted with rage, Sejong fiercely warned the man of the dire consequences if her recording ever reached the public eye. Sejong, defiantly tapping her phone, declared that she would no longer be threatened, her recording a powerful weapon against his intimidation. A violent clash sent both Sejong and the dark-haired man crashing to the floor amidst the sparkling dust, his shocked cry echoing in the fragmented light. Sejong ran, her heart pounding, shouting desperately into the night for someone to stop, the blurred street a tunnel of panic. Her desperate flight ended abruptly as she fell onto the street, a menacing green bus bearing down on her in the dangerous night. Sejong's eyes widened in absolute, paralyzing terror, her face a mask of primal fear as a collision seemed imminent. Hyun Ji-chan's thoughts were consumed by the grim reality, his Sejong remained unconscious, still a victim of that devilish bastard's cruel actions. Tears streamed down Hyun Ji-chan's face as he confessed, a raw outpouring of sorrow and anger, that he had tried to kill the man who shattered his daughter's dreams. Hyun Ji-chan's voice was heavy with lament as he reflected on his fate, ironically the one trapped behind bars despite his desperate actions. Seonghyeon began to utter the actor Song Chan-hyuk's name, the intense tone of his words laden with a silent accusation. Seonghyeon's face contorted in a mask of shock and angry confusion, demanding to know what the actor Song Chan-hyuk had possibly been doing all this time. Within the dim prison visitation room, Hyun Ji-chan, filled with grim despair, explained the police's inability to solve his daughter's case due to a stark lack of evidence, as the accused actor Song Chan-hyuk seemed to question his own actions. Hyun Ji-chan continued, his voice heavy with resignation, expressing outrage that even broadcasting stations shied away, fearing harm, and questioned the fundamental fairness of such a situation. In a brighter, more corporate setting, Seonghyeon mused to himself about the sheer impossibility of legally confronting Song Chan-hyuk's formidable agency. The very thought stained his mind with menacing crimson, as Seonghyeon recalled sinister rumors of the CEO's deep entanglements with politics and gangsters, confirming this was a scale far too grand for any ordinary person. He surprised himself with the thought, but Seonghyeon sternly advised himself that in their current predicament, the only viable path was to cautiously distance himself from Song Chan-hyuk and, above all, to calm his frantic mind. Back in the prison's somber intimacy, Hyun Ji-chan, his face etched with raw distress, then tentatively asked Seonghyeon for a crucial favor, prompting Seonghyeon to question his serious gaze. Hyun Ji-chan, his voice laced with profound worry, revealed his younger daughter's dangerous desire to avenge her older sister, and pleaded with Seonghyeon to prevent his second child from facing such peril. With a soft rustle, Hyun Ji-chan slid his phone forward, offering Seonghyeon his daughter's contact information, desperately begging him to intervene. Hyun Ji-chan's desperate plea hung in the air, his worried expression emphasizing the gravity of the situation to Seonghyeon. A cheerful doorbell chimed, announcing a new arrival. Hyun Soo-jin, her voice bright and conversational, spoke into her phone, announcing her arrival at the cafe and directing her companion to her windowside seat. Her eyes widened in sudden surprise, a ripple of unexpected recognition crossing Hyun Soo-jin's face as she listened on the phone. Seonghyeon, now with dark hair, waved enthusiastically across the bustling cafe, his smile warm as Hyun Soo-jin made her way towards his table. His gaze lingered on Hyun Soo-jin, Seonghyeon's smile radiating a quiet welcome. Hyun Soo-jin, Hyun Ji-chan's second daughter, looked at Seonghyeon with a hint of surprise, questioning how he could be her father's friend when he appeared to be her contemporary. Seonghyeon offered a brief smile, explaining that he was there at her father's request for a favor, while a waiter placed their iced Americano, stirring a strange sense of familiarity within Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted, pondering why Hyun Ji-chan chose to relay such a message through another person, and a sense of recognition stirred within him regarding Hyun Soo-jin's name and face. As he tapped the table impatiently, Seonghyeon tried to pinpoint where he had encountered her name or face before Hyun Soo-jin's voice broke his reverie. Cutting directly to the heart of the matter, Hyun Soo-jin fixed Seonghyeon with an intent gaze, demanding to know the message her father wished to convey. Seonghyeon acknowledged her question, mentally urging himself to focus and prioritize understanding the full scope of the situation. He relayed Hyun Ji-chan's stark command to "stop this now," a message Hyun Soo-jin met with a dry, knowing scoff. Hyun Soo-jin, exasperated, mumbled about always being told to stop, questioning what else she was expected to do, as a drink was set before her. Seonghyeon reassured her that her worries were unfounded, as Hyun Soo-jin firmly stated that she had never intended to seek revenge in the same way her father had. She then declared her intention to confront Song Chan-hyuk through her acting, not through direct conflict, a revelation that sparked a sudden, illuminating remembrance within Seonghyeon. This was actress Hyun Soo-jin, the determined talent who had meticulously climbed the ranks from minor roles in her late 20s. Though she had yet to secure a lead role, Hyun Soo-jin consistently left a powerful impression with each project, steadily building an undeniable high profile. Seonghyeon, observing her, silently processed the tragic irony that such an ordeal had befallen Hyun Soo-jin's sister. He pondered why this devastating event remained unknown to him in his previous life, as Hyun Soo-jin confessed that her father had barely managed to keep the incident contained. The memory of Song Chan-hyuk's thriving career in the movie Checkmaker sparked a deep unease within Seonghyeon. Hyun Ji-chan's surprised face, perhaps a fragment of a forgotten truth, lingered in Seonghyeon's mind, reflecting a past he was only just beginning to uncover. Seonghyeon's fist slammed down with a resounding thud, his thoughts consumed by the injustice that Song Chan-hyuk, the source of his family's pain, should not be allowed to prosper, and a sudden, shocking realization began to dawn on him. While Checkmaker was originally projected for modest success, the future had fundamentally shifted. News reports now celebrated its unexpected triumph, Song Chan-hyuk's soaring popularity, and an opportunity for Seonghyeon to finally meet him. Hyun Soo-jin, with a quiet rustle, announced her departure, prompting Seonghyeon to call out to her before she left. Seonghyeon, driven by a newfound sense of guilt, sincerely offered his help to Hyun Soo-jin, urging her to contact him at any time. A subtle, wistful smile touched Hyun Soo-jin's lips. With a soft whoosh of movement, Hyun Soo-jin bid her farewell and departed. Seonghyeon watched her leave, a quiet resolve settling over him that he had done the utmost he could under these complex circumstances. A blood-curdling scream shattered the peaceful afternoon. News flashed across a screen, reporting an assailant screaming actor Song Chan-hyuk's name during an attack, leaving Seonghyeon aghast at the unfolding chaos. In a frantic office, Song Chan-hyuk's manager, a man in a brown jacket, exclaimed in panic, realizing a crucial detail had been missed despite his efforts to block all the articles. Song Chan-hyuk, his eyes wide with shock and fear, uttered a single, stunned, "What?" As his manager groveled, pleading forgiveness for his inability to cover the news, Song Chan-hyuk sharply demanded to know what his boss had said, only to learn he hadn't yet been contacted. Song Chan-hyuk, erupting in a furious rage, grabbed his manager, admonishing him to find a solution quickly instead of offering useless apologies, to which the terrified manager meekly agreed. The manager bolted away with hurried footsteps, fleeing Song Chan-hyuk's wrath. Song Chan-hyuk collapsed onto a sofa, utterly exasperated, muttering that the escalating situation was driving him to distraction. With a teeth-grinding crunch, Song Chan-hyuk cursed his involvement with the Checkmaker, believing it to be the origin of all his current troubles. His eyes glinted with cold determination as Song Chan-hyuk mused that sometimes, for true growth, things had to go drastically awry. Footsteps strode confidently toward Song Chan-hyuk as his green-haired boss, the man in the brown jacket, surprised him by asking if he had been summoned. The man in the brown jacket tried to reassure Song Chan-hyuk, who still looked anxious, telling him not to worry excessively. With a decisive thud as he sat, Song Chan-hyuk's boss calmly asserted that the incident would soon be forgotten, and what truly mattered was the box office record of Song Chan-hyuk's lead movie. Song Chan-hyuk, his face twisted in panic distress, admitted his anxiety as public opinion began to turn against him, which his boss dismissed as the behavior of an amateur. Song Chan-hyuk, pleading with his boss, implored him to put in a little effort, to which his boss replied he would only act within reasonable bounds. A sinister grin spread across Song Chan-hyuk's face as he ominously mentioned someone he profoundly disliked. His boss warily questioned if Song Chan-hyuk was suggesting something extreme, asserting his retirement from such matters, but Song Chan-hyuk clarified, asking only for a subtle shift in public opinion. The boss nodded, a confident smile spreading across his face, agreeing that shifting public attention to that guy made perfect sense, certain that if enough buzz was created, everyone would join the fray. The boss cautioned that the target mattered, considering their disparity, while news of actor Lee Seonghyeon fighting an assailant flickered on the TV, capturing Song Chan-hyuk's attention as his boss reassured him. The boss was confident that people would find the target quite interesting. Back in the cafe, a chibi Seonghyeon scratched his ear in confusion. Seonghyeon sheepishly apologized for his suddenly itchy ears, as Hyun Soo-jin, curious, wondered if someone was discussing Seonghyeon, and expressed surprise that even the writer was popular. Seonghyeon, clearly puzzled, questioned why she was suddenly inquiring about his schedule. A chibi Hyun Soo-jin, slyly smiling, offered a suggestion for his next work if he hadn't decided, making a chibi Seonghyeon sparkle with surprise. With a smooth slide, Hyun Soo-jin presented a script, apologetically asking Seonghyeon to read it despite the suddenness. Seonghyeon, holding the script, looked surprised and questioned if the work was hers. With a soft shimmer, Hyun Soo-jin revealed that she had written the script before Checkmaker and now felt it was finally time to present it to the world. The fantastical tale unfolded, a fusion historical drama chronicling a nobleman's daughter escaping the capital to aid a local militia, where Seonghyeon was envisioned as the country boy who would help her. Seonghyeon, with a hand on his chin, quietly pondered the role he was meant to play, one that was neither lead nor support, yet held a significant, unseen secret. A flicker of surprise crossed Seonghyeon's face as he questioned the very core of the role, a character that's neither lead nor supporting. Hyun Soo-jin, with a smooth smile, revealed the intricate plan. The role was as vital as a lead, but Seonghyeon's involvement would remain a carefully guarded secret, a surprise for the audience to unravel. Tapping her fingers lightly on the document, Hyun Soo-jin found the concept quite unique, promising to send detailed information through his agency and hinting at further revelations. With a wide, confident smile, Hyun Soo-jin pledged that the upcoming experience would be nothing short of fulfilling, a promise whispered from the threshold of discovery. Seonghyeon, his eyes closed in pure happiness, eagerly anticipated the unfolding adventure, a smile of genuine excitement gracing his features. Seonghyeon meticulously absorbed the later descriptions, his mind mapping out the militia leader's new era, the strong-willed nobleman's daughter Yoon Ijin, the country boy Lee Baekwon, and Ijin's friend Seo Seoyeon. Hyun Soo-jin tapped the script, her focus shifting to the remaining cast, wondering if the puzzle of the other roles had yet been solved. Seonghyeon relayed the quiet struggle of the casting director, tirelessly searching for the right faces, a silent echo of the industry's hidden challenges. A sudden question broke through Seonghyeon's thoughts, asking if he knew any actresses, the word itself echoing in his mind with an unexpected weight. With a slight hand to her face, Hyun Soo-jin revealed the anxious search for a fresh face for the female protagonist's friend, a quest proving more challenging than anticipated. In a burst of chibi charm, Hyun Soo-jin leaned in, confidently declaring her trust in Seonghyeon's discerning eye for recommendations, knowing he would unearth a hidden gem. A name burst forth from Seonghyeon's lips, Hyun Soo-jin. A sudden, profound realization as her proven acting skills clicked into place, then a lingering thought. A chibi Seonghyeon, sparkling with excitement, eagerly hinted at a candidate already forming in his mind, sparking surprise in a chibi Hyun Soo-jin. Hyun Soo-jin, her phone vibrating insistently, politely excused herself to take the call, an unexpected ripple in their conversation. Answering the call, Hyun Soo-jin's voice tightened with surprise, demanding to know how Song Chan-hyuk had unearthed their secret project. Hyun Soo-jin's eyes widened in raw shock as Song Chan-hyuk's name pierced the quiet, prompting her to abruptly end the unexpected call. A heavy sigh escaped Hyun Soo-jin's lips as she apologized, revealing the source of the interruption, Song Chan-hyuk, who had unsettlingly caught wind of their nascent project. Hyun Soo-jin recounted Song Chan-hyuk's sudden, surprising offer to recommend an actress, a notion that echoed with questions in Seonghyeon's mind. The words hung in the air, Song Chan-hyuk's invitation to a bar, his insistence on recommending an actress, while Seonghyeon's thoughts spun, blurring the lines of intention. A sudden, visceral jolt of realization struck Seonghyeon, his eyes widening as a fragmented question echoed in his skull, could it be? One day, Sejong had told him about an actor from a big agency showing interest in her work. He reflected that he never wanted revenge like his father, but if he had to fight, he would win through acting. Seonghyeon's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent, demanding to know Song Chan-hyuk's precise location, catching Hyun Soo-jin off guard. A fierce determination seized Seonghyeon. He proclaimed he must go, a premonition screaming that this situation tied directly to Hyun Soo-jin's desperate quest for revenge. Could the two be together? Seonghyeon's thought fractured, an urgent question beating in his skull as his shoe struck the tiled floor. As a car swerved, Hyun Soo-jin's voice sliced through the street, but Seonghyeon's resolve was absolute. They could not, would not, allow more victims to fall. With a sharp screech of tires, Hyun Soo-jin, visibly impatient, commanded Seonghyeon to get in, her voice edged with urgency and bewilderment. Hyun Sujin's gaze pierced Seonghyeon, her questions probing his internal turmoil, wondering if his unease stemmed from Song Chan-hyuk himself. "It's written all over your face," Seonghyeon observed, his own mind sinking into a troubled reflection, the restless tapping of his thoughts mirroring the unseen anxiety. As the city lights blurred past, Seonghyeon wrestled with the unconfirmed truth, convinced that his evident worry was a sign of something deeper, something unseen yet undeniable. Seonghyeon abruptly pivoted, asking about the assailant at the signing event, a question Hyun Sujin affirmed was already on everyone's lips, a known tremor in their world. Seonghyeon delivered the blow, revealing the assailant's cries for Song Chan-hyuk, a shocking truth that Hyun Sujin met with a visceral gasp. "Is that rumor true?" "Writer, you need to see in front of you," Hyun Sujin exclaimed nervously, as Seonghyeon offered a sheepish apology, momentarily lost in his revelations. Lost in thought, Seonghyeon replayed his past dismissals of Song Chan-hyuk's rumors, once believing them simple gossip, mere coincidence, or the fleeting rage of an anti-fan. A somber truth emerged as Seonghyeon revealed his conversation with the assailant at the police station, a quiet confession of a deeper, unsettling connection. With the person holding the knife? Seonghyeon continued, the fractured memory of Hyun Ju-chan's daughter, a drama writer approached by Song Chan-hyuk, now crystallizing into a disturbing truth. Seonghyeon unveiled the horrifying truth, Song Chan-hyuk's vile proposition of help for monstrous deeds, words that left Hyun Sujin utterly aghast, her reality distorted by the sheer depravity. Hyun Sujin's voice was a fractured gasp, "This is insane, the reality too twisted, too dark to fully comprehend." Seonghyeon's grim silence spoke volumes, his mind a turbulent sea of disturbing thoughts, processing the vile revelations. A searing realization struck Seonghyeon, the recommended actress was undoubtedly in danger. His hand clenched the steering wheel, a tight grip of pure resolve, as he commanded, "Hold tight." "I'm going to speed up," Seonghyeon declared, and the speedometer needle shot upward, the engine roaring a visceral promise of urgent speed. A slow, persistent drip of water echoed the growing anticipation in actress Min Seo's mind, finally. As she stood before the mirror, actress Min Seo's reflection held a fierce determination, the long-awaited opportunity, she knew, had finally arrived. A year since her sister's accident, the memory resurfaced, heavy and somber, a fractured echo in actress Min Seo's mind. The truth had emerged from the shadows, chilling and stark. Song Chan-hyuk, she now knew, was the hidden reason. For her sister's revenge, actress Min Seo had moved through the world like a phantom, relentlessly seeking Song Chan-hyuk's attention, each step a distorted memory of her singular obsession. Actress Min Seo stood, lost in a somber thought, her gaze fixed downwards, a heavy silence pregnant with unspoken tension. With an energetic, wide smile, actress Min Seo greeted the unknown, a professional enthusiasm masking the churning depths of her true purpose. From his seat, the young man with maroon hair cast a fleeting, subtle glance, his observation a silent, psychological probe into actress Min Seo's presence. A confident smirk played across the young man's lips, a silent signal of an unseen thought or a private satisfaction. With a determined swipe, actress Min Seo set her phone down, an internal pronouncement that she had finally arrived at the precipice of her purpose. Actress Min Seo's eyes scanned Song Chan-hyuk's text, a web of promised connections and veiled opportunities for new projects, a calculated manipulation laid bare on the screen. The raw Korean text of Song Chan-hyuk's manipulative messages glowed, a tangible link to his insidious promises. Gripping her phone, actress Min Seo's gaze held a singular, unyielding resolve, bringing down Song Chan-hyuk was the only path, the only way forward. Her finger hovered, a silent declaration over the record button, poised to capture Song Chan-hyuk's true character and project it into the unforgiving glare of the media. And when his career is on the line, actress Min Seo vowed, a fierce internal promise, I will reappear as a successful actress, a future self emerging from the mental battlefield. The thought settled, heavy and unyielding, after today, she mused, it would all be irrevocably over. With every step, actress Min Seo mentally committed to the sacrifice, a singular act, then it would be done, the echoing footsteps a rhythmic countdown in her skull. With each click of her heels, actress Min Seo's own question echoed, fracturing her resolve, why am I so scared? A somber cloud of doubt swirled, making actress Min Seo question if her sister, too, had felt this exact, chilling fear. Her phone vibrated with a sudden, startling intensity, jolting actress Min Seo from her troubled thoughts. An urgent message from Lee Seonghyeon flashed across the screen, demanding her location and a call back, a sudden shift in the unfolding drama. Lee Seonghyeon. A gasp tore from actress Min Seo's throat, her eyes widening in shocked alarm as his name appeared, a sudden, unexpected twist in her carefully laid plans. Under a vibrant, painterly sky, a man and woman in flowing traditional attire offered a joyful, shimmering New Year's greeting, a festive burst of fantasy. A critical system message appeared in stark red against the void. Seonghyeon, in the blurred confines of a car, held his phone in silent apprehension. Trapped in his own thoughts, Seonghyeon wondered if the lack of response was due to an unseen phone or a dangerous situation she hadn't yet perceived. A sudden jolt of alarm widened his eye. The phone blared, demanding attention for an incoming call from Ms. Hyun Soo-jin. With a surge of concern, Seonghyeon pressed the phone to his ear, his voice tight with the unspoken question of, "What's wrong?" Seonghyeon expressed disbelief, suggesting the caller was drunk, only to be met with a disorienting denial and a bewildered question about his intentions. A sickening thud echoed as a hand gripped the floor in urgent, primal fear, followed by a woman's terrified shriek and Song Chan-hyuk's desperate plea to hold on. Beside him, the woman with dark, short hair asked with mounting worry what was happening, her confusion a stark contrast to Seonghyeon's grim focus. Sweat beading on his brow, Seonghyeon urgently pressed the unseen Ms. Ryder to quicken her pace, the impending confrontation palpable. Song Chan-hyuk's smirk twisted into a deceitful claim that he had merely touched her leg, as actress Min-seo averted her face from his predatory gaze. A wave of shock and hurt washed over actress Min-seo as she vehemently denied seeking a role through such degrading means, questioning the blurred lines of her own intentions. Song Chan-hyuk's face contorted in a mix of surprise and anger at her unexpected defiance. Actress Min-seo declared her fierce determination to rise on her own merits, her unspoken thoughts revealing a deeper, burning need for vengeance for her sister. A clenched fist on the cold, tiled floor betrayed actress Min-seo's profound fear and regret, a silent apology to her sister echoing in her mind. With a sly smile, Song Chan-hyuk twisted his words, reminding actress Min-seo that skill alone was useless without the opportunities he could provide. A dramatic, sinister smile spread across Song Chan-hyuk's face as he offered his help, the words laced with an unspoken threat. Her terrified face, wet with tears, could only manage a single, desperate plea, "Please." As her eyes squeezed shut against the encroaching darkness, actress Min-seo's mind screamed for someone, anyone, to help her. Tires screeched to a sudden, urgent halt. Seonghyeon instructed the woman to go upstairs first, assuring her he would follow right behind. As a gust of wind swept by, Seonghyeon reflected on the profound difficulty of both having and fulfilling dreams. Seonghyeon raced down the elegant hallway as two men whispered about the promiscuous actor who had just entered the room, his footsteps pounding urgently. As Seonghyeon challenged a departing man about entering the room, his mind raced with the gravity of his own second chance at life, knowing he couldn't let another dream be crushed. The idea of holding another person's dream hostage ignited a sudden, explosive surge of shock and fury within Seonghyeon. His eye widened, suddenly consuming the entire world in its shock. Seonghyeon burst into the room, surprising both Song Chan-hyuk, who muttered his name in disbelief, and actress Min-seo, as he demanded to know how they got there. Actress Min-seo cried out his name, her face a mask of shock and primal fear. Seonghyeon's face contorted with enraged fury as he condemned the pure evil unfolding before him. With a surge of primal rage, Seonghyeon grabbed Song Chan-hyuk by the collar, calling him an animal. Song Chan-hyuk, dripping with sweat and shock, demanded to know how Seonghyeon found him, only to be met with a calm, unsettling reassurance. As the dark-haired woman expressed her gratitude, actress Min-seo, still in shock, questioned Seonghyeon's unexpected presence, even as he held Song Chan-hyuk in a vice-like grip. Song Chan-hyuk exploded in an enraged, accusatory shout, demanding if Seonghyeon had orchestrated the entire setup. Song Chan-hyuk launched into a furious, vile accusation, claiming the entire situation was a revenge plot orchestrated by Seonghyeon and actress Min-seo, while the women reacted in distressed shock. Seonghyeon's grip tightened around Song Chan-hyuk's neck as he snarled back, choking the defiant challenge, "Do you think you can do anything about this?" With a menacing smirk, Song Chan-hyuk spat out a chilling threat, boasting of his power to easily bury a rookie like Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's jaw clenched, his fury a tight knot as Song Chan-hyuk hurled vile insults at him and actress Min-seo. The dark-haired woman, fiercely protective, leveled a devastating threat at Song Chan-hyuk, vowing to end his career for daring to touch her. A pained gasp escaped Song Chan-hyuk as Seonghyeon's hand squeezed his neck with brutal force. Seonghyeon questioned Song Chan-hyuk's sanity, who, with a chilling defiance, retorted with a taunt about losing his acting career. With intensely focused eyes, Seonghyeon delivered a chilling promise: Song Chan-hyuk would be the only one descending to hell. Seonghyeon dramatically revealed that all of Song Chan-hyuk's manipulative threats had been recorded, stunning him into silence as the dark-haired woman held up her phone, confirming the digital evidence with a soft beep. The dark-haired woman calmly displayed her smartphone, confirming the recording's reliability and emphasizing that the evidence would not be lost. Song Chan-hyuk reacted with a desperate, outraged cry, his hand reaching out in futile disbelief. A pained grunt escaped Song Chan-hyuk as the vice-like grip intensified. With a challenging gaze, Seonghyeon questioned if Song Chan-hyuk could maintain his arrogance now, a victorious shift in power palpable in the dimly lit room. In the calm aftermath, Seonghyeon suggested actress Min-seo go home to rest. Actress Min-seo confessed that she felt a strange security amidst the gentle bustle of a crowded place. Seonghyeon voiced his genuine surprise, marveling at her presence of mind to record the incident under such duress. Calm and reflective, actress Min-seo explained that a nagging intuition had compelled her to record the call, a stark contrast to her previous, unsuccessful attempt with a tape recorder. As actress Min-seo slid her phone across the table, Seonghyeon asked the weighty question of whether she truly intended to make the recording public. With a serious gaze, Seonghyeon clarified that the ultimate decision to release the recording lay solely with Ms. Soo-jin. Actress Min-seo paused, her hand hovering over the smartphone, as a profound realization settled. Ms. Soo-jin might not have sought to expose atrocities but simply desired an apology. If the recording were released, actress Min-seo realized, it would not only expose Hyun Soo-jin but also inevitably drag Hyun Se-jung and Hyun Ju-chan into the public eye, expanding the potential harm. Despite the possible unwanted outcomes, actress Min-seo's chin lifted with an unwavering determination. She simply had to. With a worried yet resolute expression, actress Min-seo declared her intention to expose the recording to the world. With a serious tone, Seonghyeon clarified her motivation as a solemn, "I have to," rather than a desire, warning of the potential repercussions for her father and sister. Actress Min-seo's reflective thoughts, against the backdrop of Song Chan-hyuk menacingly pouring a drink, weighed the personal cost of forever having him on her head against the endless victims he would create if she remained silent. With newfound resolve, actress Min-seo declared it was time to move forward, understanding that the broader impact now included her father and sister. Seonghyeon offered a supportive truth: one could not move forward if constantly shackled by fear. Actress Min-seo confessed her lingering hesitation, recalling past failures with reporters and admitting she felt lost. With a confident smile, Seonghyeon reassured her there was no need to worry about that particular hurdle. Should Ms. Hyun Soo-jin remain unconvinced, Seonghyeon revealed he knew the most honest reporter in all of Korea. Days later, the news broke with a click, announcing that a rising star, referred to as Mr. S, had been demanding entertainment from an aspiring actor. The released recording detailed how Mr. S, revealed to be Song Chan-hyuk, had forcibly made physical contact despite the aspiring actress's resistance, a shock amplified by his recent role as a prosecutor, with the story rapidly spreading through reporter Song Ji-hyun. The public and media seized upon the rising star's downfall, comments raging with outrage and condemnation for Song Chan-hyuk's monstrous exploitation of dreams. With a violent smash, a fist shattered a smartphone as Song Chan-hyuk unleashed a furious roar. In a dim, chaotic room, Song Chan-hyuk clutched his head in desperate fury, screaming about the unraveling situation. The worried man beside him questioned if the reporter was the same one who had exclusively interviewed Seonghyeon, prompting a distressed reaction from Song Chan-hyuk. Song Chan-hyuk raged, convinced Seonghyeon had tricked him, unleashing his fury on the terrified manager, who stammered about the article's unstoppable spread. Song Chan-hyuk angrily demanded action to suppress the press, but his manager meekly suggested an apology and probation. Song Chan-hyuk's face contorted in incredulous anger at the suggestion he admit to everything. "You dare to say that?" Song Chan-hyuk roared, though his manager quickly agreed it made no sense. A profound, wide-eyed shock consumed Song Chan-hyuk's entire expression. A sly, sinister smile played on the older man's lips as he addressed the unseen president. With a cunning smile and a gesture, the older man suggested that anything bothersome should be ruthlessly removed before it could escalate, as he placed papers on the desk before a surprised Song Chan-hyuk. As the older man's ominous words about stopping it before it crawls any further echoed, a stark photo of a smiling Seonghyeon, hailed as a new star, emerged from a dark and gritty publication. The curious nature of time often made it seem to crawl by, yet at other moments, it would vanish in the blink of an eye. A man's voice cut through the professional calm, announcing that Seonghyeon's final scene was about to begin. And especially now, as the culmination of everything, this moment had arrived with Seonghyeon's contented ease. Seonghyeon, with a soft but determined gaze, began to voice his own personal sentiment. He declared that he harbored no regrets, for he had given his absolute all until the very end, as the man in the white shirt listened intently. The man in the white shirt smiled, expressing his sincere appreciation for having been able to act alongside Seonghyeon. Yet, when one truly embraced the art of acting, the stakes changed. The director boomed, announcing the last episode of Flying and the start of its ending scene, calling for standby. The command for camera roll echoed, signaling the imminent capture of the dramatic moment. The popularity of Flying, which was nearing its grand finale, had only intensified public interest in its magnetic actors, especially Seonghyeon. A news report proclaimed Checkmaker had surpassed 7 million viewers, while Flying reached its finale, highlighting Seonghyeon as the male lead, chosen by viewer votes, ending with an affectionate kiss. For Seonghyeon, the journey to becoming a top actor felt as though it had only just unfurled its first, hopeful chapter. However, amidst the soaring success of Flying and Seonghyeon's rising fame, a looming controversy began to surface in the real-time search terms. Song Chan-hyuk's enraged voice ripped through the quiet office, urgently calling out to his president. With a desperate, wide-eyed plea, Song Chan-hye questioned if there was a solution, stating his unwavering belief in the unseen president. A furious eye, filled with simmering rage, glared as an unseen man demanded to know what on earth Song Chan-hye had been thinking. The man in the white shirt, clearly annoyed, lectured Song Chan-hye about the necessity of performing one's job with competence, leaving Song Chan-hye stunned. The man in the white shirt's voice sharpened with accusation, demanding to know if Song Chan-hye believed working in the industry was easy just because he had gained a modicum of recognition. He continued his angry tirade, accusing Song Chan-hye of daring to spread the company's name around after such reckless behavior. A police summons, grasped tightly, materialized before Song Chan-hye, whose eyes widened in dawning horror at the severe implications. The man in the white shirt, his voice firm and final, declared that since Song Chan-hye clearly failed to grasp the gravity of his situation, his contract would be terminated without penalty, stating that he refused to accept dirty money. As the man in the white shirt walked away with determined strides, Song Chan-hye desperately reached out, calling out to him, while another man quietly observed the grim scene. Song Chan-hye's hand trembled uncontrollably, clutching the crumpled paper, a physical manifestation of his profound despair. Reduced to a defeated heap, Song Chan-hye knelt on the ground as the news of his forced retirement became the top real-time search term, symbolizing his tragic downfall. A few days later, life continued its mundane rhythm around Manhwa subway station. Seonghyeon mused that despite it not being a holiday, the streets were bustling, contemplating if living in an actor-filled neighborhood was a double-edged sword. In a humorous internal scene, an older man with glasses playfully warned Seonghyeon to never venture out without a mask and hat, to which Seonghyeon jokingly agreed. Seonghyeon thought of finally enjoying his break in peace, as the man with blonde hair asked if he had booked tickets for the play. The man with blonde hair teased Seonghyeon about being alone, who sheepishly admitted he was, prompting a playful reflection that Seonghyeon truly knew how to enjoy Dehakaro's solitude. The man with blonde hair passionately urged Seonghyeon to see the play, which he claimed they had poured their blood, sweat, and tears into, to which Seonghyeon offered a slight, acknowledging smile. Seonghyeon examined the play ticket, a spark of curiosity igniting as he wondered if its genre might be romance. With a faint smile, Seonghyeon promised to enjoy the play, expressing his quiet excitement to return to the theater after such a long time. An announcement echoed through the dimly lit theater, thanking the audience and providing safety instructions, including evacuation procedures should the lighter prop cause an actual fire. On stage, a speaker shared a poignant sentiment about aspiring actors, including himself, who often abandon their dreams due to life's harsh realities. The speaker then expressed his profound admiration for actors who, despite the odds, refused to give up, gracing the small stage and pursuing their dreams with unwavering hope. Seonghyeon, from his seat in the audience, felt a peculiar sense of recognition, a soft question forming in his mind. Seonghyeon, deep in thought, pondered where he might have seen the speaker before. A voice wished someone well, telling them to have fun, followed by the decisive sound of a tight grip. The play's narrative, at its core, was deceptively simple. On stage, the male actor asked the female actor if she had never thought of him, as the narration described a poignant tale of two lovers who, having broken up, continued to miss each other because they could not forget. As the female actor questioned his meaning, the male actor pleaded for reconciliation, and she agreed, drawing the audience into their intimate moment. And so, the narrative concluded, bringing the lovers back together, as Seonghyeon watched from the audience, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. A wave of applause erupted as the male and female actors on stage triumphantly raised their clasped hands, the female actor joyfully expressing her gratitude. Though the story itself was somewhat generic in its premise, the genuine emotion between the actors in their tender moment transcended it. Seonghyeon sat, hands clasped, deeply moved and unable to tear his gaze away from the sheer emotional power of the actors' performances. The actors on stage portrayed their love with such profound sincerity that Seonghyeon found himself wondering if he, too, had ever acted so truly from the depths of his own heart. Seonghyeon recalled past roles, including a heartbreaking story of a love triangle, where he played a character falling for a friend's lover, a scene etched with intense emotion. He remembered another work, a tale of two men forming an unlikely friendship to stop a vicious orphanage director, as one character casually questioned if the other was just like him. Yet another work featured a youth romance about overcoming hardships and finding one's true self, depicting Seonghyeon heroically carrying a woman, asking her who had truly saved her. Seonghyeon considered that his past works might have gained attention simply because they were inherently attractive, hoping that someday his acting skills alone would earn him recognition, his hand clenching with fervent determination. A sudden realization struck Seonghyeon, making him gasp with surprise as he recognized the speaker from earlier. Seonghyeon, off-panel, greeted Senior Oh Hyung-sik, who looked surprised as the narration introduced him as a famous actor renowned for capturing public hearts with his strong appeal. Seonghyeon mentally revered Senior Oh Hyung-sik as a true actor, then formally introduced himself as rookie actor Lee Seunghyun as he reached out to shake the senior actor's hand. Oh Hyung-sik warmly acknowledged Seonghyeon, having enjoyed flying, and despite Seonghyeon's humble request to speak comfortably, Hyung-sik secretly mused about meeting his role model. Oh Hyung-sik playfully justified his fandom by saying he'd been a fan since he was young, as the older man with glasses chuckled, and Young Min-sik, the man in the white shirt, called out Hyung-sik's name in surprise. The older man with glasses asked if the play was enjoyed, and Oh Hyung-sik greeted him as Min-sik, noting the actor's emotional depth, while Seonghyeon observed the exchange, slightly confused. The older man with glasses thanked them, promising to relay their compliments to the actors, and then, with curiosity, asked if the two men had arrived together. Oh Hyung-sik gestured toward Seonghyeon, explaining they had met by chance, and questioned if the older man with glasses, whom he assumed was Min-sik, had invited Seonghyeon. The older man with glasses enthusiastically confessed his desire to invite Seonghyeon, deeming him a hot actor, before director Young Min-sik introduced himself to Seonghyeon, who then complimented the play. Seonghyeon, smiling, expressed his surprise at meeting both senior Oh Hyung-sik and director Young Min-sik on his rare break, to which the director acknowledged his need for rest, asking if he had moved directly from a movie to a drama. Seonghyeon, surprised, asked how director Young Min-sik knew about his schedule, and the director, smiling widely, revealed he had enjoyed Checkmaker, even teasing that Seonghyeon stood out more than the main character. Oh Hyung-sik, speaking off-panel, feigned exasperation, remarking on the director's attention, especially since the director had never acknowledged him even after he won a grand prize. The director, with a sly, powerful smile, dramatically advised Oh Hyung-sik to leave the past behind and live in the sunshine. The director laughed, exclaiming how much he got goosebumps watching the movie, while Oh Hyung-sik playfully chided Seonghyeon for not seeing a film that garnered over 7 million views, though Seonghyeon explained he had been traveling and had read all the articles. Seonghyeon, with polite gratitude, thanked them for their kind words. A woman with dark, short hair urgently called for the director from behind a door, causing a chibi version of the director to react with surprised haste. The director, explaining he had to leave, suggested a drink later and bid Seonghyeon farewell, which Seonghyeon acknowledged. A distinct click sounded as Seonghyeon and Oh Hyung-sik exchanged a serious, reflective glance. Oh Hyung-sik chuckled, commenting on the director's hectic nature and how quickly he had darted off, then expressed a new curiosity that prompted Seonghyeon to inquire further. Oh Hyung-sik, a sly smile playing on his lips, proposed an intriguing idea. With a wide, inviting smile, Oh Hyung-sik suggested they take a closer look at the acting of the junior, who had appeared like a comet. A chibi Seonghyeon reacted with wide-eyed surprise, clearly taken aback by the suggestion. The buzz around Checkmaker was immense, yet the performance of the junior actor playing Choi Jin-sung ignited even greater anticipation. The eager man shared that the performance had garnered immense praise from everyone. The eager man then asked Seonghyeon for his personal thoughts, causing Seonghyeon to respond with a nervous, "ah." He then encouraged Seonghyeon not to overdo things if he felt pressured. Seonghyeon, with a determined internal resolve, asserted he would proceed as the eager man observed intently. Seonghyeon's mind raced with the pressure of improvising before a revered senior, his heart pounding a frantic rhythm within his skull. He internally debated which character performance to showcase, visualizing both Han Seo from Flying and Choi Jin-sung from Checkmaker, as his heart thumped with indecision. The eager man swiftly corrected him, clarifying that the senior wasn't seeking a polished performance, but something else entirely. Seonghyeon's thoughts crystallized on the raw, unrefined essence of potential, a concept taking shape in his mind. His decision solidified, he knew precisely the kind of performance he needed to deliver. A few days prior, a man asked Seonghyeon for his opinion on a new script. The man confirmed he had already read and enjoyed the script himself. He explained the script was by writer Shin Joo-hee, making its style easily accessible, though team manager Park harbored some reservations. While one man questioned the wisdom of a talented actor taking on a historical drama that limited promotions, the older man with glasses admitted that very aspect had intrigued him. The man with glasses enthusiastically suggested Seonghyeon look at the script, who then confirmed its arrival. He revealed the writer had contacted him first, requesting secrecy until the script's arrival. The man with dark hair apologized for the late disclosure, which the older man with glasses readily dismissed. The older man with glasses then realized the full implications of the decision surrounding the script. He declared the script's innovative surprise appearance and inherent attractiveness made it an undeniable choice for him to take on the role. The man with glasses shimmered with sparkling excitement, his approval radiating brightly. A chibi version of Seonghyeon joyfully agreed to persuade the team manager, then eagerly offered to help with character analysis, which was enthusiastically accepted. A soft, contemplative breath escaped Seonghyeon. The narration then introduced, that day, historical drama set in the Joseon era, depicting a militia rising against political turmoil. Among them was Lee Baekhoon, the character Seonghyeon would portray, living a tranquil life despite Joseon's burgeoning chaos. Another man cheerfully called out for Baekhoon to help. Seonghyeon, embodying the cheerful Lee Baekhoon, happily responded, fulfilling the narration's description of a pure young man from a peaceful mountain village. The narration continued, explaining that during another peaceful day, Baekhoon would fall in love at first sight with Yoon Ijin, who came to recuperate. This unexpected love would compel him to venture beyond the protective confines of his small village and into the wider world. Lee Baekhoon reacted with a startled blush, his emotions caught in a gentle flutter. The true identity of Lee Baekhoon was far more significant than it appeared. Lee Baekhoon, the very catalyst for the militia's formation, passionately declared that the spirit of their country could never be bought or suppressed by force or wealth. The narrative dramatically unveiled Lee Baekhoon's secret heritage as the hidden prince of the Joseon royal family. Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted, realizing that the truth, no matter how concealed, would eventually come to light. The eager man observed Seonghyeon in silence after the performance. Seonghyeon nervously swallowed, questioning if his raw, unpolished performance was adequate. The eager man playfully remarked on Seonghyeon's consistent dullness, then clarified their true objective, not to hide anything, but to forge a new truth. Seonghyeon, surprised, asked how the senior knew the lines of Park Ji-chang, the traitor, to which the eager man admitted he had simply read the script. The eager man, with sparkling eyes, declared Seonghyeon's acting amazing, explaining that despite initial concerns about the fusion historical drama, his performance solidified the decision. He then lauded Seonghyeon's ability to imbue powerful lines with Lee Baekhoon's innocence, commending his knack for carrying the narrative flow even in an opposing role, as his footsteps echoed softly. The eager man articulated his philosophy: true acting extended beyond individual expression to elevate the entire quality of the work and all its characters. He elaborated on the delicate nature of Lee Baekhoon's character, possessing a great secret but few highlighted scenes, necessitating careful crafting of every small moment, which had made him both excited and worried about casting. He confessed his previous delay in deciding, but now expressed complete trust in Seonghyeon to undertake the role. The older man with glasses joyfully exclaimed his relief, while Seonghyeon recalled Oh Hyung-sik's interview statement about the burdensome nature of historical dramas. Yet, Seonghyeon considered that perhaps that day, being a fusion historical drama, might have offered less pressure. A flicker of doubt crossed Seonghyeon's mind, questioning if the generous words were merely for his benefit. The eager man expressed his anticipation of working with Seonghyeon on the meaningful project, and Seonghyeon resolved to accept the role, ready to move forward. Regardless of the underlying reasons, the profound opportunity to act alongside the senior filled Seonghyeon with gratitude, as he bowed respectfully and offered his thanks. Seonghyeon clenched his fist, overwhelmed by a surge of disbelief that shimmered around him. A blush spread across Seonghyeon's face, his emotions overflowing with a radiant warmth. Seonghyeon reflected on his return to the past, now imbued with mysterious, new powers. He expressed gratitude with a profound bow. Yet, for the first time, his acting had received genuine recognition. He had found people who wholeheartedly supported and acknowledged his burgeoning talent, celebrating his achievement. Song Chan-hyuk angrily confronted the man with purple-tinged hair, accusing him of working for the director's financial gain and refusing to participate. The man with purple-tinged hair challenged Song Chan-hyuk to survive on his own before making such accusations, urging him to consider the real Jin Sung instead. He then critiqued flashy types of actors, preferring those who didn't seek the old man's approval. Seonghyeon smiled contentedly, savoring the rhythm of matching performances with actors he had once only admired from afar. Unbelievable moments flowed past too quickly, punctuated by Seonghyeon's enthusiastic shout of "Great job." Then, the narrative shifted, hinting at what was to come. Song Chan-hyuk angrily grabbed the man with purple-tinged hair, yelling at him for having been a great help to someone. A scared woman sought refuge behind a young woman, who stood protectively and angrily. While it might have been selfish to ask for more, the chance to act alongside Oh Hyung-sik's Sunbeam was an unparalleled opportunity. The prospect of a fascinating work, brimming with attractive characters and legendary actors like Oh Hyung-sik, inspired him greatly. Seonghyeon, glowing with enthusiasm, wondered how much further this new work could push his self-challenge. As the eager man extended his hand, Seonghyeon pondered what new lessons he could learn. With a firm click, their hands met in a decisive shake. Seonghyeon enthusiastically expressed his anticipation for their collaboration as they shook hands. Seonghyeon's face glowed with pure, unadulterated joy. His acting, he declared in his heart, truly began now. The banner proudly announced congratulations to the graduating students. Golden flakes drifted down a picturesque university campus, as a young woman smiled, observing the future unfold for a couple. Seonghyeon, in the role of Han Se-oh, declared the advent of their graduation. Perched on a rooftop, Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, questioned the woman playing Yoo Ji-yeon about her heart's truest desire for the future. The woman, playing Yoo Ji-yeon, mused that she simply yearned for a leisurely existence. She envisioned a life of abundant travel and endless learning, her desires sparkling against an abstract, luminous backdrop. With bright enthusiasm, the woman, playing Yoo Ji-yeon, pressed Seonghyeon, as Han Se-oh, about his certain future as a national swimming representative. Seonghyeon, as Han Co, offered a thoughtful, hesitant, maybe, then turned the question back, sensing her desire for something more. She confessed that despite swimming's appeal, something else tugged at her heart, prompting Seonghyeon to eagerly ask what it could be. Her dream unfolded as a vivid tapestry, traveling with a loved one, discovering new knowledge together, and leisurely walks through falling golden particles. Seonghyeon, as Han Co, watched, eyes fixed on her, anticipating the unfolding culmination of her unspoken desires. She finally voiced her deepest wish, simply to remain together, just like this. A soft blush bloomed on their cheeks as their gazes locked, a silent, profound understanding passing between them. Under a glowing sky, their faces drew near, eyes closing as the space between them dissolved into pure, concentrated longing. Their lips met in a passionate embrace, as a distant, dreamlike shriek erupted, echoing the intense emotion of the moment. As a buzzing excitement filled the room, a woman in an apron declared Han Co the undeniable male lead, contrasting with her daughter's previous guess. The chibified daughter passionately argued for Han Co, citing his iconic, cabinet scene, which triggered a scoffing retort from her mother. The mother emphatically insisted that Ji Woohyun's poignant farewell scene cemented his eternal fate as the sub-male lead. The short-haired woman's eyes widened in a cartoonish burst of shock and excitement. The woman with dark, short hair ecstatically shrieked, praising Han Co's incomparable coolness. With a joyful sigh, she wondered aloud who could have possibly penned such a perfect script. The woman enthusiastically demanded confirmation from Seonghyeon, addressing him as Han Co, making him visibly uncomfortable. Seonghyeon could only offer a weak, nervous laugh in response to her passionate query. Both women, now rendered in chibi form, gaped in wide-eyed surprise. A collective gasp of overwhelming shock and excitement escaped them as they realized the actor was truly Han Co. The sheer popularity of flying in Japan was evident as the women became completely starstruck when Seonghyeon, now in his true identity, introduced himself as actor Lee Seunghyun. Trembling with excitement, the apron-clad woman stammered out her fervent request for an autograph, having watched all of Seonghyeon's works, including the Korean version of Flying. The dark-haired woman, overwhelmed with joy, blushingly declared her immense love and fandom for Seonghyeon, urging him to continue showcasing his diverse talents, as Flying officially concluded its run. The entire Flying team gathered together, celebrating their success in the warm glow of the Japanese restaurant. The vibrant, neon-lit streets of Japan pulsed with energy, signaling the team's well-deserved reward vacation had begun. The camera clicked, capturing Seonghyeon and a woman posing joyfully before a towering landmark. The camera clicked again, seizing a candid moment of Seonghyeon sleeping, as a woman playfully pointed at him. Another click captured Seonghyeon and the woman enjoying street food, adding to their collection of vivid travel memories. With an admiring gasp, the dark-haired woman praised Seonghyeon's photography skills, declaring a specific group photo her absolute favorite. Seonghyeon confessed his genuine surprise at encountering Japanese fans, though the narration confirmed that Flying's immense popularity as a K-youth romance made its success there entirely unsurprising. Seonghyeon let out a soft exclamation of admiration as he gazed at the paper in his hands. The narration confirmed Flying's immense global triumph, having been exported and embraced by audiences in Japan, Taiwan, and other overseas markets. The drama had ignited a powerful K-youth syndrome among teenagers, reflecting its profound cultural impact. It captivated those already deeply immersed and interested in the Hallyu culture. Seonghyeon's mind swirled with awe, realizing his acting had spread overseas, before the dark-haired woman's excited voice cut through his thoughts, urging him to look. His eye, reflecting a sudden sparkle of realization, seemed to hint at the strange and amazing turns life could take. Seonghyeon silently vowed to look straight ahead, wondering whose hand he would hold as he soared unexpectedly towards his dreams. Seonghyeon exclaimed his pleasure at how well things turned out, as the dark-haired woman praised the male lead's undeniable handsomeness. A soft blush touched Seonghyeon's cheeks, a subtle emotional ripple across his face against a sparkling pink backdrop. Lying in bed, Seonghyeon reflected on the surreal reality of his own face now gracing the streets of Japan. A chibi version of Seonghyeon gleefully expressed the profound happiness he found in simply being able to act again in this new present. With a confident smile, Seonghyeon inwardly mused about the limitless heights his career could now reach. Seonghyeon internally acknowledged that Flying's youth romance genre had effortlessly captivated overseas teenage fans already steeped in Hallyu culture. He resolved to present himself to an even wider audience, embracing more diverse images and roles in the future. A dreamy smile touched Seonghyeon's lips as he entertained a fanciful thought of Hollywood, just as a soft chime echoed in his mind. Seonghyeon suddenly caught himself mid-thought, realizing the outlandish nature of his current dream as he tapped his phone. His gaze fell upon his phone, a question forming in his mind about the mysterious caller. The screen displayed an incoming call from writer Shin Joo-hee, whose voice cautiously called out, "Writer Nim." Seonghyeon confirmed to writer Shin Joo-hee that he was indeed having a wonderful time on his trip. A chibi Seonghyeon laughed heartily at the caller's amusing reason for reaching out, before politely inquiring about the true purpose of the call. The caller then proposed a meeting upon Seonghyeon's return to Korea to discuss that day, to which Seonghyeon readily agreed, recognizing the writer's caliber. The voice on the phone, however, noted that it was not the appropriate moment to delve into details. With a hint of concern in her tone, the caller expressed that she had something rather regrettable to impart. Seonghyeon's surprise was palpable, his voice betraying a hint of confusion as he echoed the word, something regrettable. The inviting facade of Café Simple shimmered with an almost magical dust, signaling both its welcome and the dawn of a new possibility. A delicate chime, like the whisper of possibility, announced an arrival, crossing the threshold into the new day. Seonghyeon's perception fractured, momentarily confused by an unexpected encounter in the bustling space. A sudden, blunt impact of a voice struck him, his name echoing with a force that sent a jolt of shock through Seonghyeon. Writer Shin Joo-hee's questions tumbled out, a cheerful deluge of words about Seonghyeon's presence, while he struggled to explain his startled reaction to her sudden appearance. The casual question hung in the air, a soft inquiry about his trip and potential weariness, as the aroma of coffee promised solace. Seonghyeon recounted his journey with a fondness that manifested as vivid, playful images of a vibrant adventure. Writer Shin Joo-hee offered a warm, satisfied smile, pleased that his trip had been so enjoyable. A gentle tapping on the table signaled Seonghyeon's readiness to shift the conversation, moving from pleasantries to purpose. Writer Shin Joo-hee steered the discussion toward his work, describing it with a poetic, melancholic tint that hinted at deeper themes. A subtle intake of breath underscored Seonghyeon's confusion, as he pondered the enigmatic nature of a story requiring an apology. Seonghyeon began to speak, his voice laced with a slight hesitation, hinting at an imminent confession. With a decisive resolve, writer Shin Joo-hee stated her assessment, the financial implications of the work echoing with a quiet click. Seonghyeon absorbed the news with a soft exclamation, a quiet understanding dawning in his mind. Seonghyeon reflected on writer Shin Joo-hee's unexpected concern for his earnings, then wondered if the current offer truly surpassed his previous project. With a sharp exclamation, writer Shin Joo-hee emphatically corrected him, the sudden force of her words causing Seonghyeon to recoil in surprise. Her thoughts drifted, a recognition of Seonghyeon's burgeoning demand, yet a quiet admission of her own limitations in assisting him. Even with the perceived low estimate, Seonghyeon mused that such an amount was still a significant achievement for a rising talent. Writer Shin Joo-hee acknowledged his high regard for her, while a subtle clenching of Seonghyeon's hand hinted at his internal processing. A dazzling, enthusiastic smile lit up writer Shin Joo-hee's face as she unveiled her groundbreaking, running guarantee proposal, leaving Seonghyeon utterly perplexed. Writer Shin Joo-hee detailed the remarkable terms of the guarantee, earning a soft, grateful smile from a now appreciative Seonghyeon. The intricate mechanism of the running guarantee unfolded as a glittering vision of success, where each additional audience member after 5 million transformed into billions. Writer Shin Joo-hee declared the elevated expectations for Seonghyeon's portrayal of Lee Baek-hoon, causing him to swallow nervously. Writer Shin Joo-hee asserted the exceptional nature of the terms with unwavering confidence, while Seonghyeon's clenched hand betrayed the intensity of his consideration. Her smile brimmed with absolute certainty as writer Shin Joo-hee predicted his dedication would ignite a palpable buzz around that day, directly impacting its success. A quiet, knowing look passed between them, as writer Shin Joo-hee acknowledged Seonghyeon's inherent drive. Writer Shin Joo-hee expressed her profound belief that Seonghyeon possessed the unique ability to merge flawlessly with the character of Lee Baek-hoon, elevating the role to its highest potential. With a satisfied slurp of his drink, Seonghyeon affirmed his anticipation for the challenge ahead. The quiet clink of a coffee cup on its saucer marked a subtle transition in the conversation. Seonghyeon confidently agreed to the challenge, his mind already drifting into a playful, ambitious fantasy of securing billions through the running guarantee. Writer Shin Joo-hee's unexpected question about news piqued Seonghyeon's curiosity, prompting him to inquire further. Seonghyeon absorbed the surprising revelation that Hyun Soo-jin would be joining the cast of That Day. Seonghyeon's astonished query about the familiar name was met with writer Shin Joo-hee's calm affirmation. Offering congratulations, writer Shin Joo-hee inquired about Hyun Soo-jin's specific role, which Seonghyeon readily clarified as the female lead's friend. A broad, understanding smile spread across writer Shin Joo-hee's face, a silent acknowledgement of the casting. The image of Yoon Jin, the graceful female lead, materialized as an ethereal vision from a bygone era. As the textual descriptions contrasted Seo Soo-yin's lively charm with Yoon Jin's demeanor, Seonghyeon pondered if Hyun Soo-jin's aura truly aligned with the supporting role. A subtle sip of her drink preceded writer Shin Joo-hee's calm reassurance that she understood Seonghyeon's concerns. Writer Shin Joo-hee revealed that Hyun Soo-jin's audition had sparked similar thoughts in her own mind. A week prior, Hyun Soo-jin radiated confidence, entrusting her fate to the discerning eyes of the audition panel. The audition began with a crisp request for introductions, setting a formal tone for the tense encounter. Hyun Soo-jin confidently introduced herself, clearly stating her ambition for the role of Seonghyeon. With an air of command, Hyun Soo-jin signaled the commencement of her performance. The character brief appeared, concisely outlining Seonghyeon's role as the female lead's confidant. The description painted Seonghyeon as a vibrant informant, but the woman in the hoodie voiced her ambiguity about the role's true essence. The narrative stressed the need for Seonghyeon to be a stark contrast to Yoon-jin, yet Hyun Soo-jin's image seemed to blur that distinction, causing her visible unease. Hyun Soo-jin dramatically screamed about a fire, her panic instantly startling the woman in the hoodie. Hyun Soo-jin spiraled into a frantic performance, wildly gesturing and demanding water, as if the room itself were ablaze. A single white cloth fluttered against a dark, dramatic sky, serving as a visceral prop in the unfolding, theatrical illusion. Two men in traditional clothing, burdened with worry, cried out about the commotion, questioning if lives were in danger. A bewildered man, bucket in hand, questioned the non-existent blaze, a profound confusion settling upon the villagers. People dispersed in confusion, their steps soft and uncertain, leaving behind the remnants of a dramatic performance. Hyun Soo-jin placed a hand over her heart, a profound gesture emphasizing her words. With a playful wink and a flourish, Hyun Soo-jin declared the fire raged in her heart, sending a shower of illusory petals around her. A woman revealed a tale of a failed marriage proposal and a fleeing lord, eliciting a disgruntled sound and a question about spreading rumors. Hyun Soo-jin brazenly chugged water from a bucket, declaring it a fortunate turn, while another woman exclaimed in shock at her actions. Hyun Soo-jin defiantly demanded if the water wasn't refreshing, winking smugly as a woman warned her against bloating. A slight twitch of Hyun Soo-jin's expression hinted at a momentary irritation as she glanced back. Hyun Soo-jin knelt thoughtfully, a pointing finger emphasizing an unspoken realization. Writer Shin Joo-hee's internal monologue revealed that Hyun Soo-jin's dynamic performance had triggered a sudden thought. With a decisive movement, Hyun Soo-jin declared it was time for rest and began to move away. Hyun Soo-jin's bright smile conveyed a powerful message: they sought more than mere mimicry, they sought profound authenticity. The woman in the hoodie listened intently, her focus unyielding as Hyun Soo-jin articulated her vision. An extreme close-up on the woman's eye underscored her deep concentration as Hyun Soo-jin continued to speak. Writer Shin Joo-hee concluded, her wide smile expressing the ultimate desire for an actor who could truly bring the work to life from within. In a heightened moment, a woman with dark hair marveled at Hyun Soo-jin's uncanny transformation. It seemed she had utterly become Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon, lost in the script, felt a jolt as the narrative revealed Ijin was finally caught by her father and whisked back home, the page rustling with narrative weight. The air thickened with accusation as a woman in traditional clothing lashed out, blaming the man for the utter mess and the new trouble his fire lie had brought, leaving him bitterly confined within the house. A mischievous smile played on the traditional woman's face as she apologized, then boldly declared the real drama was just about to begin. The man, stunned and bewildered by her words, could only question her meaning. A deep thump echoed as the woman's ominous words hung in the air, threatening to cast the man into the dark, watery depths of the well. In a stylized vision, the chibi woman angrily clutched her leg, accusing the chibi man of wanting to kill her after causing her injury, but he slyly clarified he only intended for her to hide in the well. The traditional woman, with a knowing smirk, revealed her cunning strategy to the man: one must first conceal oneself to truly deceive. A single tear traced a path down the man's cheek, reflecting the sudden distress that welled within him. A watery splash signaled Ijin's desperate fall into the well, leading to days of debilitating sickness. The man worried over Ijin's sick form as rumors spread, twisting her grounded state into a grim tale of attempted suicide due to her mysterious illness. Another woman suggested a hopeful solution to the elder, proposing Ijin be sent to the countryside to recuperate in the fresh air. With a hopeful smile, the traditional woman elaborated, citing her aunt's swift recovery in the mountains from heart disease as proof of the countryside's healing power. The man's face softened with a contented smile, envisioning the fresh air and tranquil forest of the mountains. The notion of recuperation settled, a quiet hope. Ijin finally made her escape from the capital, embarking on a serene journey in a palanquin to recuperate in the tranquil countryside. Seonghyeon reflected on the character of Seonghyeon, originally conceived as a vibrant contrast to the serious Ijin, but realized Hyun Soo-jin's portrayal transcended the script. It seemed the actress herself found a reflection of her own spirit within the role. The narrative concluded that Hyun Soo-jin had found herself within the freely created Ijin, radiating with a soft, ethereal glow. Both Seonghyeon and Ijin, embodying cheerful freedom, waved with sparkling joy from their distinct, yet connected, worlds. The palanquin journeyed across the open, stark landscape, carrying Ijin toward her unknown fate. Seonghyeon, with a sly smile and a soft rustle, prepared to unveil her next delightful scheme. With exuberant heart gestures, the traditional character asked what delightful mischief they would weave today, a testament to Hyun Soo-jin's powerful ability to embody and create her character's very narrative. The woman with dark hair shared her conviction with Seonghyeon, confessing how deeply the story had resonated with her. This profound impact reminded her of the intense, striking impression Seonghyeon's acting had left on her. Days later, the casting for the drama that day was finalized, marking the imminent commencement of the first script reading. The man in the white shirt gasped with awe at the truly incredible scale of the cast, marveling at the sheer thought put into their selection. Oh Hyung-sik, an actor renowned for guaranteeing box office success, was introduced in his role as Minister Park Ji-chang. Jean Ji-won, the talented newcomer who won an award in her debut, was cast as the female lead, Yoon Ijin. Kim Jun-seo, the beloved national actor who rose to prominence from a child star, took on the male lead role of Nam-yoon, leaving one eager man subtly questioning if he was being heard over his own anticipation. The man in the white shirt, startled and excited, enthusiastically greeted a senior colleague. The eager man, pleased, expressed his mild surprise and satisfaction that Seonghyeon had been cast as Baekhoon. Feigning disappointment, the eager man claimed he had even sought an audition for the role of Baekhoon himself, only to find the casting already completed. A soft, hissing sound accompanied the eager man's sudden, intense, and slightly menacing gaze. The man in the white shirt, with a gentle tap, assured Seonghyeon that despite outward appearances, everyone secretly held high expectations for his performance. The man with purple-tinged hair, smiling with genuine sentiment, agreed, affirming he felt the same profound expectation. With a confident smile, both men declared their intention to closely observe every moment of the upcoming script reading. The man in the white shirt, beaming with determination, affirmed his commitment to giving his absolute best. A wave of discomfort washed over the man in the white shirt, making him inwardly exclaim his unease under the subtle scrutiny of the others. In a whimsical chibi scene, the director called actors Ji-won and Jun-seo forward, who enthusiastically responded. The eager man extended a greeting, looking forward to working with his colleague, who sat with his head bowed. Despite the seemingly relaxed atmosphere, the man's determined gaze hinted at something deeper brewing beneath the surface. An unspoken tension swirled through the room, subtle yet palpable among the standing figures. Amidst the polite smiles, a fierce, silent battle for position raged between the actors. The group of actors continued their discussions and preparations around the large table. The man in the white shirt grimly acknowledged that, in this competitive environment, he could not afford to relax. A sudden, sharp sound caused the man in the white shirt to react with wide-eyed surprise. Seonghyeon, startled by a gasp and frantic panting, found Hyun Soo-jin rushing in, disheveled but smiling, and greeted her after her rush. In a frantic chibi confession, Hyun Soo-jin explained her nervousness prevented sleep and traffic delayed her, while a sympathetic chibi Seonghyeon reassured her, sharing his own similar first-reading jitters. Seonghyeon's voice, full of trust, encouraged Hyun Soo-jin to act comfortably, prompting a surprised query from her. A jolt of realization struck Seonghyeon as he inwardly wondered how Hyun Soo-jin could possibly know about his acting. Seonghyeon explained he'd heard about her audition from the writer, but Hyun Soo-jin, tugging at her hair in exasperation, confessed her belief that she'd made countless mistakes. He had seen Hyun Soo-jin's captivating acting countless times, his admiring gaze fixed on her radiant form clutching a golden award. Hyun Soo-jin, pumped with energy, declared she had a secret weapon and would give her all, sparking Seonghyeon's intense curiosity. Though confused by her secret, Seonghyeon received a hearty cheer and an energetic fist pump from Hyun Soo-jin, who then extended her enthusiastic encouragement to her, Sunbeam, as well. The director's voice boomed, calling for the script reading to begin in 5 minutes, and Seonghyeon, though advised against it, couldn't help but feel a blush of nervousness for his very first time. A wave of anxiety washed over Hyun Soo-jin as she questioned whether everything would truly be alright. With a swift, sliding motion, Hyun Soo-jin reached for something, leaving Seonghyeon's eyes wide with shock and a single word hanging on his lips. A resounding thud accompanied Seonghyeon's utterly shocked gasp, demanding to know what he had just witnessed. Seonghyeon questioned the impossible sight before him, a jolt of disbelief piercing the dim, distorted reality. Seonghyeon's thoughts raced, questioning if Hyun Soo-jin had actually transcribed the script herself. He reflected on countless actor interviews where transcribing scripts was mentioned as a study method. Yet, this was the first time Seonghyeon witnessed such dedication in person. A deeper, more unsettling thought lingered, was this the hidden key to Hyun Soo-jin's previous success, even before his own regression? Since his regression, Seonghyeon had relied solely on his unique ability, a singular gift that now felt less substantial. It was almost unbelievable that Hyun Soo-jin, with her outstanding acting skills, poured such immense effort into her craft. Seonghyeon's fist impacted the table, a silent vow that he couldn't afford to lose this fight either. He would pour his absolute best into this work, no matter the challenges. And so, on that fateful day, the script reading continued. Within the shadowy confines of an abandoned house, Park Ji-chang, a betrayer of the vigilante group, met with an informant. The man warned that it was not the time for action, but the informant insisted he had something urgent to impart. A crumpled, folded piece of paper was presented, a silent harbinger of explosive information. The informant then unveiled a stunning secret: the crown prince harbored a hidden twin brother. The hidden twin, it was whispered, had been unwell from birth and secreted away in a mountain valley. A rush of realization washed over Park Ji-chang as he stared at the paper, his world tilting. The informant presented a charcoal sketch, an approximation of the twins' current appearance. Park Ji-chang gasped, recognizing the face as someone hauntingly familiar. He demanded if this was the very man who had run errands for Yoon Aijin. His hand trembled, clutching the document, as the grim implications of the twin brothers' identity began to fracture his certainty. As he spoke of their plot to usurp the royal lineage, a sudden rustling interrupted his conspiratorial words, and he barked, "Who goes there?" He gasped, eyes wide with alarm. Park Ji-chang looked down, his gaze settling on a small, scurrying mouse. A tiny, gray mouse darted across the textured ground. The informant quickly dismissed the sound as merely a rat, though Park Ji-chang's expression remained subtly questioning. Park Ji-chang's hand gripped the informant's arm, his voice a low command, "This is something only you and I should ever know." The informant bowed deeply, affirming his understanding. Park Ji-chang's face was a mask of unyielding resolve, the weight of their secret heavy in the air. Seonghyeon thought, as expected of senior Oh Hyung-sik, admiring the veteran's performance. The movie's scenes were conjured purely through the script, revealing Lee Baek-woon overhearing the hushed conversation between Park Ji-chang and the informant in the abandoned house. Now it was Seonghyeon's turn, and Hyun Soo-jin sighed, a hint of nerves in the air. Indeed, Hyun Soo-jin thought, her gaze fixed on Seonghyeon. Lee Baek-woon suddenly jumped, startled by an unseen presence. Lee Baek-woon let out a soft phew, his heart still thumping erratically within his chest. Lee Baek-woon, still sitting, pondered the drawing he had just seen, struggling to reconcile its image. He held up the sketch, the impossible question echoing in his mind, was this truly the crown prince's twin? Surely, Lee Baek-woon thought, a wave of disorienting disbelief washing over him. He questioned if the face staring back from the drawing was, impossibly, his own. Oh my, he mused, isn't this simply too baffling to comprehend? In a shimmering bubble of self-admiration, he pondered how another could possess such dashing handsomeness, for he was already the most dazzling man in his village. A chibi version of him corrected, "No, silly, they're twins, meaning two handsome people." He then recalled a rumor about the young miss, who, before her return for treatment, had been a potential crown princess. Could this be a tale of the young miss's tragically unrequited love, a fantasy spun from the threads of longing? "Miss, it's a beautiful day, isn't it?" he started, only to sigh inwardly, sensing her gaze passing through him to another. But then his inner light flickered, and he dramatically declared that if she only knew, she would surely like him best. Really, Seonghyeon thought, amused by the scene's unexpected twist. With a slight smile, Seonghyeon confessed his eternal confusion about the workings of a woman's mind. Hyun Soo-jin's mind reeled, amazing, she thought, it was a scene steeped in heavy atmosphere. Yet, Seonghyeon had immediately overwhelmed her with his own powerful vibe, easily rivaling even the veteran actor Oh Hyung-sik. What truly phenomenal acting! Hyun Soo-jin thought, utterly captivated. Seonghyeon concluded his reading, his voice echoing in the bright conference room. A playful, almost smug wink hinted at his internal satisfaction with the performance. In the bright, wooded area, the eager actor exchanged cheerful morning greetings with others. His warm greeting extended to his senior, a beacon of respect in the early morning. Seonghyeon, surprised, asked the other Seonghyeon if he was early for the shoot. Seonghyeon advised the eager actor to rest, despite his talent, but the other Seonghyeon insisted on working harder to match his senior's skill, prompting Seonghyeon to question if he wasn't already excelling. Seonghyeon's expression shifted to one of genuine surprise at the earnest dedication. A chibi Seonghyeon, wide-eyed at the worn script, questioned if the eager actor had studied it even more, who then chuckled, confessing Hyun Soo-jin's dedication had inspired him. Hyun Soo-jin walked into the clearing, surprised to hear her name, wondering what flattering remark had been made. Seonghyeon's heart swelled, witnessing an actor who poured immense effort into his craft and remained so profoundly humble. Seonghyeon gazed at the diligent actor, a deep thoughtfulness brewing within him. He found himself genuinely looking forward to this particular project with newfound enthusiasm. Just as Seonghyeon finished his thought, a terrifying scream ripped through the night, shattering the tranquility. A heavy crash and a dull thud echoed through the dark, dense forest, revealing scattered, broken appliances that defied reality. Lee Baek-woon's face contorted in extreme shock and confusion, barely able to utter, "What in the world?" Amidst the fractured darkness, he cried out, demanding to know what terrifying anomaly was unfolding around them. The director, his voice amplified, sharply cut through the night's hush, calling for every position to be set, igniting the air with purpose. With a final enthusiastic cue, the director launched the nocturnal odyssey of Yoon Aijin and Lee Baek-woon, a mysterious journey towards the capital, as the rehearsed action began to unfold. With a confident affirmation, the actor playing Baekhoon signaled his readiness to dive into the unfolding drama. As their journey continued along the shadowed night road, the atmosphere grew tense and foreboding, a silent prelude to the imminent ambush by a group of unknown assassins. Baekhoon, unseen, was destined to endure excruciating pain, a torment reflected in the steely, determined resolve etched across Yu Ji-on's face. His singular, unyielding purpose was to protect his loved one, a dedication that lent a poignant depth to her concerned gaze. Baekhoon's actor, with a serious, almost imperceptible smile, quietly confirmed his readiness, the weight of the scene settling upon him. With the electrifying command of action, the staged adventure began, and the figures moved deeper into the glimmering, dreamlike forest. Baekhoon's voice, a tender concern cutting through the night's hush, echoed a question of her well-being as their veiled journey continued. Yu Ji-on wryly wondered who ought to be truly concerned, but Baekhoon, with a broad, confident smile, dismissed her subtle worry, assuring her that his stamina would never falter on their hidden path. A quiet thoughtfulness settled over Yu Ji-on, her gaze distant as she considered the unspoken implications of their perilous situation. Yu Ji-on's voice carried a hint of accusation, playfully challenging Baekhoon about whether their unfolding predicament was entirely his own creation, her earlier pensiveness momentarily forgotten. Baekhoon's unwavering loyalty, a declaration that he would follow her anywhere, drew a wry, almost fantastical retort from Yu Ji-on, who feared he might even pursue her to the underworld itself. Baekhoon's sudden, echoing silence in the mysterious dimness prompted Yu Ji-on to playfully confess that his quietness might truly unnerve her more than any danger. With a hearty laugh, Baekhoon shattered the quiet, confidently declaring that with him standing guard, no shadow or assailant would dare touch his milady. A sharp whiz and sudden whoosh of air violently rent the calm, signaling an immediate, terrifying onset of danger. A piercing whinny and a frantic clip-clop of hooves erupted from the startled horse, its wild neigh piercing the night as chaos erupted. With a bone-jarring clunk, Yu Ji-on was thrown to the ground, her voice raw with terror as she cried out, demanding the identity of their mysterious, dangerous assailants. A chilling smirk spread across the assassin's face as he delivered a grim pronouncement: knowledge was unnecessary for the doomed, for death awaited them here. The assassin's cold proposal, Baekhoon's life in exchange for Yu Ji-on, was met with an immediate, impassioned refusal, his protective grip on her tightening amidst the heightened tension. The assassin's sinister smile widened into a predatory grin, his voice dripping with menace as he accepted Baekhoon's defiance, sealing his fate with a chilling promise of death. Then, with a swift swish of blades, they surged forward, their aggressive intent clear, to kill Baekhoon and seize the woman. Steel shrieked against steel with a resounding clang, as Baekhoon's blade met the assassin's in a desperate, kinetic block. Another sharp clang signaled Baekhoon's devastating counter, sending an assassin reeling back, defeated and bleeding. A sudden flash of light and a chilling whoosh of movement heralded the next brutal engagement, as combatants squared off, eyes locked in grim anticipation. With a confident, almost casual air, Baekhoon felled another assailant, but the sudden triumph was met with Yu Ji-on's sharp, startled cry. A truly terrifying maneuver unfolded as an assassin seized Yu Ji-on, his blade a cold glint at her throat, asking Baekhoon if he wished to witness her agonizing demise. The assassin's cold command to drop his blade hung heavy in the air, instantly countered by Yu Ji-on's desperate, heart-wrenching plea: "No, Baekhoon." Through tear-filled eyes, Yu Ji-on's voice cracked with a desperate urgency, pleading for Baekhoon to abandon her and flee, admitting she was the sole object of their pursuers' dark desires. Still weeping, Yu Ji-on desperately tried to push Baekhoon away, insisting that this perilous fate was hers alone, and he had no part to play in it. Her voice a desperate whisper, Yu Ji-on begged Baekhoon to flee, to hurry back to the village, away from her impending doom. A solitary clang echoed as Baekhoon's sword hit the earth, a sound of devastating finality as he surrendered to save her. Baekhoon knelt, his head bowed in desperate supplication, offering everything he owned, every single possession, for her life. His fervent pleas continued, a raw, desperate prayer escaping his lips, begging for her salvation. "Please, just let milady go," Baekhoon implored, his desperate words underscored by the silent, agonizing truth that he would give everything, even his very life, for her. An assassin stood over Baekhoon, a silent, menacing shadow contemplating the fallen man's ultimate fate. The director, poring over the script, marveled at how perfectly the actor had embodied Baekhoon's profound emotions and sacrificial surrender, truly becoming the character, blurring the lines of reality within their fantastical story. "It's truly impressive," one actor remarked, his voice filled with genuine admiration for the powerful performance. Thoughtfully, the actor suggested that such a nuanced portrayal was a testament to the profound trust a writer places in an actor's ability. The older actor nodded in solemn agreement, adding that only a performer of his senior stature possessed the depth to perfectly embody such a complex role. "It's truly insane talent," the actor murmured, almost reverently, a quiet awe for the extraordinary ability hanging in the misty air. His voice tinged with contemplation, the actor confessed that this singular talent made him utterly forget any disappointment from missed roles. The older actor tilted his head, a contemplative shadow in his eyes, admitting that in his entire career, he had never experienced such a potent blend of jealousy and genuine excitement for a production. An unseen assassin's cold, decisive command to handle him sliced through the tension, answered only by Yu Ji-on's raw, desperate cry of no, a sound of pure psychological agony. A grim assassin raised his sword, its glint a cold, final promise of impending violence hanging over the vulnerable, kneeling Baekun. A gruesome gush of blood erupted from Baekun's mouth, a visceral, shocking impact that transcended the bounds of mere acting. Baekun stumbled, clutching his stomach where a grievous wound already seeped, as a second assassin advanced, blade glinting with ominous intent. A sickening stab sliced through the air, plunging deep with brutal finality. The director, his face alight with an eager, almost triumphant smile, began to mouth the word "see you," ready to shatter the illusion. A sudden, collective gasp of shock ripped through the crew, a visceral realization that something had gone terribly, horrifyingly wrong beyond the script. "What?" the director cried, his voice laced with utter disbelief, while another crew member's frantic question, Seonghyeon, signaled a terrible, shared realization of real danger. An agonizing pain, a terrifyingly real torment, racked Seonghyeon's body, causing him to stagger as if struck by a true, fatal blow. As Seonghyeon flinched with a sudden motion, the crew's urgent cries of concern pierced the air, demanding to know if their Seonghyeon was truly all right. The actor playing the assassin, his hands raised in horrified denial, frantically insisted he had only pretended to stab, that he hadn't even touched Seonghyeon, his words a desperate plea against the unfolding nightmare. With a sickening thud, Seonghyeon's body crumpled to the ground, leaving a chilling, whispered question hanging in the air: could this agonizing collapse truly be just acting, or was reality fracturing? "What's happening?" the director shrieked, his voice lost in the escalating chaos as crew members plunged into a desperate panic, frantically screaming for an ambulance. "It's too painful." An inner voice whispered through the escalating pandemonium as the distraught director screamed for Seonghyeon's manager, his frantic shouts for the actor echoing through the darkened set. The subtle hum of medical equipment underscored the invisible deliberations taking place within the sterile confines of the room. The doctor's grave inquiry cut through the tense silence, questioning if Seonghyeon felt a deep-seated ailment festering within his own body. He then calmly delivered his verdict. The detailed scans revealed no physical abnormalities, offering a momentary reprieve from dread. The doctor probed deeper, asking Seonghyeon about the sudden, crushing chest pain that had seized him on set, a visceral sensation like a sharp, suffocating jab with every breath. Seonghyeon, his face a mask of distress, confessed the terrifying truth: the pain had been so profound, so absolute, it had felt like a direct confrontation with death itself. Offering a new path forward, the doctor suggested a psychological route to Seonghyeon's symptoms, prescribing rest and a break as the beneficial course for his stress. His manager, Bae Young-jun, cheerfully announced he'd handle the medical fees, leaving Seonghyeon in the bright hallway to await his return. Alone in the quiet corridor, Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted back to the doctor's diagnosis, the single word, stress, echoing with a new, unsettling weight in his mind. His journey had been a relentless ascent, from the humble beginnings of checkmaker to the triumphant heights of flying. With a bittersweet smile, Seonghyeon acknowledged the tireless years of striving that had led him to this very moment, all building towards a fate yet unknown. Bae Young-jun returned, confirming the payment was settled, ready to usher Seonghyeon out of the sterile hospital and back towards home. Despite the doctor's words, a nagging doubt persisted within Seonghyeon, a silent question about whether mere rest could truly mend the deeper fractures within. With a bright, almost forced smile, Seonghyeon affirmed his readiness to leave, closing the chapter on his medical visit. Days later, the quiet of his own living room felt strangely alien to Seonghyeon, a sentiment his manager, Bae Young-jun, good-naturedly echoed from afar. Bae Young-jun's cheerful voice cut through the stillness, reassuring Seonghyeon that the production was adapting, allowing him space to recover without worry. Bae Young-jun emphatically urged Seonghyeon to rest fully, his words brimming with enthusiastic, almost crushing, encouragement. Seonghyeon, however, saw past the cheerful facade, recognizing his manager's reassurances as a transparent shield against deeper, unspoken worry. As his finger decisively pressed a button, Seonghyeon's mind wrestled with a chilling uncertainty. There was no guarantee this terrifying incident wouldn't violently erupt again. Slumped on the couch, Seonghyeon's despair deepened as he grappled with the insidious nature of psychological wounds, a recovery timeline so unlike the predictable healing of physical injury, blaming himself for an inability to control the unseen. The ominous vibration of his phone shattered Seonghyeon's spiral into worst-case scenarios, a jarring break from the fear that his career might irrevocably collapse. Seonghyeon's voice held a mix of surprise and concern as he saw the incoming message, a sudden sense of urgency signaling potential new events from his manager. A message from Bae Young-jun appeared, a thoughtful diversion for Seonghyeon, urging him to uplift his spirits with the news that followed. Seonghyeon devoured the article, learning how flying had soared to top viewer ratings in Japan, a pioneering force in the new Hallyu wave, with immense anticipation building for his next project. His eyes widened in genuine surprise, absorbing the torrent of praise for his consistent success and the explosive chemistry of his cast, a testament to his burgeoning, trusted reputation. A soft smile touched Seonghyeon's lips as he realized his manager's thoughtful timing, then he burst into relieved laughter, understanding the quiet care hidden beneath the cheerful news. A sudden, chiming ding-dong cut through the quiet, jolting Seonghyeon with an unexpected question mark to his peaceful afternoon. As Seonghyeon's hand reached for the doorknob, he pondered if he had, perhaps, forgotten a delivery, the unexpected ring adding a touch of mundane mystery to his day. The vibrant green of a potted plant hinted at an unexpected, fresh presence about to enter the scene. Seonghyeon's confused inquiry was immediately eclipsed by Young Sohyun's bright declaration, announcing a gift with a theatrical flourish that seemed to sparkle around them. Young Sohyun, along with an eager male friend and a dark-haired female friend, burst through the doorway in a joyful wave, their smiles radiating warmth and anticipation. The cheerful trio streamed into the apartment, filling the hallway with lively energy as Seonghyeon surprised, wow, greeted their unexpected arrival. The eager friend playfully complimented the surprising tidiness of Seonghyeon's space, prompting a self-deprecating response about his own notoriously messy room. With an exasperated gesture, Young Sohyun recounted the eager friend's mother's dire warning, fans would surely be disappointed to see Seonghyeon's true, messy reality. The eager friend shrugged off the futility of cleaning, while Seonghyeon, still bewildered by their presence, finally asked how they had managed to find him. The eager friend revealed Bae Youngjun as their source, a disclosure that landed with a surprising jolt for Seonghyeon. The repetition of Bae Youngjun's name echoed Seonghyeon's deep surprise, the manager's actions still unfurling into an unexpected narrative. In the bright office hallway, actress Min Seo's casual inquiry about his haste led Bae Youngjun to reciprocate greetings, then ask about Seonghyeon, who usually accompanied her. A sudden realization dawned on actress Min Seo, connecting the pieces of Seonghyeon's unusual absence with Bae Youngjun's explanation. In the expansive office lobby, Bae Youngjun gestured animatedly, painting a clearer picture of Seonghyeon's situation for actress Min Seo. Her brow furrowed with growing concern, actress Min Seo's expression mirrored the deepening empathy she felt for Seonghyeon. Actress Min Seo's silence spoke volumes, her gaze cast downwards as she privately processed the weight of Seonghyeon's health struggles. Suddenly, a bright idea sparked in actress Min Seo's mind. She enthusiastically offered to join the flying team's visit, believing that camaraderie could quickly dissolve stress. Their shared enthusiasm exploded into a plan. Actress Min Seo would join after work, and together, they would orchestrate a full-blown surprise party for Seonghyeon. Already engrossed in thoughtful planning, actress Min Seo continued to list her intentions as she walked away, promising to gather delicious food and a special gift for Seonghyeon. The pieces clicked into place for Seonghyeon with a bewildered jolt, as he realized the true extent of the secret planning that had unfolded behind his back. The concerned voices of Young Sohyun, the eager friend, and the dark-haired female friend enveloped Seonghyeon, their questions converging on the true nature of his collapse and the hospital's findings. With a faint, reassuring smile, Seonghyeon explained the ambiguity of his condition. No physical wounds were apparent, but the underlying issue remained a perplexing psychological unknown. A shared ripple of worry crossed the faces of Young Sohyun, the eager friend, and the dark-haired female friend, their concern a visible response to Seonghyeon's uncertain prognosis. The eager friend started to speak, but a collective wave of surprise and confusion washed over all three visitors, their expressions mirroring a sudden, shared bewilderment. With a joyous clink, four glasses met in a festive toast, Young Sohyun's voice ringing out in a declaration of cheers. As the eager friend confidently declared the benefits of quiet rest, Seonghyeon couldn't shake the perplexing question, why was his glass alone filled with orange juice? Young Sohyun sternly reminded Seonghyeon of his doctor's orders. Alcohol was strictly forbidden during his recovery, a ruling the eager friend emphatically seconded. A faint, resigned smile touched Seonghyeon's lips, accepting his fate of orange juice while his friends enjoyed their celebratory drinks. The eager friend expressed surprise at Young Sohyun and Min Seo's unexpected closeness, feeling a playful pang of being left out, prompting Young Sohyun to immediately offer him friendship too. Young Sohyun warmly recounted how Min Seo's OST performance had captivated her, sparking a connection that led to their shared conversations and occasional meetups, drawn by their similar ages and easy rapport. With an affectionate squeeze of Min Seo's hand, Young Sohyun sought confirmation, their intertwined fingers a silent testament to their blossoming friendship. The eager friend playfully inquired about supported pairings, while a chibi version of himself materialized, offering a sharp, internal critique on the exaggerated concept of married couples and their target audience. Floating above, a chibi version of the eager friend expressed incredulous disbelief that even his own parents championed another couple, completely overlooking their son's character. As Seonghyeon sipped his drink, a subtle pang of guilt resonated deep within him, an unwelcome companion to his mandated break. He had arrived at this point, he mused, driven by an unyielding desire to unleash every ounce of effort he had tragically suppressed in his previous, unfulfilled life. For so long, the weight of his burdens and responsibilities had felt like a solitary yoke, one he believed he had to bear entirely alone. Yet, in this warm circle of friends, Seonghyeon realized a profound truth: he was not alone. A multitude of willing hearts stood ready to share his immense weight. A new wave of confusion washed over the group as they pondered the identity of the latest arrival, Seonghyeon questioning why Bae Young-jun would forego his usual password entry. Seonghyeon stood in a daze as the eager friends' confused query about Young So-hyun's diet and extra food added another layer of baffling mystery to the evening. Seonghyeon's finger hovered over the digital panel, his voice sharp with the direct question of, "Who is it?" echoing the building tension. Obscured by a cap and sunglasses, a man offered a chillingly polite, "Excuse me," his sinister smile hinting at an unsettling, hidden agenda. Standing ominously at the closed door, the man's voice deepened, declaring he had something here that demanded attention, ratcheting up the tension. His sinister smile unwavering, the mysterious man finished his veiled threat, indicating a chilling task he needed to take care of. The man with glasses stated he had something that needed to be taken care of, his subtle smile hinting at a deeper agenda. Seonghyeon mused about what truly needed to be handled, while Young So-hyun, bewildered, wondered if it was a disruptive sightseeing fan. A chibi version of Seonghyeon pondered calling the police, but the man himself felt a haunting familiarity in the voice, the realization slowly dawning. The man with glasses, a subtle smile playing on his lips, declared that their actions were not about concealment, but something far more profound, designed for the oblivious. A jolt of recognition struck Seonghyeon, his eyes widening as a name threatened to surface from the depths of his memory. With a theatrical smirk and a subtle adjustment of his glasses, Oh Hyung-sik announced their audacious goal, to forge an entirely new truth. From off-panel, a voice cried out in disbelief, recognizing the great actor Oh Hyung-sik Sunbeam. Oh Hyung-sik, beaming, made his grand entrance, jovially greeting everyone as if conjured from thin air. Young So-hyun was utterly awestruck by Oh Hyung-sik's presence, sparking with genuine amazement, while Seonghyeon, equally starstruck, playfully chided her for her over-the-top reaction, despite his own glittering excitement. Seonghyeon, still buzzing with excitement, begged for a photo, declaring both he and his mother were immense fans, as Oh Hyung-sik gently urged everyone to settle down. Oh Hyung-sik made a calming gesture, adding with a good-natured smile that given his age, conversing was far more pleasant seated. Young So-hyun confessed the endless surprises of the day might overwhelm her, while a flustered Seonghyeon, sitting amidst the company, admitted he too was completely disarmed. Seonghyeon, still marveling, confessed he never could have imagined the renowned actor Oh Hyung-sik gracing his own living room. Seonghyeon sincerely thanked Oh Hyung-sik for his visit, yet a quiet question hung in the air: what true purpose had brought him there? Oh Hyung-sik beamed, declaring it his duty as a senior to visit an unwell junior he admired, and serendipitously, he had a break in his filming schedule. Seonghyeon stammered, denying any ulterior motive as Oh Hyung-sik, from off-panel, voiced a knowing concern about unexpected accidents during filming, yet expressed relief that Seonghyeon was still spending his time well. In their chibi forms, Oh Hyung-sik suggested that such difficult times were best spent in good company, to which Seonghyeon expressed his gratitude. Oh Hyung-sik noted Seonghyeon's constant thanks, then inquired about their previous activities, to which Seonghyeon enthusiastically revealed they were on the verge of starting a drinking game. The chibi Oh Hyung-sik, sparkling with enthusiasm, declared his love for games, even suggesting the 7-Up game, which left the chibi Seonghyeon utterly bewildered. An unseen player pondered, as a hand held up 2 fingers, signifying a count or a choice in the unfolding game. Seonghyeon, with a cheerful smile and 2 fingers held up, agreed to proceed with the game. The game rule was announced: those who hadn't appeared on a music show must fold a finger, to which Young So-hyun exclaimed with boisterous laughter that she was exempt. Seonghyeon, smirking and winking, found the exemption a bit too obvious, while Oh Hyung-sik, from off-panel, confidently asserted his own singular goal, then questioned why Seonghyeon hadn't folded his finger. Young So-hyun, with a bright smile and a peace sign, revealed her past experience as a special MC, explaining her immunity. Seonghyeon cringed in playful defeat, lamenting a missed opportunity to win, before declaring it was now Hyung's turn to play. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Seonghyeon announced the next rule: all respected persons who had won the Best Actor award must fold a finger. Oh Hyung-sik looked genuinely surprised, his finger already raised in recognition of the rule that clearly targeted him. Oh Hyung-sik groaned in mock exasperation, realizing the ironic truth that the one who pushes to play often becomes the first casualty, as he folded a finger. Seonghyeon subtly suggested they try a different game, his slight smile hinting at a playful evasion. Young So-hyun, smiling brightly, proposed a music game where they would choose a singer and perform a medley of their songs. Seonghyeon found himself drawn to the balcony, his gaze lost among the sparkling constellations in the vast, dark expanse of the night sky. Seonghyeon remarked on the pleasant weather, though his thoughtful expression and the 3 ellipses beneath him suggested a deeper, unvoiced concern. As Seonghyeon addressed him, Oh Hyung-sik reflected on the disorienting nature of acting, where entire seasons could vanish without notice amidst the demanding schedule. Oh Hyung-sik elaborated on the profound shift, explaining that during filming, he existed not as himself, but as his character, a sentiment Seonghyeon echoed with a solemn, exactly. Oh Hyung-sik's demeanor grew serious as he gravely suggested that Seonghyeon might have progressed beyond simply, lightly letting go, with good company, implying a deeper struggle. A surprised and nervous Seonghyeon could only utter a fragmented, yes, as the weight of the older man's words settled upon him. Seonghyeon vaguely mentioned the hospital's assessment of his condition as temporary, but Oh Hyung-sik, with a somber resolve, countered that a doctor was merely capable of making that specific diagnosis. Yet, from the unique vantage point of another actor, Oh Hyung-sik believed Seonghyeon's issue might be far from simple, veiling a truth the medical world couldn't perceive. Oh Hyung-sik fixed his gaze on Seonghyeon, his question cutting through the night: how much did he truly understand about method acting? A confused and worried Seonghyeon could only echo the word, method, as if attempting to grasp a fractured memory. Method acting, a path where the performer transcended self to inhabit the character's very essence, promised hyper-realistic portrayals and elevated artistic quality. Such deeply immersive performances captivated audiences, drawing them into a shared, almost dreamlike reality. Yet, this profound identification carried a sinister edge. The character could sometimes fracture daily life, leaving the actor lost in a distorted reflection. A silent "ah" escaped Seonghyeon's lips, a sudden and unsettling realization dawning within him. Seonghyeon articulated his dawning suspicion, asking if his struggle stemmed from method acting, to which Oh Hyung-sik gently confirmed, explaining that physical pain during action scenes was a potent sign of profound immersion. Oh Hyung-sik, from off-panel, cautioned that while flawless portrayal was vital, an actor must never allow themselves to be consumed or dragged away by the character they embody. Seonghyeon's gaze drifted downwards as he absorbed the advice. Perhaps the key lay in discovering how to prevent the role from distorting his own reality. A hand rested with quiet weight upon the surface, grounding him in the present. Oh Hyung-sik gently placed a hand on Seonghyeon's shoulder, advising him that if the burden grew too heavy, to speak of it, others might not have answers, but they could offer the solace of listening. Seonghyeon expressed his heartfelt thanks, prompting Oh Hyung-sik to warmly insist he use the more familiar and affectionate term, Hyung. A slight blush crept onto Seonghyeon's cheeks as he processed the unexpected warmth and acceptance, surprised by the emotional weight of the simple request. From off-panel, Seonghyeon's voice carried the simple affirmation, yes, Hyung, sealing their new bond beneath the serene night sky. Young So-hyun suddenly gasped in surprise, realizing the late hour and that she hadn't informed her manager of her extended stay. The wall clock clearly showed the late hour, nearing 11. Seonghyeon agreed that time had indeed flown, prompting Oh Hyung-sik, holding a remote control, to suggest it was time for everyone to depart. Seonghyeon, with a cheerful smile and gesture, reassured the older man that all seemed well and offered to wait for him in the parking lot. Oh Hyung-sik thoughtfully thanked everyone for their presence, while an unseen character uttered a confused "huh," echoing the lingering mystery of the evening's true purpose. Seonghyeon, still smiling, bid his farewell, promising to see his Hyung again soon on set. Oh Hyung-sik smiled warmly, extending a hand as he advised Seonghyeon not to rush, promising that overcoming this rare struggle would unveil an entirely different, perhaps fantastical, world. As their hands clasped firmly, Oh Hyung-sik imparted a final, crucial piece of wisdom, to remember the immense difficulty of his path, but also to grant himself the grace of slack. Seonghyeon announced his departure, a slight smile on his face. Young So-hyun waved goodbye, urging him to take care, while Seonghyeon, also waving with genuine excitement, told his Hyung to call if ever he felt bored. As Seonghyeon waved goodbye, Young So-hyun, still visibly confused, wondered aloud about the true nature of the conversation that had just concluded. Young So-hyun gasped playfully, asking Seonghyeon why he hadn't left with the others, then teasingly suggested she simply desired more time with him. Young So-hyun called out, "Appa," to a still bewildered Seonghyeon. With a sweet, blushing smile that seemed to sparkle in the soft light, Young So-hyun made her final request, for him to drive her home. Seonghyeon's car glided through the tranquil night, streetlights tracing vivid paths on the wet asphalt, a peaceful journey unfolding. Minseo thanked Seonghyeon for saving her from boredom, while he confessed his gratitude for the opportunity, finding home suffocating and his manager too far for a late-night call. Minseo reveled in the compliment, finding profound joy in his words even if they were only light-hearted pleasantries. Her tone shifting to a more serious confession, Minseo turned to Seonghyeon, informing him she had told her company she yearned to act, a quick glance catching his attention. Seonghyeon mused it felt like the opportune moment, recalling Minseo's lingering ponderance just days before. He wondered what had truly motivated her, then praised her courage for deciding, but Minseo, in turn, confessed her deep uncertainty about the decision's wisdom. Minseo voiced her concern over public opinion regarding her career shift, but Seonghyeon, ever confident, playfully assured her she would prove everyone wrong with her acting. Minseo, leaning back in playful exasperation, found Seonghyeon's words unhelpful today, prompting his casual remark of, "That's a shame." She then pressed him, asking if he, too, had ever felt the searing fear of a choice he had made in his acting career. His eyes narrowed in reflection as Seonghyeon repeated her question, scared, the words echoing in his mind. He realized he had only ever regretted giving up acting, never once fearing the exhilarating act of taking it up. Seonghyeon confidently reflected that he had never once been afraid to embark on the journey of acting. He openly stated his lack of fear, then added that even the most confident tasks could suddenly become challenging. Seonghyeon shared how unforeseen obstacles sometimes dissolved, revealing that his happiness in pursuing his passion often overshadowed any worries, bringing a gentle smile to Minseo's face. He spoke of the elusive aspiration for perfection, a distant, shimmering goal. Yet, Seonghyeon calmly affirmed his belief that such perfection could be attained through gradual, persistent effort. He then turned to Minseo, his gaze tender, telling her he believed she, too, would achieve such absolute perfection someday, causing her to blush in surprise. Minseo clasped her hands thoughtfully, finally understanding Seonghyeon's deep meaning, especially when witnessing his immersive acting. She described his acting as a total immersion, a feeling that he truly lived within each role, drawing her completely into those impossible worlds. Minseo pondered how such profound acting was possible, concluding it stemmed from his sheer enjoyment of the craft. With a blush and newfound determination, Minseo admitted her unconscious admiration for Seonghyeon, resolving to emulate his immersive style. Yet, in a playful, concerned tone, Minseo chastised Seonghyeon for neglecting his health, reminding him she relied on his friendship and imploring him to stay healthy for his long acting career. Seonghyeon softly uttered Minseo's name, the sound imbued with a gentle, contemplative tenderness. He remained thoughtful, her words echoing in his mind, leaving him in a pensive state. Seonghyeon eventually broke the silence, asking Minseo if they should take a short walk together. They walked together, Minseo smiling as Seonghyeon praised the peaceful scent of the night air and the rare solitude. Seonghyeon then brought up their earlier conversation, startling Minseo with his sudden shift in topic. He directly addressed her worries about handling the challenges ahead, his words holding significant weight. He reassured her that her concerns sounded not like weakness, but like a sincere passion for acting and a profound desire to excel. Under the soft glow of streetlights, they stood facing each other, a quiet understanding passing between them. Minseo gasped softly as realization dawned, a quiet escaping her lips. With a gentle blush, Minseo admitted her long-held desire to act and the diligent effort she had poured into it. Seonghyeon smiled warmly, expressing his certainty that his true feelings, like his first impression of her, would eventually resonate. His hand gently settled on Minseo's arm, a tender touch of reassurance. Gazing down at her, Seonghyeon affirmed he spoke of her profound sincerity, his hands now resting gently on her shoulders in an intimate gesture. Minseo, blushing as she looked down, internally recognized that Seonghyeon's single word had resolved all her lingering uncertainties, before she called out his name. With a gentle, questioning smile, Seonghyeon responded to Minseo's call. She began to speak, her voice soft with affection, starting with, as always. With a radiant, heartfelt smile, Minseo softly offered her profound thanks. Seonghyeon, initially bewildered, wondered what he had done to deserve such sudden gratitude, before a fleeting realization struck him, and he dismissed it with a grin. He then playfully questioned why Minseo was suddenly angry, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Seonghyeon noted they had already arrived at their destination due to their small neighborhood, then urged Minseo to head inside as it was late. Minseo, unseen but clearly cheerful, waved goodbye to Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon looked back over his shoulder, a gentle smile gracing his lips as Minseo called out to him again. With newfound determination and sparkling energy, Minseo declared her intention to audition and meticulously review scripts. She outlined her strategy to begin with small roles and gradually advance, playfully warning Seonghyeon to remain healthy and act for a long time, lest he get sick. Seonghyeon listened intently, a pensive expression gracing his profile. He warmly agreed, proclaiming his eager anticipation for her journey. Minseo, bursting with cheerful energy, enthusiastically announced she was finally going inside. As he stood alone, Seonghyeon mused about auditions, reflecting that Minseo's popularity should make them unnecessary. Yet, he gently acknowledged that acting was a new world for her, requiring a fresh start. He then imagined himself as a rookie actor, cheerfully introducing himself to an unseen audience. Seonghyeon contemplated the unique, vibrant energy of auditions, believing it would be a valuable experience for Minseo to discover. He smiled softly, his thoughts drifting to cherished memories. His thoughts turned to a hopeful wish under the moonlit sky. Seonghyeon then voiced his determined hope that they would soon collaborate on a project together. Meanwhile, Minseo stood alone on the street, her posture radiating quiet contemplation and resolve. Her voice filled with resolute determination, Minseo declared for Seonghyeon to wait for her. With her hands clasped, Minseo vowed to exert her utmost effort to ensure their reunion. Her face alight with passionate determination, Minseo enthusiastically promised their imminent collaboration on a project. Though new challenges loomed like the dark highway ahead, Minseo charged forward, her spirit alight with diligent determination. With fervent determination, actress Min-seo declared her intent to conquer auditions and master every script, passionately wishing for Seonghyeon to command his role with enduring health for years to come. A sudden, impassable barrier loomed ahead as a worker firmly announced the road was under construction. A sharp click affirmed Seonghyeon's resolve, he couldn't remain stagnant any longer. A strategic whir of the engine mirrored Seonghyeon's conviction, if one path faltered, another must be forged toward his destination. Even facing an obvious obstruction, Seonghyeon's inner voice thundered with resolve, he refused to abandon his dreams lightly at this crucial juncture. His mind grappled with a disquieting truth, his very essence was becoming fractured, intertwined with every character, and he despaired how to untangle himself. A decisive footfall tapped, marking a subtle shift. A solemn realization washed over Seonghyeon, this potent ability, despite its distorting side effects, was a lifeline, without which he would regress and bring harm to all he valued. A sudden, perplexing question fractured Seonghyeon's thoughts, his gaze drawn by an unseen trigger. The glowing screen revealed the caller, previous manager Young-jun, sparking Seonghyeon's bewildered internal question about the late-night intrusion. Startled, Seonghyeon answered the call, only to hear manager Young-jun propose an unexpected trip during his upcoming schedule break. Seonghyeon, perplexed, questioned if the trip was just for the two of them, as manager Young-jun emphasized the critical need for rest before that day arrived. As Seonghyeon's finger pressed the button, a subtle whir accompanied the manager's insistent voice, urging him to seize the opportunity for a relaxing, much-needed trip. A wave of hesitation washed over Seonghyeon, as he grappled with an unspoken reservation. A red P glowed from the elevator indicator as Seonghyeon, fraught with worry, questioned if he truly could take a trip when filming delays had been caused by him. Manager Young-jun's voice cut through his worries, questioning why Seonghyeon carried such an immense burden of concerns. Seonghyeon's shock was palpable, manager Young-jun was inexplicably standing before his very home while still on the phone. In a shimmering, dreamlike haze, manager Young-jun's words shimmered with unwavering belief, proclaiming that such trials were not obstacles but shimmering pathways to Seonghyeon's greater destiny. Manager Young-jun, with a wise and supportive smile, encouraged Seonghyeon to shed the weight of his past worries and embrace the courage to accept new beginnings. Against a profound, star-strewn canvas, manager Young-jun's voice cut through the melancholia, revealing his deep understanding of the burdens Seonghyeon carried, burdens that had slowly, insidiously turned to poison. Manager Young-jun extended an inviting hand, offering Seonghyeon a sanctuary without limits and promising to learn about actor Seonghyeon from a fresh beginning. Seonghyeon's expression shifted, a contemplative surprise softening his features as he absorbed manager Young-jun's profound words. Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted into a comforting, nostalgic memory, reflecting on his serendipitous second chance at acting and the good people, like manager Young-jun, who became steadfast pillars of support. Yet, amidst a vibrant, sparkling montage of supportive faces, an unsettling question surfaced in Seonghyeon's mind, had this very comfort, this unwavering support, inadvertently rendered him weak? With a determined clench, Seonghyeon's fist tightened, his mind resolving to cast aside all other emotions and focus solely on his path back to acting. Seonghyeon's subtle smile acknowledged the profound truth of manager Young-jun's words, realizing this very choice might unfurl into a new, vital opportunity. Manager Young-jun's knowing smile offered Seonghyeon an optimistic chance to truly rediscover himself. With a broad, enthusiastic smile, Seonghyeon agreed, ready to embark on the journey with manager Young-jun. 12 hours later, a breathtaking panoramic vista of a European city unfurled, promising new discoveries and serene wonder under the brilliant sky. A woman, seated casually, remarked on the relaxing atmosphere of Vancouver, finding immediate solace in the new locale. Manager Young-jun described Vancouver as a cherished refuge from his college days, urging Seonghyeon to rest without a single worry, for which Seonghyeon expressed his gratitude. Manager Young-jun, surprised, questioned Seonghyeon's use of "kyung," as Seonghyeon sheepishly admitted it had slipped out unintentionally. With genuine enthusiasm, Seonghyeon explained his feeling of having gained an older brother and proposed they speak informally, given their shared future. Manager Young-jun, beaming with joy, readily agreed, encouraging Seonghyeon to reciprocate the informal address. As Seonghyeon agreed to rely on him, the scene shifted to a majestic plaza, a grand cherub fountain shimmering in the serene light. Manager Young-jun's agreement resonated as the scene transitioned to a tranquil canal, a gondola drifting past ancient, intricate buildings. Sitting on a bench with manager Young-jun and a guide dog, Seonghyeon reflected on the profound difference this relaxing respite felt compared to his breaks back in Korea. A feeling of ease settled upon Seonghyeon, and with it, a sudden pang of hunger, despite the recent in-flight meal. Manager Young-jun made a sweeping gesture, intuitively sensing Seonghyeon's hunger and suggesting they find a place to eat. Seonghyeon, surprised by manager Young-jun's uncanny perception, playfully accused him of knowing by magic, only for the manager to confess his own hunger, asking if Seonghyeon felt it too. Manager Young Jun eagerly suggested they start their search for food, prompting Seonghyeon to inquire about Vancouver's culinary specialties. A flicker of confusion again crossed Seonghyeon's face as he glanced to the side. Manager Young Jun began his answer, as he and another man ascended a grand stone staircase. With a smooth, slightly apologetic smile, Manager Young Jun offered an unexpected apology for an intrusion, a turn of events Seonghyeon seemed to have anticipated. For Seonghyeon, whose very perception of the world was shaped by language, dialogues within any work held an immeasurable psychological weight. A theatrical spotlight illuminated a bygone era, as the narration recounted the days of silent films, a dramatic prelude to a fading art. The historical challenge of conveying subtle emotions without dialogue echoed in Seonghyeon's mind, making him ponder the silent play now unfolding before them in this foreign land. Seonghyeon's mind whirled, his hand subconsciously articulating a profound conceptual shift in his understanding of acting, utterly distinct from all his previous perceptions. Another wave of confusion washed over Seonghyeon, leaving him pondering the unfolding situation. Manager Young Jun questioned whether the script had been prepared solely for the audience, as he stood beside a stack of papers. The narration painted a vivid, theatrical vision of an exceptional actor, a writer, and producer revered for unmatched emotional range, naturally acquired abilities, and an innate, dazzling star quality. But beneath this dazzling facade, a profound melancholia festered, for despite their talents, their soul yearned to write, an actor forever dreaming of the pen, utterly devoid of natural talent. Manager Young Jun sat in quiet contemplation, script in hand, a silent pause before the next revelation. The poignant irony shimmered, a writer, Seonghyeon, whose very being pulsed with the impossible dream of acting, despite his perceived lack of talent. The soft curve of a closed eye held a serene stillness. Manager Young Jun stood in quiet surprise, a subtle worry clouding his expression. Two pairs of feet stepped in unison, their progress marked by the rhythm of their walk. A lone figure stood, gazing upwards at the bright, sparkling sky, lost in quiet reflection amidst the urban expanse. Seonghyeon's mind echoed with a question he couldn't quite answer, this should be fine, right? Under the impossibly bright sky, Seonghyeon spread his arms, embracing a world of profound, silent drama. The scene rewound, arriving an hour in the past. A simple gesture, the narration mused, could hold a universe of emotion, immersing the audience completely. The performance, brimming with a powerful energy, captivated every heart in the unfolding street tableau. Seonghyeon wondered how such a feat was possible, as Manager Young Jun eagerly asked for a ballpoint pen, leaving Seonghyeon to question his purpose. The pen clicked open with a sharp snap. The pen scratched across the page, charting Leo's fractured emotions, confusion, frustration, and the creeping poison of self-doubt. The deep-seated anger and pity for his own perceived lack of talent resonated within Leo's theatrical despair. That single, open hand conveyed an inexplicable vulnerability. The sound of enthusiastic applause erupted, a chorus of appreciation for the unseen performer. A sudden, almost painful realization struck Seonghyeon. The mime actor approached, concern etched on his face, asking if Seonghyeon was all right as he clutched his aching head. The mime actor turned, calling out politely to someone unseen. Though the mime actor praised his performance and inquired about his well-being, Seonghyeon admitted to a churning stomach and relentless malaise, a visceral internal struggle he felt through every moment of the act, yet he knew he still had to endure the next. Seonghyeon began to describe the main character's complex nature, but Manager Young Jun cut in, confidently asserting he could handle it. You can't even stand up straight, Seonghyeon frustratedly insisted, urging them not to be stubborn. Manager Young Jun unexpectedly offered to help with the next performance, leaving Seonghyeon utterly taken aback. Seonghyeon, a smile spreading across his face, called out to Seonghyeon. The mime actor, thanking Seonghyeon for his concern, explained the profound difficulty of mime, where emotions must be conveyed without the aid of words. Seonghyeon voiced his genuine concern, recognizing that even the most accomplished actor couldn't suddenly master mime. With a determined clench, Seonghyeon acknowledged the challenge with a simple, resonant, I know. Manager Young Jun resolutely stated that his desire to help stemmed from a deep respect for acting, an art he never once perceived as simple. Manager Young Jun continued, outlining the intricacies of this particular role. Seonghyeon subtly shifted, a grave expression forming as he asked for a moment. Seonghyeon poured his entire focus into the script, completely absorbed, as the mime actor watched on with growing apprehension. Seonghyeon's face broke into a confident, approving smile, uttering a single, decisive, good. A shimmering script promised a performance imbued with an intoxicating level of passion, for which Seonghyeon yearned. Seonghyeon questioned the prudence of the decision, but the mime actor suggested waiting, deferring to Joseph's ultimate judgment. The mime actor expressed grave fears that the performance would be a disaster, convinced Manager Young Jun knew nothing of mime, yet Seonghyeon simply offered a calming, don't worry. With a radiant conviction, Seonghyeon believed this person understood Leo's intricate depths as intimately as he did. As he walked away, a fractured thought surfaced in Seonghyeon's mind, they were right to be worried. However, a new twist was about to unfold. The dark-haired woman expressed surprise at the unexpected presence of an Asian actor, a sentiment the mime actor echoed, admitting he'd never seen him before. As Seonghyeon stood amidst the curious crowd, the mime actor theorized that he must be a new member of their unique theater troupe. In this particular, shimmering role, Seonghyeon's gaze hinted at deeper complexities. Despite his success, Leo was tormented each night, haunted by the ghost of his true desire to be a writer, a fate that mirrored Seonghyeon's own fractured reality. Even as a celebrated writer, Seonghyeon admitted to an unyielding pull towards acting, a persistent longing that drew him back to the set again and again. He found himself unable to surrender his true dream, the one that resonated deep within his core. A fierce resolve burned within him, a refusal to abandon his dream, even when he perceived his talent lacking, even when he felt he wasn't enough. A hand poised, declaring an unshakable, primal desire to do it. His yearning transcended even the bounds of life itself, a vow for the next life. Hunched amidst discarded fragments of thought, his desire echoed, unbound by reality, reaching into the next life after that, But then, with a sharp, definitive click, his sprawling ambition collided with the stark, unyielding truth of his reality. Two ethereal figures, simplified forms of men, glided forward through a soft, peach-hued dreamscape. Seonghyeon's serene profile was bathed in a sparkling, golden-orange glow, a vision of tranquil anticipation. A surprising, almost joyful expression morphed into one of profound sorrow, framed by the vivid, blood-red pomegranates of his distorted perception. Bathed in the ethereal glow of a singular spotlight, Seonghyeon stood, arms wide, embracing his fantastical stage. A dazzling, circular light blazed into existence, framed by the flickering edges of a film strip. Tears of pure, ecstatic joy streamed down Seonghyeon's face, shimmering amidst a cascade of white and orange petals. A resounding wave of applause cascaded over Seonghyeon as he stood triumphant, arms outstretched amid a flurry of glittering petals. Seonghyeon let out a hearty laugh of pure joy, his fist clenching with unbridled excitement. A script book lay open, waiting. Seonghyeon stood sternly behind a desk piled with papers, his expression deeply serious. A subtle pain, or perhaps a profound thought, subtly distorted his features. Seonghyeon declared the movie exceptionally well done, vowing he would seriously watch it countless more times. The dark-haired woman, physically exhausted but beaming, praised the movie's incredible acting and content, admitting it had utterly consumed all her energy. Seonghyeon attributed the film's success to its famous actors, while the dark-haired woman enthusiastically recalled Lee Baek-hoon's stunning plot twist, asking if it wasn't truly awesome. A profound surprise settled over Seonghyeon as he never would have predicted that particular actor's unexpected presence in the film. The serene forest opened into a world of quiet contemplation. Within the misty clearing, a man in traditional attire stood, deeply lost in his thoughts. With a gentle breath, the man in traditional robes began to speak words that would redefine his identity. He declared himself the hidden bloodline of the country's royal family, another king emerging from the shadows. In the dim theater, a man and a woman gasped, their faces masked by shadows, utterly transfixed by the unfolding drama. The vast audience sat in hushed reverence, their attention undivided, including Seonghyeon who watched with keen interest. A subtle, knowing smile played on Seonghyeon's lips, a silent acknowledgement of his artistic vision come to life. The scene shifted abruptly to a bustling cityscape, a gleaming modern building reaching towards a clear, blue sky. An older man with glasses guffawed with unbridled joy over news headlines, prompting a concerned Seonghyeon to ask if he was all right. The older man's excitement was so profound, he snorted and gasped, declaring that if such joy was a sickness, he wished to be afflicted daily. Seonghyeon, beaming, echoed his friend's sentiment, proclaiming the success truly awesome, wondering what more could be said. The older man, perplexed by Seonghyeon's calm, questioned his lack of surprise, while Seonghyeon pondered his own feelings, rather than being unhappy. Seonghyeon wondered if his tranquility simply stemmed from having already anticipated this very triumph. The older man playfully patted Seonghyeon's head, declaring his 23 years of life were paying off, to which Seonghyeon humorously complained about his hair before inviting more. The movie that day shattered expectations, debuting at #1 on its opening day, its unprecedented success prompting theaters to scramble for seats. An online commenter, having seen the movie twice on opening day, raved about an unforgettable scene, suggesting a shared, knowing thrill among viewers. Another online user passionately agreed, captivated by a character's striking entrance at a lavish banquet. The chemistry between Jin Jae-won and Kim Jun-seo was so profoundly heartbreaking, one reader confessed, that it was their first time ever feeling so utterly engrossed. Across the board, praise poured in for the film's directing, writing, and acting, hailed as a masterfully executed work after a long drought of quality. One commenter wished for a modern drama adaptation, while another, buzzing with anticipation, vowed to see the movie that very weekend to discover the twist. Amidst the excitement, a desperate plea for "no spoilers" erupted like an urgent warning. The older man, arms raised in pure jubilation, declared they must keep going, reaching for even greater heights of success. Seonghyeon subtly smiled, his mind already calculating the monumental explosion of success yet to come if this was only the first day. A serene, contented smile lingered on Seonghyeon's face, a quiet testament to his inner peace. Seonghyeon, concerned by the lavishness, asked if the grand gesture was too good to be true, but the dark-haired woman revealed she had reserved the entire place for a month to treat everyone she was grateful to. The dark-haired woman, smiling, dismissed his worries, explaining the restaurant was fully booked for a month, prompting Seonghyeon to playfully comment on her recent joking nature. With a thoughtful gaze, the dark-haired woman wondered if Seonghyeon's profound change was a direct consequence of a significant past event. Seonghyeon, his smile unwavering, turned the question back to her, asking if she, the writer, was truly having fun. She calmly articulated her belief that once an ordeal was truly overcome, it transformed into a mere memory, no longer holding power over the present. Seonghyeon, still puzzled, wondered what profound transformation had truly befallen Mr. Seonghyeon. An unseen voice challenged their certainty, promising that a coming story would entirely shift their perspective, met by a stunned "what?" from another. On the dim forest set, the man with glasses meticulously questioned the equipment setup, suggesting further adjustments and checks before filming, citing concerns about venue rental and manpower. The older man's voice, tinged with apprehension, warned that if actor Lee Seonghyeon's performance faltered, the financial fallout would be catastrophic. The man with glasses, bearing the weight of responsibility, assured the blonde-haired man not to worry, for all responsibility on set lay with the director alone, drawing a startled exclamation of "Director." Clarifying his words, the man with glasses emphasized his true meaning, asserting that above all else, he simply believed. The blonde-haired man's silent question lingered as the man with glasses sharply turned his head. An actor in a brown jacket, who had been observing Lee Seonghyeon, respectfully asked the man with glasses to guide him through the day's filming. "Long time no see, director," greeted the actor, who was Lee Seonghyeon, and the director replied, genuinely glad to see him in good health. The director gently patted Seonghyeon's shoulder, expressing a desire to delve into his well-being but noting the day's heavy shooting schedule. A knowing smile spread across the director's face as he asserted that actions, ultimately, spoke louder than any words. Lee Seonghyeon, nodding, affirmed his understanding with a simple, "Yes, director." The director cast a brief, lingering glance over his shoulder, a slight smile touching his lips. The director gestured towards the dressing room, prompting the blonde-haired man to thank him profusely and promise a swift return. The actor, Lee Seonghyeon, and the blonde-haired man walked away down the narrow forest path. An unseen director voiced his concern about someone overdoing it, acknowledged the universal worry, and then with urgency, declared that filming would begin shortly, commanding everyone to their positions. As a crew member announced, "Now, let's shoot," the profound distrust an actor faced once a flaw emerged hung heavy in the dim air. The air was thick with falling morale, palpable anxiety, and an encroaching fear about work, raising questions about the true cost of passion. The man in traditional clothing, his gaze lowered, admitted to an internal uncertainty, a lack of answers even he could not provide. The scene dissolved into a fractured landscape of purple and white, mirroring a moment of profound, internal shift. "Ready. Action," boomed the unseen director, and the man in traditional clothing began his determined walk down the ethereal forest path. His face, etched with stoic resolve, reflected a deep, unyielding purpose. Two pairs of hands met, exchanging a wrapped object that, the man insisted, was something of critical importance that absolutely had to be delivered. The man in traditional clothing turned to the woman, his voice laced with a poignant plea, "Can you do this for me?" With fierce determination, the man asserted his capability, claiming he could fulfill the task even while carrying the young miss on his back. He looked at her with earnest eyes, pleading to be allowed the honor of performing the task himself. From behind, the woman's voice carried a note of pragmatic doubt, suggesting his speed, however capable, would not be sufficient. In the quiet clearing, the man and woman stood beside a waiting horse, the air thick with unspoken concerns. An unseen man's voice echoed with a promise, he would be back quickly. He touched her chin with tender promise, assuring her he would return the moment his delivery was complete, and she only had to wait right there amidst the magical sparkling. With a gentle, unwavering smile, the woman quietly affirmed her trust, "I will." Under the cloak of night, the man in traditional clothing galloped away on horseback, venturing deep into the dark forest. The woman stood watching, a faint whoosh of wind or memory indicating the swift departure. "Giddy up," the man urged his horse, his resolve burning to make the delivery quickly and return to the young miss. "Giddy up," cried the man, pressing onward, even as an unseen voice questioned the very nature of his urgent quest. Amidst the dense foliage, a glowing crosshair appeared, accompanied by an ominous creak, as the man still cried, "Giddy up." A sudden, profound shock contorted the man's face as he rode, his world abruptly shattering. An unseen arrow cut through the fantastical forest with a swift rush, highlighting method acting's demand for complete character identification. The horse's panicked whinny echoed through the urgency, as the unseen narrator cautioned that actors often suffered in reality from such immersive roles. A brutal, piercing strike lodged itself deep, the tangible outcome of full immersion into a role. As he collapsed, the world spun, a chilling reminder that even the most gifted could be consumed by their performance, losing themselves entirely. His motionless form on the cold earth spoke volumes of the lingering shadows and psychological toll that drove many performers to breaks or even complete abandonment of their craft. The concerned man's voice was a hushed question, will he be okay? His gaze sharpened, a silent appeal to the unseen director for guidance. A thoughtful hum escaped him as he pondered the scene before them, grappling with unspoken implications. In the character's perception, the arrow had critically grazed his very heart, a sharp, internal acknowledgement of the fictional wound's impact. The character's agony was suffocating, a pain so profound it stole his breath, leading to a thought of surrender, I just can't bear it anymore. Yet a part of Seonghyeon, clear and resolute, asserted a fundamental truth, this searing pain belonged not to him, but solely to the character he embodied. He fully grasped Baekwon's plight and torment, but an unyielding internal line declared that his understanding ended there, a clear boundary drawn within his mind. A firm, undeniable thought echoed, they were fundamentally different. He vehemently rejected the character's hold, an internal surge of defiant energy pushing back against the encroaching identity, proclaiming, I'm not Baekwon. With a declaration that resonated like a spiritual unfurling, he reclaimed his true self, I'm actor Seonghyeon, portraying Baekwon. The crew member's voice was sharp with apprehension, addressing the director with an unfinished thought. A comforting pat landed softly on the man's shoulder, accompanied by the director's calm reassurance, it's okay. The director offered a knowing smile, perceiving a subtle slowness in Seonghyeon's process but confident in his approach, assuring them, he won't be consumed by it. A desperate twitch rippled through his fingers as the raw, unfiltered thought surfaced, I don't want to become Baekwon. His hand reached out, a silent plea for the simple purity of his initial desire, I just wanted to act, so. In a stark, symbolic vision, the character stood defeated, an arrow piercing his very being, embodying the suffering Seonghyeon strove to separate from himself. With a determined smirk, a fierce resolve solidified within him, I'll face it head-on. The woman with dark hair confided, I haven't overcome it yet, I'm still in the middle of fighting it, her words hanging in the bright, reflective room. Seonghyeon let out a surprised, ah, clearly taken aback by her frank admission. She elaborated, explaining that the director, thankfully, preferred to witness her determined struggle rather than her succumbing to frustration. Her hearty laugh filled the elegant room, prompting a puzzled Seonghyeon to question, right or nim. As a retching sound accompanied her words, the woman unexpectedly asked Seonghyeon about an unlucky aspect, leaving him utterly bewildered, why all of a sudden? With a soft wipe at her eye, the woman insightfully noted that while others would crumble in difficulty, Seonghyeon spoke of his struggles as if they were nothing, admitting she shared this because he genuinely seemed unaware of his own strength. Her voice filled the grand hall with an inspiring truth, what he was doing was profoundly difficult, and merely facing it without avoidance was already an impressive feat. A quiet, ah, escaped Seonghyeon, a moment of profound realization dawning on him. A genuine smile touched Seonghyeon's lips as he looked down, a quiet, grateful, thank you. Echoing his appreciation. The woman expressed a mix of awe and trepidation about his future, declaring, it's starting to scare me, just as a discreet voice announced, pardon me for the intrusion, as a waiter approached. She then probed deeper, asking what had given him the courage to stand up, as his hand gently tapped the table in a pensive gesture. He began to explain, recalling a pivotal moment in Vancouver where a mime performance about an actor who yearned to be a writer had spoken directly to his soul. The story had struck a deep chord of empathy within him, a powerful connection, yet there was a crucial, but. Amidst a scattering of knowledge, he looked up at the colossal, open book of his own understanding, acknowledging that he knew the narrative all too well. Within that radiant, abstract space, he intentionally sought to view the protagonist's journey with critical objectivity. With a focused intensity, he revealed his approach to acting. By stripping away layers, he could truly engage with the craft. He stood with open arms in the charming square, connecting with an unseen audience, a profound moment of shared discovery. A triumphant smile played on his lips as he explained his breakthrough, he had found a way to truly separate the character from his own being. He candidly confessed that while he couldn't yet master this separation with every character, he was actively striving, acknowledging, so, I'm still in the middle of facing it. With a thoughtful hum, the woman observed that empathizing without inherent talent was remarkable, concluding, Seonghyeon, you're already doing exceptionally well as an actor, right? Seonghyeon, with a confiding smile, told the writer that he too had once felt that way, prompting her immediate query, in what way? A furious slam of his fist accompanied the memory of a time when he had wrestled with his own perceived lack of talent for something he desperately wanted to pursue. The older man, with glasses, glared at Seonghyeon, his voice laced with sharp disbelief, are you joking right now? The older man's harsh words cut deep, a humiliating dismissal that commanded Seonghyeon to leave if he continued to act in such a manner. A heavy step marked his dejected retreat down the hallway, shoulders slumped in defeat. His fist tightened into a defiant clench, a silent battle against despair brewing within. He slumped against the wall, a wave of loneliness washing over him in the brightly lit, empty hallway. His body shook with uncontrollable trembling, a profound internal maelstrom of anger and frustrated desperation. The very essence of acting, a profession demanding collective harmony, paradoxically made it dangerously simple to lose sight of individual prowess. Yet, the whispered truth echoed that individual practice, even the solitary act of shouting lines into empty air, was a discipline no actor dared neglect. The older man with glasses laid down a direct challenge: each person would step forward for 2 minutes, tasked with expressing nothing less than their personal growth. Though empathy was the crucible forged by shared human emotion, true artistry demanded a distinct approach from each soul, lest they become mere echoes of expectation. A soft rustle accompanied Seonghyeon's words as he acknowledged the exchange of papers with a polite "thank you." Then, the unseen voice delivered the crisp command, "Let's begin then." A wave of surprise rippled through the onlookers, capturing both a woman and a man with blonde hair in its sudden current. A sudden call for "Student Seonghyeon" struck him with a jolt, causing Seonghyeon to flinch and stammer a breathless, "Yes, yes." A deep, shaky sigh escaped him as Seonghyeon desperately tried to fracture his perception of the room, compelling himself to think of being alone and stay calm. A desperate, almost hallucinatory plea slipped from Seonghyeon's lips, "Oh, Mom." Yet, in the same breath, a fragment of his will asserted, "I can handle it myself, you know." A swift whistle cut through the air, and a man with purple-tinged hair fumbled an excuse, "Can you just leave me alone?" "It's just, the wind was blowing strongly. That's why the sound was loud." A woman's gentle hand rested on Seonghyeon's shoulder, a silent anchor against the rising tide of his perceived nervousness. The older man with glasses watched, his expression a careful, unblinking assessment of the unfolding reality. "I told you. I didn't do it," Seonghyeon insisted, his denial tinged with a nervous edge that threatened to fracture his conviction. A quiet, authoritative summons echoed through the space, calling, "Student Seonghyeon, please come to my office for a moment after class." The older man with glasses suggested an unexpected path for Seonghyeon, proposing participation in the project, not as an actor, but as a writer or director, which elicited a bewildered "pardon" from Seonghyeon as the professor revealed he had reviewed all his script assignments. The older man's words, declaring Seonghyeon's writing skills, on par with current working writers, if not better, were met with a worried flicker in Seonghyeon's eyes as he tried to articulate his own fractured desire, however, The older man with glasses articulated his conviction, claiming to understand Seonghyeon's sincerity towards acting and the actor's heart, having perceived a narrative diving deep into emotion even in Seonghyeon's smallest roles. The inner voice mused on the pragmatic path: it was no crime to observe actors from the sidelines, utilizing one's talent, for countless dreams had quietly faded, leaving only the ghosts of ambition. Yet, Seonghyeon's spirit surged, declaring, "Still, I want to try as much as I can," before announcing his resolute departure. 1 month later, as a disembodied voice thanked the audience and wished them enjoyment, Seonghyeon's mind fractured under the weight of his family's presence, whispering, "My entire family came." What was my line again? The woman beside Seonghyeon confided her own fraying nerves, admitting, "I told them not to come since it'll make me nervous." A raw tension stretched taut as Seonghyeon desperately whispered to himself, "It's okay, I can do it," just before an unseen voice boomed, "All right, next up is Gelato from Group 4. The performance is about to start." As Seonghyeon stepped onto the precipice of the stage, a surge of conviction echoed his internal refrain. He had practiced countless times during this crucible. The play Gelato itself was a vibrant tapestry woven from the anxieties of youth, where nascent souls worried for their futures, arguing passionately, yet bound by an undeniable love. It was a shimmering, youthful romance, depicting souls destined to grow together under the dramatic arc of shared destiny. A quiet, internal flicker assured Seonghyeon that the play's emotional landscape was not that special, for he had experienced its every fractured nuance himself. A low mumble of, "Oh, come on," escaped the older man with glasses, a quiet explosion of frustration. As Seonghyeon stood bathed in the spotlight, a soft, singular, "ah" escaped him, a breath drawn before plunging into the unknown. From the critical throng, the older man with glasses voiced the collective doubt, "What's going on? Why isn't he doing anything? Did he forget his lines?" The older man's voice cut through the air with a brutal judgment, "Even though he's a college student actor, he's terrible. Did he learn from the same professor as us?" A cold sweat beaded on Seonghyeon's skin as his vision warped, his mind a frantic, fractured landscape of pure, unadulterated panic. Frozen under the relentless gaze of the overwhelming audience, Seonghyeon's mind ceased to function, trapped in a distorted perception of time. A profound wave of dejection washed over Seonghyeon, leaving him slumped against the cold, closed door, heavy with defeat. Melancholy settled over him like a shroud as Seonghyeon slid to the floor, utterly overcome by the crushing weight of despair. The urgent buzz of a smartphone broke the silence, and a hand instinctively reached to quell its restless tremor. A text message from Professor Lee Hyun-kyun flickered to life, its words a tentative offering of comfort. Thanks for your hard work today. I don't know if it would be comforting to you, but... Seonghyeon's gaze fell upon the professor's words, the first hint of solace piercing through his fractured perception of the day. Then, the words cascaded like a dream. The professor had shown his project to a production company CEO who wanted to sign a contract right away, a message underscored by two soft, rhythmic knocks. Trembling uncontrollably, Seonghyeon remained on the floor, his mind reeling from the impossible, hopeful words on his phone, a stark contrast to his earlier despair. Professor Lee Hyun-kyun's full message urged a careful re-evaluation. Remember what I said before. Think carefully again, prompting Seonghyeon's concise and grateful reply, I'll do that. Thank you. A voice cut through the stillness, calling Seonghyeon's name with escalating urgency, Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon. A sudden jolt of surprise pulled Seonghyeon back from his inner world, making him respond with a bewildered, yes. The woman with dark hair's voice cut into his reverie, probing, what are you thinking about so deeply? Seonghyeon offered a light, disarming smile, deflecting the question with a simple, it's nothing, really. It's probably hard to believe in past life stories, Seonghyeon mused, a casual fragment that sent a ripple of surprised incomprehension through the woman's perception. If it's nothing important, then it's fine, the woman mentally concluded, subtly dismissing the fleeting oddity of his words. The woman with dark hair waved a cheerful, see you next time, and Seonghyeon called back, yes, take care, as they parted ways on the vibrant street. Perhaps, he mused, it was simply the fragmented echoes of old memories surfacing in his mind. The day stretched long and distorted in his memory, each moment weighing heavily. Despite everything, writer Lee Seonghyeon perceived a strange, unexpected contentment in his life as a writer. As the professor once illuminated, it was a profound joy to weave his actors' desires directly into the fabric of his scripts. And the ultimate reward was witnessing those creations shimmer and come alive through the magic of acting. A young woman surged forward with unbridled energy, her cheerful haste momentarily surprising Seonghyeon. A simple question mark escaped Seonghyeon, a brief flash of distorted perception reflecting his confusion. Seonghyeon's gaze swept over a lively group gathered by a fountain in the night-kissed park, a fresh tableau of discovery. A man with blonde hair shone brightly in the soft glow, captivating the audience with his vibrant performance. Amidst the festive glow, numerous faces turned towards the unfolding event, their smiles reflecting the celebratory wonder, as Seonghyeon observed the vibrant scene from a slight distance. The door burst open with an unexpected jolt. Footsteps echoed on the clean floor as the man urgently demanded, what is it? As writer Lee Seonghyeon moved through the bright, even room, his mind raced with the unyielding declaration that his thoughts simply wouldn't stop. His pen tapped with direct precision as writer Lee Seonghyeon poured his focused energy onto the crisp white papers. The story's core tenets were laid bare, fantasy, growth, healing types. Within an ethereal, dreamlike vision, writer Lee Seonghyeon smiled faintly, understanding the story's vague outline was just beginning to shimmer into existence. Like a spell cast, the entire vivid image of the drama suddenly materialized within his mind's eye, unfolding in a soft, ambient glow. Writer Lee Seonghyeon, lost in contemplation, pondered the perfect title, which instantly appeared to him, Heavenly Voice. The narrative began with the tragic backstory of the male protagonist, who, after his mother's death, was left with a tragically limited amount of time. In his remaining days, the protagonist sought a profound happiness, found only in singing the songs he loved. Simultaneously, the female protagonist, yearning to sing freely, boldly abandoned her stifling home, stepping into a beacon of pure light. Her expression held a pensive surprise, as if suddenly encountering her destined path. Though they grew up in completely disparate worlds, the two protagonists were destined to clash from their very first meeting. A playful poke from the woman caught the man by surprise, a blush rising to his cheeks as their paths first crossed. Yet, their dreams wove them together, allowing them to finally understand and uplift each other. On a sparkling stage, they embraced their shared joy, falling in love and growing together, microphone held between them. At a somber funeral, the man with blonde hair cried out in anguish, damn it. How could this happen? He sat, consumed by sorrow and worry, beside another man equally distressed by the profound loss. With a deeply pained expression, the man questioned the cruel injustice, she was such a good person, how could this happen? The two men continued their silent vigil, lost in a heavy atmosphere of grief. A sprawling industrial-style building stood clear and defined under the bright blue sky. If you're done there, come help over here, called the man in the white shirt, as Kim Hanbin carried a heavy box. Kim Hanbin set the box down with a solid thump. Yes. Kim Hanbin cheerfully affirmed, gesturing confidently, I'll be right there. An unseen man commented on the student's remarkable efficiency as Kim Hanbin effortlessly pushed a cart loaded with boxes. The man with blonde hair mused on the possibility that the efficient worker might be supporting his family. The two men continued their discussion, noting the young worker rarely spoke of himself, but often shared his dreams. The narrative declared him overwhelmingly, vibrantly youthful, against a backdrop of sparkling blue sky. "That'll be 3,201, the convenience store clerk announced. "Let's see," Kim Han-bin began, before a jolt of confusion struck him. "Huh?" Coins clinked onto the counter as the clerk instructed, "Is the amount correct? Count it well." Kim Han-bin rummaged, meticulously gathering the scattered coins from the counter. "Please come again," Kim Han-bin said with a polite farewell to the departing customer. As the red pedestrian signal blinked on the street, Kim Han-bin wondered where the customer might be headed in the late hours. Kim Han-bin explained over the phone that a tripe restaurant, run by an acquaintance, was thriving and desperately needed more staff. The green pedestrian signal blinked on as Kim Han-bin thought, students should be studying. It's already late. On the reflective city street, Kim Han-bin mused pensive about going to sleep soon to prepare for school the next day. A sudden, jarring honk pierced the night, followed by a terrifying squeal of tires and a sickening crash, startling Kim Han-bin. Lying on the dark ground, his hand outstretched, Kim Han-bin desperately called out, "Han-bin." "What was that noise, Han-bin?" "Han-bin." Kim Han-bin rested in a hospital bed, surrounded by the quiet calm of the ward and other patients. A fellow patient offered, "Young man, would you like some fruit?" Another patient advised, "Just leave him. Ever since he was admitted, he hasn't said a word." Kim Han-bin lay in bed, his mind racing with fractured thoughts, this person. What if it really is a terminal illness? Is a terminal illness that common? If it were really terminal, he would have been moved to another room. While Kim Han-bin internally grumbled about another patient's manners, a doctor revealed his diagnosis, it's Kylesti disease. It's a rare disease. For now, focus on your treatment, the older doctor advised, to which Kim Han-bin asked, is it a treatable disease? The doctor grimly replied, it's difficult to cure with modern medicine. "Mom," cried a man as a door burst open, startling the patients in the room. The two patients apologized to Kim Han-bin, who walked away, saying, "Were we too loud?" "Sorry, young man." His hand hesitated on the door handle, Kim Han-bin's resolve hardening with the thought, I want to do what I wish before I die. Kim Han-bin entered the doctor's office, where the older man with glasses was engrossed in his laptop. A close-up revealed Kim Han-bin's side profile, etched with a newfound determination. With a determined smile and eyes cast upwards, Kim Han-bin declared his heartfelt desire, sing. I want to sing. A few days later, on a brightly lit stage, Kim Han-bin introduced himself with a bow, as unseen audience members murmured, he's totally handsome. As Kim Han-bin smiled confidently on stage, the unseen audience members continued to marvel at his extreme and striking visuals. Two judges expressed skepticism, one mused, he looks good, but can he sing well, while the woman with dark, short hair added, well. I'm not expecting much. An unseen judge suggested, let's just listen to him first, while a female judge nodded in quiet agreement. A hand danced across the piano keyboard, playing the melody of Yujna, I Love You. On a stage sparkling with pink light, Kim Han-bin stood, singing a heartfelt declaration, I really like you. With closed eyes and a blush, Kim Han-bin poured his sincerity into the song, his passion evident in every note. Passionately, Kim Han-bin sang, gesturing with conviction, I hope you understand it at once. A close-up captured Kim Han-bin's joyful, expressive face as he sang, his eyes closed in pure rapture. Applause erupted, a rhythmic clapping that filled the space as Kim Han-bin finished his performance. Han-bin, well done, the judge praised, bringing a surprised and pleased smile to Kim Han-bin's face. As expected, you're the best, a woman enthusiastically declared, raising her arm in excitement. On the dynamic stage, Kim Han-bin looked out at the enthusiastically cheering woman. Writer Lee Seonghyeon gasped, clutching his face in bewilderment, questioning, what just happened? Writer Lee Seonghyeon sat in his contemplative space, pondering how the story's world had so vividly unfolded before his eyes, even though he hadn't yet entered the book. A flicker of confusion crossed writer Lee Seonghyeon's mind as he wondered, and why Minseo's face? As his hand hovered over the surface, writer Lee Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted to the weight and potential of this new work. With a determined smile, writer Lee Seonghyeon leaned forward, staring at his glowing screen, resolving, I don't want to miss it. Kim Han-bin, leading a determined ensemble, confidently strode forward into a dramatically lit scene. Seonghyeon declared he did not want to miss this work, his ambition clear. A few weeks later, new opportunities awaited. The blonde-haired man offered a cheerful good morning, leaving Seonghyeon to blush unexpectedly. Seonghyeon then introduced himself, his name carrying an unspoken weight. Seonghyeon acknowledged the blonde-haired man, who expressed his unexpected pleasure at finally meeting the renowned actor Seonghyeon. A playful chibi Seonghyeon wondered how his specific preferences were known, while his chibi counterpart revealed a pervasive rumor about his coffee habits. Seonghyeon complimented the blonde-haired man's fabled attentiveness, acknowledging his reputation. The blonde-haired man clarified his intense focus, explaining he only extended such consideration to those who truly captured his interest. With a decisive sound, the blonde-haired man placed a stack of papers onto the table. He then announced with a broad smile that the offer he had received was very interesting indeed. Back in time, just a few days ago, the office hummed with a different kind of productivity. A dark-haired woman gasped in surprise, her shout echoing through the cubicle. Young-jun nervously cautioned his team leader about his volume, but the team leader snapped back, demanding he repeat his words, convinced he had misheard. Young-jun nervously urged the team leader to step inside for a private conversation, subtly guiding him with a gentle push. The quiet corner of the office offered a momentary respite from the tension. Young-jun let out a deep sigh of exasperation, his hand settling on his hip. The team leader fixed Young-jun with an intense gaze, silently conveying his deep concern. Seonghyeon asked if the project was unsatisfactory, but the team leader, in a strained breath, vehemently declared that its quality was not the issue at all. The team leader passionately asserted his lifelong expertise, proclaiming with absolute conviction his profound love for the setting and characters. The screen revealed, Heavenly Voice, the very script that had stirred such fervent emotions. The team leader's intense gaze swept over Seonghyeon and Young-jun, each holding their own complicated expression. Seonghyeon sighed in relief, only for the furious team leader to smack him on the head, demanding to know precisely when he had written such a masterpiece. Seonghyeon mused, admitting he had only begun planning and writing the script a month or two prior. Seonghyeon let out a pained groan as the team leader collapsed into utter distress, prompting a concerned Young-jun to ask if he was all right. The distraught team leader, clinging to Young-jun, cried out for guidance, while Seonghyeon mused to himself that actors, gifted with looks and talent, surely didn't need to be good at writing too. The narration declared him versatile, a label Seonghyeon acknowledged with a knowing, contemplative smile. The team leader yelled in existential frustration, questioning why Seonghyeon couldn't just excel at one single thing, as Young-jun attempted to soothe his outburst. Tears streaming, the team leader emphatically pushed Seonghyeon away, declaring his need to be alone and demanding he leave. Seonghyeon cried out, trying to stop the retreating team leader, who seemed to groan in his profound distress. Young-jun advised Seonghyeon to call it a day, explaining that the team leader's outburst likely stemmed from deep anxiety. Seonghyeon questioned the idea of the team leader feeling anxious, his surprise evident. Young-jun then posed a deeper question, wondering if Seonghyeon's intrigue might be more than mere curiosity, suggesting a path where he had quit acting to become a writer. The team leader, consumed by profound distress, gripped his head, lamenting, "Oh my God." Seonghyeon observed that for an actor representing their company, such anxiety was an inevitable byproduct of their position. Young-jun admitted his own surprise and wished Seonghyeon had confided in him earlier, to which Seonghyeon offered a sincere apology. Young-jun praised Seonghyeon's work as not merely good, but brilliant, prompting a bashful Seonghyeon to confess his embarrassment. Young-jun clarified that his praise wasn't personal bias, but a genuine assessment that it was the best script he had received from Seonghyeon in recent memory. Young-jun thoughtfully concluded that, in all honesty, it was one of the most memorable scripts he had ever encountered. Seonghyeon mused, wondering if his innate writing skills were a remnant from a previous life he might have lived as a writer. He reflected that his current life as an actor had brought vastly different experiences, revealing truths he had never known before. Within the grand expanse of a filming studio, Seonghyeon realized he had learned profound things that his previous life had never offered. He truly felt he had learned and experienced an incredible depth of emotion through his journey. A serious determination settled over Seonghyeon as he stood, his hands clasped firmly. So, with a tight clench of his fist, Seonghyeon fortified his unwavering resolve. Seonghyeon declared he lacked confidence in acting forever, striding away as a surprised Young-jun urgently called out his name. With determined steps, Seonghyeon affirmed his commitment to deliver nothing less than his greatest performance. His hand rested on the desk, silently emphasizing his fervent desire to achieve this goal. For this work, a serious weight settled upon the team leader's expression. Seonghyeon declared his intention to be recognized as a writer, not an actor, even if he possessed no special abilities. A quiet, resolute determination hardened Seonghyeon's expression, signaling a profound shift in his aspirations. The young actor declared he wanted to be listed as a writer for this work, not an actor. A ripple of thought crossed the actor's face, his expression a mix of surprise and uncertainty. Seonghyeon tried to temper the actor's ambition, but the young man firmly asserted his deep desire to excel at acting. Seonghyeon mused that his own yearning to improve as an actor, a part of him that felt unfulfilled, might finally find resolution through this writing. The actor pleaded for trust, convinced of his own success, prompting Seonghyeon to utter his name in response. "Let's try it," Seonghyeon declared, his words catching the actor off guard. Seonghyeon's mind wrestled with the decision, recalling a long history with Seonghyeon that left him questioning the full extent of his trust. Yet, this rare assertiveness from Seonghyeon stirred a desire in Seonghyeon to grant his trust, remembering the actor's consistent dedication. A silent understanding passed between them, each recognizing the gravity of the other's resolve. Seonghyeon declared that the script would be announced under a new writer's name, not actor Lee Seunghyun, his hand tapping the table with finality. "We cannot afford to tarnish the image of our company's leading actor if something goes wrong," a man sighed, his worry palpable. The CEO outlined the strategy to reveal actor Seunghyun as the true writer only after the director's approval, then actor Seunghyun turned to Seonghyeon, asking if he was willing to proceed. Merely possessing the ability to write well did not, by itself, make one a writer. It was a notoriously demanding profession, requiring a perfect confluence of skill, luck, and precise timing just to bring one's work into the light. This complex reality was why Seonghyeon had managed to include a college work he now considered lacking within his own portfolio. It also explained his current hesitation regarding the work of even the industry's most acclaimed writers. Seonghyeon remained attentive, awaiting the CEO's final word. Seonghyeon quickly realized the benefit, agreeing to the plan, as it offered a unique chance to have his writing judged purely on its merit, unclouded by the actor's established image. Seonghyeon remembered the initial reveal, so outlandish that he suspected it was a hidden camera prank. In his mind, Seonghyeon recalled the message announcing a script from a new writer collaborating with JK Entertainment, wondering why the company, with whom he'd only briefly exchanged cards, would contact him now. As his device logged in, a message appeared, detailing a script from a new writer collaborating with JK, yet Seonghyeon found himself internally questioning why an actor company would be developing a work at all. Seonghyeon's thoughts, like a whimsical chibi, pondered if this was simply a desperate attempt by the company to expand its business, his mental head tilting in confusion. Then, a sudden realization sparked within Seonghyeon, prompting a soft exclamation of surprise. Seonghyeon recounted his astonishment at an actor company producing such compelling work, only to be even more blindsided by the revelation of the writer's identity. Who would have thought it was really the famous actor Lee Seunghyun? Seonghyeon exclaimed, the memory clicking into place like a forgotten lock. He remembered actor Seunghyun explaining that the deception wasn't intentional, but a consequence of company discussions. Actor Seunghyun offered his apologies, but Seonghyeon, a self-proclaimed lover of twists, firmly stated it only cemented his desire to collaborate further, drawing a sharp breath of resolve. Actor Seunghyun, relieved, expressed his gratitude. Seonghyeon playfully questioned how he should address him now, actor Seunghyun or Mr. Writer, to which the young man, taking a relaxed breath, simply replied to call him whatever he wished. Addressing actor Seunghyun as Mr. Writer, Seonghyeon stated a crucial confirmation was needed before they could fully immerse themselves in the work. Seonghyeon elaborated on the company's careful strategy, concealing the writer's identity until the production company had committed to the project. Yet I hope that upon its release, actor Seunghyun's fame will ignite its promotional fire, Seonghyeon proclaimed, embracing the dangerous yet thrilling gamble with enthusiasm. If there is prejudice against a work written by an actor, Seonghyeon declared, we will fiercely defy it and shatter all expectations. So, just like Hanbin, who pursues his dreams even at death's door, Seonghyeon urged, let us create this work with an unparalleled fierceness. Hours later, twilight deepened into a quiet night. With the director now chosen, Seonghyeon felt an urgent resolve to accelerate his work on the script. Part 3, the narration stated, as Seonghyeon's thoughts shifted to the crucial next step, crafting the romance between his male and female protagonists. Though largely centered on Hanbin's journey of self-discovery, the story also wove in a romance thread too profound to be underestimated. Seonghyeon pondered deeply, searching for the most impactful first meeting for his characters. A whimsical Seonghyeon, in chibi form, hummed in deep concentration, lost in the creative ether. Then, a brilliant flash of insight ignited above chibi Seonghyeon's head, signaling an idea's triumphant arrival. Scene 4 unfolded, under the serene cloak of evening, when all others slumbered, Ji Seohyun indulged in her secret symphony, unheard by her family. Unaware, her voice joined the melodies, a quiet murmur growing into an unwitting crescendo. Below, a man's brow furrowed, a silent question forming as an unexpected sound drifted down the stairs. Seohyun, her father gasped, startled by the escalating volume. Seohyun, you, her mother's voice boomed, startling Ji Seohyun into a stunned, Mom. Are you listening to these crappy songs instead of studying? Her mother raged, a sharp smack accompanying her declaration that entertainment was forbidden in their home. As her headphones were torn away, Ji Seohyun's voice cracked through the tension, a defiant cry, I want to be a singer. Her father walked away, taking her dreams with him, leaving Ji Seohyun standing alone in silent dejection. The weight of the confrontation settled over Ji Seohyun, leaving her with a profound, aching sadness. Why can't I do that? Ji Seohyun sobbed, the question echoing in her skull as she slumped to the floor in despair. Ji Seohyun found herself running through the twilight park, her mind a confusing blur as she sought an escape. Ah, my headset was taken away, Ji Seonghyeon lamented, a heavy sigh escaping her as she registered the profound loss. At this hour, who else but me would be out here? Ji Seonghyeon mused, only to gasp, wow, at the unexpected sight before her. Beneath an impossibly sparkling sky, Ji Seonghyeon watched a lone figure stand, cloaked in the park's mysterious enchantment. The blonde-haired man looked on, his expression one of quiet contemplation. A neat stack of papers rested silently on the desk. Seonghyeon continued his tireless work at the computer, the night hours his most productive. A determined finger swiftly tapped the smartphone screen. Hey, Minseo, Seonghyeon called out into the quiet night, a clear purpose in his voice as he asked for a moment of her time. A new evening settled over the peaceful park, painting the sky with soft, inviting hues. Seonghyeon, disguised in his plaid cardigan, wondered if his efforts to remain anonymous had truly succeeded. A flicker of self-consciousness crossed Seonghyeon's mind, a familiar disquiet despite his elaborate efforts. Minseo's joyful call echoed through the air as she eagerly waved, her presence a beacon in the twilight. Minseo approached Seonghyeon with a warm smile, her greeting marking the passage of time since their last encounter. Seonghyeon's hand clenched, the significance of the special day settling a heavy weight into his thoughts. Seonghyeon returned her sentiment with a warm smile, while in her mind, Minseo hoped to appear at her absolute best, surrounded by a magical aura of hearts. A hint of nervousness stiffened Minseo's posture as she tentatively suggested they move forward. Seonghyeon gently took her hand, a tender gesture that caught Minseo by surprise. His gentle smile and quiet question softened her surprise, inviting her to embark on their shared journey. Minseo's joyful affirmation filled the air as they began to walk hand in hand, a shared delight propelling them forward. Months earlier, a different day dawned upon a familiar building. Minseo stood patiently outside the modern building, a silent sentinel awaiting an arrival. A faint smile touched Minseo's lips as she spoke into her phone, a quiet satisfaction in her voice. Slightly annoyed, Minseo firmly dismissed her manager's overprotective concerns, even as his chibi form worried about her waiting alone. Minseo confidently assured the caller that no articles had been published, internally scoffing at the idea that anything could happen simply by meeting in front of the company. Song Chanhyek's voice cut through the air, signaling his arrival as he called out her name. Song Chanhyek greeted Minseo with a charming smile, asking if she had waited long, though an uneasy question lingered in his mind. With a wide, cheerful smile, Minseo quickly dismissed his concern, stating she had just arrived. As they walked, Song Chanhyek pressed Minseo about her sudden call, feeling a ripple of suspicion, but she playfully deflected, claiming she merely wanted to check on him. Minseo pointed forward, asking if they should go there, a suggestion that clearly surprised Song Chanhyek. Her eyes closed in a bright smile, Minseo heartily approved of her own suggestion. A primal scream of terror tore from Minseo's throat as she recoiled in a virtual reality experience. As Song Chanhyek flinched in fear, Minseo shrieked in delight, marveling at the incredible, immersive technology of the game. Song Chanhyek, still catching his breath, agreed with a relieved huff, acknowledging how remarkably advanced the technology had become. Minseo playfully teased Song Chanhyek about his weakness for scary things, which he vehemently denied, urging her to erase the embarrassing memory. Minseo, brimming with excitement, tugged Song Chanhyek toward another arcade game, proclaiming her joy while his chibi self gasped at her enthusiasm. Their eyes, gleaming with anticipation, were fixed on the claw machine's prize, hopeful for a win. Electricity crackled as they engaged in a frenetic zombie racing game, immersed in its razor-sharp narrative. With a playful, Minseo signaled a picture, and they both flashed peace signs as the camera clicked. Reviewing the photo booth strips, Minseo asked if they turned out well, to which Song Chanhyek enthusiastically declared them perfect. Clutching the photo strips, Minseo beamed, expressing how much she had wanted this moment and her gratitude for sharing it. Minseo surprised Song Chanhyek by offering him one of the photo booth strips. In their chibi forms, they pondered their rare day off, one wondering about new activities, the other musing on the good that might come from unfamiliar experiences. Fingers snapped decisively, sparking a sudden realization. Minseo eagerly pointed forward, declaring her desire for a walk with Song Chanhyek. With a gentle smile, Song Chanhyek echoed her sentiment, inviting her to embark on their stroll. Arms raised in a thoughtful stretch, a moment of deep contemplation settled under the indigo night. Minseo inhaled deeply, savoring the delightful scent of the wind, sparking a conversation about the cherished aroma of grass just before a rain. The dramatic, storm-laden sky above seemed to confirm Seonghyeon's observation that rain might begin that very evening. Seonghyeon's serious gaze conveyed his desire for Minseo to stop being indirect, urging her to speak her mind. With a confident smile, Minseo met his directness, challenging him to articulate his unspoken question. Seonghyeon's internal monologue spun, realizing he had been subtly outmaneuvered, and he wondered just how long Minseo had been aware of his intentions. Minseo laughed, playfully declaring that she had known his intentions from the moment their eyes met, a testament to their long acquaintance. Minseo urged him to speak, promising to listen to anything, with a humorous threat to change her mind if he delayed. Seonghyeon's surprised question hung in the air, a sign of his disbelief. With a sudden seriousness, Minseo looked back, her gaze probing his earlier promise to listen to anything she might say. Minseo called his name, her tone carrying an unexpected weight that surprised Seonghyeon. Minseo admonished Seonghyeon for making light of his promise, hinting at the profound nature of the favor she might ask, before a sudden realization dawned on her. A melancholic self-awareness settled over Minseo as she internally admitted that denying anticipation for his call would be a complete falsehood. Her hand clenched tightly as, in her mind, Minseo wrestled with the painful truth that despite knowing he saw her as only a colleague, she still harbored profound expectations. Through a shimmering, dreamlike haze, Minseo replayed Seonghyeon's sincere words, those genuine worries for her acting career resonating deeply as a testament to his belief in limitless potential. As they stood under the sparkling, ethereal night, narration affirmed the overwhelming number of reasons Minseo had to care deeply for him. Minseo looked down, her fist tightly clenched, as a solitary thought for Seonghyeon began to form. With a powerful yell, Minseo declared her fierce determination, her fists clenched, ready to accept anything. Minseo passionately explained how Seonghyeon's presence had ignited her desire for self-improvement, inspired her music, and emboldened her to bravely pursue acting. She declared her unwavering acceptance, then boldly offered him a chance to help him in return, a powerful offer that stunned Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon uttered her name, the sound laced with a profound contemplation. His words drifted, ethereal and significant, as the idea of "together, with me" shimmered like the sparkling waters beside them. Under a sky of deep twilight, the park held a tranquil, almost magical breath, awaiting the unfolding night. With an earnest plea, Minseo offered to do anything, insisting Seonghyeon grant her a chance to help him too, her words bathed in ethereal light. Seonghyeon uttered Minseo's name, the sound hanging in the dim air, laden with unspoken possibilities. His calm voice offered an invitation, a proposition that they could be together, with him. As Seonghyeon shifted and invited her to sit, promising to show her something, Minseo's confusion was palpable, a startled "huh" escaping her lips. Minseo reacted with wide-eyed surprise, a breathless curiosity burning within her as she awaited his reveal. Her confusion deepened into a bewildered "huh" as she stared at the words illuminated on Seonghyeon's phone. Minseo questioned if this project was the one he sought, and Seonghyeon offered a hesitant, almost evasive, well, sort of. A small huff of emotion escaped Minseo, prompting Seonghyeon to inquire if she disliked what she was reading. Minseo's earlier hesitation vanished, replaced by a wide, radiant smile as she affirmed her genuine fondness for the project. In her cartoonish inner world, Minseo confessed a mix of jealousy and disappointment, feeling Seonghyeon drifting further away as he embarked on such a promising endeavor. Seonghyeon acknowledged her complex emotions, then dropped a revelation: he was the one who had written the project. Minseo's eyes widened in utter surprise, her mouth slightly agape at Seonghyeon's stunning confession. Her incredulous "what?" reverberated through the night, a sound so thunderous it seemed to shake the very street lamp. Minseo, still reeling, demanded if Seonghyeon truly wrote such a perfect script, prompting a chibi Seonghyeon to simply offer his thanks for the compliment. Seonghyeon internally reflected on his past life, where he had penned countless scripts, deciding it was better to simply gloss over those forgotten endeavors. His past self, a serious writer, stood in stark contrast to his present, softly smiling self, reminding him that the scripts of a past life would be profoundly different. Seonghyeon mused that even with the same character, differing life experiences would fundamentally alter their portrayal. He typed intently, his thoughts consumed by the actor's journey, how to embody a role, how to skillfully express its nuances. The menacing smile of a scarred man from his script flashed as Seonghyeon's thoughts deepened, realizing the profound meaning infused into every action he had learned and felt. He understood that true growth as an actor demanded an internal transformation, a journey Minseo observed with a touch of surprise. Seonghyeon looked away, a surprised query forming on his lips, as if the situation held more depth than he initially perceived. Minseo's praise was unrestrained, proclaiming the script insanely good, her hands gripping her phone so tightly it almost groaned as Seonghyeon questioned her intense reaction. Seonghyeon reminded Minseo of her earlier promise to do anything he asked, his words leaving her momentarily bewildered. With a gentle smile, Seonghyeon extended his invitation, to join him on the project, to finish it together. Seonghyeon explained that this very invitation was the reason he had asked her to meet that night. Minseo was instantly overwhelmed by his words, slumping forward on the bench, prompting a concerned Seonghyeon to reach out. Seonghyeon, concerned, asked if she was unwell, offering to call her manager, while Minseo could only manage a confused "this? Huh?" In a glitter-filled, emotional internal monologue, Minseo wondered if she truly deserved such self-serving greed, knowing Seonghyeon was acting purely for her sake. A soft, ah, escaped Seonghyeon, a moment of realization dawning on him. Kneeling before her, Seonghyeon clarified his true motive. The character Ji Seo-hyun, he revealed, was based entirely on Minseo. Minseo's surprised smile bloomed as she grasped that she was the inspiration for Ji Seo-hyun, a truth Seonghyeon confirmed with a gentle nod. Minseo expressed profound awe, admitting she had coveted the character of Ji Seo-hyun from the moment she read it, yearning to embody her on screen. She felt an innate connection to Ji Seo-hyun, a character she longed to become, even though she wasn't a conglomerate daughter herself. As Minseo struggled to articulate her feelings, Seonghyeon's narration revealed Minseo's own burdens, expectations placed upon her much like Ji Seo-hyun. His narration continued, highlighting how Minseo had, for a time, set aside her true desires, only to find renewed purpose after meeting someone stimulating. With a reassuring touch, Seonghyeon intertwined his fingers with hers, concluding the narration by asserting his understanding of her journey, unspoken words unnecessary. Seonghyeon declared Minseo the perfect vessel to understand and portray Ji Seo-hyun, asserting she could embody the character better than anyone. Minseo's eyes welled with emotion, a sparkling intensity blooming within her at the profound impact of his words. With renewed determination, Minseo promised to give her absolute all to the project. Minseo then questioned who would take on the male lead role, to which Seonghyeon pointed decisively to himself. Seonghyeon declared with unwavering confidence that he would act in the project himself. Minseo's face registered utter shock, her hand instinctively rising in disbelief at Seonghyeon's announcement. Walking through a bustling, sun-kissed park, Seonghyeon mused contemplatively, wondering if he was unrecognizable in his attire. Minseo's voice cut through the air, calling out, "Appa," to the surprised Seonghyeon as he walked away. Minseo greeted him with a cheerful wink and a wave, acknowledging that it had indeed been a while. Seonghyeon's initial surprise melted into a warm, closed-eyed smile as he reciprocated her greeting, agreeing that time had flown. As Seonghyeon continued his walk, Minseo stood watching him go, the twilight settling over the park. Work proceeded swiftly, and informal reading rehearsals began, with Minseo enthusiastically declaring her utmost effort. A small gasp of excitement escaped Seonghyeon as he waved, greeting someone enthusiastically. He repeated his enthusiastic greeting, confirming the long time since they had last met. Seonghyeon meticulously pondered which expressions would best convey the emotional lines, the narration emphasizing his serious, unyielding dedication to every scene. Minseo, script in hand, clenched her fist and resolved with fierce determination to also give her best. Minseo pondered the challenge of acting, recognizing that while memorizing lines was simple, conjuring emotions spontaneously proved far more difficult. Her gaze fixed on a particular section of the script, Minseo realized this part demanded a sudden, dramatic shift in emotions, culminating in a kiss. A sudden blush bloomed on Minseo's cheeks, her eyes widening in extreme shock as the realization of a kiss scene registered. Her hand dropped gently to her chin in thought as Minseo suddenly recalled Seonghyeon's earlier words about writing the script with her in mind. Seonghyeon, noticing her flustered state, called out Minseo's name, reaching out smoothly to her. With genuine concern, Seonghyeon asked if she was struggling with any particular part of the script. Seonghyeon smiled, suggesting they practice the next scene together, standing close to the slightly blushing Minseo. Minseo's mind spun into a blushing, disoriented frenzy, picturing a chibi version of herself kissing Seonghyeon's cheek. With a frantic scurrying sound, Minseo abruptly fled from the room. Seonghyeon, left standing alone in the spacious room, arm outstretched and script in hand, watched Minseo go with a bewildered Minseo. The arduous task of completing a drama after so long was finally behind him, the creative spark still lingering in the air. Casting actors was carried out in utmost secrecy, each choice a veiled step into the unknown. From the delicate intricacies of acting practice to the sweeping scope of filming, every stage of the production unfolded with flawless grace. The director's voice cut through the air, sharp and commanding, "Ready. Action." Time itself seemed to accelerate, hurtling through moments that were both exhilarating and utterly disorienting for Seonghyeon. The daunting desire to sing, to stand before the public, became a heavenly vision shimmering against a boundless blue sky. Months blurred into the past, now a vibrant murmur filled a bustling cafe, a new chapter unfolding. Seonghyeon's thoughts, fragmented and uncertain, echoed a single question: had they soared too high, gone too big? The older man with glasses, full of eager reassurance, offered to handle invitations while Seonghyeon, still uncertain, asked if it was truly all right. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man sighed with a heavy feeling of regret, lamenting his inability to help and calling it a mistake. Seonghyeon, with a thoughtful stance, found himself unable to agree with the prevailing sentiment. The older man with glasses declared, with an excited, broad smile, that a mere gathering was not enough for the first airing of a project Seonghyeon both wrote and starred in. Seonghyeon, smiling with a touch of self-conscious humor, admitted he had wanted to plaster billboards with advertisements before the viewing, but held back, even though it hadn't yet become a massive hit. With a genuinely warm smile, the older man with glasses expressed immense pride in Seonghyeon's journey, regardless of the eventual outcome. Seonghyeon looked up, wide-eyed and touched, uttering the older man's name in surprised appreciation. Seonghyeon, understanding the older man's concern about public reception, noted that one could never predict how an audience would react, while the dark-haired man looked on with enthusiastic approval. Young Sejuan, the dark-haired man now identified by his role in Checkmaker and a heavenly voice, affirmed the point with a wide smile, prompting Seonghyeon to ask when he had arrived. Young Sejuan, a hint of embarrassment in his smile, admitted he had been there for a while but was so nervous he had a hard time in the bathroom, to which Seonghyeon offered comfort and a fist bump, saying he was adjusting too. The older man with glasses, now smiling broadly, commented on their newfound closeness, and Young Sejuan confirmed their friendship, praising Seonghyeon for his comforting nature. The older man with glasses questioned Young Sejuan's high praise, who only continued, stating Seonghyeon grew more amazing the more one knew him, leading Seonghyeon to playfully ask why he was receiving such compliments today. Through the subtle shuffle of his feet, the speaker simply denied that he was offering praise. Seonghyeon greeted the arriving Kim Jae-jun, a national actor with a 30-year career known for father roles and now cast as Kim Ji-hwan in Heavenly Voice. Young Joon-hyung asked if the journey had been uncomfortable for the senior actor, who smiled and said it was fine, then humorously insisted he be called Dad instead of Sunbeam. Young Joon-hyung, affectionately patting Seonghyeon, expressed such profound liking that he wished to adopt him as his real son, which Seonghyeon, slightly embarrassed, deemed too much praise. Young Joon-hyung, with eyes closed and a warm smile, encouraged everyone to be more casual with him, stating it was merely polite to those gathered for Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon's face contorted in a wide-eyed expression of surprise and confusion. The cozy cafe buzzed with lively chatter as several individuals conversed, bathed in warm light. The subtle tension in the man's jawline suggested a focused, perhaps pensive, observation of the scene unfolding before him. Seonghyeon, with a wide, joyful smile, enthusiastically declared his affirmative. The man in the gray jacket looked with quiet curiosity towards young Joon-hyung, trying to grasp the unfolding situation. With an excited wave, Minseo greeted Seonghyeon Appa, her exclamation drawing the attention of the blonde-haired man amidst the low murmuring. The blonde-haired man, now recognized as Lee Hee-gun of the in-drama group Lee Sang, exclaimed in surprised recognition of actor Lee Seunghyun. Lee Hee-gun mentioned he had heard a lot about Seonghyeon, who then thanked him for making a special appearance. The red-haired man, identified as Lee Young-hyun, playfully interjected that anyone who was Minseo's friend was their friend too. Minseo playfully questioned if Lee Hee-gun was not too old to call her a friend, prompting a chibi version of him to react with comical surprise at her sarcasm. Lee Young-hyun, smiling apologetically, thanked Seonghyeon for inviting him to such a great project, explaining their special appearance despite it being a small role, because of their genuine affection for the production. Seonghyeon, with a wide and appreciative smile, laughed and thanked him for his enthusiasm. Two men, with intense and focused expressions, faced each other, sensing a challenge about to unfold in the atmosphere. The blonde-haired man excitedly suggested they bet on the ratings, sparking a cautious warning from the red-haired man not to give the impression that was their only motive. The man in the gray jacket eagerly raised his hand, declaring he wanted to try it and bet on 13%, prompting Seonghyeon to excitedly match his prediction. Seonghyeon glanced at his watch, humorously noting he was a bit short on time. Considering the time, Seonghyeon thoughtfully suggested they keep their discussion brief. Amidst humorous chibi figure debate, one chibi man proposed a maximum of 10% based on recent ratings, another boldly went for 15%, while the first retorted that his cautious approach was how one survived long in the industry. The chibi Young Sejuan laughed and asked Minseo for her prediction, who reacted with a surprised, me. Minseo paused, deep in thought, as the others watched her, anticipating her decision. Minseo, with a broad, confident smile and a hand gesture emphasizing her choice, declared her prediction for a maximum rating of 10%. Young Joon-hyung nodded knowingly, stating that Minseo, despite her different field, possessed the same seasoned insight as himself, then turned to Appa for his prediction. Seonghyeon, with a calm smile, prepared to reveal his own rating prediction. Seonghyeon boldly declared a 20% rating, eliciting gasps of "wow" and "amazing" from Young Sejuan and Minseo, while Young Joon-hyung exclaimed that a writer who used to be an actor truly was different. As Young Joon-hyung acknowledged Seonghyeon's bold figure, Minseo noticed the drama, Heavenly Voice, was about to begin, expressing her anticipation. Young Sejuan, looking towards the others, asked if he should also find a seat to watch the drama unfold. Young Joon-hyung, with sparkling eagerness, clasped his hands together as he watched the screen with great anticipation. Seonghyeon glanced back with a questioning expression, noticing Minseo's intense focus on something else. Minseo stood gazing out the window at the glittering, dark cityscape, lost in contemplation. A soft sigh escaped Minseo as she stood on the terrace, taking in the serene night view. Minseo stood with a serious expression, her focus intense, as Seonghyeon's presence became evident beside her. Seonghyeon gently asked Minseo if she was nervous, to which she responded with his name. Minseo, a gentle smile on her face and a hand on her chest, expressed uncertainty, wondering if her feelings were nervousness or anticipation. Minseo turned to Seonghyeon, her expression tinged with concern, and asked if he wasn't nervous himself. Seonghyeon adjusted his collar, his gaze falling downward as he hesitantly admitted his nervousness. Minseo, hand to her chest, asserted that she was excited and understood the feeling well. Minseo, her face serious and empathetic, reassured Seonghyeon that he was doing well and asked him to stop worrying. Minseo tapped the table, her expression questioning. Seonghyeon offered profound reassurance, telling Minseo to trust him if she couldn't trust herself. Seonghyeon, extending his hand towards Minseo, affirmed that he, more than anyone, knew she was doing exceptionally well. Minseo softly called out to Seonghyeon, who gently responded. Seonghyeon, his expression serious, suggested they make a separate, personal bet on the ratings. With a sudden thump in her chest, Minseo felt Seonghyeon's hand in hers as he clarified that this bet was for real, not just for show, leaving her surprised. Seonghyeon laid out the condition: if the highest rating reached 25%. Minseo, shocked and blushing deeply, unexpectedly proposed, "Go on a date with me." Seonghyeon's face registered a look of profound, stunned surprise. Under the night sky, Seonghyeon and Minseo stood together on the outdoor terrace, the city lights shimmering below them, after their surprising pact. Under the bright, clean light, Seonghyeon and Minseo stood before each other, their gazes locked in silent anticipation. The eager man suddenly burst up from his seat, phone in hand, to announce that the viewership ratings were finally out. As the blonde-haired man pressed for the numbers, his colleague revealed the astonishing 13% rating, stunning them all. Cheers erupted from the other men, their fists pumping in joyous celebration as Minseo smiled faintly, taking it all in. A pure, blissful smile graced Minseo's face, her eyes closed as she savored the overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Voice of Heaven had majestically achieved a monumental 13% on its inaugural airing, flawlessly claiming the top spot in its time slot and recent drama estimates. In this ethereal landscape of success, Seonghyeon strummed his guitar, pondering summer destinations as the Voice of Heaven team buzzed with activity, their lead actor's presence or absence seemingly irrelevant to their momentum. On a brightly lit stage, the older man with glasses boisterously greeted the audience, celebrating Voice of Heaven alongside Seonghyeon and the blonde-haired man. Yet, the initial reception had not been entirely positive, a ripple of doubt beneath the surface. Minseo scrolled through the online comments, a digital chorus of skepticism questioning the singer's acting and lamenting the absence of good actors. Minseo listened, a faint sadness shadowing her expression, as Seonghyeon's voice advised her not to let the negativity bother her. Seonghyeon, with a confident smile, assured Minseo that by the drama's end, the world would unveil her true self. A gentle smile, eyes closed, confirmed a renewed sense of purpose on Minseo's face. Just a few days later, Minseo's fierce determination blazed as she vowed not to give up, her resolve echoing amidst a fresh wave of online comments, some still critical, but many now marveling at her talent. Actress Minseo passionately declared her readiness to sing any song, her entire being focused on moving forward. The floodgates opened for a torrent of glowing online reactions, praising Voice of Heaven and its actors, a magnificent testament to their burgeoning success. Seonghyeon answered the phone, a hint of surprise on his face as Minseo immediately asked if he had seen the video she sent. He confirmed he had seen it all, playfully questioning his own insight, to which Minseo's voice confidently asserted her unwavering belief in him. Yet, there was something more pressing, Minseo's smiling voice hinted through the phone, as she called out to him again. On the bustling outdoor set, Minseo, consumed by insatiable curiosity, eagerly pressed Seonghyeon for a small spoiler about the ending, leaving him to hesitate playfully. Her playful annoyance emerged in a sharp "tsk," causing Seonghyeon to utter her name in surprised amusement. Minseo quickly dismissed her annoyance as a joke, but her underlying curiosity remained, prompting her to playfully urge the writer to quickly finish the next episode. With a bright smile, Minseo announced her return to shooting, and Seonghyeon enthusiastically wished her good luck. Seonghyeon's thoughts drifted to the production's pace, his hand tapping the phone as he pondered the filming of episode 8 and the script's progress. The eager man confirmed their impressive progress, with 8 episodes filmed and 13 episodes of the script already penned. But then, a serious expression crossed the eager man's face as he began to voice a reservation. Seonghyeon, overwhelmed by a creative void, clutched his head in frustration, while his colleague chuckled at his distress. The unseen voice of his colleague gently urged him to relax with cassia seed tea for his eyes, prompting Seonghyeon's grateful thanks. The relentless schedule had been a dizzying maelstrom, yet Seonghyeon persevered, anchored by the steadfast support of his colleague. A month later, under a crisp morning sky, Seonghyeon cheerfully greeted the director on a new outdoor set. Seonghyeon and the director exchanged warm wishes, marking the momentous occasion of their final day of shooting. Min-seo then arrived, her bright greeting encompassing both the director and Seonghyeon, whom she affectionately called Appa. Seonghyeon and the director noticed Min-seo's visibly tired appearance, and she admitted to a restless night. In separate close-ups, both Seonghyeon and Min-seo shared knowing, gentle smiles under the bright outdoor light. Min-seo suddenly gasped, a flush of surprise spreading across her cheeks. The director's voice cut through the air, announcing the start of filming and commanding the cast to prepare. As the director gave final instructions, Seonghyeon replied, his gaze lingering on Min-seo, who still stood blushing, her face half obscured. A sudden, illuminating realization sparked in Seonghyeon's mind. He wondered if his own unusual reaction stemmed from the anticipation of today's final scene, as the director's urgent voice commanded, "Ready, action." The scene transitioned, announcing the monumental last episode of Voice of Heaven. The drama's narrative culminated in a shimmering, fantastical reunion of Hanbin and Seonghyeon, now celebrated singer-songwriters, performing together on a grand stage. Hanbin's character, Han Se-oh, sought confirmation of their hard-won debut, which Yoo Ji-on, Min-seo's character, readily affirmed. Yoo Ji-on beamed, her eyes closing in pure bliss, expressing heartfelt joy at their shared journey. Han Se-oh, caught off guard, questioned Yoo Ji-on's unexpected inquiry, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. A blush crept onto Han Se-oh's cheeks as he stammered, grappling with unexpressed emotions. Hanbin's hand clenched into a tight fist, betraying the years of unspoken feelings he struggled to confess. Then, Yoo Ji-on's hand gently rested on Hanbin's shoulder, a silent gesture of comfort. Han Se-oh uttered Seonghyeon's name, and then, as if an invisible cue had struck, he leaned in and kissed her. The director's voice sharply broke the illusion, yelling, "Cut!" "Ing!" Min-seo looked up, a ripple of surprise crossing her face as she questioned Seonghyeon with a soft, "Appa." A flush of deep embarrassment stained Seonghyeon's cheeks as he scratched his head and profusely apologized. Seonghyeon bowed deeply in apology, insisting they try the scene again immediately. The director called out for Scene 58, Take 2, before shouting, "Ready. Action," to restart the scene. The director's sharp cut rang out again, freezing Hanbin and Seonghyeon just inches from their kiss. Again, the director shouted, "Cut," the sound of a near kiss lingering in the air. The director's frustration boiled over, his eyes glowing with anger as he yelled a definitive, "Cut." Seonghyeon, head bowed low, offered a deeply remorseful apology, a soft whimper of regret escaping him, while Min-seo watched with genuine concern. The director, concerned, offered Seonghyeon a break, but he adamantly insisted he could continue. Reluctantly, the director agreed, cautioning Seonghyeon not to overexert himself as they prepared to resume filming. Seonghyeon delivered another profound apology, his bow deep, as the director prepared to shout, "Ready, action," once more under the golden hour light. Min-seo's eyes widened in sudden, startled surprise. Her hand slowly slid down her face, her eyelids softly closing as if in a trance. Seonghyeon's hand gently cupped Min-seo's face, his gaze fixed upon her. Min-seo's cheeks flushed, her heart thumping wildly behind her closed eyes. Seonghyeon, too, felt his heart begin to thump, a faint blush dusting his own cheeks as he looked down. With his hand still cradling her face, Seonghyeon's mind raced, questioning how he was meant to navigate this unexpected, intense moment. Seonghyeon's mind raced, trapped in the bewildering question of how he was meant to navigate this utterly unexpected moment. Min-seo offered a soft sigh of bewildered apology, unable to comprehend the strange currents pulling at her heart. Her quiet "Appa" shattered the fragile peace, sending a flush across Seonghyeon's face as surprise rippled through him. Min-seo's past self vibrated with a hopeful energy, excitedly speculating to the man about the drama's potential viewership. Then, with an audacious blush and steely resolve, she had thrown out a challenge, "Go out with me." Suddenly, Park Song-tae's shout pierced the air, announcing the shocking 13% viewership rating with wide-eyed excitement. The Voice of Heaven sang, proclaiming a glorious 13% on its inaugural airing, rapidly climbing to 15%, then an unstoppable 21% as it soared through the top ratings. A quiet shock settled over Min-seo, her hand instinctively reaching out into the bright, surreal glow. As a flush bloomed across Seonghyeon's face, a phantom chibi director chuckled, remarking on the lead actor's impossibly incredible expression. The director, concern etched on his face, regretfully informed Seonghyeon that filming was impossible today, prompting a deep, apologetic bow from the young actor. Seonghyeon bowed low, pledging to hone his craft to professional levels for next time, unaware of Min-seo's watchful gaze. With a gentle pat on Seonghyeon's shoulder, the director explained they had 2 days to spare and urged him to confront his inner turmoil. "My issues?" Seonghyeon echoed, his surprise evident as he met the director's knowing smile. The director simply offered a broad, confident smile and a thumbs up, signaling his uncanny insight. The director clarified, his words a bomb, that Seonghyeon's acting talent was not the core of the problem. Resolution starts with acknowledgement, the director stated, his words echoing in Seonghyeon's mind, urging him to confront his unexamined emotions. The director concluded by setting filming to resume in 2 days, hoping Seonghyeon would use the interim for deep introspection. Seonghyeon bowed deeply, a gesture of profound gratitude to the director, as Minseo observed from a distance. As the director walked away, Seonghyeon and Minseo remained, bathed in the warm, fading glow of the setting sun, each lost in their own thoughts. Feelings. Acknowledgement. Seonghyeon's mind swirled, wrestling with the abstract concepts the director had introduced. His fist clenched tightly, a physical manifestation of his burgeoning inner turmoil and nascent resolve. The modern city skyline rose sharply against a clear blue sky, a stark contrast to the internal landscape Seonghyeon was exploring. As he lay on his bed, Seonghyeon mused on his past acting successes, contrasting them sharply with the sudden, overwhelming anxiety of the recent kissing scene. His heart, he realized, had nearly ceased its beat during that scene, yet he tried to rationalize the feeling away, insisting Minseo was merely a close younger sister. The director's words echoed once more in his mind, insisting that without acknowledging his true feelings, answers would remain elusive. Acknowledgement. The word resonated deeply within Seonghyeon, pulling him into a spiraling vortex of self-reflection. He wrestled with the profound question, what, truly, did Minseo mean to him? Minseo's radiant smile burst forth, proclaiming her boundless daily happiness with infectious cheer. Yet, the writer who had unlocked her own hidden talents, the one who made her dreams come true, now seemed strangely, profoundly unhappy. Her cheerful "Appa" and wave transported him back to when she was simply his sweet, endearing little sister. Minseo reminisced about telling her manager she wanted to act, confessing her lingering doubts even as the narration framed her as a supportive coworker who helped him pursue his dreams. Under the sparkling night, Minseo revealed how Seonghyeon had ignited a desire within her to become a better person, inspiring her songs and gifting her the courage to step into acting. Now, she was a fervent advocate, passionately demanding a chance to help him in return, the same way he had once unleashed her own talents. As his heart throbbed with a dreamlike rhythm, Seonghyeon finally acknowledged the powerful, positive energy Minseo constantly radiated into his life. And in that moment, his pounding heart undeniably confirmed it, she was the woman he liked. A sudden, overwhelming realization washed over Seonghyeon, leaving him flushed and profoundly surprised. 2 days later, under a vibrant sky, Minseo arrived, her face alight with enthusiasm, greeting the new day with boundless energy. Minseo called out to Seonghyeon, who, with a relaxed smile, confidently declared that the worries gnawing at him had finally dissolved. Minseo noted his newfound excitement, to which Seonghyeon readily admitted his previous nervousness had vanished, replaced by an inner calm. Amidst a fantastical display of viewership ratings, chibi characters questioned the logic of celebrating a falling trend. Minseo then brought up the bet from the first episode, admitting her concern that she might have needlessly worried him. With a light-hearted giggle and an apology, Minseo confessed her past mistakes, promising to do better, as a chibi director comically blushed in the background. Minseo then proposed they both simply forget the viewership ratings bet, a suggestion Seonghyeon considered with a thoughtful, slightly surprised expression. She flapped her hand dismissively, trying to brush off the bet as inherently strange, her words betraying a subtle inner fluster. As a drama scene unfolded, depicting a fateful drink leading to a proposal, chibi Minseo erupted in nervous laughter while a chibi director looked on, utterly confused. "It's not on your own," Seonghyeon declared, his words catching Minseo off guard and leaving her momentarily stunned. A soft smile played on Seonghyeon's lips as he gazed at Minseo, ready to reveal a deeper truth about their journey. With a confident stride, Seonghyeon stepped forward, asserting that this drama, this vibrant tapestry, truly belonged to us. He declared with newfound authority that this was their drama, calling for everyone to take their positions for the imminent shoot. A soft, pleased smile bloomed on Minseo's face, tinged with a delicate blush that warmed her cheeks. Minseo murmured in dawning realization just as the director's sharp command, "Ready, action," sliced through the air. Seonghyeon met her gaze, a singular word hanging between them, "we." He then asked, his eyes searching hers, if they hadn't truly made their debut, together. With a confident smile, Minseo affirmed, "Yes, we have," solidifying their shared journey. Her eyes closing in pure bliss, Minseo expressed her profound happiness at their shared presence. "What? Why are you asking?" I mean. Seonghyeon stammered, trapped in the internal struggle between confessing years of suppressed feelings and destroying the drama's delicate romance. And then, as if by some enchanting magic, he leaned in, his lips meeting hers in a tender, sparkling kiss, yet a lingering question hung in the air. "I like you," Seonghyeon blurted, his unexpected confession causing Minseo's eyes to widen in utter, blushing surprise. He then corrected himself, a warm smile gracing his lips as he reaffirmed, "No, I love you." Seonghyeon confessed that while he might have eventually achieved his dreams alone, without her, the path would have been immeasurably longer and more arduous. He continued, his voice soft with emotion, that he was certain his current profound happiness would have been utterly impossible without her by his side. With deep sincerity, he articulated his boundless joy in sharing his truest happiness, the very essence of it, with her. "Are you speaking to me?" Minseo whispered, a vivid flush sweeping over her face, as Seonghyeon confirmed his earnest confession was meant for no one else. Her heart thrummed a fantastical beat as Minseo, still wide-eyed with surprise and a blossoming blush, questioned if his incredible words were truly earnest. Her gaze searched his, needing to know, "Do you really like me?" "No." Seonghyeon chuckled softly before pressing a gentle kiss to her cheek, his quiet declaration echoing through the sparkling air, "I love you." Under the vibrant, almost impossible hues of a twilight sky, Seonghyeon, grappling with the fragile hope of a new beginning, silently posed the question, "Do you like me?" In a moment suspended between worlds, as if bathed in the golden light of a dream, Seonghyeon questioned, "No," just before his lips met Minseo's. Minseo's perception sharpened, her gaze tracing an unseen future. As a single, shimmering tear traced a path of pure emotion, Minseo whispered the name, "Appa." In that boundless instant, their souls intertwined, sealing a connection that transcended words. A deep, resonant thrum echoed within, signifying a heart awakened. The overwhelming success of Heavenly Voice swept across the nation, an unstoppable force of cultural impact. The drama's original songs conquered the charts, with the duet Seonghyeon and Minseo performed together soaring to the very top. As the show's popularity surged, even Minseo's past musical endeavors began to resurface and trend once more. A relentless, upward trajectory marked their ascent, defying all previous limitations. The series continued to shatter expectations, culminating in an astounding 35.2% viewership rating. Though Minseo playfully challenged him with a bet about viewership, the drama's soaring success far outstripped her wildest imaginings. Suddenly, Minseo's focus snapped, her voice urgent as she called out, "Appa." Seonghyeon inwardly mused that the playful bets now felt trivial, while Minseo, ever practical, inquired if an important message had arrived. With a knowing smile that belied any genuine concern, Seonghyeon assured her, "It's nothing, really." Looking back, Seonghyeon now understood the subtle stirrings of his affection for Minseo had begun long before, their meaning now luminously clear. Minseo confessed her overwhelming nervousness, feeling as if she might shake apart, still unable to fully grasp their new reality. Seonghyeon gently probed, wondering if the incredible truth of their shared journey would soon fully resonate within her. Minseo pondered his question, unsure when the profound shift in her life would finally settle in. Seonghyeon instructed Minseo to mind her gown as they disembarked, and with a soft click, her heel met the ground. As flashes of light erupted, someone implored them to look their way, capturing Seonghyeon as he guided Minseo onto the luminous carpet. Both Seonghyeon and Minseo maintained an aura of composed readiness, their faces betraying only the slightest, knowing smiles. Amidst a flurry of camera flashes, Minseo called out to Seonghyeon as they made their way down the shimmering path. Minseo confessed a profound nervousness, even more intense than the thought of her own wedding, eliciting a soft chuckle from Seonghyeon. Seonghyeon teased her about her yet-to-be-experienced wedding, to which Minseo playfully defended her choice of phrasing. Minseo, feigning annoyance, instructed Seonghyeon to cease his laughter as they proceeded. Seonghyeon privately admitted to sharing Minseo's fluttering heart, battling his own surge of anxiety. Minseo articulated a complex internal landscape of tension and anticipation, a feeling almost impossible to put into words. Minseo internally mused that if she had to portray these raw, intense emotions on screen later, she would find it utterly impossible. As Minseo fretted about her appearance, Seonghyeon instantly reassured her, declaring her beauty perfect from every angle. A blush instantly bloomed across Minseo's face at his sudden compliment, prompting her to exclaim that her heart was fluttering, which in turn surprised Seonghyeon. With a playful snap of irritation, Minseo clarified that her fluttering heart was entirely her own, not a reaction to him. The couple continued their radiant journey along the gilded path, receding into the luminous distance. Above them, the vast, inky canvas of the night sky swirled with ethereal clouds and countless, twinkling stars. Minseo expressed her awe and nervousness at being among such esteemed senior artists, even prompting a chibi version of herself to insist this feeling was different from other triumphs. Seonghyeon, with unwavering confidence, assured Minseo that her intrinsic coolness transcended any field, a truth he could guarantee. Seonghyeon strode onto the brightly lit stage, his voice resonant as he greeted the audience with a, "Hello, beautiful evening." Seonghyeon found himself awestruck by the sheer brilliance of the sparkling lights, momentarily wondering if he had somehow arrived in an early heaven. Minseo, feeling her heart pound with an exhilarating rush, acknowledged this wild beat as a definitive sign of her vibrant existence. A nervous gulp escaped Seonghyeon, even in his chibi form, as he resolved to quickly announce the winner and escape the stage's intense scrutiny. With a flourish, Seonghyeon began the anticipated announcement, "Now, the Best Actress award goes to..." With a resounding cascade of applause, Hyun Soo-jin from Wishing for Your Flower Path was crowned Best Actress, her composure unwavering. The narration lauded Hyun Soo-jin's portrayal of resilience, noting how her performance, penned by writer Hyun Si-jung, exquisitely captured the heart of a person who stands up despite being hurt, earning accolades as truly exceptional acting. Seonghyeon bowed respectfully as he presented a bouquet to Hyun Soo-jin, who reciprocated his gesture of honor. Hyun Soo-jin expressed profound gratitude, crediting someone for her ability to bravely face challenges and stand proudly before them. Hyun Soo-jin offered her sincere appreciation to Seonghyeon, their shared glance full of mutual respect and warmth. A wave of thunderous applause swept through the hall as Hyun Soo-jin and Seonghyeon stood together on the illuminated stage. The narration then turned to the highly competitive Best New Actress award, showcasing the fierce contenders, Sim Bora, Bae Min-seo, and Jang Hara. Seonghyeon's voice rang out, proclaiming, "Congratulations," in anticipation of revealing the next winner. As Seonghyeon announced Min-seo from Heavenly Voice as the Best New Actress, she sat wide-eyed in stunned surprise while a voice from nearby urged her to ascend the stage. A chorus of applause accompanied Min-seo as she gracefully ascended the steps, moving towards the stage to claim her victory. Min-seo, visibly nervous, began her acceptance speech by acknowledging the immense honor of her nomination among such talented peers. She continued, sharing the profound challenges she faced, often wrestling with self-doubt and fear while pursuing new endeavors. Her voice filled with heartfelt emotion, Min-seo extended her gratitude to her fellow actors and director for transforming her deepest fears into vibrant anticipation and joy. With tearful sincerity, Min-seo declared her special thanks to Seonghyeon Oppa for his unwavering belief and constant support, prompting a tender smile from him. Seonghyeon noted Min-seo's profound happiness, asking the audience for a warm round of applause as she openly wept with emotion. Seonghyeon playfully mused about his own loneliness on stage before checking on the emotional Min-seo, who explained her tears were purely from overwhelming happiness. The narration then shifted to the Best Actor award, introducing the first two nominees, Min Yoonj from Happy Pharmacy and Kim Jae-ho from Runaway. The final nominee, Park Sang-hoon from Operation Official, was then revealed for the coveted Best Actor award for men. Seonghyeon praised all the nominated actors for their remarkable contributions to the past year, expressing his eager anticipation for the winner, as Min-seo watched intently from the audience. The narration dramatically built the suspense for the grand announcement. The winner of the Best Actor award for men is. Seonghyeon stood poised on the brilliant stage, a subtle smile gracing his lips, ready to reveal the victorious name. The presenter declared the moment had arrived for the esteemed Best Actor award, stirring an electric anticipation through the hall. He continued, celebrating how each nominee had emblazoned the past year with their remarkable talents. The presenter's excitement was palpable, a shared thrill of discovery radiating through the audience. With a dramatic flourish, he declared the moment had arrived for the Best Actor award. "Congratulations, actor Min Yoonj," the presenter boomed, and the sound of applause rippled through the stunned silence. As he ascended the steps, a humble, barely audible, "thank you," escaped Min Yoonj's lips, the magnitude of the moment almost too vast to comprehend. Min Yoonj confessed, with a joyful smile, that he hadn't prepared a speech, having never dared to expect such an honor. With glittering gratitude, Min Yoonj clasped his hands around the trophy, acknowledging all who had endured the journey alongside him. "Mom," he joyfully shouted into the spotlight, "I won an award." Amidst the warmth of congratulations, Min Yoonj's heartfelt tears provoked the presenter to imagine the delight his parents must be feeling. The presenter announced the award ceremony was gracefully approaching its conclusion, as Min Yoonj beamed with his hard-won prize. The Best Drama of the Year category was next, flashing visions of Witches, a tale of intricate medical drama and intense emotional confrontation. Then came a glimpse of Heavenly Voice, where a character yearned, "I want to sing," amidst a hopeful, dreamlike backdrop. A voice questioned Official Operation, just before the dramatic announcement for the year's top drama, heightening the suspense. A tense, rolling drumbeat began, building an urgent rhythm of anticipation. The drum roll continued, two eager figures in the audience leaning forward, caught in the thrilling suspense. The drum roll persisted, a shared, charged excitement vibrating between the man and woman at their table. A sharp, sudden impact cut through the air, followed by a startled cry as Heavenly Voice was triumphantly declared the winner, shocking the man and woman. Finally, a man shouted with fists clenched, as a collective cheer erupted from overjoyed men, their relief almost overwhelming. Amidst the celebratory applause, the team behind Heavenly Voice began their majestic ascent to the stage. The speaker began his address, drawing the attention of everyone in the formal hall. He spoke of encountering a youthful script that sparkled with an unusual brilliance among countless others, instantly knowing it was extraordinary. With a profound dedication, he bestowed the award to writer Seonghyeon, eliciting gasps of surprise from those on stage. The male presenter playfully offered the award to the PD, while the female presenter praised the team's heartwarming camaraderie, inviting Seonghyeon to speak. A man stood ready, poised for his words to fill the expectant silence. Seonghyeon's face was a mask of nervous tension, his spotlighted moment before the microphone a crucible of emotion. He looked down, gathering his thoughts, reflecting on the words he was about to share with the vast audience. "Hello, I'm Seonghyeon," he began, revealing that heavenly voice originated from a personal slump, inspired by a busker singing happily despite difficulties. He continued, referencing the challenging circumstances that had once defined his creative path. The spirit of unwavering dreams, that persistent spark of "I still want it," truly shone through in their efforts, he explained. With a gentle gesture, Seonghyeon expressed profound thanks to the director and PD, his unwavering supports, and to the actors who had breathed vibrant life into his script. He concluded, humbly bowing amidst a cascade of applause, acknowledging the viewers whose love had allowed him to stand on that very stage. Seonghyeon and his team raised their arms in a shared gesture of triumph and gratitude. The narration transitioned, hinting at the next award with a grand, urban vista under twilight. A woman offered Seonghyeon warm praise, gently inquiring if he had been nervous during his speech. A hand reached out, offering a comforting squeeze, a silent balm for his recent tension. With a sense of unburdened relief, Seonghyeon smiled, finally feeling at ease. The speaker built dramatic tension, introducing the grand prize, with a lengthy preamble about its deep meaning in a year of outstanding works, promising to announce the winner soon. Actor Seonghyeon from Heavenly Voice. "Congratulations," the speaker declared, and Seonghyeon and the woman beside him froze in stunned, celebratory disbelief as applause filled the air. Me." Seonghyeon stammered, pointing to himself in utter disbelief, as the woman beside him beamed and another man looked surprised. The woman winked playfully, her words drawn out in a rhythmic, joyful congratulations. Seonghyeon remained frozen in a state of profound shock, his expression unchanging. A soft, self-deprecating chuckle escaped Seonghyeon's lips as he acknowledged the long, winding journey that had led him to this moment. Seonghyeon pondered introspectively, wondering if a blessing greater than this could ever exist. The narrator explained that his past life hadn't been solely suffering, for he had always desired challenges that transcended mere contentment. He had been granted opportunities so fantastical, so dreamlike, that they evoked collective astonishment from those who witnessed them. In his previous life, he mused, such profound joy had been an unimaginable fantasy. The narration flowed, emphasizing the profound joy of meeting kind souls, and the mutual exchange of love and affection. Seonghyeon, they called, everyone's waiting, you know, their voices eager with friendly expectation. The man stood upright, his expression solemn and collected. Two hands gently intertwined, a silent language of connection. He stared silently, a surprised expression on his face, as the woman stood mostly obscured from view. "Let's go, Appa," the woman cheered, pulling him along, glittering particles dancing around their linked hands. His mouth slightly agape, the man seemed on the verge of speaking, or perhaps had just reacted with silent awe. "Yep," he affirmed, his broad smile radiating boundless joy from what the narrator described as an endlessly happy time. The presenter kindly asked Seonghyeon to remain on stage, acknowledging the tiring back and forth for repeated awards. Thank you." Seonghyeon chuckled warmly, gratefully accepting the flowers and his trophy. Seonghyeon smiled reflectively, musing on his earlier speech, convinced it was his singular moment, pouring all his prepared emotions into it. With a silent, thoughtful nod, the man reflected on how the character of Hanbin mirrored his own journey of confronting fears while seeking new challenges. The speaker asserted that the audience, despite his character's fear, had truly appreciated his unwavering efforts. With tender gratitude, Seonghyeon pledged to return the love he had received, expressing it through the heartfelt words of Hanbin. 3 individuals in a humble living room watched with a mix of dejection and surprise, perhaps witnessing a distant, shimmering dream on a screen. Seonghyeon reflected, believing that even without this path, he would have eventually achieved his dreams. The man mused in contemplation that without this particular person, his journey would have stretched endlessly, and his current happiness would have remained elusive. "I'm glad you're the one to share my happiness," the older man declared tearfully, his heartfelt sentiment met with warm applause. With open arms, the man declared his affection for everyone present. 2 women clinked champagne glasses in joyful celebration, surrounded by the blurred figures of other revelers. The woman smiled gracefully, surrounded by shimmering particles, her elegant presence radiating gentle warmth. "No," the woman uttered, her back to the viewer, her gaze fixed on the speaker on stage. "I love you," Seonghyeon passionately declared, his hand pressed over his heart, his broad smile radiating pure, heartfelt emotion across the sparkling stage. News reports celebrated Seonghyeon's unprecedented success, detailing his consecutive Best Actor awards and his bold venture into the American drama Lonely Life. Further news articles provided updates on Seonghyeon's filming for Lonely Life, exploring the chemistry with his Hollywood co-stars and sharing his positive progress.